Boiling lava flowed down like a waterfall. 9 circles of hell were blazing with fire. The strongest demons were gathering in the circle where the fiery sphere was forming. Lava bubbles burst due to the endless battles of the demons. The demon with golden horns grimaced in anger, trying to defeat the opponent. He attacked, causing an explosion. Both demons clashed in battle. The red demon struck his opponent. He raised his fist again to attack. The stones immediately exploded into crumbs. The red demon hovered in the air. A golden horn appeared from the dust raised in the air. The demon, emerging from the smoke, said that he had heard rumors from the 9th circle about the strength of the enemy. The great demon Gargas knelt down on one knee and said that these blows were like tickling. Palak clenched his fists. He smirked because his opponent talked too much. Gargas rose into the air. An explosion was heard. The flash grew in size. The explosion lifted burning rocks into the air. The blast wave rolled for many kilometers around. Gargas was thrown aside by the impact. A satisfied Palak flew out of the flames. He clenched his fist again to strike. Another blow flared up in a bright golden flash. Rocks flew towards the demon. A moment later, the demon rushed to attack. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Palak clasped his hands together. He maneuvered between the flying rocks. Gargas fell headfirst. Palak landed on the ground faster. He looked at the falling enemy and pushed off the ground again. The demon's jump was like a rocket taking off. Palak punched Gargas. The demon's clenched fist concentrated power. A deafening explosion was heard. Dust rose from the ground in a column. Suddenly, Palak's attention was drawn to something. Monsters were attacking him from all sides. The green one-eyed demon prepared to strike. Palak rushed into battle, surprised by his opponent's pathetic trick. He turned around with a grin. Several green demons swarmed his arms and legs. Palak grinned predatorily. At that moment, Gargas rose from the dust, roaring with rage. A stream of flame poured from the demon's mouth. Gargas grinned contentedly. The ground melted into lava. Gargas stopped in surprise. Palak, his fist blazing with fire, emerged from the column of dust. He attacked, demanding that he stop fooling around. He flew up, attacking the demon. There was an explosion from the impact. Gargas raised his fist to attack. Gargas opened his mouth, demanding the death of his opponent. A bright flash lit up the demon's body. Palak approached his opponent from behind. He grinned, saying that he was the strongest demon in hell. A huge lava ball crashed into Gargas. Palak clenched his fists. The demon landed on the ground. His eyes flashed gold as he thought he had become the absolute winner, until that man appeared. Palak lowered his eyes. He froze in a bow to the carpet. They were all in the throne room of the Demon King's castle. The Demon King himself sat on the throne. The mask of the Lord of Hell was glowing. Palak bowed his head, asking why his lord wanted to return when all of hell was at his feet. An awkward silence filled the hall again. The Lord of Hell looked at his servant carefully. His body was engulfed in purple fire. Cold sweat covered his face. Palak imagined the defeated demons, and how the Lord of Hell had risen by absorbing his opponents. The other demons were also trembling. Palak sensed danger in the tips of his hair. The Lord lazily raised his hand and said that he had been here for 10,000 years. He looked at the same landscape, and did nothing but kill. The Lord dropped his head into his hands. From under the mask appeared the head of Kanu, who was screaming in despair that he no longer knew what could be conquered here. Palak clenched his hand into a fist and offered the master a treat. The demons rolled a huge plate to the huge one, and Palak asked him to accept the gift. Palak reached for the lid of the dish. On the plate lay the last of the strongest creature's focula. Kanu thrust the head into the servant, and said that he would not eat it. The head lay in its own slime. Kanu bit his lip. He looked at his demons. He imagined a delicious stew with kimchi. Palak began to repeat the name of the dish to himself. The demons raised their hands and began to admire the taste of the master. Their mouths began to water at the thought of juicy raw meat. Palak cracked his fingers, then asked who should be torn apart to get the necessary ingredients, to which Kanu wearily muttered that it would not be a stew with kimchi. The protagonist imagined a picture of demons eating each other. Palak clenched his hands and smiled, saying that the Lord was bored, so he needed bloody spectacles, but Kanu screamed that he needed novels and manhwa. Palak slammed his fist on the ground. The demon lowered his head and said that since he was unable to please him, then at least let his death amuse him. Devoted tears appeared in the demon's eyes. Kanu looked at the sobbing subordinate and thought that he would like to find a beloved. He sighed heavily. Suddenly, an elegant demoness appeared on the red carpet, offering herself as a lover. Lilith walked along the carpet. All the demons looked at the queen of the succubi with admiration. The first beauty of hell pointed at herself. Her sharp teeth bit her lips seductively. Tears gushed from her many eyes, and Lilith asked if her love was not enough for the Lord. Kanu's face seemed to turn to stone for a moment. Lilith put her hands to her face and offered herself for that night. The Lord's hand was covered with a tentacle. The demons were envious and embarrassed to watch this scene. Kanu tried to push Lilith away from him, who knew how to absorb male power. He fought off the demoness with all his might. Lilith's smile was disgusting, especially in comparison with Palak. The protagonist grabbed his head in horror. Kanu clenched his fist and said that he wanted to go to Earth. He carefully looked at the demons and said that he had to return there. Palak and Lilith were very surprised. Palak emotionally addressed the Lord. Kanu clenched his hands and thought about his unchanging desire. The guy continued to sit on the throne, thinking that he was ready to return home after 10,000 years. The guy's armor began to glow when he thought that the time had come. The protagonist jumped up from the throne. He turned to Palak and ordered to prepare for the ritual. Palak caught up with the Lord and tried to tell him something. The protagonist turned to the servant, telling him not to make him repeat himself. Palak immediately fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness. The demon slightly turned to the others and ordered them to call Aman and prepare the statues of the 7 princes of hell. The shaman raised his hands up and began to sing something in an incomprehensible language. A strange song continued to be heard around the statues of the princes of darkness. Between the statues, a pedestal began to glow, signifying the end of the preparation. Lilith looked depressed. She tried to turn to her lord, but Kanu threw off his armor. He headed for the portal. The bird-like demon turned to Kanu. The dark sorcerer Aman looked closely at the Lord and warned that the enormous power could shift space and time. Kanu left him behind, ordering him to begin the ritual. He stood in a cloud of magic and thought about how he could finally return home. Kanu closed his eyes, calling on the power. The ball of power exploded, releasing mana. A pillar of light shot up. It was so bright that it was impossible to look at. Aman shielded his eyes with his hand and admired this devastating magic. The song flowed over the statues again. One of the giants seemed to turn his head for a moment. The eyes of the statues began to glow from the raging energy around them. The core illuminated all the statues. Aman finished the song. He saw the overlord standing in front of the rift, and warned that the gates would soon open. Kanu threw his cloak over himself, and thought about how he would be alone in the new world. He took a step towards the rift, thinking that this was better than staying in hell. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Lilith and Palak crying. Both demons cried bitter tears, not believing that Vladka really wanted to leave them. Kanu shook his head and asked her not to cry. He wrapped himself tighter in his cloak and thought that she was scaring him. Lilith blushed, hugged herself and said that these were warm words. Bubbles flew out of the suction cups on her chest. Kanu noticed out of the corner of his eye that some kind of liquid was released. He shuddered with disgust when he heard that Lilith wanted to go with him. The main character cursed and in one jump found himself in the rift. Lilith watched as Kanu fell deeper and deeper into the crevice. The guy turned around, because Lilith promised to follow him. He smirked. Kanu turned around in his fall, showed the girl an obscene gesture, and said a lot of rude words. Kanu fell lower and lower and thought that in 10,000 years he still did not want to change either the past or the future. A sphere appeared below, and he realized that this must be the Earth he knew. Kanu landed near the sphere. The sphere suddenly began to spark, and the system window reported that an atomic crack had been detected. Space became covered with a grid, and the system window reported that the dimensional protection mechanism, Gaia's system, was working properly. The grid continued to multiply. Kanu looked around. Many system windows appeared at once. Kanu turned around when he heard all the dimensional defense mechanisms working. Lightning flashed across the grid. Multiple bolts struck Kanu at once. The sphere began to spin as the system reported an error. Kanu screamed when he heard the selective compression begin. He extended his hand forward as he wanted this to stop. Kanu rolled his eyes and cursed. The protagonist began to lose consciousness. Kanu squinted from the bright light. He was lying on the grass among the trees thinking that the situation was similar to Earth. The protagonist tried to sit up, deciding to check the state of his body. He looked at the system window that displayed his status. The protagonist looked with interest at the status window that showed his sealed powers. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him. Goblins were approaching him from all sides. The goblins attacked him and Kanu thought that the Earth he knew never had such creatures. Kanu swung his fist and thought that he would get rid of the goblins in one strike first. Suddenly, he did not feel the proper energy in his body. The protagonist bent over because the demonic energy in the core was weak. The goblins approached to attack. Kanu clenched his fist, deciding to go into hand-to-hand combat. His eyes flashed scarlet as he defeated several enemies with one blow. Kanu's body transformed into the demon Shabnak. The irises of his eyes remained red. Another goblin approached to attack. The protagonist cut the goblin in half. Kanu looked furious in the heat of battle. He knelt down, looking at the corpses of the monsters. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that the experience he gained made him stronger. There were dead goblins lying on the ground. Kanu stood up and thought that he needed to gather information about this place. The guy used the spell of devouring. Magic was still blazing around him as he realized that he had received information about monsters, but he had learned nothing about this world. The protagonist was very surprised by the magic. The protagonist walked as if between bones, realizing that he was not on Earth. He grabbed his head, as he could not believe that he had endured all the circles of hell, but still did not return to Earth. An exhausted scream caught his attention. The protagonist removed his hands from his ears. The protagonist turned around, as the sound did not sound like a demon or a monster. Kanu turned around when he realized that the scream was a man. He used the power of speed veil far, raising dust into the air. The trees blurred from the speed, and Kanu hoped to see a real man. The protagonist clenched his teeth, praying that the man did not have tentacles. Finally, he found a crowd of monsters surrounding a man. The figure seemed to glow as Kanu prayed that it was indeed a man. First, he saw 2 eyes. Then a nose. He looked at the girl's entire figure. Kanu stared at the stranger, realizing that she really didn't have tentacles. Tears of joy gushed from his eyes, and he ran to the rescue even faster. One of the goblins raised his weapon over the girl. She closed her eyes and leaned against a tree. However, a shadow flashed and no blow occurred. The girl opened her eyes in disbelief. Kanu was just finishing off the last monster. He left many corpses behind and approached the girl. The protagonist extended his hand to her to help her up. The stranger shyly extended her hand to him. Their hands touched, and Kanu exhaled in admiration. His eyes and mouth opened in surprise and bliss. Outwardly, he tried not to show his emotions. The girl smiled and thanked him for saving her life and introduced herself as Solia. Kanu trembled from nervous tension. Kanu squeezed her hand tightly and pulled her to himself. He looked pleased, proposing to his new acquaintance to marry him. Kanu, blushing and with a crazy smile, again proposed to her. Solia was very embarrassed, trying to understand what he was talking about. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, let go of her hands and apologized, after which he introduced himself. Solia was injured, and Kanu immediately inquired about her injury. However, it turned out that her knee was broken and covered in blood. She staggered and leaned on Kanu, and at that moment a phone fell out of her pocket. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise. The phone was lying on the grass. The protagonist helped Solia sit up, thinking that he really was on Earth, and he bandaged the wound of his new acquaintance. He tore his cloak and asked the girl not to worry. While Kanu was bandaging Solia's wound, he remembered that he had banned the language of demons in hell, and they only spoke Korean. The protagonist remembered how Palak tried to learn Korean. The protagonist sat down next to Solia. Kanu picked up the phone and handed it to the owner. Sol's fingers ended up on the screen, which lit up from the touch, and Kanu saw the year 2023, which meant that 5 years had passed since he fell into the abyss. He sat down next to Sol and thought that a lot had changed in his absence. The protagonist looked at Sol with interest, asking why the girl was hunting inside the gate alone. The girl looked down in embarrassment, saying that she had awakened yesterday and become a player, so she went hunting alone. Kanu looked at his new acquaintance again, asking about the girl's level, to which she told him that she was level 6 and asked how he ended up in this place. The guy smiled embarrassedly. He looked at the girl and thought that it was understandable why she came to such a conclusion. Solia moved and accidentally touched Kanu's shoulder. She was very embarrassed when her stomach growled from hunger. Solia stood up abruptly, offering to go already, but the protagonist reminded her of her sore leg. Her bandaged leg was shaking a little. Solia almost fell, but the protagonist caught her arm. Kanu held Solia tighter and asked her not to refuse help. The protagonist looked at the girl with a smile, glad that he was talking to a person. They walked along a forest path. Kanu and Solia stood at the entrance with satisfied smiles. The gate looked like a blue-black portal. Kanu turned around to the forest, realizing that this was not quite Earth. He looked at the entrance again and thought that he did not understand how the gate worked. Solia freed herself from Kanu's arms and said that she was already feeling better, so they should hurry. They stepped into the portal. Kanu covered his eyes with his hand from the bright light. The protagonist squinted. Finally, he dared to open his eyes. A man was shouting about gathering a party to hunt goblins. He then looked at 2 guys who were reading something on the system window. The protagonist looked at 2 other men who were talking about accepting bandits into the party. Kanu looked around the street, which was swarming with people. He was shaking nervously when he realized that he had returned. Tears of happiness appeared in his eyes. Something caught Sol's attention. Her leg began to tremble slightly from pain. She leaned over her knee and said that if Kanu did not mind, she would invite him to eat at her place. The protagonist blushed at this offer. The girl looked very cute when she said that she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to treat him as a thank you. Kanu thought with admiration that spring had come to him. He smiled happily and agreed to the offer. 2 soldiers approached Kanu and Solia to check the player cards. Solia immediately showed her card. The protagonist exhaled and said that he would show it now, and thought to himself that there was no help to be expected from anywhere. His eye suddenly turned a poisonous green. The soldier looked at the imaginary card in surprise. It seemed as if the demon Dantalion was standing behind the soldier with the power of illusion. The soldier looked past, accepting the illusion. The protagonist smiled and suggested that they go. They were standing near a 5-story building when the girl said that this was her house. She turned around embarrassedly, saying that there was no elevator, so they would go on foot. Kanu happily smelled the old house. They were climbing a narrow staircase. Kanu ran his fingers along the cold railing. The guy looked at the dusty window. He clenched his hands into a fist and thought that finally everything felt real. The protagonist smiled and blushed, because he realized that of all the places on Earth, he was going home to Solia. The girl entered the apartment, calling for her mother. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. The woman came to the door, asking how she was feeling. Solia turned to Ken and introduced him to her mother. She grabbed the guy's hands and thanked him. The woman wiped away a tear, saying that she did not know how to repay the kindness. Solia's mother waved her hand and invited the guys to come in and have dinner together. The protagonist agreed with a smile. The woman went deeper into the room, asking her daughter to help set the table. The girl looked at her phone and found missed messages from her mother. Kana perked up, realizing that he needed to get as much information as possible. Solia turned around with a smile, hearing the request to borrow the phone. She handed the phone to her new acquaintance. The protagonist blushed, glad that he was holding technology in his hands again. The protagonist took off his coat and decided to get information. He began typing on his phone, looking for news for 2018. The news showed a shot of multiple portals and an explanation that monsters appeared out of nowhere that no one could fight. They attacked cities, so the World Defense Organization was created. Many people on the screens were confused about who the first player from the United States was. Many players appeared all over the world. Kana leaned over the table. He was reading about the day of the disaster. The boy remembered being caught in red shackles and pulled into a portal. The protagonist scratched his chin. He flipped through the article, realizing that he needed to find out more. At that moment, the protagonist happily perked up from the pot placed on the table. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The pot smelled deliciously of kimchi stew. Kana stared at the food in surprise. He slowly reached for the dish with his spoon. The boy scooped up the food. Seal's mother turned to the girl, urging her to eat too. She turned around in surprise at the guest. The protagonist was still slowly lifting the spoon to his mouth. The women looked at him expectantly. Finally, the protagonist swallowed the food. Then he reached for another spoon. And again, he swallowed the food slowly. Then it was time for the rice. Kanu began to quickly devour the food. He thought about the sunset, and how he ate only demon food to survive. The protagonist remembered the piles of demon corpses and how he did not enjoy the devil's treats. The protagonist devoured the demons and choked. Kanu remembered the purple blood on his face, and how he felt like he had been living in a delirious state for all these years. He vomited from such food. Tears streamed down his face. He clenched his teeth and dreamed of returning home. Kanu ate rice and cried. Solia looked at the guest in surprise. Tears continued to roll down the boy's cheeks. He bowed and thanked the girl. She froze, listening to how delicious the food was. Solia blushed, saying that she should be grateful. The dishes continued to stand on the table. Kanu blushed and asked for more. The girl immediately got up from the table. The protagonist sipped the sauce and thought that he was good. Solia brought a rice cooker. At that moment, something exploded from the side of the front door. A silhouette of a man appeared in clouds of smoke. Solia and her mother ran out into the hallway in fear. A rough man's boot crushed part of the wall. The enraged guy demanded that Solia come out to him. The boot hit the threshold of the house. The guy came unacceptably close to Solia's face and asked who allowed her to enter the gate. The hostess looked angrily at the intruder. Trembling slightly, she ordered him to leave. His eyes lit up with anger. The girl, clenching her hands into fists, ordered the intruder to get out. Ting opened his eyes in surprise. Then, he suddenly lowered his head. He began to laugh loudly at her words. Then, punching the wall with his fist, he declared that her level was too low. The girl covered her mother with her back and ordered her not to approach her. The guy looked at his mother. She was trembling with horror behind her daughter's back. The uninvited guest turned away, complaining that their father died early, and their mother turned out to be a coward. The sister, leaning forward, blamed him for their situation. Kyung grabbed her hand and dragged her to the door, announcing that they were going to Andres's guild. But Solia began to resist, shouting that she would not join the guild of scum. Her brother squeezed her hand tighter, declaring that he just wanted her to get into a good group. It became harder for her to resist, and she bit her brother's hand with all her might. Kyung hit her in the face. The girl fell to the floor and her mother hurried to help her. Her brother stood over her, clutching his bitten hand. Veins stood out on his face, and he asked if it was possible to survive as a good person. The women sat on the floor hugging each other. The boy declared that they should fight. The mother stood up and walked towards her son, begging him to take her instead of her daughter. She touched his hand. But he hit her with such force that the woman fell to the floor. Seale, terrified, called out to her mother. The daughter approached her, trying to understand how she was feeling. Kyung began to lose his temper, saying that he warned them not to irritate him. The girl looked at him and called his name. Seale glared at her brother with an angry look. They stood in front of each other, when the boy warned her that she was no match for him. His eyes looked crazy. He continued that his sister did not stand a chance against him. Kyung grabbed her chin, declaring that her looks were all she had. He frowned, saying that she just needed to join the guild. The boy froze, as his thoughts were interrupted by strange sounds. He turned around and saw a guy eating. The brother immediately asked who he was. Taeyong let go of his sister and began to eat the unknown guy. The girl called out his name worriedly. The brother approached the table, still not receiving a response to his provocations. The protagonist ate without paying attention to him. Taeyong turned away. Then he turned the table over with one blow. The food flew past Kanwa's face. Seole covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Taeyong's veins appeared on her face again. Pieces of food fell to the floor. The girl called out to him with tears in her eyes. The protagonist opened his mouth, trying to cope with the loss of the stew. Then he sank to the floor in front of the spilled dish. Seole looked at him disapprovingly. Kanwu was extremely upset. Taeyong kicked him, ordering him to get up. With this, he awakened the demon. The brother looked at his sister's guest with confusion. Kanu showed his essence. The protagonist approached the enemy on all fours. He bit his lower lip. The guy clenched his fists. Blue flames appeared from his clenched fists. Taeyong swung to strike, convincing himself that he imagined that a demon was in front of him. A golden beam pierced his energy. The guy looked to the side, not understanding what was happening. Solia released an arrow, protecting her guest. But the protagonist attacked. The girl, without changing her pose, watched what was happening in surprise. Kanu approached the enemy. He frowned and decided that the opponent was not so fast. The protagonist approached from the left. There was a collision. Taeyong, spitting, realized that it was a feint. He tried to attack in response. The enemies clashed again. The demon lord's foot drove into the enemy's side. The one, standing with a broken nose, concluded that the blow was not strong. Then he grabbed the enemy by the legs. But the protagonist counterattacked. Both flew apart. Taeyong's face was broken. Kanwu attacked with renewed vigor. Then he dodged the enemy's attack. Seola's brother caught the feint again. He found himself on the floor, on all fours. The protagonist exuded a terrifying aura. Taeyong found himself face down on the floor again. The protagonist put his foot on his head. The defeated guy tried to say something. The protagonist, pressing the guy's head into the floor, said that he was not finished yet. Another blow landed on his arm. Kanwu leaned over to Seola's brother and said that he would pay for the spilled food. The protagonist, raising his head, asked if this was all because of that stupid kimchi. But he grabbed him by the hair. Then he looked straight into his face, asking how he dared to call his food stupid. Taeyong grimaced. His head met the floor. Then again and again, under the demon's screams. Kanu clenched his teeth. Then he stopped, letting go of his opponent's hair. And leaning down to Taeyong's ear, he ordered him to repeat after him. The opponent's hand was shaking. He, bowing before the protagonist, repeated the demon's words. The protagonist struck, ordering him to speak louder. Tears welled up in Seol's brother's eyes. Kanu looked at him with empty eyes. Taeyong shouted what he demanded through the pain. But the demon lord grimaced in displeasure. He swung for another blow. Seola stood as a mute witness to what was happening. The protagonist opened his mouth and demanded that he shout at the top of his lungs about kimchi. Taeyong, through his tears, shouted that kimchi was the food of the gods. Kanu's teeth clenched in rage. He leaned forward and yelled that it wasn't enough. Brother Seole pursed his lips. Taeyong repeated it, trying to yell as loudly as he could. The protagonist leaned over him. Then he pulled the thorn out of his hand, saying that he was satisfied. He towered over the weakened opponent. And looking down, he ordered him not to dare desecrate the kimchi. Taeyong lay exhausted, not understanding what had just happened to him. There was trash in the room by the door. The boxes were overflowing. Seole was putting on her mother's bandage. The girl looked at her with pity. She bowed her head, looking at her mother. At the same time, the man was filling a pot with water. He frowned when his nose started bleeding. The protagonist sat behind him, while Taehyung lamented his bad luck. Kanwoo drank tea in the clothes of his recent opponent. The beaten youth washed a plate and cried. Looking at the water, he gritted his teeth in anger. The guy looked at the protagonist, not understanding why he should suffer. Kanu put the cup on the table with a sound, frightening Taehyung. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked the guy if he was angry that he had to endure this because of kimchi. The protagonist looked away from the smartphone. Cold sweat came down the blonde's face when the protagonist began to list the basic things of a comfortable life. A picture of the fight with the monster appeared before his eyes, when Kanu concluded that Taehyung was very lucky. He remembered how he had to eat the flesh of demons, so his interlocutors should be grateful. The player looked at Taehyung and ordered him to value his life. Turning half-turned, the guy agreed, mentally continuing to curse. Frowning, the boy decided that he would report the protagonist to Andres. The blonde jumped when Kanu called him again. The player stood up, leaning his elbows on the table. Taehyung became nervous when the protagonist said that he had no reason to leave the interlocutor alive. The boy's brows furrowed when he heard that he was useless. Kanu grabbed the guy by the shirt. Smiling creepily, the protagonist said that he would not kill the blonde. The protagonist's eyes changed color when he said that in the boy's place, he would prefer to die. Taehyung was dumbfounded. A demon of fear appeared before him. Oroba squeezed the frightened boy in his arms. The entity moved closer when the blonde asked not to do this. The demon's eyes were watching the boy intently. The latter looked into them, screaming. Kanu stood in front of Taeyun, who had fallen to the floor, realizing that Oroba instills fear in the soul of the victim and the person turns into a puppet. The blonde was already looking at the protagonist, who ordered him to keep quiet about what had happened. Pointing behind his back, the protagonist told the young man to get out. The guy, wet from fear, left. Solia looked after her brother. The girl thought. She looked at the protagonist, thinking that he had saved her again. Kanu was scrolling through the photos on his phone. Seeing a photo of Taeyun, he realized that he was right. The protagonist, scratching his chin, thought that he urgently needed money. The protagonist stopped in surprise. On the internet, he came across an article about magic stones. Turning to the surprised girl, the guy asked if she had these stones. Solia began to rummage through her bag. She handed the protagonist an E-rank magic stone, which she had obtained from a goblin. Kanu squeezed the crystal in his hand, which darkened, and the darker it was, the higher its quality. The player closed his eyes and thought that he did not feel magic at all. Looking at the magic stone, he understood that some power was sealed in it. The player remembered how he got 1 point of magic in the forest. Holding the crystal in his hand, he realized that this is a different kind of energy called magic. The young man thought, scratching his chin, where he got a point of magic from. With a smile, Kanu handed the crystal to the girl, thinking that he needs to collect more of these stones and sell them. The protagonist remembered the soldiers he met earlier. The girl thought when the protagonist asked about the nearest player activity management office, she answered about Seoul Station. The young man stood up, and Solia suggested going together. Looking at her mother, the girl said that the situation in the family is not very good. She looked at the stone in her hand and concluded that this was the reason she recklessly went through the gate, although it was dangerous and stupid. Smiling, Solia thanked Kanu for this life lesson. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist said that he just wanted to help good people like her, but in his mind he was thinking the opposite. Solia clenched her hand into a fist, declaring that she wanted to learn the basics and move on to the second stage of awakening. The guys smiled at each other. Spreading his arms, the player suggested that they go on a journey. Watching the girl move away, the young man thought that his new acquaintance was weak, which could become a hindrance. Pressing his lips into a thin line, he understood that this was heartless. Solia was packing her things when Kanu thought that he did not need interference, and first he should get his powers back. Looking out the window, the guy thought that he still managed to return to Earth after 10,000 years, so he needed to become even stronger in order to survive. He looked at his reflection in the window and thought about how it was before, in hell. The unexpected scream of the girl scared the protagonist. Solia reminded him about the ID, offering to go to the district administration first. Kanu looked at his ID. The comrades were riding on a bus. Looking at the document, the guy thought that he had reissued his ID. He remembered how at the immigration department the girl gave him his ID without any problems. Then the protagonist embarrassedly scratched the back of his head, thinking that no one had contacted him about his disappearance. Now, being on the bus, he understood that no one had missed him. Covering the photo with his finger, the protagonist thought that 5 long years had passed. He remembered how he lived alone. The next moment, the dark side of the young man made him remember the terrible moments in hell, when the hero greedily drank the blood of animals. Solia's voice brought him out of his thoughts. She was looking ahead, showing something to the guy. The protagonist looked out the window as they were arriving. The view of the city surprised him. Siola, looking out the window, was also amazed by the beauty she saw. The protagonist put the document in his pocket. Standing by the door, the young man decided that now everything would be different. After getting off the train, the comrades arrived at the Players Association. The guy was gazing at the sky when his girlfriend called him. The guys reached the Seoul Players Association. The hero was impressed by the scale of what he saw. While Kanwoo was mesmerized by the building and thought that the Incheon airport was smaller, Siola offered him something to take. The girl handed him her old phone. The guy looked at Siola with gratitude. The girl turned around, leaving for the introductory briefing. Siola with a smile offered to have dinner later. Kanwoo smiled back and agreed. Entering the Players Association building, the protagonist continued to be impressed. He looked at the people around him, realizing that roles matter here. In the distance, the player saw a terminal asking to insert his ID. The guy brought the document to the machine. The terminal confirmed the guy's identity and issued a waiting ticket. Kanwoo looked at the ticket, and the machine said that he needed to present it in the selection hall. The card in his hand began to vibrate. The guy turned his head when it showed the route to the selection hall. The protagonist quickly found the right place, where there were many waiting people. 2 guys were talking about the rank assigned in the first selection. One of them scratched the back of his head, and the other chuckled, remembering the talents of Kang Hyun and Hyunju. The protagonist typed something on his phone, listening to their conversation. He thought about it when the men said that Kang Hyun and Hyunju were high-class guild masters. The player read about the 5 great guild representatives. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought that a clash with them could be avoided as soon as he fully recovered. The guy opened the system window and thought that since he was strong, he might have to deal with them. The protagonist nervously thought that he needed to quickly regain his strength. Looking at his profile, the young man thought that if he checked in among the players, he would become even stronger. The door opened noisily, and the guy turned around. Kanu stood up. One of the workers told him to go to the girl at the right table. The guy sat down in front of the employee. A ball appeared in the girl's hands, on which he had to put his palm to determine the player's strength. The protagonist chuckled, thinking that he would quickly reveal his cards and give out the highest rank, painting the ball black. The young man touched the ball. Everything around sparkled. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he would get caught now. The girl watched the process. She looked at the ball. Kanu sat with a confident look when the association worker said that he had an F rank. Hearing this, the player was stunned. The protagonist sat across from a girl who was about to tell him about the D rank and lower abilities he should know. His face was reflected in the orb as he thought about how he knew his powers were sealed, but he didn't expect it to be an F rank. The girl adjusted her glasses and informed him that to start with, he would receive an E rank player card, and he would be able to enter gates of his own rank and lower, and he would be able to enter higher rank gates if he had a guard with him. The boy imagined Palak and thought that he would be furious if he heard that, because the Demon King didn't need guards. The protagonist then turned pale and asked what he needed to do to raise his rank. There were students sitting in the audience. One of them held a pen in her hand as the girl said that Kano would be promoted to D rank if he completed the basic training. The protagonist presented a blue crystal when the assistant informed him that he would need to find magic stones, and the more he collected, the faster he would rank up. He placed his hand on the table, intending to leave, but the girl asked him to wait while she prepared his player card. She looked at the young man and offered to help him register for the basic course, but he refused. She began to sweat and assumed that the protagonist was shocked by his low rank. The doors opened, and the assistant thought that with such weak stats, he would be quickly killed by the gate monsters. The girl closed her eyes and thought that F-rank players should give up right away. The ball on her table changed color. She reached out to it and assumed that the item was damaged. Suddenly, the ball split into two halves, and she screamed loudly in fear. The assistant looked at the broken artifact in bewilderment. A drop of sweat appeared on her cheek, and she thought that even Canyon, an S-rank player, had a dark gray color. Then she called the administrator to change the crystal ball. There was a crowd of players at the portal, all looking for allies, shouting loudly. They raised their hands while looking for certain players to join their team. One of the boys was rejected because he was a bandit. The protagonist looked tired and thought that he didn't understand why everyone was rejecting bandits. The boy pulled out his player card. The guard looked at it and said that he could go inside. The boy stepped 1 foot into the portal and found himself in the middle of a forest. There were green trees in front of him, and he realized that he was already inside. He touched his head and thought that he was a little afraid that he would end up in hell again, and now he was scared of teleporters. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and called him. The player leaned back, his eyes turned bright red. A huge man loomed over him and Kanu even thought that it was a bear. He turned to the stranger, who asked if he was alone, and the protagonist answered yes. His ally looked at him, and the protagonist answered that he was not ready to wake up yet. Suddenly, she and the guy next to her looked at the player in shock. Taisa furrowed his brows and suggested with a smile that the boy hadn't even completed the basic course yet, and that it was better for E-rank players to form a group with someone rather than hunt alone. The guy smirked when the man suggested that he travel with their team. The player pointed at his allies, who was shocked that he hadn't even consulted them. The man turned around and shouted furiously that this newbie was in a pitiful situation and they would protect him. Kanu smiled, thinking that he was a good man, but still refused because he wanted to hunt alone. They shook hands and the man told him his name. He smiled and then asked the protagonist's name. The guy looked up and introduced himself, then added that he didn't want to join their group. Kanu's mouth dropped open in shock when Taisa said that despite his appearance, he was actually only 24 years old. He showed his card to show his birth year. The boy said with an awkward smile that in that case, he would be communicating with this player informally. The man looked closely at the protagonist who had approached him. Standing in front of him, the boy thanked him for the invitation, but he already had other plans. Taisa's allies looked at him tensely. The man touched the back of his head and admitted that Kanu did not need help. The protagonist looked at him when he said that this land belonged to goblins, and among them, there was a very strong and large one called Hobgoblin. He introduced the monster and added that it was a boss that was several times stronger than normal goblins, so it was best to run away from it. The protagonist smiled and thanked his new comrade. Then they turned away and waved at him. They went deeper into the forest and the boy thought that he could have traveled with them if he really was an F-rank rookie. He turned around and decided that it was better for him to be alone. There was a blue sky above the forest. The player walked into the forest. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light as he jumped forward. There were bloody bodies on the ground. The boy thought that there were a lot of goblin tracks. Then he came across a whole crowd of monsters and jumped straight towards them. The player attacked one of the monsters, smiling happily. He moved quickly, killing one after another. A stream of blood appeared in front of one of the goblins. The enemies were holding weapons in their hands. Kanu raised his hand and said with a smirk that it was time to begin. The monsters opened their mouths wide and roared loudly. The boy swung his arms, beating the goblins. He cut their bodies with his sword. A monster approached him and he stabbed it in the stomach. The boy then attacked 2 enemies at once. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He then swung his hand, and the goblins' bodies were cut into pieces. The player's eyes were shining brightly as he quickly ran forward. The monster was holding a weapon in his hand, screaming loudly. Suddenly, its head flew off to the side. The goblins opened their mouths wide, screaming deafeningly. Their heads also immediately disappeared. Kanu swung his arms, aiming at the monster. Then he swung the blade. Suddenly, another enemy appeared behind him, who was about to hit him. The protagonist destroyed 2 more goblins. The remaining enemies were trembling in fear. Blood was dripping from the blade, and the protagonist said that there were still many of them left. He smiled madly and thanked them for the treat. Then he clenched his hand into a fist. The boy's fingers were bloody. He exhaled heavily. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he killed all the monsters. There were many goblin corpses on the ground, and the player said that it was hard to fight against such a crowd. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. His eyes widened as the system reported that the level had increased and 1 magic point had been gained. The protagonist brought his hand to the enemy's body. While squatting, he said that he was now convinced that there was no magic in the magic stones. Suddenly, a dark purple light appeared around Kanu, caused by the power of the devourer. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he felt magic. The bodies of the dead goblins emitted dark energy. A magic stone was shining in the skeleton. While the monsters emitted light, the player thought that if he devoured fresh monster corpses, then he could gradually collect magic energy. He smirked and thought that he could then sell these crystals. The guy closed his eyes and thought that in this case, he would still get magic points. There were bones on the ground, and the protagonist said that he just needed to remember to collect the stones before leaving. While collecting the crystals, the boy said that he could buy a lot of chicken if he sold them all. He picked up a blue stone and said that it felt like he was ripping pieces of meat off the bones, like eating a chicken. Saliva flowed from his mouth as he imagined the delicious food. He then imagined Solia offering him a chicken leg with a smile. The player began to furiously collect the magic stones, shouting for his friend to cook the chicken and not forget to add the radishes. With bones scattered around him, he suddenly heard a loud sound. Kanu turned around. He then looked up in confusion. A huge monster was approaching him, and the boy thought that this was what Taisa warned him about. The enemy's stomping raised dust around him. The hobgoblin's eyes shone brightly as it roared. The boy stood up, cautiously looking at the creature. Then it opened its fanged mouth wide, screaming loudly. The player's mouth dropped open in shock when he saw that this monster wielded magic. The hobgoblin ran towards Khan, holding a giant sword in his hand. The boy concentrated the energy in his hand and took a fighting stance. He frowned and thought that if this meant destructive power, then his magic was clearly superior to that of this monster. The monster quickly approached him, raising his hand up. Then the enemy attacked the player, screaming loudly. The protagonist managed to jump aside. The enemy looked at him, while his sword was emitting blue light. The boy raised his hands, frowning his thin eyebrows. He jumped aside again when the monster swung his hand. Then the monster raised its sword and ran towards Khan. A loud explosion thundered in front of the hobgoblin. The protagonist held the huge blade with both hands. He looked up and thought that the problem was that this monster weighed a ton. He clenched his teeth tightly. Then the protagonist jumped to the side and the enemy's weapon sank into the ground. The youth found himself right in front of the goblin's face. The enemy hit him with his shoulder, and the player cried out in pain. Suddenly, the monster's shield began to crack. Kanu lost his balance, and thought that his stats were still low, so the recoil was quite strong. The goblin looked at him while he thought that he had to find the monster's weak point. The monster swung his arm and the protagonist managed to dodge. The enemy looked to the side. Then he tried to kick the player. The protagonist had to press himself to the ground to avoid the blow. Suddenly, the monster fell to one knee. Then he raised his hand, intending to attack. The youth slid backwards on the ground and thought that this goblin had powerful fists. The monster raised his hand and the boy said that it was immediately obvious that this was a boss. He frowned and thought that he had killed goblins easily, but this was a whole different level. The enemy had cut a tree with his blade. There were stones on the ground. Kanu picked one up and thought that the hobgoblin was mindlessly destroying his own lands, and all of his squad were dead. The youth bent his knees and jumped back. Then he shouted with a grin that the monster was just his prey. The stone was approaching the monster's face. The goblin turned around when a skull flew into his shoulder. Veins stood out on his forehead from rage. The protagonist stood to the side. He raised his hands and shouted that the enemy was caught. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he would release all his anger and destructive power. A demon appeared above the player, and he rushed forward with a determined expression. The guy raised his hand and decided that he would not direct the blow to himself, but to this monster. Then he hit the goblin in the stomach. The enemy looked down in confusion. Then he roared furiously. A tree appeared on his back and he screamed loudly. Kanu grinned and said that he had succeeded. The sword in the monster's hand began to shine brightly. Then he swung it, but the protagonist smirked. The hobgoblin cut down all the trees nearby. Then he swung his hand, opening his mouth wide. Kanu's black hair was blowing in the wind, and he thought that this power significantly increased the damage. The monster's eyes emitted a yellow light. Then he struck, which caused a powerful explosion. The monster raised the sword above its head. The goblin struck the ground again. His mouth was wide open, and the protagonist thought that in exchange for this power, he had to pay with the loss of sanity. He smirked and thought that the enemy ceased to think sensibly and attacked thoughtlessly. Kanu clenched his hand into a fist and thought that in this case, dodging was much easier. He ran towards the monster and thought that more weak points also appeared. The boy hit the enemy in the leg, and cuts appeared there. Then the monster fell to his knee. The boy clenched his hand into a fist. The enemy swung his sword. Then he attacked the protagonist with a furious face, and blood splashed in the air. Red liquid flowed down the enemy's body. Then he fell to the ground, and Kanu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his bloody fingers and said that it was sad. He shook it off his hands and said that it would have been much easier if he had all his strength, and the system reported receiving an experience bonus for defeating the monster. The guy happily clenched his hand into a fist, rejoicing at the second awakening. He smiled and thought that now he can get more magic. The hobgoblin was lying on the ground, and the protagonist decided to test the effectiveness of his power. The enemy was killed, and the protagonist used the power of the devourer. Black and purple energy appeared around. The protagonist raised his hand and thought that the smoke thickened. He pointed his hand at the skeleton, and the system reported activating an irresistible feeling of hunger and devouring more magic. Kanu smiled and thought that the absorption really became more effective, and the bigger the monster, the more magic he would receive from it. The player looked down, wondering how much stronger he had become. He closed his eyes, trying to understand how his new power felt. His body was emitting black smoke. He expected to become twice as strong. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and thought that his strength had increased 3 times. There was a skull on the ground, and the young man thought that such a strong jump could be dangerous. Dark energy surrounded him. The player was sitting under the red moon. He touched the water and said that he knew it. He frowned and said that the power that was holding Mahjong was weakening. When he opened his eyes, he did not understand why this was happening. Kanu tapped the screen and thought that increasing the rank should not have affected anything much. Bringing his hand to the notification, the protagonist guessed that with each awakening, Mahjong's seal would weaken. A sly grin appeared on his lips. His eyes shone brightly and he thought that if this was true, then simply by leveling up, he would regain his former strength. The boy stood up and thought that in that case, he should go to a higher level gate. There was a magic stone lying next to the skeleton. The player took it. He smiled madly and decided that his next goal was to achieve the 3rd awakening at level 20. Kanu and Seola were sitting in a cafe. The boy was eating chicken. There were crumbs on his cheeks. Then he took a mug of beer. He started drinking it. The protagonist smiled widely and shouted that it was very delicious. The girl asked with a smile if it was really that good, and he confirmed it. She looked at her friend and asked if it was better than the kimchi she made. The boy closed his eyes, trying to decide. Then he lowered his head and shouted that he liked her kimchi too, and she replied that she was just kidding. The guy picked up his mug and laughed. Solia put a chicken leg on his plate and told him he could have it. She looked down, smiling slightly. The player looked at her tensely when she said she wanted to ask him something. The mug was already half empty, and the girl asked if Kanu had any friends or family. They were sitting across from each other. The guy loudly put the mug down on the table and answered no. The fork shook, and the protagonist replied that he didn't even have a home. Solia looked at him worriedly and asked where he was going to sleep then, and he replied that he hadn't thought about it. He picked up the fork. The girl looked at him seriously as he said he'd be fine. The protagonist froze when his friend offered to stay at her place. His eyes widened in surprise. The girl took the fork and said she was okay with it. She smiled and said the guy had helped them, so he shouldn't worry about it. The boy smiled and thanked her for her help. He extended his hand to her and said that he was counting on her. Seola said that she was also counting on her friend while they were sitting at the same table. Her cheeks turned red and she thought that her chest was getting very warm. The player looked away and said that he wanted to give something to the girl. He put money on the table and said that it was about 3 billion won. Kanu smiled and asked her to think of it as rent, and the girl said that she could not accept it. Seola blushed and said that he had already helped them. There was a phone on the table, and the protagonist said that she had already spent a lot on it even though she was not in a better situation. He brought his hand to the envelope and said that she should not feel burdened, and let it be the money for groceries then. The envelope was on the table. Seola touched it. Tears appeared in her eyes and she thanked her friend. Then she closed her eyes and said that tomorrow she would buy meat and make the most delicious kimchi. The protagonist imagined the girl giving him a pot of food and thought that she was a real angel. He wanted to sell a lot of magic stones to make her happy. He picked up his fork and asked if there was a D-rank gate in the area. She looked away and said that she had not been there, but she had heard that lizard men lived there. The young man took a bite of chicken and thought that he would visit there tomorrow. There was a plate on the table, and he thought that he needed to fight stronger monsters to level up faster and increase his income. He took another piece, wondering if lizard men were tasty. A bright light was burning in the window. Solia led her friend to the room that was now his. The player sat on the bed and said that thanks to her, he could now sleep peacefully. The girl turned off the light and they wished each other good night. The protagonist smiled as he watched the door close. He then lay down on the bed and stretched with a loud groan. As he lay on the bed, he thought that he hadn't felt such softness in the last 10,000 years. The boy turned on his side, enjoying the silence and comfort. He closed his eyes and thought that it was great to be back. In front of the portal, there was a huge crowd of players looking for teammates. Kanu looked at the bandit who was rejected again. He showed his card to the guards and decided that he would not interfere with this guy's problems. He then entered the portal. The boy found himself in the middle of a forest. He stretched his arms and thought that this is what a D-rank gate looks like. He lifted his leg and thought that he should move quietly. Stepping on the ground, he used the power of silence. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared. Solia looked to the side and said that lizard men have poor eyesight and are very sensitive to sounds. The boy found himself behind the monsters, remembering how the girl said that if he was noticed, a horde of lizards would come running from all over the area. Kanu's eyes shone brightly when he thought that he had already found 3 enemies. Solia said with a smile that they were also afraid of fire, and a fire-type mage would be quite effective in a group against them. The protagonist rushed forward, summoning the demon Andres. He then attacked the 3 lizards. One monster fell to the ground, and the other screamed loudly. The fire was approaching them. Tongues of flame covered the entire body of the enemy. The protagonist watched the lizards die. While the fire burned, the boy thought that it was not so easy to put out. The lizard stood in the water, screaming loudly, while Kanu thought that the hellish flames could only be put out with magic or mana, and there were no other ways to fight it. The enemy was shaking as the dark energy covered it, and the protagonist thought that the killed monster could be absorbed. He picked up the lizard and thought about being a member of the Andres Guild. Holding the corpses of the monsters in his hands, he thought that he would just kill him if he angered him again. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, hearing a sound. The monsters were approaching him. Their faces were angry. The player smirked. The monsters were screaming loudly while they were burning. The boy rolled his eyes and thought that they were very noisy, and when there were many of them, they were not so easy to deal with. There was a flame in front of the boy, and he thought that he did not even need to hunt. He threw the lizard into the water and thought that everything was very simple. Then Kanu looked at the screen when the system notified about the level increase. While the window with the player's information was hanging in the air, he thought about how the higher the level, the more effort and time it takes to level up. He stood in the water, thinking that it was still not enough. He crossed his arms and thought that he should look for stronger mobs, when suddenly someone called him. The protagonist turned around. Strangers approached him, saying that he was a newbie, judging by his equipment. The protagonist glared at them when they suggested hunting with their guild. There was a crowd in front of him, and the boy asked what kind of guild they were. The boy in the middle smiled. Then he pointed at himself and said that they were the Andres Guild. He had a silver ornament hanging around his neck. Kanu looked at them skeptically. Then he turned away and said that he was not interested. Hazen silently watched the protagonist walk away. He grimaced in anger and said that this guy was not experienced at all, and he definitely could not handle it alone. The protagonist's figure almost disappeared, and the guild people decided to just drag him and beat him to a pulp. The villains smirked slyly, thinking that they could finally relieve their stress. The guy hit the blade of his sword and said that they would teach Khan a good lesson. The burning lizards ran towards the water. They jumped into the lake, screaming in pain. The protagonist grabbed the monster and exhaled heavily. He looked down and thought that he had killed everyone nearby. Another one came out of his hand, and he thought that it was better to be safe than sorry, and it would probably be better to just take a risk and focus on leveling up as much as possible. The guy touched his face and thought about what to do. He turned around when someone called him loudly. The villain said with a smirk that he wanted to watch the young player hunt. A crowd of his allies stood behind Hazen. The protagonist looked at him and replied that he was worried for nothing because he was good at hunting. The guy with a sly smile said that all he saw was the newbie's ridiculous clothes and not a single corpse around. Kanu crossed his arms and explained that he was just resting now. Hazen smirked and asked what kind of disrespect this was for an older comrade, and the protagonist replied that his nonsense was starting to irritate him a little. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and insulted the guy. The protagonist just smiled and asked if he wanted to fight. One player took out a weapon, but his comrade stopped him. The blonde frowned, looking at the guild leader. The protagonist raised his head, and Hazen said that he would teach this empty-headed fool a lesson himself. He smirked, saying that Kanu would regret running into him. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was already looking forward to it. The scoundrel pulled out his sword. He frowned and said that he would see how long the newbie could grin. His allies smiled contentedly. They stared at the boy. The player looked at the opponent, who asked if he knew that lizardmen were sensitive to sound. Kanu turned away and thought that he was curious about what this guy would do. Hazhen gritted his teeth and pulled out his weapon. The leaf fell into the water. The scoundrel turned around and asked his friends to prepare magical barriers. He smiled widely and asked what Kanu would do now that several dozen monsters were approaching. The protagonist turned to the tree, and the rude man said that he would protect him if he kneeled right now. The youth smiled when Hazhen asked if he swallowed his tongue from fear. The guild was surrounded by a barrier, and the protagonist laughed and said that he was curious about what exactly they were up to. The scoundrel asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking with a grin. Kanu raised his head and shouted loudly that if this guy was going to do something, then he should go all the way. He then clapped his hands and used the power of sound. The wind rose around. The guild members sweated in shock. The young man stamped his foot. He smiled widely. Hazhen opened his mouth and shouted for him to stop. The protagonist raised his foot again. In front of him were the opponents, protected by a barrier. Kanu smiled and agreed. The rude man frowned and said that he was completely crazy. Their barrier was shining brightly. Suddenly, many lizardmen appeared. The monsters surrounded the guild. The girl turned pale, saying that she had never seen so many lizardmen at once, and the leader ordered everyone to pull themselves together and increase the barrier. The protagonist stood to the side, and the scoundrel asked if he wanted them all to die here. The boy disappeared in the next moment. The boy looked up, his mouth hanging open in shock. The player was standing on a tree branch, saying that these monsters were sensitive to sound. He added with a smile that he knew it himself. A crowd of enemies rushed forward, roaring loudly. They pounced on the protective barrier. The villain broke out in sweat and screamed that the protagonist had gone crazy. The player stood to the side, saying that he did not plan to die. With a smile, he called upon the power of silence, and added that it was the guild members who would all die. The boy crossed his arms, looking down. The monsters ignored him, jumping towards the barrier. Hazhen's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Kanu was using a power that controlled sound. The lizards covered the entire barrier. The villain turned around and ordered his allies to strengthen the barrier. The enemy pierced the body of one of the players. The girl cried in pain, looking back. Hazhen sat on the ground, his eyes wide with fear. Then he pressed his hands to his mouth. He looked to the side at his comrade. The lizard grabbed the blonde and raised him up. The player let go of the weapon. The spear fell right in front of the guild leader, who tried not to make a sound. Tears flowed from his eyes and he whimpered. He raised his hand as the lizards looked at him. The brute extended his hand to the protagonist and asked him for help. Kanu's face was indifferent. He opened his mouth. Then he smiled. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wished the guy luck. The scoundrel opened his mouth wide and insulted him loudly. Then he burst into tears as the monsters approached him. The player silently watched the lizards eat the victim. He stood on the tree, thinking that evil must be defeated with greater evil. He smirked and thought that murderers must be defeated with more bloodthirsty murders. The monsters were burning, screaming loudly. The boy concentrated the flames in his hand, looking down. Then he closed his eyes and sighed. There were corpses of monsters on the ground, and he said that it was time to begin. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. It said that the mana indicator had been increased by 1, and it was impossible to use the power of the Devourer against those protected by the Gaia system. The boy imagined a bright flash and thought that he had heard of Gaia somewhere before. There were dead lizard men around him. He thought that these players were protected by the power of the Gaia system. Looking down, he thought that he wanted to see if he could appropriate the special abilities of the players using the power of the Devourer. On the ground lay Hazhen, whose face was covered in blood. Kanu smiled and decided that it was no longer important. He was collecting magic from the corpses, saying that in any case, it was more important how much of it he could get. Then he clenched his fist and thought that the magic had increased significantly compared to the previous time. He extended his hand forward and thought that it was not just the quantity. Then the protagonist created hellfire. He smiled and thought that even the quality of the magic had improved. He clenched his fist and thought that he had just leveled up. There was a crystal next to the guild leader, and the protagonist thought that he was looking forward to his third awakening. He picked up the blue stone and thought that he had had a good hunt today. The player then walked away and said that he would continue another time. 3 days later, the lights were on in the big house. The youth was eating straight from the pot. He began to cry, shouting loudly that it was incredibly delicious, and the girl thanked him, asking if he would go hunting today. Kanu wiped his mouth and answered positively, adding that he would be back for dinner. Solya picked up the teapot and said that her companion was torturing himself too much, since he had not taken a break for the past few days. She poured boiling water into a mug and said that her classes would end in a couple of days. There was lemon in the mug and she added that it seemed like they would be hunting goblins to level up from today. Solya said with a smile that she didn't know if they would succeed, but she also wanted to quickly achieve the second awakening. The boy smiled and said that she would succeed. The girl smiled happily and offered her friend a cup of tea before leaving, as he was tired from lack of rest. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she remembered something. Kanu took the tea and Soya asked him if he knew about the recent rumors. He held a white mug in his hand and the girl said that there were rumors that there were cow players near the gate. The boy stood in the middle of burning monsters, thinking about the cow players falsifying their rank and attacking others, and these rumors could have been caused by the scoundrels from Andres. He touched his face and thought that he had looked around before leaving during the last hunt and found no witnesses. The lizard opened its mouth wide and the protagonist thought that looking at the corpses of those hunters, it could be said that they were killed by monsters, and if the player in question was himself, there was nothing to worry about. Dark smoke appeared around the monster's body, and Kanu thought that he couldn't be sure. He was gathering magic, thinking that he needed to prepare for any eventuality and focus on leveling up as quickly as possible. The young man opened his mouth in surprise when the system reported the opening of the special ability of the Third Awakening. He created light in his palm to test it. The protagonist raised his hand and summoned the power of Hellfire. He looked up with a smile and thought that with each awakening, Manhwa weakens and magic leaks through its weak spot. The player looked down at the screen where the special ability was written. While the fog was devouring the crystal, the young man decided to test it. The creature touched the stone with its tongue. The object immediately began to melt. Kanu raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that this was not bad. While the fog was devouring the lizard, the protagonist thought that he would be able to accumulate energy twice as fast. He took out his phone and thought that he had already earned quite a lot, so he could forget about the exchanger for a while. He began to take off his jumpsuit, deciding to try out the new power. The boy took off his top, thinking that it was time to stretch. He looked up and sighed. Then he sat down, bending his knees. The protagonist frowned, looking straight ahead. Then he quickly jumped back. The boy rose into the air using the power of the heavens. He put his hand to his forehead and thought that he had not encountered a lizard boss. Kana looked down, thinking that it was a shame because his rank was high, so the energy would be just right. The boy looked down and realized that there was not enough energy for the observer's strength skill. Suddenly, his eyes widened, hearing loud sounds. The man gritted his teeth, blood flowing out of his mouth. The two hunters looked at Taisu and called him an ugly mountain of muscles. The protagonist watched them cautiously, not understanding what was happening there. On the ground lay a bloody bandit who was rejected by everyone. Taisu stood in front of him, screaming loudly. He frowned and asked why the villains were attacking their allies. The red-haired hunter asked with a smirk if he wanted the lizards to come running here. The protagonist hid behind a tree, thinking that these were probably the cow players that everyone was talking about. He looked away and came to the conclusion that they weren't talking about him after all. The villain smirked and ordered Taisu to shut up and stand still. The man raised his hands, dodging the blow. He jumped back. He gritted his teeth, sweat running down his face. The brute clenched his jaw and asked that this player was quite strong. Taisu was clutching a shield in his hand. He pressed it into the ground. The shield began to sparkle, and the hunter shouted that the enemies would not be able to break it. One of the enemies approached him, saying that his ally was pathetic. The man wrinkled his nose, breathing heavily. The opponent smirked, saying that the main thing for them was not to kill. The protagonist looked at them from afar, thinking that this was strange. He stared ahead. Taisu opened his mouth wide, and Kana thought that he was curious about what happened here. He crossed his arms and wondered if he should help this player. The rude guy smirked and told him to arm himself with a shield, because it would hurt. The protagonist's eyes suddenly widened. He lowered the bush. Then he stood in front of Taisu, not understanding where the villain got his magic from. He frowned, not understanding who these guys were. Kanu stood in front of his comrade, and the red-haired player asked who he was. The man raised an eyebrow when the players said that the protagonist had seen too much to leave unharmed. The boy did not move, looking at the two. The rude guy smiled, saying that they needed the victims alive. Taisu was kneeling behind his shield, and the cow player said that they had met their quota. He grinned and laughed. Kanu clenched his fists, not moving. His face looked indifferent. Taisu opened his mouth wide and called out loudly. The villain approached him and swung his axe, shouting loudly that it was okay to kill a little. Suddenly, the protagonist hit him in the face. The other cow player's eyes widened in surprise. The red-haired hooligan fell to the ground. He sat up, and his ally asked him what had happened to him. He turned around and said that he himself did not know. Suddenly, Kanu hit him again. Taisu watched intently as the protagonist beat up the hooligan. The youth raised his muscular arm. The blonde frowned and pulled out his sword. The protagonist glared at him. The enemy swung his weapon. Suddenly, the youth stopped him using the power of the destructive void. The enemy flew back. His mouth opened wide, his eyes turned white from the pain. Then he fell to his knees, his merch stuck in the ground. The other brute was lying face down on the ground while blood was flowing out of his nose and mouth. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Kanu grabbed him by the hair and ordered him to answer questions. His eyes shone brightly. The enemy looked at the protagonist in fear, who asked where they got their magic, a power that only demons use. Then he slammed the guy to the ground when he refused to answer the question. The youth grabbed the man by the red hair, causing him to cry out loudly in pain. The protagonist said that he would ask the question again. The man, his face swollen and bleeding, frowned and sighed heavily, saying that he could not say where he got this power from. He gritted his teeth and looked at Kanu in fear when he said that he wanted to tell him everything. The animal with 3 red eyes bared its teeth. The protagonist used the power of fear. Taeho trembled in fear. Tears flowed from his reddened eyes and he screamed desperately. Then he fell to the ground and loudly called the guild, while the protagonist looked at him silently. The player looked at the villain seriously. The gray-haired man put his hand on his chest and ordered his ally to shut up. He frowned and asked with anger in his eyes if Taeho had lost his mind. Kanu raised his hand. A dark mist appeared around him. Then he stretched his hand forward, telling the blond man to sit in the corner. He flew back, blood gushing out of his mouth. The protagonist flexed his fingers and said that Taeho mentioned the founder of the guild. The red-haired hunter opened his eyes wide and trembled, shouting loudly that this is the Andres Guild. Sitting on the ground, he shouted loudly that their leader performed a ritual and gave him this power. The boy narrowed his eyes, asking what kind of ritual. The rude man began to sob, unable to speak due to his trembling voice. The player grabbed his swollen face and demanded that he spill everything. Taeho covered his face with his hand and screamed in fear. The boy frowned as the villain repeated the word, ritual, while still shaking. Suddenly, white foam came out of Taeho's mouth and veins became visible on his skin. The man's eyes rolled back in his head, tears streaming down his face as he groaned in pain. The protagonist stepped away from him and looked at him in disgust as his head was torn off, and a stream of blood gushed out of his body. Kanu gritted his teeth in displeasure. Taeho fell to the ground, and the protagonist assumed that the man had a device implanted in his body that would kill him if he spoke of the ritual. The boy turned around when someone timidly called out to him. The young man with the black headband raised his head, quietly asking what was going on. Taisa smiled when he saw that Hyun had woken up. The man extended his hand to his comrade and said that he had saved them. The protagonist looked at the muscle man in confusion when he said that he thought the young man was at the E-rank gate. The protagonist closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he was there and carrying out an order. Taisa took the card and understood why the protagonist had refused back then, since he was no longer a rookie. He smiled widely and thanked the player for saving them from death. As they shook hands, Hyun approached them, blushing from embarrassment. Taisa closed his eyes and said with a smile that he could not believe that they met again under such circumstances, and that the protagonist was actually a high-ranking player. Kanwoo smiled and thanked the man for such words with an awkward expression. The muscle man put his hand on his waist and said that these people from Andres have a bad reputation. Taeho was lying on the ground under a tree. A hunter in brown clothes was lying in the bushes, and Taisa said that he never thought that they were cow players. He looked at his phone, frowned, and said that he must report this immediately and be sure to notify the Warang. The muscle man introduced the people in black and red uniforms and explained that the Warang were a division of players who were under the government. Kanwoo touched his chin when Taisa said that if they told the Warang that there were cow players in the Andres Guild, they would immediately begin an investigation. The man looked at the protagonist in surprise when he called him and asked him not to tell anyone about what happened for now. The young man crossed his arms and said that he would deal with the Andres Guild himself. Taisa gritted his teeth. He said he agreed, and the protagonist smiled, asking him to forget about everything that happened here. Suddenly, the muscle man fell to his knees. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, looking at his comrade, who shouted that he was a real man. Taisa shouted with a grin that he would help the protagonist on his journey, and that the Andres Guild would answer for everything. The protagonist crossed his arms, looking at the man with confusion, and the man shouted that they would punish the guild themselves. The blond man was lying on his back, his mouth and eyes open. The hunter smirked, exhaled through his nose, and shouted that this sense of justice reminded him of movies. He punched the ground and shouted loudly that he was struck by the protagonist's sense of justice. Kanu crossed his arms, and the man shouted that he would definitely repay him by joining his journey. The protagonist sweated and smiled awkwardly. Taisa smiled too, and the boy thought that he was a second Palak. Hyun bowed and shouted loudly that he also wanted to thank the savior, although he knew that he was no good for anything now. The boy closed his eyes, shouting that he would do everything to help, and the player smiled. He looked down with a smile while Taisa said that this guy would keep quiet and bandage the wounded, since bandits are known to be bad at dealing damage or tanking, so no one would take them into a party. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes when the muscle man said that this was their fate. The bearded man smiled and suggested that they form a new party right now since the bandit also wanted to repay Ken. Hyun blushed, and the muscle man put his hand on his shoulder. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he really appreciated it. Taisa frowned and looked at the bandit in surprise, who said that he was so useless, and now he was a burden to him. He closed his eyes and shouted that this was the reason he wanted to become stronger for their next meeting. The protagonist smiled slightly, looking at the two in shock and thinking that they were definitely crazy. The bandit bowed, saying that it was time for him to go, and Ken along with Taisa waved their hands at him. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that it was very tempting to have people who were indebted to him. Looking at the smiling muscle man, Kanu didn't know what to do with him. He crossed his arms and asked what level the man was. The metal reflected the light. Taisa said that he was level 12 and had just recently reached his second awakening. He said with a confident smile that his first special ability was C rank and he leveled up by hunting. The player touched his chin and widened his eyes in surprise, asking what rank his second awakening special ability was. The muscle man placed his fists on his waist and laughed and said that his second awakening special ability was A rank, and the protagonist thought that he had much more potential than he expected. Kanu asked why the man didn't join a guild when he had the opportunity to join anywhere he wanted, and the man replied with a smile that he had thought about it. The protagonist touched his chin, and Taisa added that there was no need to join anything now. The muscle man clenched his fist and shouted that he was a real man. He pointed at himself and declared that he would follow the savior. He then laughed, and Kanu thought that was not bad. He imagined the silhouettes of the man, and thought that players who obtained a high-ranking special ability on their second awakening had a higher chance of obtaining powerful abilities for their third and fourth awakenings. The protagonist imagined Siola's face, and thought that she should soon reach her second awakening. Then he said that Taisa was accepted. The man clenched his fist happily and smiled, thanking the young man. He took the phone in his hand and offered to exchange contacts with the protagonist. The muscle man promised that he would rush to help in any situation. The protagonist took the phone and replied that he had just wanted to ask him for something. The man frowned, and the player asked him to stay here for now. He handed Taisa the phone and said that his friend would soon finish her basic training. The protagonist asked his new friend to take her into his party so that they could level up together. The man smiled and said that he would gladly accept her when he learned that Solia was a healer. Taisa took the phone and said that it would not be difficult to form a party because damage dealers were easy to find, and asked if the young man would go to the Andres Guild now. The protagonist looked away and hummed thoughtfully. The man opened his mouth, his eyes turned white, blood was visible on his face. He weakly opened his eyes when someone's hand lay on his throat. Kanu pressed him against a tree and said that the scoundrel had better answer questions honestly. He widened his eyes in shock, looking at Kanu, who told him to nod if he understood, which he did. The young man removed his hand from the man's throat. Cow player immediately fell on all fours and coughed. Taisa turned around when the man introduced himself as Kong Keelho. The boy leaned over to Keelho and reminded him that he had said earlier that they needed to take the muscle man alive. The man remained silent as beads of sweat ran down his bloody face. The protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets, and the hunter said that he didn't remember. The protagonist kicked him in the face. Keelho pressed his hands to his face and screamed in pain. He opened his watery eyes and looked at the protagonist in fear, who asked if the villain remembered anything now. The man put his hands on his head and screamed that the reason for not killing was because of the sacrifice. Keelho was shaking in terror, his face covered in blood. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock, looking down. He was squatting, thinking that they were even more broken than he thought. Kangwoo touched his chin with his hand and thought that Hyun had said something like that. Then he smiled. The boy grabbed the face of the terrified player. Kanwoo's eyes widened and he smiled madly. He narrowed his eyes and said that he had something to ask of Keelho. There were bright writings on the wall. The man was walking down a dark street. He was carrying a suitcase. Suddenly, a stranger with long white hair and a flashlight in his hand stopped him and said that he and Taeho had gone hunting to find a victim. Keelho pursed his lips and looked away when the man asked what happened to his face and where Taeho was. The stranger raised his eyebrows in shock when the hunter said that his ally had died. He handed the suitcase to his colleague and the man asked what had happened in there since Taeho had been killed at the D-rank gate. Keelho grabbed the handle of the suitcase and said that there was a high-level player in there. He looked away, sweating in fear, and added that thanks to Taeho, he had barely managed to defeat that bastard. The white-haired man opened the suitcase that the protagonist was in and the hunter said that he had taken him along as a sacrifice. Kanwoo opened his mouth wide, his face was stained with blood, and the man concluded that he was in stable condition. When the man said that Keelho was acting strange, he turned away and frowned, saying that he felt a little shocked about Taeho's death. The man closed the suitcase and told the hunter that the fewer people, the better. The boy frowned in confusion when the stranger said that since Keelho had brought the sacrifice, it meant that he would be able to participate in the baptism, and all the magic would be his too since Taeho was dead. Keelho turned away and pursed his lips tightly when the man asked if he could use some power. He took the handle of the suitcase and asked if Keelho had killed his friend to take his share for himself. He smiled when the cow player yelled at him to shut up and take care of the sacrifice. Keelho then walked away. He gritted his teeth, sweating from worry as the man tried to figure out if his comrade was upset about Taeho's death. The man watched the hunter silently, holding the suitcase in his hand, coming to the conclusion that he was more sensitive than expected. Torches were burning in the red-carpeted room. A man wearing a black cloak stood there, while someone was apologizing to the guild master for being late. The man bowed and said that Taeho was killed in the fight, and that they were delayed because of a high-level player. The guild master turned around and asked about the victim. The man showed the suitcase, saying that the victim was there, and Dokyeon ordered him to bring it here immediately. because they did not have much time. The man took the handle of the suitcase, following the order. The man in the black cloak took Kanu's body, while the others shouted in unison, praising the power of the great Andres. The leader, who was wearing a mask, said that everything was going according to plan. The circular eye slits were shining brightly, and he thought that it had been a year since he had turned. People in black cloaks had gathered in the room, while Doken thought that his followers were growing more and more. People were smiling while reading the speech, and the leader thought that any player who had mastered monstrous power would definitely thirst for power, and he would quench his thirst with magic. He took off his mask with a wide smile and said that it was time to begin the ceremony. He ordered his subordinates to prepare the magic stones with a grin. A chest opened, in which crystals were shining brightly. Doken thought with a grin that the stronger the thirst, the more his body, soul, and strength would transform him into a demon, and in this way he could become a real demon. The leader smiled widely and asked who was receiving the reward today. One of the subordinates bowed and said that it was supposed to be Keelho, but he refused to take part in the ceremony. The rest of the followers turned around in surprise when the leader said that in that case there would be no reward this time. They fell to their knees when the man shouted that the slackers would not receive anything, and if they wanted a reward so much, then they should make a sacrifice. Dokyeon leaned on his cane and added that his subordinates would not have had a chance to perform the baptism ceremony without his instructions. He smirked, his eyes shining brightly, and he said that for that reason, this sacrifice was his. He raised his hand up, ordering the ceremony to begin. The man slammed his cane on the floor, where bright flashes appeared. A red mist appeared around Kanu. The crystals emitted a bright light, and the leader thought that this amount of magic stones would be enough for dozens of rituals. The man smiled contentedly and thought that he would continue to become stronger. Red streams of magic were visible near the split, through which the leader wanted to receive mag. He was kneeling, spreading his arms to the sides. The followers were sitting on the floor. The man rolled his eyes in pleasure, feeling this delightful power, and thought that he wanted to absorb it with every cell of his body. Long legs grew on his hand, and he thought that mag was too dangerous for direct contact, and without an intermediary, the body may not withstand. Doken opened his mouth wide and trembled, thinking that by allowing the victim to absorb all the energy until death, and then drink its blood, he would receive mag in its pure form. The leader extended his trembling hands to the body of the protagonist. The leader opened his mouth wide and thought that Kanu was holding on well. He assumed that the protagonist was an A-rank player. He smiled and thought that the longer the process lasted, the more magic he would be able to receive. His eyes lit up with pleasure. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. His eyes turned white and he began to tremble. The cult leader thought that Kanu was absorbing 15 times more energy than a normal victim. Doken, with a mad smile, concluded that the amount of demonic energy he could absorb was increasing, then he laughed loudly. Streams of energy were hovering around his hand. The leader grinned, looking at the young man with interest. His silhouette was dark against the bright energy, and Doken did not understand why the ritual did not end. The floor under the man was filled with mana. When a barrier was formed, Doken began to ask for it to stop. The cult members began to look at each other. The veins on his face bulged as he screamed, demanding that it stop. A powerful explosion of mana passed through the entire hall. The cult leader fell to his knees. His hand was shaking, he did not understand how this could happen. The protagonist, standing up, said that his stats had increased by 20 points. Dokyeon frowned, horrified. Kanu smiled and asked if he could repeat it. His lips stretched into a wide grin. The cult leader's hands began to shake. The cult members heard his hysterical scream. Dokyeon opened his mouth and screamed, calling Kanu crazy. A moment later, he gathered mana in his hand. The protagonist dodged the fireball. It hit the wall and exploded. The youth chuckled, saying that it was not bad. The cult leader immediately formed several fireballs. Kanu jumped up. Dokyeon waved his cane and blew up one of the fireballs. A moment later, the remaining spheres rushed into the thick of smoke. Suddenly they flew back. The sect leader's face was distorted in shock and incomprehension. A robe of darkness, the power of an iron curtain enveloped the protagonist. The boy smiled, saying that the more mana, the more comfortable. Doken gritted his teeth. He turned his head sharply, ordering the cult members to attack, and they immediately rushed forward. One of them jumped right behind his leader. As he stood up, Kanu was already approaching. A blade formed on his hand. A moment later, he chopped off his opponent's hand with his sword. The boy fell to the floor, blood gushing from his hand. Kanu, using his body, rammed another cultist. Then he pierced his shoulder with his second blade. The man roared in pain. The young man looked away, hearing Doken's screams. He stood not far from him. Smiling madly, the leader of the sect laughed. Forming a huge sphere of flame, he said that it was a flame capable of incinerating any form of life to hell, the power of hellfire. The protagonist straightened up. He turned away, barely holding back his laughter. Doken's pupil narrowed as he said that he didn't know how he controlled mana, but he was nothing compared to his power. The veins on his face bulged even more, and his face twisted in madness. Kanu suddenly formed a giant ball of fire. Doken froze in shock, looking at the ball of fire. His body began to tremble, and he clenched his teeth. The man, looking at the sphere of flame above him, said that this simply couldn't be happening. His body began to tremble. Looking at Kanu's face, he saw his eyes and realized that he couldn't defeat his kind. His palm began to tremble. He suddenly clenched it into a fist, dispersing his flame. Then he abruptly fell to his knees. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding what the man was planning. He suddenly raised his hands and, closing his eyes, greeted Kanu as the great incarnation of Andras. The guy froze in shock, looking at him. The cult leader bowed his head and said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. He was their king, their god, their messiah, a tyrant who should rightfully rule this world. The cult members were wary. Doken waved his hand and ordered everyone to bow their heads immediately, for he was the one who would lead them out of their doomed destinies and lead them to eternal life. Kanu chuckled, realizing that the cult leader was very smart. The cult members knelt down. The man's hands trembled as he said that he recognized them the moment he saw him. They had waited so long for him to descend upon them, O king of all demons. Clasping his fingers, the cult leader introduced himself and said that his heart was breaking with emotion. Kanu raised his hand, realizing that this man was no fool. He understood his position and bowed before him. He could not waste such an opportunity. Wings formed behind the boy's back and he flew up. Doken began to sweat heavily, his eyes watering. Kanu, grinning widely, said that he was the great Andras, the king of hellfire, the lord of all demons. Doken bowed his head, greeting the lord of hellfire. The boy, narrowing his eyes, ordered the head of the cult to let all his subordinates go, for he had something to discuss with him. Sitting on the altar, Kanu told the cultist that he had a couple of questions for him. He answered, saying that he would be happy to answer the great Andras. The young man, parting his lips, ordered him to calm down, for he knew perfectly well that he was not Andras. Doken looked away, nervously. He frowned sharply, asking who he was then. The protagonist, grabbing him, ordered him to be silent, for he was the only one asking questions here. The boy's pupil flashed as he asked Dokyun how this ritual was even possible, how he knew that using the merik extracted from the magic stones, one could create a rift. Trembling all over, the man said that he was taught it. Remembering the masked man, he said that a guy in a demon mask once came to him. He said that if he followed his teachings of the demonic religion, he would grant him immortality. The protagonist slapped him in the face, asking how he could agree to this, not even knowing who he was. Lying on the floor, Dokyun answered, saying that it was because he was very strong. All the guild members were defeated, they were dealt with in no time, they were ordered to either follow him or die. Then, being grabbed by the throat, they were left with no choice but to resign themselves and follow his orders. When the protagonist asked him where the masked bastard was, Dohyun waved his hands, saying that he really didn't know anything, because he hadn't appeared since that day, and gave orders through letters. The protagonist, pointing his weapon at the man, asked if he really followed them so strictly. He, turning away, said that it was because he was very strong. Kana narrowed his eyes, realizing that at first he might have been forced, but soon, succumbing to the temptation of the enormous power of mana, he began to perform rituals of his own free will. The guy lowered his weapon. Rubbing his chin, he tried to understand who it could be. The religion of demons, it seemed like another cult, but these idiots knew how to get to hell. Introducing the cultists, Kana ordered to give him the letters with orders. Soon the man handed over one letter, then the guy was surprised, asking if there was only one letter. Dokyun smiled nervously and said that he had only received one letter. The boy looked down and began to read the letter. His fingers tightened on the paper. It said to absorb and become stronger by converting as many players as possible, and he wondered out loud if he was the only one who had received such an order. Dokyun frowned, saying that he didn't know. The boy began to stand up, mentally saying that he couldn't be the only one, unless they were complete idiots. They would never have carried out this plan by trusting only Dokyun. He grabbed the cult leader. He was furious that these cultists dared to try to turn this beautiful place into hell. His eyes lit up as he said that he would only say 3 things, and he had to listen carefully. Suddenly, a huge demon appeared behind him. He ordered Doken to find out more about the cult leader, not to dare to perform these rituals anymore, and to keep everything that happened here a secret. The man cried, saying that he understood everything. Stepping away from Doken, Kanu mentally said that although he forced them to stop their activities, the Andras Guild had done too many things. They performed rituals more than once or twice. The boy's pupil narrowed. If the government paid attention to them, they would come to him while he was busy investigating this cult. Breaking his cane and looking after Dokyun, he said that even if they caught these guys, he still used the power of fear, so it was impossible for the information to leak. He would just throw them away as soon as they served him. The young man sighed, saying that today was a hard day. It was time for him to heal a little. With a wide smile on his face, the guy entered the house. Siola suddenly approached, asking what happened to him. So much time had passed since he left for the gate, and he had not contacted even once. Taking the phone in his hand, the young man saw 22 missed calls. Scratching the back of his head and smiling, he said that he was fine. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she was very worried. The young man raised his eyelids, saying that he was pleased that she was worried about him, and next time he would definitely warn her. The girl looked away, saying that she was taking him at his word. Turning around, she said that since he was home now, he could have dinner. The guy was happy and said that he wanted kimchi. Seole, smiling and closing her eyes, said that she knew he would say that, so she started making kimchi with stewed meat in advance. The guy clasped his hands and said that she cooks for him every night, and he is very grateful to her. Putting on her apron, the girl said that today she achieved her second awakening while hunting, and it was time for her to start working to repay him. Kano was surprised, asking if she really achieved her second awakening. Tying her apron, Seole asked to listen to him. Opening her eyes, she beamed, saying that she had obtained a B rank ability. She had obtained the special ability, Blessing of Light, along with her second awakening. Clenching her fists, she mentally said that they would make a great party with Tesu, a healer with a high-ranking special ability and an excellent tank. The protagonist was also confident that if the two worked together, their strength would go far beyond normal parties. Sitting down at the table, Kanu asked the girl if she had received invitations from guilds, and which guild she was thinking of joining. Bowing her head, Solia said that she had no intention of joining. Turning away, she said that she wanted to help him instead. The girl's hand trembled when Kanu said that she had received a high-ranking ability, but joining him was a bad idea. The current her would not be able to help him. The girl bowed her head, saying that she understood him. The guy began to take off his jacket. He shook his head, understanding that she could help him in the future, but not now. The boy was much stronger than the players of the same level. If he formed a team now, he would not have the opportunity to gain enough experience or participate in serious battles. The girl was currently living in her own world. In order to train well, Kanu needed to form a party with players who complemented each other. One of them was Tesu, a tank. The other was Solia, a priest healer. Reaching out his hand to the sticks, he mentally said that he knew a tank with an A rank ability. She should team up with him. The most important thing for her now was to increase her level by gaining experience. Solia bowed her head and said that she understood everything. Then Kanu said that when she increased her level and gained experience, they could form a party and go to a higher rank gate. The girl nodded her head. Smiling, she said that she would join this tank. The boy sitting at the table said that they both had great abilities, so they should quickly level up. It would not be difficult for him. Solia smiled and said that she wanted to level up quickly and join him. Looking at the pot, she said that it would take a long time, and until then she would help him as best she could. The protagonist smiled. He was investing in the future. Scratching his chin, mentally saying that now he needed to help raise their level. Then Solia put the pot on the table, saying that the kimchi was already cooked. The guy's eyes widened. He immediately grabbed a spoon and thanked him for the food. Solia, holding a frying pan in her hand, said to try this today. The young man frowned. The filling poured straight into the pot. A bright light burst out of the pot. The guy reached out for the chopsticks. His hand froze above them. Imagining himself a member of the cult, he mentally said that he would definitely destroy them and protect this planet. The player service center appeared and someone said that the C-rank player ID would be delivered to the address tomorrow. The young man, looking down, asked if it could be done today, but the employee said no. His card appeared and the girl explained that starting from this rank, magic stones are thoroughly checked and therefore it is not possible to issue them right away. As he left the office, the guy remembered that Solia said that it would not take more than a day, but that business would not wait anymore. The hero looked up, thinking about something. There were many people walking around, when the protagonist realized that he had not rested even once since returning to Earth, and so far nothing could be done with the demonic cult. Some were smiling broadly. In front of them, people were also looking at each other, talking about something, and the guy realized that he could not miss such a chance. Walking down the street, the hero tried to think of what he could do on such a day. Looking at his phone, the young man remembered that before getting to hell he was extremely poor. While choosing something on the phone, the protagonist realized that he was killing time by reading comics or watching movies. Turning off the phone, the guy decided not to go back to such a pastime. Looking up, the player knew that he couldn't live the same way as 100,000 years ago, because he had to work too much to get back to Earth, and therefore he needed to try everything. Suddenly, his gaze was directed somewhere to the side. There was a sign for a computer club. Sitting down on a chair, the guy realized that this was something new and now realized what an internet cafe with such comfortable chairs was. Looking at the screen, the hero could not believe that you can even order food there. Because is this really paradise? Adding one of the dishes to the basket, the protagonist remembered that everyone says that when coming here, you must definitely try ramen. Pointing the mouse at one of the games, the player decided to play one of the most popular. The guy, rubbing his chin, realized that it was necessary to form a group of 5 people with different roles and it was all like in real life. By clicking on the cat icon, the young man decided to choose the one who cold-bloodedly kills the enemy and does all the dirty work on the battlefield. His eyes widened when the word sounded that the game had begun. Looking at how he killed the enemy, the hero realized that he received gold after killing enemies. A certain crying hero stood behind him and wrote in the chat a question about why he finished off this character. The protagonist thought that this person was also just a newbie. The young man wrote a message in the chat, when suddenly someone from the side said that ramen was ready. The guy raised his hand and asked to put a plate in front of him, and the employee wished him bon appetit. The protagonist took noodles from the plate, saying that it smelled simply delicious, and all this time that player continued to swear in the chat. The chat continued to fill with angry messages as the visitor praised the food. The guy picked up a vegetable with his chopsticks, saying that he now needed to try the radish, while the person continued to write insults in the chat. Holding the chopsticks in his hands, the hero realized how delicious the food was, as ramen with pickled radish was the perfect combination. As he washed down the drink, the guest realized that he would definitely need to order something else, and then wash it down with a refreshing soda. The player's gaze dropped when a scream was heard. The screen showed the death of his game character, but the hero could not understand why such a fate befell him. Suddenly, soda poured out of his mouth when someone was heard shouting insults at someone. The guy looked away, trying to figure out who was shouting. The hero turned in his chair. The visitor, sitting at another computer, asked who he was. She asked him, her mouth open, what he was staring at, because couldn't he see that she was feeling bad and that he should be looking somewhere else? Suddenly, the girl turned her attention to the guy's screen. The hero looked up, listening to her words about it being a coincidence. The protagonist turned even more in his chair. The visitor, standing above him, asked him why he was calmly eating ramen during their sweet chat. Pointing her finger back, she said that he should leave here on good terms. The young man, looking at her, asked what she meant and who she was. The girl, smirking, asked again. Suddenly she attacked him, asking if he was making fun of her. Her eyes immediately widened. The guy raised one hand and asked why she suddenly attacked him and asked her to stop insulting those who had done nothing to her. The interlocutor attacked with her hand again. Another blow followed immediately after. The hero, squinting, did not understand what was wrong with this person. Her eyes opened even wider. Immediately, she made another lunge. The protagonist jumped up from his chair after another blow. The girl continued to attack. The guy dodged her lightning-fast blows. Her gaze was directed straight at him. Her eyes suddenly opened wider. She put her fist in front of her. The guest opened her mouth, trying to say something. Yanju, looking at him, asked who he was, because was he really sent by the Mere Guild? The young man, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he did not understand what she was talking about, because he did not even have a membership in any guild and realized that the guild that the opponent was talking about was in the top 5. The girl, clenching her fist tightly, asked why he was lying, because how could such a fighter not be in a guild? The guy, looking at her, asked if he should join one and immediately asked what guild she was in, and she answered that it so happened that she was in one of the top 5 guilds. With her mouth open, Yanju realized that she accidentally let it slip and got too carried away, and now she should calm down a little. The hero, standing at the cash register, asked for the bill. The employee thanked him and added that they would wait for him in the future, and the girl shouted a question about where he was going, because they had not finished talking yet. The guy turned around and realized that she had noticed him. Coming closer, the interlocutor ordered him to stop acting stupid and answer normally. Frowning, she explained that she had never heard of an A-rank player being without a guild. The protagonist immediately handed her his pass. It said that he belonged to rank D. The girl, opening her eyes wider, asked if he was really a newbie, and the guy answered affirmatively. Yanju, looking ahead, could not understand how this could be, because she would have been able to defeat him if he were a newbie, because these were really the skills of a player of such a rank. The young man, approaching the door, asked if she had finished and said that he was already leaving. The interlocutor, raising her hand, tried to ask him to wait. Opening her mouth, she thought about this person. The sign of the computer club appeared. The guy looked down. Looking at his hand, the hero realized that many of his abilities were still sealed and he had almost no strength, although he still had combat reflexes due to many years of experience. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he could not count on meeting a person at the same level so quickly. Remembering how she attacked, the guy thought about her movement at the end. Imagining how the girl hung over him, the young man realized that for a moment the opponent simply disappeared from his field of vision. He remembered how her hand approached him. Exhaling, the hero tried to understand who this girl was. His eyes immediately opened. Someone was opening the window with their hand. Then a certain person stepped on the window frame with his foot. Yanju jumped out of this window. Her gaze was directed somewhere down. Taking out her phone, she realized that there was no one nearby and it was also quite noisy. There was a certain symbol on the phone. The girl brought the phone to her ear, hearing the words that the Scarlet Rose Strategy Department was speaking to her, and then asked them to connect her with the head of the HR department. She had one hand in her pocket. The man, with his mouth open, introduced himself as the head of the HR department and asked what had happened. Yanju, looking down, said that she needed him to urgently conduct an investigation, which was extremely important, and he asked if this was somehow related to the demonic cult. The girl, clenching her fist tightly, answered that it could be so. With her mouth slightly open, she said that she thought that the player was hiding his identity, despite the fact that he was extremely suspicious, because she managed to see his card. Remembering how the hero showed it to her, she said his name and added that it was written on that card that this person was a D rank. Having presented the D and C rank cards, the interlocutor explained that if this was so, then he did not have a mana stone for identification, which meant that it was much easier to forge it than a C rank card and above. The girl stood on the air conditioner, listening to the words of the head of the HR department that if he really was a D rank player, then therefore he could only kill players of his level and below. She answered in the negative. Looking forward, the player said that the hero was definitely not who he claimed to be, because he managed to predict all of her actions. She looked away, listening to the other person's words about how even if the girl didn't give it her all, not a single follower of the demonic cult was able to react to her attacks in time. And then Yanju replied that it was until today, and realized that she had been investigating the affairs of the demonic cult for a long time, but they were all far from her. A memory of his eyes glowing appeared in her head. She also remembered how he dodged her attacks. She also remembered how she was ready to attack him and assumed that these were just his reflexes. She raised her thumb, listening to the other person's words about how, judging by his skill, that person was one of the main ones in this cult, or even their leader, and asked if this could mean that they had started acting seriously. The girl, clenching her fist tightly, explained that they could not ignore even this possibility, and the other person should just quickly find more information about him. She looked at the phone. Looking down, Yanju realized that although it was unknown whether the player was related to the cult, he was clearly stronger than her. In her hands was a certain button. The boy, looking at his shirt, said that his button had come off and assumed that it was because his dodging was not good enough. His gaze was directed downwards. The girl's gaze was directed there too. She was looking at her hand. The boy, frowning, thought about how her opponent was stronger than him. The girl clenched her fist tightly. Looking at her hand, the fighter realized that if he really was a D rank and all this was his talent, then there was no guarantee that she would be able to maintain her position as a high-ranked player, as long as he existed, and realized that she needed to become stronger in order to be prepared for any unexpected events. The boy, looking back, noted that he thought that he would finally be able to have a proper rest and decided to go to the C-rank gate tomorrow as soon as he managed to get his ID. His gaze was directed somewhere behind. The door to the women's restroom appeared. The girl, coming out of it, said that the break was over. Approaching the chair, she also noted that apparently that idiot had already left. There was something written on the screen. Suddenly her eyes opened wider. The screen said that the rank was lowered to bronze. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she would definitely find the protagonist and finish him off. The guy, hugging himself, did not understand what it was, because he even shuddered a little. The protagonist, standing near the gate, said that this was the mocked-on gate of rank C. Looking at the brochure, the guy realized that there would be trolls there and, whatever the case, he urgently needed to go hunting, but suddenly someone asked him to stop. The man, approaching him, explained that only C-rank players in a team of 5 were allowed to enter. The same one asked about the reason for such a decision. The man, introducing a certain enemy, said that a troll boss had appeared and that entering alone was prohibited. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, replied that he understood everything, realizing that it was extremely fortunate that monsters had appeared right after receiving the license. The protagonist stood not far from the crowd of other players who were talking to each other about the new monster that had appeared and how they would deal with it. The guy, looking to the side, realized that the C-rank gate definitely gave off a different atmosphere compared to the lower rank gates. Looking at the fighter, the hero also noticed that even the equipment of the other people was much better. Watching the guard scan the pass, the young man thought that the inspection also seemed stricter, which was what he lacked, because he needed to go alone and there was no other way. The man was shouting with his mouth open that they would be the ones to take the boss's head off and earn 1 million won. The hero looked back and listened to the other 2 warriors talking about their uncertainty about going there. Standing in the crowd, the boy realized that there was uncertainty, panic, fear, and anticipation, as he heard many conversations and questions about whether they would be able to get out of there alive, and also a suggestion to skip the hunt. Grinning, the young man knew that he needed to add a spoonful of anger to it, because it would be the perfect seasoning. Raising his hand, the protagonist knew that he didn't even have to do anything. As with the hobgoblin, someone on the side said that 1 million sounded very tempting, and also words about how much time has passed since these people rose from D rank. The hero put his hand on the shoulder of one of them, realizing that he only needed to push forward and this push would be enough. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of this person due to the use of the power of rage. The person, smirking, asked about whether they would really be so pathetic all their lives. The comrade, with his mouth open, asked what happened to the comrade. Imagining how he was beaten, the fighter said that even in middle and high school, they were beaten by bullies. Remembering his tear-stained face, the player said that they dreamed of tearing these bastards to shreds all their lives, because it was real hell. A light illuminated the face of the beaten guy, and the warrior reminded that it was then that the gates opened, and they began to think that their prayers had been heard after all. He remembered the smile on his face, and said that then they thought that they would finally have power, and they would no longer have to humiliate themselves. The player, opening his mouth wide, shouted a question about what was happening now, because why did they start listening to threats about some monsters? His comrades, looking at him, asked him what had come over him and also why he was acting strange that day. The guy, opening his mouth even wider, shouted that they should not tremble with fear forever, because they were the ones who had to cut these monsters into pieces. The girl, also opening her mouth, agreed with him and also shouted that she would never forgive the bastards who killed his brother, and therefore she would kill everyone. The man, his mouth slightly open, could not say a word, while someone in the crowd continued to shout that he would kill everyone and get a reward for all the suffering he had to endure. Immediately after, the fighter clenched his teeth. Clenching his fists, the warrior shouted that they were right and he was tired of living like this, because monsters or not, they would not be fighters if they could not bring every bastard who humiliated them to their knees. Everyone else also opened their mouths and loudly shouted that they agreed with them. The guards, looking ahead, tried to understand what was going on there, because some kind of commotion just started. The hunter, coming closer, shouted that they should open this gate faster. All the hunters suddenly rushed to the gate shouting that they would defeat that boss. The man looked down and asked what had gotten into those people, as he had never seen such a reaction to a boss before. Someone suddenly rushed past him while the guard was saying that this was the front gate of the C rank and there were a huge number of players who were asking for confirmation to enter. Having rushed through the wall, the guy realized that it was wonderful to see how they all worked together, and it was an extremely charming sight. Grinning, the young man said that the entire reward would belong to him. On the other side of the gate was sand. The hero stepped onto it, saying that this was a desert. Walking forward, the player noted that this place was significantly different from the same swamp. Looking into the distance, the guy realized that it would be problematic to find the boss here, as this was an extremely vast area and suggested that he needed to use the power of the heavens. Looking down, the young man said that perhaps this was the right time for such power. Looking at the window with the characteristics, the player noticed that there were already more than 50 points in magic. Jumping on the rock, the protagonist decided to use this power. Immediately after, the fighter put his hands on the sand. All something red began to emanate from them after using the power of the demon Asura. Big red eyes appeared above these rocks. 2 trolls immediately appeared. They were doing something on the sand. The young man, squinting, realized that there was too much information here, which caused him a simply stunning effect. He also noticed 3 more trolls. Behind them was the sought-after boss. Looking at his face, the guy realized that everything was done perfectly. After, the warrior raised his hands from the sand, thinking that he still managed to find his target. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the young man also noticed that there were too many soldiers around the boss. Looking at the players who came, the hero realized that they were also all rushing there. Still standing on the rock, the guy thought that he might be able to use them. They were shouting that they would tear off the head of the local boss. Suddenly, the young man disappeared from the cliff. Jumping on other mountains, the hero realized that the rest would just have to deal with the soldiers of that boss. The first enemies appeared. Looking at the boss, the protagonist knew that he needed to lure out his closest minions first. Something began to appear in his hand when the young man decided to begin his performance. Something dark blue was bursting out of his hand. A blade immediately appeared in it. The player was spinning very quickly, creating a semblance of a tornado. In his hands was the same sword. The young man continued to spin. His eyes were glowing bright red. Suddenly, a beam hit the boss and a notification appeared that he was defeated. A spear was sticking out of the enemy's body and several more notifications appeared, which said that the players received additional experience points for defeating the monster, and also that he made the greatest contribution to the destruction of the boss, thereby receiving 3 times more experience points. The hero's eyes widened when the message about gaining 4 levels appeared, because he could not believe that he had defeated such an enemy with 1 blow. Looking down, the boy tried to figure out if it was really a boss. Looking at the notifications, the young man realized that the status window said so, but he could not understand if it was normal for a monster of such a rank to be so weak. Remembering this enemy in life, the protagonist knew that it was not weak at all, because based on the data, it was definitely a boss corresponding to rank C, and apparently its strength was simply much higher than expected. Rolling up his sleeves, the hero remembered that he was going to hunt, while being extremely careful, but with such strength it was simply impossible. The trolls looked at each other. Suddenly, they turned around. The young man was already standing in front of them. Smiling, the boy said that their plans were apparently changing. The monsters suddenly opened their mouths wide. They immediately rushed at him. 2 blades appeared on the hero's wrists. There was a smirk on his face. The protagonist opened his eyes wider and explained that since things had turned out this way, they would be finished off in an instant. Immediately after, the player found himself behind his enemies. The blade on his hand had some kind of blue glow. Blue cuts appeared on the trolls' bodies. Suddenly, they began to glow brighter. Some kind of blue flame burst out of them. Immediately, blades began to crawl out of these wounds. The hero spread his arms, not turning around to look at what was happening. Looking back, the guy realized that with such a quantity of magic, he could use an attack that released the full power of the blade without any problems. The young man glanced to the side at the system notifications, which stated that he had successfully destroyed the C-rank trolls, thanks to which his level had increased by 2, and also a notification about receiving the Earthblade skill. Several more monsters came up to him when the protagonist thought about the skills that were received by players who often used their special abilities. The monsters were looking in one direction, growling. Something began to appear from the guy's finger when he decided to test his new skill. This drop created many small waves on the sand. Suddenly, they began to grow, changing color to purple. The monsters were still looking in one direction and growling. This wave touched the leg of one of them. Immediately, a blade passed through his leg. They immediately began to run away, screaming. Immediately after, more blades began to appear from the ground. One of them was heading towards the fleeing enemy. The monster turned around. The guy, standing in a circle, noted that the effect had really improved. On the ground lay the bloody hand of his enemy, when the hero asked himself if it was time to enjoy his reward. Something appeared under this limb after using the power of the devourer. Black and purple monsters began to eat the corpses of enemies, and immediately a notification appeared stating that the player's magic level had been increased by 2 units. The young man, rubbing his chin, thought that such a small increase is due to the fact that this characteristic of his already exceeded 50 units, and it also increased by 2 when he had to transform magic stones, and apparently this is what they meant when they said that it would be more difficult to gradually increase the indicators. Monsters began to be sucked into his shadow when he thought that his leveling speed was still normal, and he only had 4 levels left to get the 4th awakening. Suddenly, the young man disappeared from this sand, deciding to hunt a little more. The hunters, having come to this place, tried to understand where this boss was, because they were told that they were going for something big, but they did not even manage to see their enemy. One of the people, turning around, asked if they were sure that the military was not mistaken. The interlocutor answered affirmatively, and explained that he had even seen various little things about this boss. Remembering the monster, one of the hunters said that he was right, because they only saw a couple of trolls running away strangely. Looking at the hole in the ground, they said that there were traces of a fight, but there was no corpse. The player, closing his eyes, suggested that his comrade go back, and he agreed with him. They began to walk away, saying that they apparently simply miscalculated the time. The hero, looking out from behind the rock, thought that this was indeed a relief for him. Walking behind them, the young man knew that he needed to join them unnoticed and take advantage of the fuss in order to leave this place, while they were still discussing their dissatisfaction with the absence of the boss in this gate. They, leaving the gate, shouted that because of this news they missed their work. After all, did the military really miscalculate the time? The young man, looking out from behind their backs, understood that everything was going according to plan, when suddenly someone shouted for everyone to be quiet. Immediately after, the protagonist's eyes widened. Looking at the people in red suits, the hero assumed that this was the Warang squad. The hunters, looking at them, did not understand what they were doing here, because someone really beat up one of the guards. Someone was walking in a coat when someone was talking about how this was just a waste of time. A girl was walking near the soldiers. It was Young, the commander of the 3rd Warang squad. The commander, hitting the ground with her weapon, ordered everyone to remain silent and explained that they had something to tell the players. She looked to the side, starting to say something. The hunters looked at the soldiers when the girl said that they received information that cow players were spotted at the D-rank gate. One of the fighters' eyes were wide open when the commander said that they came here for a surprise inspection and they had to check all the players of the 3rd awakening and above. The boy, looking ahead, listened to the crowd's words about these cow players. The boy immediately frowned. Looking at the girl, the hero realized who they were looking for. The girl was staring at something. The hunters, standing in front of the entrance to the gate, listened to the inspector's words about not worrying, because this inspection would not take much time, because they only needed to make sure that there were no people they were looking for among them. The protagonist, looking ahead, realized that he had acted a little more suspiciously today and perhaps these people might be referring to him. The military were checking the documents of other players, while the boy thought that if this was the case, it would be dangerous to do anything that would stand out to the military department, and also realized that there were too many eyes in this place to escape. Looking at the commander, the boy also knew that one glance from her was enough to understand that it was too difficult to pass by her. Bowing his head, the boy realized that he would need to leave as soon as possible, when suddenly someone asked him to show his ID. The girl, holding out her hand, asked if he had lost his document. The hero handed it to her, thinking that he might be paranoid. The commander peered at it. The protagonist, looking down, understood that from now on he should be more careful, since the cow players had already made their move and suggested that he could try to find out something from her. The young man, raising his hand, thanked her for personally taking action, but she replied that forcing subordinates to do all the work does not earn authority. The guy, looking at her, noted that she really is worthy of respect. The girl peered at the ID when the hero said that apparently there really were more cow players lately. She looked away, answering affirmatively and explaining that this is exactly why they conduct such checks. Handing the document back, Young said that it passed the check. The protagonist looked down. Taking his ID, the player noted that in order to live well, it is enough to simply hunt monsters, and it is scary to realize that for the sake of money, people are ready to kill other people, and she agreed with him, noting that the influence of money these days is extremely frightening. Squinting, the hero realized that she was lying, because they are well aware that cow players are not chasing money at all. The girl, turning away, said goodbye to him, while the guy was thinking about the fact that the government must also be pursuing a demonic cult. Suddenly, she looked at him again when he asked if they could tell which players specifically they are pursuing. She turned her head, thanking him for his courtesy, but asked him to leave this matter to them. The commander, with her mouth slightly open, explained that the safety of the players is their responsibility. The girl, with her hands on her hips, noted that he had recently reached C rank and explained that she understood his desire to hunt in high rank gates, but advised him to increase his level in D rank gates since it was safer. Young, looking away, added that kind-hearted people like him were rare in these times and said that she hoped that there would only be more of them in the future. The guy, smirking, realized that it would be a disaster if there were even more like him and immediately thanked her. Looking after her, the young man assumed that they were conducting a secret investigation. Putting the phone to his ear, the hero asked if Taisa wanted to meet and thought that since the government was also investigating the demon's followers, it would be better for him to wait out this time as well. The comrade, raising his hand, said that he was extremely pleased to meet her. The man asked, smiling, if she was the healer he had been told about, and the girl answered affirmatively. She closed her eyes and introduced herself. The comrade, blushing, noted that she was incredibly beautiful. The young man, sitting down on a chair, reminded her that he had already said earlier that he wanted them to hunt together in the D-rank gate. The comrade, with his mouth open, agreed with him, because anyone would want a healer with a special B-rank ability on their team, and also asked if this was the only ability of the daughter-in-law. The girl, with her mouth open, asked again. The fighter, smiling, explained that there was nothing to be embarrassed about and asked her to tell him more about her ability. Having introduced the action of the skill, she said that her ability was called the Blessing of Light, and in addition to healing, it has the ability to increase the values of strength, health, and agility. Taisu, opening his eyes wider, asked if this meant that she could simultaneously heal and strengthen. Solia, closing her eyes, answered affirmatively and added that she could also use skills to attack. The man noted that this girl was truly incredible. The comrade, looking at the hero, explained that it was very difficult to find healers who could strengthen and resist enemies and that even high-level guilds could immediately accept her, and she thanked him. The girl, smiling, replied that she did not even plan to join a guild. Drinking something from a glass, Taisa said that he was going to become a legend among players together with the protagonist. Wiping his mouth, the man said that Americano was really the best coffee. The young man, holding a glass of drink in his hands, asked if he had found anyone to play the role of the one who would deal damage. The same one answered affirmatively and added that he had 2 cool people. Introducing these people, the friend said that they had recently achieved the second awakening and were both so talented that it was unclear why they were not in guilds yet, and noted that he was sure that the guy would like them, because his friend had an incredible sense of people. The hero, remembering the previous candidates, asked if his sense was really that incredible. The same one answered that sometimes there are moments when mistakes are made. The man, raising his hand, also explained that he was sure that they could be trusted, since they had already met in the first days of goblin hunting, and if the interlocutor did not mind, then they could meet tomorrow before the hunt. The young man noted that this was indeed a good idea and asked if the girl was against it. The same one answered negatively, because everything is fine if it is Kanu's acquaintance. Looking down, she also added that she needed to hurry up to increase her level faster, and therefore she would work harder to join him. The hero looked away and asked her not to rush, because the most important thing was her safety. The comrade, smiling, said that it was extremely pleasant to watch, and the young man again asked him not to stare. Taisu, crossing his arms over his chest, said that they would meet in the Incheon area then, and a little later he would be sent the exact address, and the guy asked why that place was so far away if there was a D-rank gate nearby. Then the comrade asked if there had been too many incidents in that place, and immediately added that he was now planning to change his target and go to the D-rank gate to hunt trolls, not lizardmen. The hero, with his mouth open, asked if those were the trolls for beginners. Having introduced these monsters, the man answered affirmatively and said that for beginners they would be better than lizardmen, because they were stronger, which meant they would be able to level up faster, and added that hunting them would also be easier, because they would not have to try to remain silent, like in the same swamp. The protagonist, looking at his comrade, thanked him for the good idea and thought that he was smarter than expected and a better subordinate simply could not be found. Putting the glass on the table, the guy said that they would see each other tomorrow then, and his comrade asked why he was already leaving. Taisa looked away when the young man said that he still had some things to do. The player, rolling up his sleeves, answered that he still needed to work on leveling up and realized that he was already level 29 and had very little time left until his 4th awakening. His eyes turned red again. A huge eye appeared over the desert after using the observer's power. A crowd of monsters could be seen in the distance. They were all looking somewhere when the boy thought that he should start with 8 enemies. The protagonist quickly rushed through their crowd. Cuts were visible on their necks. The boy shook the blood off his blade, wondering how much longer he would have to hunt. Looking to the side, the boy thought that he smelled a familiar smell. Human corpses appeared and the player realized that it was the smell of human blood. One of the cliffs appeared. Jumping from it, the boy realized that death during hunting was still a normal phenomenon. Flying off this cliff, the hero realized that such a smell could not be so strong, unless about 5 or 6 people died, because a group consisting of C-rank players was really destroyed at once even without an attack from the boss. Looking down, the boy thought that in this case, there was a possibility that this was the work of cow players. Several corpses appeared ahead. The hero landed next to them. Looking at the face of one of them, the player realized that they were all already dead and thought that the demonic cult would not kill them, because they needed victims. The young man, crossing his arms over his chest, tried to understand who could have killed them, because the smell began to spread only recently. Looking to the side, the guy knew that this only meant that the culprit was still nearby. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. In the hands of some creature was a human hand. In front of him stood the guardian of the 1000th hellish circle, but the player could not understand what the hellish hound could be doing here. The monster, opening its mouth wide, growled loudly. Immediately, the enemy rushed to attack. The protagonist looked up. Immediately after, the young man attacked his opponent with one of the blades. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that he was already familiar with this power. Some energy began to accumulate near the enemy's mouth. Immediately, a bright orange ball burst out of it. An explosion of enormous size appeared in front of him after the projectile hit. The monster, looking forward, growled. The hero soared into the air, thinking that the power of the blades was useless and decided to use something else. Something immediately began to appear in his hands. It was a black spear. The guy began to spin it above himself. The monster raised its head, trying to find the man. Immediately after, the spear pierced his body and he loudly growled in pain. The enemy fell to the ground. The hero, opening his mouth, said that he had finally dealt with him. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide. The monster ran at him again with a loud growl, when the young man realized that he had only enraged his opponent. The protagonist leaned heavily on one leg. Hanging in front of the enemy, the hero knew that he needed to find his weak spot. The young man immediately sent his leg to strike. The monster's mouth was wide open. The guy, opening his mouth, decided to use his plan now. The enemy was already approaching him. Suddenly the ground began to break behind him after using the power of shaking. The ground beneath them began to crumble. The fighter was already above his enemy. In his hands was that spear again. Immediately after, the player attacked him in the head. The player's eyes were wide open. The monster closed its mouth. They landed on the bottom. Immediately they disappeared from there. That hole was visible. Immediately the enemy hit the guy with his paw. The young man slid along the ground. His teeth were clenched tightly. The guy, standing in front of his opponent, realized that it was quite pleasant for him to get back on his feet. Looking at the spear in the monster's head, the hero realized that attacks of such force would not be enough to kill him. Frowning, the player noticed that he was as damn persistent as always. The monster, standing in front of him, growled. His body began to be covered with some kind of red glow. Immediately its entire surface began to burn with the same flame. Something burst out towards the guy. The young man, opening his mouth, said that he was just a dog that didn't know his place. The man's hands began to be covered in black energy. His body also took on a red glow after using the power of the demon Baphomet. The monster was still looking forward. Something black with a face appeared behind the hero. His eyes were closed. Immediately after, the protagonist attacked his opponent with his hand. The opponent, in turn, flew into the air from a blow of such force. The monster flew even higher. In front of the guy, after the fall, a huge amount of dust rose. Looking forward, the young man realized that his enemy was extremely durable. Looking at him, the hero understood that it would be good to use two powers at the same time. The player, getting into a fighting stance, knew that it was good that he had a chance to lay down many such creatures from hell. The monster raised its head, growling, while the protagonist thought that his current level was more than enough to deal with it. The monster began to fall somewhere. The guy, looking forward, thought that this dog was extremely annoying and immediately received a notification about the successful destruction of a C-rank fragment. His gaze dropped down when messages began to appear about increasing the level by 5 units, about receiving the 4th awakening, and also about receiving a special ability of the new awakening, the effect of which allows you to wield magic faster and more naturally, and which also helps to hide the user's magic from other players. The hero, looking at the notification, could not understand what fragment they were talking about. The young man, looking down, realized that he had once heard something about the core of the rift, and perhaps they call creatures from hell that way. Looking at the head of the monster, the guy tried to understand how it even got to this place. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist also remembered that she could not use the weapon of the 7 princes and wondered what this rift was and whether it was somehow connected with hell. The player, rubbing the back of his head, said that it didn't matter, because dwelling on something without a single clue was just a waste of time and he should check the rest of the notifications. The young man, with his mouth open, tried to understand what he had managed to get. In front of his eyes was a system window, which said about a special A-class skill that was obtained thanks to receiving the 4th awakening. The hero, raising his hand, realized that now, having received the 4th awakening, He no longer had to worry about trifles and also realized that he now had the opportunity to feast to his heart's content. The devourers began to absorb the enemy's body. Grinning, the protagonist knew that at this rate he would be able to get all his mana and become stronger than he was in hell. The devourers continued to eat the corpse of this monster. The guy, leaving the gate, wondered whether he should go home. Smiling, the player was thinking that today was an extremely good day and if he could eat kimchi at home, then he could consider the day a success, when suddenly someone greeted him. His eyes immediately opened. The girl was standing next to him. She, adjusting her visor, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero, squinting, looked at her. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that it seemed to him that they were not so close to greet each other so directly, because he did not even know the identity of the interlocutor, because did not they solve all the business in the internet cafe. Then the girl introduced herself. The young man's eyes opened when he remembered the two players who said that no one could compare in strength to Yeonju, and realized that he heard her name there. Immediately, images of 4 people appeared in his head, each of whom led their own guild, each of which was in the top 5. The girl had a smile on her face when the protagonist asked if she was from the Red Rose, and she answered affirmatively. Grinning, the guy realized that it was no wonder that she was so strong and asked what the leader of a large guild wanted from him. The girl, standing in front of him, explained that she found out a little about him and immediately said his name, date of birth, and that he was raised in an orphanage in Jongseon, but there was no adoption history, and it was also known that after leaving the orphanage, the interlocutor began to live on his own. Yeonju, crossing her arms over her chest, added that there had been no word from him for the past 5 years, but he suddenly registered as a player this year and asked if this was true. The young man, bowing his head, said that he did not know why she needed all this information, but it was true. The interlocutor, picking up the phone, explained that he was registered as a player on March 16th, which was about 3 weeks ago. Having introduced this player earlier, she also said that the results of testing candidates at the control center showed that his special ability of the First Awakening belonged to rank F, but she was sure that this was not the correct indicator at all, because if he really was a player of such a rank, he would not have been able to reach the gate of rank C in 3 weeks. The girl, looking at the screen, also added that he appeared out of nowhere 5 years later and was already hunting in the gate of not the lowest rank, and explained that at first she thought that he had forged his ID because he was a criminal, but she immediately said that his face and fingerprints matched the data in the database. The guy, with his mouth open, asked how she managed to get his fingerprints. She, pressing something on the phone, asked if he remembered how they took them from him during registration. The protagonist, standing in front of her, realized that she had the information of the gates he visited and his fingerprints, and the large guilds apparently had much more influence than expected. Yeonju said that she was then convinced that he was not a player with a fake ID. She folded the phone in her hand. Looking up, the girl explained that the young man was obviously a player with outstanding talent, and perhaps he would be able to surpass even her. The hero slightly tilted his head, listening to her words about how he could be stronger than even Kang Hyun himself. The protagonist, looking at her, thanked her for such a high assessment, and asked what she wanted from him. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. Raising one of them, Yeonju explained that they, as the Red Rose Guild, wanted to sponsor him. The guy standing in front of her noted that he did not expect to hear this at all, and she asked him what he was thinking about initially. The young man, smiling slightly, explained that he thought she would ask him to join their guild. The girl, bowing her head, asked how she could ask a player who was hiding behind an F rank to join her guild. She, closing her eyes, also added that he would not hide his abilities if he had any intention of joining somewhere, and then the hero asked about this sponsorship. The interlocutor, raising her hand, said that this was ordinary financial support, with the help of which he would be able to increase his level faster. The protagonist, smiling broadly, asked what benefit she would get from this, because did she really want him to help her in that game, and she screamed that she would kill him. Putting her hand on her head, Yeonju said that she simply offered him. The young man, smiling, said that he was joking, because it was his first time playing that game and therefore he did not know what to do, and she replied that it was because of him that she could not reach the silver rank. The player, looking up, noted that since she was still at bronze, this was an extremely low level, and the interlocutor shouted that everything was wrong, because she played well, but she just never had luck with her team. The guy, raising his hand, suggested that they stop joking and asked why she was trying so hard to sponsor him. The guild leader, adjusting her cap, explained that he would simply become even stronger. Some purple aura was around the young man when the interlocutor was talking about the newbie who became a player only 3 weeks ago, and in such a short period of time he managed to rise monstrously quickly and could also hunt alone in the gates of E, D, and even C ranks, and it can be concluded that he will become much stronger than now. Then the protagonist asked about what this sponsorship is. The girl, having presented some cards, said that they will provide him with temporary rights to enter any gate, up to the gate of rank A. The guy, smiling, said that he already likes it. She, bowing her head, continued to talk about the fact that if the player wants to form a group, then he will be provided with people from their guild, of any classes, and he will also have the opportunity to sell magic stones through the guild, avoiding taxes. The guy, opening his mouth, said that saving on taxes and help with the group sounded just great. After presenting the armor and weapons, she also explained that they could provide him with equipment, and of course, if he wanted something top-notch, he would have to put a deposit on it. But regular gear or something like that would be free, and added that they could provide a house and a car if he wanted. The hero, slightly tilting his head, thought that they were suspiciously kind to him. The girl, closing her eyes, explained that this was her contribution to the future, while the protagonist noted that this all sounded extremely unrealistic. Yanju, opening her eyes, explained that they would not give him all this for free, since the guild would give him different tasks that he would have to complete. The young man, rubbing his chin, understood that this meant that the guild had a lot of assignments, and they were probably offering this sponsorship so that in return he would have to fulfill some of their requests. The girl looked somewhere when the guy asked if he could find out the details of these tasks. She, still standing, answered negatively. The protagonist, closing his eyes, assumed that this was an extremely long story and said that he would not insist on it. Holding out his hand, the player thought that if they asked for something ridiculous, he would definitely have the opportunity to simply refuse to do it. Smiling, the player said that he accepted her offer. A smile also appeared on the girl's face. Still holding his hand, the hero knew that this was not just a great opportunity to make connections in a large guild, but a chance to take advantage of the privileges and support they provided. The head of the guild also extended her hand. They shook them as the guy thought that he simply could not refuse such an offer. Smiling, the young man said that he agreed to her offer. The girl, looking up, noted that this was the right decision. The protagonist, looking at her, asked when she was going to tell him the details of the request, and the interlocutor answered that it would happen when the time came. The guy looked up, listening to her words about how he simply couldn't help her with his current level of strength. The hero, standing in front of her, explained that she simply wasn't seeing the whole picture. The player, pointing at himself, said that he was much stronger than she thought. The girl's eyes widened. She closed them, thinking that he was extremely arrogant. The leader, putting his hands in his pockets, explained that it wasn't just about strength, and the guy asked what the matter was then. Yanju, picking up the phone, said that they didn't have enough evidence yet, and couldn't just talk about it. The protagonist, rubbing his chin, thought that he didn't need to pry this information out of her now. Holding out the phone, she asked him to write down the number. Taking her mobile device in his hands, the guy asked when he would have the opportunity to get the equipment, and his comrade replied that he could do it at any time. Taking her phone, she asked him if he wanted to take it now. The hero realized that he should get equipment if he wanted to save magic and answered that it would be nice. The leader, turning around, asked him to go with her to the office of their guild. The young man inquired about the place where their office was. The girl, turning around, answered that it was near the Seoul station. People, turning around, tried to understand what kind of car was driving there. The child, pointing somewhere with his finger, said that the car was very cool and offered his father to buy it. This car appeared when people around were discussing it. Someone took hold of the door and called out to someone. The girl, getting behind the wheel, asked the young man to get in. The hero, sitting in the passenger seat, asked how much such a car cost. The interlocutor answered that she did not look at the price and therefore she would not be able to answer this question accurately. The protagonist listened with wide eyes to her words about how she was probably worth around 10 million won. The young man, looking at her, could not believe that this was the same girl who was in a sports uniform and a cap in that internet cafe and understood why people like foreign cars. The car's wheel began to spin. The guy, with his mouth open, noted that this car was moving as if it were sliding and added that this was expected from such an expensive vehicle. Yanju asked if he wanted them to pick one for him, and the hero asked if she was serious. The girl, smiling, answered affirmatively and reminded that she said that they could provide him with a car. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. The guy, smiling broadly, said that from now on he would address her as an older sister, and the headmistress asked again and reminded that she did not ask him to say such a thing, because she would now throw up because of it, and added that she would rip out the airbags from the passenger side. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, asked her to look at the road and noted that he would be very grateful if they bought him a car like that too, but she said that if he refused the assignment, or something went wrong, then all of it would be confiscated from him. The guy, looking ahead, explained that this was very stingy of her, and the interlocutor told him to shut up, because didn't he understand how many people she still had to feed. The young man, fastening his seatbelt, said that he would be silent and asked her to focus on the road. The car was parked near a building and words were heard that they had arrived. The player, getting out of the car, said that this building was really huge. Noticing the guild sign, the guy thought that this place was not inferior in size even to the player support center, and this apparently meant the power of one of the main guilds, when suddenly someone asked about its cost. The hero, entering inside, realized that it was a great decision to get connections with such a guild, when suddenly someone greeted them. The man, holding out his hand, said that apparently their guest was the very player the leader had talked about. Hyunwoo, closing his eyes, introduced himself. The guy shook his hand and also said his name. Another person was standing next to him, and the leader said that this was the commander-in-chief of the task force. The man had an extremely serious face when the protagonist tried to understand why he was looking at him so intently. The ward, smiling, noted that apparently the conversation with the leader went well and thanked him for accepting their offer. The guy, looking at him, explained that he would not refuse to drink poison with such conditions. Hyunwoo, standing in front of them, asked if he needed to take him to the warehouse with equipment. The girl said that she would take him herself, because the subordinate already had a lot of work. The man bowed, but then the commander-in-chief explained that he was going with them. The leader, looking up, asked about the reason for his trip. The hunter, his mouth open, said that he wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person he was. Yeonju, continuing to look up, noted that they would have to see each other often and that was why they should become friends, and added that he could really go with them. A board appeared above the elevator. The doors began to open. The three of them walked along the corridor, and the leader said that their inventory warehouse was located here. Putting her hand on the device, she explained that she could not provide him with anything. The guy's mouth fell open when the girl said that they could provide him with any equipment he wanted, of any rank. The leader, turning around, also said that they would provide high-level equipment after he paid the deposit, and explained that he now had the opportunity to look around like a bat. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, asked if there were any legendary or mythical items in the storage, and she replied that they weren't stored here, since all such weapons were used. The hero, looking back, asked if they had any high-end equipment, and she answered in the affirmative. The young man, with his mouth open, asked how much of a deposit he needed to make to obtain such a weapon, and she replied that the price was 50 million won. The hero's mouth closed when the leader explained that the price was after a discount. Looking through the glass, the boy knew that he couldn't afford it. Looking back, the protagonist asked if he should look at the middle-class equipment first. Both of them looked in the same direction. The man's aura heated up. The man, gritting his teeth, asked about their guest's manners. The boy, with his mouth open, asked again. The commander-in-chief, looking at him, explained that he should address the chief with respect, because she was higher in status than him. Anger was clearly visible on his face. A smile appeared on the young man's face. The hero, opening his mouth, said that he did not want to do this. The interlocutor looked at him angrily. The man, raising his weapon, tried to say something. The protagonist silently looked at him. The blade was already in front of his face, when suddenly someone called out to the second fighter. The chief was visible in the reflection. The girl, standing near them, asked what her subordinate was doing. She, opening her mouth, addressed him again. Looking at him, the chief asked whether he was really going to continue to remain silent. The guy looked away when the girl said that the way their guest expressed himself was none of his business, and he should not meddle where he was not asked. Immediately after, the young man looked up again. The leader, pointing his finger at him, asked him to be careful with his expressions, because if this man breaks down, he will make him a cripple. The protagonist said that he will remember this. Looking at this player, the guy understood that he is very loyal, and it is immediately obvious that the guild is truly reliable. The man had already returned the sword behind his back, when the protagonist suddenly called out to the girl again. Grinning, the guy asked if he could have equipment instead of that foreign car, but she answered him that she could not give him equipment right now, since this would only be possible after discussing this issue at a meeting. Suddenly, someone hit the glass behind. The man, gritting his teeth, asked how the guy addressed the leader. Grabbing the sword again, the player shouted a question about how he dared. His mouth was wide open. At that moment, the man attacked the place where the young man was. His gaze was directed forward. The girl, holding his blade, asked if he had forgotten her words. The protagonist smiled when she asked him if she should take this as disobeying her orders. The man, looking down, said something about their guest. The girl threw his blade away, saying that it was shameful. The guy looked down somewhere when the leader ordered the man to leave. She, standing over him, said that if he did something like that again, she would have to take drastic measures against him, and explained that he should think twice about what a significant role he played as the commander-in-chief of the Scarlet Rose. Youngho, looking down, apologized for his actions. The leader, holding her head, said that it was ugly of him, and added that she would make sure that he was properly punished. The player returned the blade to his back when the girl asked about what high-ranking equipment he needed, and the hero replied that he wanted a chest armor with good stats and was comfortable to move around in. The girl glanced to the side and thought about such armor. Her eyes widened when someone mentioned armor. The man pointed to his armor and explained that if he defeated him, this equipment would belong to him, because it was high-ranking armor with excellent stats. The girl clenched her fist and called out to her ward. Approaching him, she reminded him that she had asked him to leave here. Someone blocked her path and asked her to stop. The commander-in-chief looked down, listening to the protagonist say that this was a great offer. The leader looked at him and asked again. Looking in the same direction, she thought that he was a real idiot. Remembering their skirmish in the internet cafe, she understood that he was comparable in strength to her, and perhaps even stronger. Looking at her comrade, she also realized that he was already level 67, and this man had reached the 6th awakening through his own efforts and became the strongest of the strongest. Having reached the 7th level of awakening, and no matter how talented their guest was, he was simply not ready for this. The girl, with her mouth open, asked her comrade to stop talking nonsense and get back to business, and also asked the hero not to provoke this man anymore. The protagonist, grinning, asked her about whether he could really refuse such a gift. The man, also smiling, noted that he liked the mood of his opponent and thought about how to make sure that he could not get closer to their leader. The girl, with her eyes wide open, asked him what he had thought up. Having introduced the leader, the commander-in-chief remembered that she was his savior. He also remembered her face and realized that this was his leader, whom he swore to follow. Remembering himself then, the player knew that this was the woman to whom his heart was irrevocably given. Raising his hand, the fighter did not understand how their guest dared to behave like that with a girl. The leader, looking at the protagonist, asked him to stop, because he could really die. The guy said that the free unique equipment would belong to him, and then Yonho thought about what would make this person realize the gap between their forces. They entered a certain room and someone said that this was a battle room. The hero noted that this place looked extremely nice, while the opponent said that they would still see how long he would behave so calmly. The guy, throwing his hands behind his head, asked him to look more closely, and the leader whispered to him that his act was extremely crazy. The protagonist, stretching his leg, reminded her of what he said. That everything would be fine. The man said that he could start as soon as he was ready. Raising 3 fingers, the fighter explained that he would even give him the first 3 seconds, and he could attack as he liked. The guy, grinning, asked if these were lines from movies. The young man, standing in front of his opponent, asked him to stop pretending to be tough and take out his sword. The player, squinting, asked if he understood him. The fighter, grinning, explained that he was not going to seriously mess with some newbie. The hero bowed his head, talking about something. Energy began to accumulate at his feet. The guy immediately disappeared after using the acceleration force. Attacking the enemy with his foot, the young man explained that even armor would not help him here. The enemy flew into the wall after such a blow. His mouth was wide open. The man fell to the floor, coughing. The girl, with her mouth open, tried to understand what was going on there. The warrior, holding the place of the blow, understood that it was extremely dangerous. Opening his mouth wide, the commander-in-chief knew that if it were not for the gargoyle's armor, he would have been finished. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, the man thought that this was simply impossible. The hero was already close to him when the opponent tried to understand how he could be a player for only 3 weeks. The young man, smirking, asked where his first 3 seconds had gone. The opponent, holding his side with his hand, asked what kind of tricks those were. The guy, spreading his arms, explained that it was simply the difference in their strength, while the opponent shouted a question about how a person who had only become a player 3 weeks ago could have such strength. The man looked down, listening to the protagonist's question about whether he now saw how absurd his nonsense about a 3-second head start sounded. The hero covered his mouth with his hand, laughed, and said that he was showing off, thinking that his opponent was some kind of weakling. The player raised his hand and shouted that he was now whining and screaming about some trick that had shattered all his plans. The young man, opening his mouth, said that that was enough and explained that his opponent was just a pathetic loser. The enemy, gritting his teeth, called him something. Immediately after, the fighter glanced to the side. Looking at the girl, the commander-in-chief understood that the leader was watching and he could not disgrace himself in front of her. Immediately, his hands clenched tighter on the hilt. Some kind of flame began to emanate from the blade. Holding the sword above his head, the opponent shouted the name of the skill of the killing sword of heaven. One of his lips was slightly raised. The guy, smiling, asked whether he had to shout out such a pathetic name of the technique. Squinting, the young man explained that such a name sounded like nonsense, and asked if the enemy really thought it sounded cool. The man clenched his teeth. The warrior, swinging his sword, told him to shut up. The enemy was still at a distance. A moment later, the commander-in-chief closed the entire distance. The hero, looking ahead, understood that he was still the head of combat operations of one of the 5 best guilds and therefore was definitely not weak. The enemy was still baring his teeth. Energy began to appear near the protagonist's hand when he decided not to give it his all and use the power of darkness. The man, opening his mouth wide, screamed for him to die. This black energy touched his leg. The girl, opening her mouth, called out to her ward and asked him to stop. The young man crouched in front of the blade. Smiling, the guy called his enemy a stupid idiot. The leader was also next to them. The fighter frowned, not understanding when he managed to dodge. The guy's hand was already on his shoulder. The protagonist, with his mouth open, said that he lost. Blue energy began to gather around his hand after using the wave force. Immediately after, the opponent's body flew into the wall. His mouth was wide open. The body fell to the floor. The leader immediately turned around. She looked back, listening to the boy's question about whether he had told her something. The guy, smiling, explained that he was much stronger than she thought. Workers entered the room while someone was apologizing. The man was lying on the floor and the leader explained that he would be immediately expelled from the guild and they would make sure that this did not happen again and discuss it with the other members. The girl, lowering her cap over her eyes, said that she had no excuses for what happened and she was sorry, and the boy asked her not to worry about it. Holding new equipment in his hands, The hero explained that he finally received armor. Smiling, the protagonist understood that this was to be expected from the armor of a unique class and also noted that the special effect was also good, as it allowed the use of petrification, which doubled the resistance to physical damage for 10 seconds. Looking to the side, the guy thought that it was too reckless of him to bet such a valuable thing. Looking at the body of this man, the young man understood that he even went against the orders of the leader, thanks to which he had the opportunity to win this armor. A tear flowed down the fighter's face. The protagonist, looking at the girl, explained that if something like this happens again, he will have to reconsider their relationship. The leader, with her mouth open, replied that she promises that from today onwards, all members of the Scarlet Rose Guild will show him due respect. The player, holding the armor, noted that he would trust her as their leader and also added that he felt that it was not his size and asked if something could be done about it. The interlocutor asked to put the equipment on top of the stand, since it would be delivered to him as soon as it was remade to the right size. The young man, putting it on the stand, said that in this case he was leaving this thing in good hands. Waving his hand, the guy noted that they would see each other again, and the leader asked him not to forget to send her the parameters. The door to the room closed. Sitting down on the stand, she tried to understand what it was at all, since she did not know whether the guest was human. Looking at the armor, the girl understood that her subordinate would not lose to some weaklings of the E rank and asked herself how a player who recently reached the third awakening was able to defeat him. Looking down, the leader knew that at this rate, a world-class ranker could appear in Korea. Imagining several people around the ground, Yeonju knew that the world rankers were the 8 strongest players not only in their country, but among all the players on the planet. Imagining Kanhyun from behind, she also remembered that currently, no player from Korea could enter their number, although there were rumors that this person who ranks first in Korea had every chance. But even he could not get there. A subordinate entered the room and asked if the hero had already left. She answered in the affirmative and added that the gargoyle armor now belonged to him and asked if the equipment master was busy. The assistant, standing next to her, answered that they were all free now and added that he happened to hear about the most pleasant situation that happened to Yonho. The girl answered in the affirmative and explained that a disciplinary conversation was planned after which he would be expelled from the guild and also asked him to inform all the members to be sure to come to the meeting tomorrow. The man bowed his head and remained silent. The leader closed her eyes and asked him not to make such an expression, because everything that happened was entirely his fault and they had to do everything in their power to prevent something like this from happening again. Hyunwoo replied that he understood everything and added that there were still a few aspects that he should inform the leader about. The girl opened her mouth and asked about what had happened. Her eyes widened after he said that the government had successfully planted a spy in the devil cult. The assistant closed his eyes and said that if everything went according to plan, there was a high probability that they would be trapped. The leader took her hand out of her pocket. Adjusting her hair, she asked him to tell her more about it. Kanu opened the status window to find out more. The protagonist rubbed his chin, thinking that mana continued to accumulate gradually with other characteristics, but he was more interested in something else. The young man could not say that strength, vitality and physical abilities were useless. If you strengthen the body with other parameters, you can significantly reduce mana costs. Intelligence and wisdom did not matter to the demon. While the merit is at 0, they still do not add intelligence. Warming his fingers, the player thought that the problem was only that he could not get the desired indicator. They said that after the second awakening, the indicators associated with features will grow exponentially. The guy squinted when he realized that the amount of mana did not increase, and other characteristics continued to grow. Kanu examined his hands, wondering why this was so, maybe because his mana was too high. It was really high compared to other indicators. The hero's capabilities exceeded the abilities of even high-level players. The young man rubbed his chin again, continuing to think that the higher the stats, the harder it is to increase them. The final range of the skill was level 30, which meant that mana could not increase, because the indicator was already high. The demon stretched his back and thought that everything was fine for now. He had leveled up as he wanted, defeating the Hellhound. Even if it was sad, if he continued in the same spirit, the 5th awakening was not far away, he still had time. Then the player opened his eyes and remembered that he needed to meet with Solia and Taisu. The warrior greeted his friend with loud screams and waved his arms. The guy closed his eyes and said that the big guy's screams were starting to get boring, and when asked if he had finished his business, he replied that everything was fine. Kanu's eyes became round when Taisu said that he had brought 2 newcomers with whom he had promised to introduce him. The warrior pointed at the guys, introducing them as Handsome Cyan and Little Yunbai. When the former modestly greeted him, the hero admitted that he was indeed handsome. The sorceress began to pound the big guy on the abs, indignant at being called a little one, and he laughed and asked who she was then, and in response he heard that he generally looked like a 40-year-old uncle. Taisu hung not as a girl, demanding to repeat, but she had already turned to the demon with delight, and said that she had heard about him, since she was constantly told about him. The player smiled tensely when he was once again called a bro, and asked to tell more about the abilities of the newcomers, but he was interrupted by an appeal to Soul. The redhead pounced on the healer, persuading her to take a photo together so that she could brag to her friends. Kanu looked around in confusion, and decided that this was a female version of the big guy. At this time, Sehun extended his hand to the hero, saying his name again, and adding that he had heard of him. The guy showed the hilt of his sword, and said that at level 12, he had only recently achieved his second awakening with an A rank ability, and as the demon could see, he was a warrior class. While the girls were taking pictures, the handsome guy continued that Yunbai was a mage, with a B rank special ability, and apologized for her being a little noisy. The player smiled and said that it was not necessary, and inwardly noted the polite and formal way the newbie spoke, and that he could find an approach when talking to people. Kanwoo shook his new acquaintance's hand, thinking that this guy was talented enough to have received an A-rank special ability on his second awakening, just like the main character from a manhwa. Taisa smiled and asked his bro what he thought. Were the newcomers trustworthy? He smiled too, and answered that they definitely were. The hero watched the guys and mentally noted that they did not have the vicious desire that Andres' scoundrels did, and his friend reminded him that he had said he had a brilliant eye. The young man sighed and asked if he should remind the tank that his own comrades had almost killed him. In response, Thisa winked and said that it was because the heavens themselves wanted to bring them together. The demon's face lengthened. The big guy simply turned sharply to the newcomers and asked what his brother thought of this team. He rubbed his chin and admitted that it was pretty good. Looking at the squad, the player figured that they had a tank, ranged and melee damage dealers, as well as a healer who could heal and buff, and he thought that this was a great combination in a team of 4. Not only that, they also had 2 players with a second awakening and A-rank abilities, namely Sehun and Taisu. And the second duo with B-rank abilities, namely Soleil and Eunbi. This is not just a hunting party, but a team with impressive power. Kanwoo took his hand away from his face and announced that he was going to go with them on today's hunt. The hero answered the big guy's question with a smile and that he would point out any mistakes or help them improve something. The young man rolled his eyes when his friend loudly thanked him and muttered that they were too noisy. The demon turned and said that it was time to go. He was just seeing them off, so there was no point in relaxing in case of danger, and the tank promised to remember this. The player headed forward, deciding to himself that he was not going to babysit them. They had to grow on their own, he needed to watch them for a while, they had great potential, and he should help them develop. The monsters ran forward, making a clicking sound. They were heading straight for the players. And they were getting closer. But the next moment, the crowd was thrown back by the tank. The enemies rolled on the ground. Taisa grinned and loudly asked how these fools could do this. The beaten monsters, trembling, tried to get to their feet. But Yunbai unleashed a light shock on them. The redhead turned around sharply and called out to the big guy. The tank immediately rushed forward when the fleeing sorceress said that there were more than 5 of them behind. Taisa dug his feet into the ground. The enemies reacted to his cry. The light from the big guy's shield blinded the monsters. The tank grinned and asked for a buff. Seola extended her hand forward, casting Blessing of Light. The light illuminated Taisa's hands. And the next moment, they were filled with power. The big guy put his shield forward, thanking his daughter-in-law. The girl used arrows of light at this time. They burned the nearest monsters. And that was enough for the tank to throw them back. The smile on Taisa's face grew wider. The enemies flew back. They were blinded. And thanks to this, Sehun was able to quickly lunge at them all. The guy stopped behind them. Then he turned around. The big guy approached the warrior and noticed that Bro Kanu was great, but Sehun was not bad, asked if he trained in kendo before becoming a player, and he answered that as a hobby. The tank put up a shield and said that the level was clearly higher than some hobby. Then Taisu turned to the main character and asked what he thought. He looked at the team with a thoughtful look. Everyone tensed up when the young man began to speak. The demon jumped to the ground and said that there were 5 things that needed to be fixed. The guys looked at the player questioningly, and he admitted to himself that everything needed to be fixed. Kanu approached the tank, deciding to start with him, and noted that he had good vision, and he knew how to effectively lure monsters to himself. The only problem was that the big guy spent too much energy, so unnecessary physical exhaustion occurred, and there were other loopholes that the tank should have known about. Thisa had scattered all the trolls to the sides from the very beginning, but what would he do if the boss appeared right after that? The big guy looked seriously at his friend, and when he reminded him that he just needed to withstand the attack and retreat, he replied that he understood. Solia shuddered when the hero addressed her. The young man smiled and noted that throwing a buff on Thisa was a good decision, thus increasing his strength. However, the girl used arrows of light to protect herself in vain after that. Healers primarily attracted the attention of enemies. If he joined the attack, the tank would not be able to protect him. Solia lowered her gaze and asked for forgiveness. The demon consoled the healer with a smile that they would gradually work on their mistakes, and then turned to Yunbai. The sorceress decided to finish off the fallen monsters and used strong fire magic. When the redhead attacked 3 fallen monsters, 5 more came at her. Then she got scared and began to panic, but she could defeat these monsters with weak lightning magic, and so save more strength. The girl readily raised a clenched fist when the player added that the main damage dealer was Cyan. She should help him, acting as a half-mage, and said that she understood. The warrior tensed up when Kanu turned to him. The hero's gaze became bored for a moment. He patted the boy on the shoulder and told him that he didn't need to fix anything, he was doing his job well at this point, and the boy thanked him. The hero rolled his eyes and thought that was amazing. Unlike him, Cyan didn't have 10,000 years of training. While the others praised the warrior, the boy figured that this was probably what geniuses looked like. He was still a completely uncut diamond. The demon turned to his friends and suggested moving on, and inwardly wondered how much stronger Cyan would become in the future. Taisa promised to give it his all this time. Smiling, the player said to keep it up and asked to work on his mistakes during the next hunt. The tank pushed the troll back with his shield. The sorceress used lightning, and Solya cast a buff on the big guy. The monster screamed in pain. The handsome guy immediately followed up with an attack, knocking all the enemies off their feet. Kanu, watching them, was even surprised. When Taisa lowered the shield, the hero noticed that everyone was doing great. The big guy leaned on the shield and asked the hero if they had gotten better, and he thought to himself that if this continued, they would be able to fight in the C-rank gates in a month. The young man smiled and admitted that they were doing well, to which the tank was indignant that he was too stingy with compliments. Then something caught the demon's attention. Taisa first thanked him for the fact that their skills grew quickly thanks to him, and then he noticed the unfamiliar monster himself. The player's eyes widened when he heard that it was not a troll coming here. A huge beast was rapidly approaching the squad. Its scarlet eyes and threatening growl immediately made it clear to Kanu that it was a demonic wolf. The tank grabbed the shield. The enemy was flying straight at him. A gust of wind swept through the team from the menacing growl of the wolf. The hero jumped up from his place, activating the blade, and cursed under his breath. But then he looked down in surprise. Cyan managed to cut down the huge demonic beast. The big guy shouted at him, but he barked for everyone to step back. The warrior found himself behind the beast, which tried to spread its wings. Light ran along the genius's blade. He delivered another swift blow. The handsome man clenched his teeth, not stopping the attack. But then the guy turned around abruptly. The wolf managed to knock Cyan off her feet with a blow of his paw. The enemy immediately rushed at the fallen one. The genius barely had time to curse and cover his neck with a blade. But then the main character jumped from the tree, using the power of 1,000. With one blow, the demon knocked the beast down. The guy stared at him in surprise. Someone else's blood was dripping from Ken's fist, and he received notifications that he had dealt with a D-rank rift fragment. The young man turned to the handsome guy and asked if he could get up. He sheepishly replied that he could and thanked him for saving him. The big guy rushed to his friends, asking if they were okay. The others followed, trying to figure out if they were injured, and Taiso added that the demon was a real strongman, since he killed the monster with one blow. The young man watched as his friends helped Sehun up while the tank praised him for his excellent fight. The light really shone brightly from the sword, but he reminded him that it was only on his second awakening. The player's face became thoughtful. He mentally noted that the genius had enough strength to face the demons. While the team was trying to gather themselves, Kanu added to himself that even for a player who received an A-rank special ability on his second awakening, he was abnormally strong. It was not just talent. The hero helped the handsome man up, and he himself understood what Yonho meant. But as soon as the young man touched Sehun's shoulder, a scarlet light slid across his fingers. The demon activated the power of Observer, and saw that in front of him was the Master of Mana, who hid its use. Continuing his inspection, the player noticed that he was just trying to see if there was some hidden power, but it turned out that you could also see the status window and find out which skills would be improved. The guy smirked, deciding to take a look. And then his eyes widened in surprise when he saw that the handsome guy had a special feature, a descendant of a SSS-ranked god of war. While the genius was convincing Taisa that he was okay, Kanwoo realized that he was a hero who was destined to become the protector of the world, but he didn't understand what kind of guy this guy was. Kanwoo looked at the warrior's face and concluded that he was literally the main character of some manhwa. The demon continued to look at Cyan's status window, not understanding what all this meant and wondering if this guy was really a hero. The warrior carefully disentangled himself from the player's hands, convincing him that they were really okay, while he thought that this could become a threat to him, but he couldn't let go of such a precious student. Kanwoo looked away and thought that just like Yeonjin did to him, he should have built a friendly relationship with the genius with full support. The hero folded his arms across his chest and figured that he wasn't ready to throw around money and gifts as the guild leader. He didn't know when he would be able to support promising newcomers on his own, but it was impossible to rely on just a friendly attitude. The young man scratched his chin, thinking that Cyan wasn't like that. He even rushed to protect his friend from the demonic wolf. The demon looked at the guys, continuing to think that Taisa was right when he said that the handsome guy had a good knightly spirit, although the situation looked dangerous. A crazy smile lit up the player's face when he realized that he was interested in what this would eventually lead to, because no one could predict. He covered his mouth with his hand to hide his emotions, and then they turned to him. The guy looked at the others in surprise, and when they asked what happened, he replied that he was just thinking for a bit. The team members looked at the carcass of the demonic wolf, not understanding why such a monster appeared in the D-rank gate. It was really strange. They had never heard of such monsters, and if it weren't for Kanu, they would have been in big trouble. Hilla winced when he asked her how Saihung was. She replied that he was already better. The big guy laughed, and noted that for a while the handsome guy shouldn't have made any sudden movements. He needed to rest a little, and he would be as good as a cucumber. The hero looked at the warrior, and clarified if everything was okay, and he replied that he was already much better thanks to Soul. The young man smiled with relief, admitting that it was good, and the genius added that if it weren't for him, he would have suffered even more. With shining eyes, Saihun once again thanked the demon, and called him very strong. The big guy laughed and slapped the handsome guy on the shoulder and said that he had never met such a strong player as Kanu, much less one as generous, and as the compliments continued, the player thought that they were too strange. The guy closed his eyes while the tank advised him not to joke with Cyan. He had never seen anyone like him in his second awakening, but he thought it was an exaggeration. With an enthusiastic face, the tank asked why the handsome guy didn't join a strong guild. He was sure that it would be easy. Suddenly, the genius shuddered when Tyson mentioned that the mere guild was recruiting new members. When the big guy, still with the same expression, began to say that the guild's deputy was very enthusiastic about recruiting talents, Cyan interrupted him that he was not going to join a guild, especially Mir. The tank's eyebrows went up. The guy clutched his sword in his hands, and when asked if he had any disagreements with them, he replied that it was not worth talking about. The big guy bowed and apologized for the question, concluding that it was about an unpleasant memory from the past. But the warrior, with a nervous laugh, objected that it was just a complicated matter, and apologized for his excessive sensitivity. Kanu crossed his arms when the handsome guy suggested going to the next monster, and announced that the hunt was over for today. They needed to rest, which meant it was time to go back. Cyan took a step towards the hero, trying to convince him that he was fine and could still kill trolls, but he said that there was no need to overdo it, they could continue hunting tomorrow. But when Taisa asked if he was going with them tomorrow, he replied that they could handle it themselves. The tank's gaze became pitiful, but the young man reminded him that he could not take care of them forever. If they did not forget what he taught them, they would make progress. The team headed back, while the big guy shouted that he would level up to fight alongside his brother on equal terms, and the demon replied that he was looking forward to it. Already on the city street, the player told Solia that he had some business to attend to and asked her to go home first. The girl asked him with concern if he had anything urgent, and he explained that he had received a sudden call and should take a look. Hiller looked at the guy and asked about dinner, and he asked her to eat alone, since he would be back late. Solia looked down. Then she smiled and asked him to take care of himself, and promised that no matter what time he came, she would still heat up the dinner. He wished him a good journey, and thought to himself that he was an angel incarnate. Kanu waved his hand at her, and thought to himself that he would like to have dinner with her, but there was nothing he could do. The hero watched the girl go. Then he grinned and decided that it was time to start. At this time, Cyan was glued to his phone. He pressed his back against the wall of the bus stop and exhaled. Scrolling through the news feed, the guy muttered about the Mir Guild, when suddenly he was called out. Kanu approached him and said that he would like to talk to him. When asked about what, the hero narrowed his eyes and said that the conversation was quite important. The handsome man looked at the demon in surprise when he suggested going where there was no one, and he agreed, letting the bus pass. The player led the genius into the alley. Sehun turned to Kanu with a smile to see what he wanted to say, but was attacked. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he received a punch to the gut. The hero knocked the genius down. The handsome man gritted his teeth in pain, trying to understand what was going on. But he was pinned to the ground, and the boy explained that he was just playing it safe. The demon leaned over the genius, acknowledging that he would become stronger in the future, much stronger than many players. He wanted to build a friendly relationship with him. The player smirked, and explained that he wanted to become close friends with him. Sehun was indignant that with such a crazy action, there was no way such a thing could happen. But then the boy's palm pierced the genius's chest. Pushing it deeper, Kanu muttered again that he was just playing it safe. The hero reached the handsome man's heart, and used the power of submission while he screamed in pain and begged for it to stop. But the young man only whispered that he would forget everything that had happened. When he opened his eyes, everything would be as before. He would hunt monsters like today, and would continue to become stronger. The demon leaned towards Sehun's face and said that if he, Taisu and Siola leveled up, they would be able to create the strongest group of players. Kano pulled out his hand and added that if the guy became his familiar, he would be able to use some of his abilities, which would help him grow. A mark of submission remained on the handsome man's chest, and the hero added that he did not need to worry about anything. And with a sly smile, he added that they would get along well. After a while, the guy opened his eyes. He raised himself up on his elbows. The genius pressed his palm to his chest, not understanding what had happened. Sehun looked around, trying to remember how he ended up here, because he was waiting for the bus. The genius glanced at the phone screen and saw that it was already 8 o'clock. The handsome man narrowed his eyes. He definitely wanted to get on the bus, but that was an hour ago. The swordsman winced in pain as he tried to remember what happened after. Sehun grabbed his head, not understanding anything, and decided that he lost consciousness. The guy thought that no matter how strong the consequences of that battle were, he could not believe that he fainted. The genius's face twitched when he thought that he was too weak. The handsome man rose to his feet. He thought that a lot of time had passed. He should have become stronger. The swordsman looked at his palms, and only the mere guild and its top brass were spinning in his head. Sehun smashed the nearest wall with his fist, and clenching his teeth, promised that he would become stronger, and then the sharp edge of his sword would reach the neck of the scoundrel Younghun. The protagonist watched the young man from the roof, and was glad that it worked. When the system asked if he had any orders for the familiar, he replied that he didn't have any yet, reminding himself that this was just a backup in the first place. Kanu smirked, and mentally added that Saihung had to get stronger now. The genius was glued to his phone again, while the demon decided that he wasn't going to use force just yet. Creating a familiar was just a backup. There was no need to put a leash on a dog that didn't bite its owner. The handsome guy walked to his bus, and the player mused that if his talent grew properly, his skills might be enough to rival Palak's strength. The seal of Machan hadn't been completely removed yet, so for the guy who would most likely have to fight a devil cult, Saihung's existence was extremely important. As he continued to watch the guy, the hero added to himself that you never know when a monster will show up at the gate. Kanu's smile became crazy when he thought that now the swordsman's new bro would provide the necessary support. The main thing is to continue to become stronger. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the young man saw a call from Dokhyun. The demon put the phone to his ear and asked what he needed, and in response, he heard that the interlocutor had information that he wanted to pass on to him, and he clarified about the cult. In response, he heard that the guy was not sure, although he found a trace of mana. The cultist pressed the phone closer to his mouth, and added that it did not look like someone did it intentionally, and the player clarified if the trace was definitely not left by a person. The hero's expression became alarmed when Dokhyun confirmed this, adding that it looked more like a trace of a monstrous creature than a person. Kanu immediately thought of a demon, and asked where he found them. The boy stood up when the cultist replied that it was at the B-rank gate in Wejongbu. The cultist replied that he understood, but he thought that after the Hellhound and the demonic wolf, another demon appeared, and the system called them rift fragments. The demon opened the status window, and remembered that the Hellhound appeared at the C-rank gate, the demonic wolf at the D-rank gate, this time at the B-rank gate, which meant that a demon stronger than the Hellhound could have appeared, at least from the second hellish circle. The player licked his lips, reminding himself that even with the Hound, the level had increased dramatically. Perhaps he could get the fifth awakening faster than expected. The loudspeaker announced that the train would soon arrive at Wejongbu Station, the exit on the right side. The boy looked around the crowd when the doors were announced to open. Kanwoo was sweating and thought that he needed to buy a car urgently, and decided that when he was done here, he would ask Yeonju to pick one up for him. The hero was already heading out of the station, wondering if a demon could appear in the B-rank gate, but then he saw that one player asked another why everyone was returning, and he was told that there was something strange inside the gate, so they were not letting them in. The young man was attracted by this conversation, and heard about some mutant. Indeed, no one was allowed behind the fence, and the guards were military, and although the crowd of players that had gathered was outraged, the soldiers reminded that the state would not be able to compensate for their deaths if anything happened. Another player angrily told the fighters that there were a lot of people here, what could one monster do to them? But he repeated that due to the appearance of an unknown mutant monster, entry and exit were strictly prohibited. While the crowd was arguing that it wasn't even a boss, a loudspeaker announced that a mutant monster had appeared at the gate. Its type was still unknown, and the number of player deaths from it had reached 10, so for the safety of the players, entry was prohibited. While this message was being repeated, a surprised whisper went through the crowd, because even during raids there weren't that many deaths. Kanu folded his arms across his chest, thinking that the military called him a mutant, but he knew what was really going on. It wasn't just a mutant, but a real demon. While the journalists were trying to interrogate the guards, the hero figured that they had even blocked the entrance and weren't letting him in. But he was curious about what kind of enemy it would be this time. The guard repeated to the reporters that they didn't have the exact information, but they kept asking for an explanation. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that the soldiers only knew that he looked like a lion. They had never seen anything like it, and it took time to study. And he realized that they were talking about Buer. It was the strongest predator in the second circle of hell. The demon covered his mouth with his hand when he remembered that this beast occasionally looked into the first circle to find prey, terrifying everyone around, and he felt sick from the memories. After all, if there were 10 victims, then Buer appeared there about 2 days ago. The player immediately took out his phone, figuring that it would be easy. He could throw 5 animals or monsters to the beast to eat and kill it when it was full. The guy pressed the phone to his ear, and soon Yansan answered him, and she asked what he wanted. The guild leader was training when Kanwoo called, and when asked what he needed, he said he wanted to enter the B-rank gate, but the government had forbidden him to enter. The hero smiled calmly, and when the woman asked if he was really in Wejongbu now, he confirmed it and reminded her that she had good relations with high-ranking officials. There was a loud bang on the other end of the line, and Yeonjin asked how urgently the young man needed to go there, and he replied that it was very urgent. The guild leader dropped her burden, and upon hearing about her protégé's very important business, she reminded him that it would be expensive, but he asked her not to worry, since he would repay her in full. The demon smiled when the woman promised to remember and asked if he would abandon her if he died at the hands of the mutant monster, and he asked if she would continue to sponsor him if he died. Yansun decided that he was talking nonsense and asked to give the phone to the guard. The player showed the screen to one of the soldiers, and when he again began to say the standard phrase, he said that Yansun from the Scarlet Rose Guild was hanging on the other end of the line. He stared at the phone with wide eyes, and the guy had to repeat that the head of the guild wanted to talk to him. The guard picked up the phone while the crowd began to discuss Kanu's identity, and that no one knew that Scarlet Rose was recruiting newcomers. Finally, the soldier put the phone down, after which he glanced sideways at the hero with distrust, and ordered that he be given access to study the mutant monster. The young man only smiled when asked if he would agree to share information with the government if the monster was subdued, and he agreed, promising to start a thorough investigation so that the residents would not tremble in fear. A crowd of journalists immediately formed behind the demon, curious about who he was, but then someone from behind them demanded that he stop. The player turned around. Several awakened were approaching them, led by a stranger with a cheeky smile, who suggested that since Scarlet Rose had received permission to investigate, they could also enter, and everyone immediately recognized Songsu from the Mere Guild, a newcomer who had been promoted by the guild in recent days, and were surprised that a guy who had only become a player 3 months ago was already entering the B-rank gate. Kanu narrowed his eyes, realizing that the man with the ponytail was popular, while the man asked if he was the guy who had received support from Scarlet Rose. The hero narrowed his eyes when Seonsu recognized the gargoyle armor on him, adding that his unique equipment only proved it. The youth shuddered slightly when the smug idiot concluded that the Scarlet Rose had weakened completely from the fact that he was walking alone. The demon responded with a sweet smile, and that he always worked alone. The blue-haired man's comrades looked condescendingly when he remembered that not long ago this player was in a C-rank gate. Did he really think that it would be as easy as in that gate? The narcissistic guy came closer, and said that idiots like Kanu did not live long. Seongsu grinned wider, deciding that the hero wanted to catch the monster to glorify his name, but since when did a fourth awakening player interfere with such things? The blue-haired man brazenly put his hand on the young man's shoulder and asked why he was silent. Maybe he was scared and shit his pants or just mute. The demon's gaze turned icy for a moment when his opponent laughingly called him a coward. The guy pointed his hand at his friends and suggested exploring together, otherwise he would go in alone and die, although they, of course, had all the roles assigned. The player smiled weakly and, when asked to pass for a robber, said that it was very good. Kanu carefully removed the stranger's hand from his shoulder and admitted that he did not know what to do with their concern. He was afraid to go alone. The fool did not even notice what the hero's gaze became when he agreed to go together. And while the others thought that the hero had no pride, he simply counted them. Boer needed 5 victims to feel full, and these guys were 6, just one would be lucky to survive, and the young man with a dangerous smile suggested going. In fact, a few minutes before, Seonsu had spoken on the phone with the guild's deputy, who knew that the guy promoted by Yeonju at the B-rank gate, and he confirmed it. The player gulped as he was given the order to take advantage of the opportunity to embarrass him in front of the people. No matter how good he was, there was no way he could let Scarlet Rose surpass the world. And now, the blue-haired boy looked suspiciously at the hero's sweet smile, not believing that he willingly wanted to team up with them, but he only confirmed it. Seonsu glanced at the cameras. He just wanted to embarrass him in front of the reporters in the first place, and he risked being the only bad person here if he continued this circus. The player frowned as he realized that if they continued to argue here, their image would only get worse. The squad leader turned to his team and announced that they were coming in, while the crowd around was amazed that Scarlet Rose and the world had teamed up. The fool glanced at Kanu with displeasure, mentally calling him a cowardly bastard. The protagonist moved towards the gate, and while the journalists were discussing the sensational headline, Songsu had no idea what Scarlet Rose was guided by, supporting him. The smug expression on the blue-haired man's face did not allow him to see the smirk on the demon's face. He only naively thought that he had nowhere to run, and shouted at the journalists that this was only a one-time alliance, and there would be no more. The squad moved deeper into the dungeon, and the hero asked if they would join forces to catch the monster. But then they spat at his feet and asked if he really had no pride at all. When Kanu pretended not to understand anything, they called him a fool, but the youngest advised not to pay attention to him. The boy didn't react when Seonsu said that he was wondering if he was that good since Yeonju herself invited him to the guild, and he turned out to be an ordinary weakling, and concluded that it was time for the leader of the Scarlet Rose to retire. The guys continued to reason that Yeonju was smoothly sliding to the bottom, since she herself did not know where she was looking, and praised their leader, because he was the second conglomerate of the second era, and his appearance and abilities were not a joke, and in general he was all like his father, and being rankers was a family thing. Kanwoo folded his arms over his chest, recalling what he knew about the Mere Guild. Jaehyun, the guild leader, was also the chairman of a large corporation, Mere Electronics. During the gate incident 5 years ago, he and his son woke up as players, relying on the huge capital of the company. The man quickly raised his rank and founded a guild. They said that large guilds raked in huge amounts of money. The hero continued to follow the party at a distance, thinking that from the start, this was a company that was doing well, with so much money that it was enough to choke on. The boy rubbed his chin, wondering in his mind that the two guilds were provoking a full-scale war, and when both guilds fell, he could take a bite out of each. The demon touched his chest plate with his hand, and reminded himself that while the small scraps were not bad, Yonjin was still useful. The player nodded to himself as he thought that the time had not yet come. It was foolish to cut up a goose that would soon lay golden eggs for the sake of immediate gain. The boy looked at Seance's impudent face with a smirk, deciding that, first of all, Scarlet Rose would be useful in the future, but there were some people who really needed to be slaughtered. After a long time, the blue-haired man stretched his neck and began to grumble that the monster was nowhere to be found, and Kanu suggested that they just look around first. But he turned around and said that he was not stupid, but a coward and also blind, because they had already looked around, and concluded that he was a fool who did not even have any wits, and the hero laughed. The young man had to restrain himself when the scoundrels began to say that the Scarlet Rose had definitely withered, and its head was very poor. While the fools continued to laugh, the demon put his palm to the wall, intending to look for Buer. The observer's power sent mana channels throughout the dungeon. The monster was discovered right behind the wall. The player saw its movements. And it was definitely hungry. The guy smiled dangerously. It was to his advantage. It was possible to start, so Kanu used the power of temptation. The steam from the skill spread through the corridor, and even the other players felt a pleasant smell of something delicious, but did not understand where it came from. One of them suddenly asked everyone to shut up. The young man narrowed his eyes. He knew that Buer would sense it from afar, and at the same time, the villains heard that the approaching footsteps clearly did not belong to an ordinary monster. Everyone present immediately grabbed their weapons, and the one standing in front gave the order to prepare for an attack, being sure that this was the mutant monster. Songsu at this time turned to the demon, and demanded that he stand in the corner, and let him not dare to tell the journalists later that he helped them catch him, and suddenly heard that he was called an expert in phrases called the death flag. The blue-haired man's eyes widened when he heard this, and the player also clarified whether he remembered what he said earlier. With a wide smile, the protagonist repeated that scoundrels like him die quickly. But before the blue-haired man could say anything, a roar was heard ahead. The guy's gaze was filled with fear. The warrior who stood in front of everyone was hanging on the claws of a giant lion, bleeding. The beast simply ate him. Kanu continued to grin. Alone he was ready, while Songsu shouted to his guys not to stand like a pillar. The blue-haired man pointed his finger forward and ordered them to quickly line up in battle formation and attack. But Buer did not care about their attacks. He simply disappeared from the spot. After which, almost instantly, he appeared on the other side, raising clouds of dust. The scoundrel coughed and ordered everyone to remain in their positions. To the guy's horror, the mutant quickly moved towards them. Another member of the Mere Guild ended up on the claws of the beast. The second body was swallowed by the insatiable mouth. Panic gripped Songsu, and he shouted for the others to prepare for a coordinated attack. And he tried to strike the monster himself. The blue-haired man rushed forward, using mana to accelerate. But the mutant let out a menacing thunderous roar, but the young man wanted it, and shouted for the others to begin the attack. Two fighters rushed forward, past the leader. And the next moment they too found themselves hanging on the beast's paw. While the blood of his comrades poured over the blue-haired man, he could not believe what was happening. Watching Buer eat his friends, the boy was sure that his lightning struck right on target, but he did not care. The sorceress was crying in horror, begging for help. Kanu continued to count the victims with a smirk, while the girl begged the monster for mercy, and the leader shouted at her that they needed to remain calm and hold on. Songsu clenched his teeth. He did not believe that everything would end like this. The blue-haired man prepared to use the last lightning. He broke away. The guy ran straight at the mutant's forehead. In desperation, the villain put all his strength into the flash skill. But Buer simply threw him with a blow of his paw to the wall. Songsu slid down the stone, and blood flowed from his mouth. A terrible claw stuck into the floor right in front of his face. And panic finally took over his mind. The demon smirked again. The fifth victim was obtained when the sorceress ended up in Buer's mouth. Buer raised his head, having devoured the man. Songsu frowned when the limb fell in front of him. When his hand rose, someone told him that the demon was almost full. The protagonist landed on Buer's back. Stepping on the demon's fur, he said that a lion eats 5 victims a day. Stepping on the demon's head, he said that after devouring 5 creatures, Buer would be full, and after eating, he would not move unless attacked first. Forming the power of the dark spear in one hand and the power of hellfire in the other, he created the strongest move to kill him with one blow. He combined the 2 types of magic. Songsu sweated, looking at the guy in surprise. Kanu smirked. Skills that use multiple powers at the same time still require strong concentration, but that did not matter now. The guy's foot crushed Buer's head. A powerful gust of wind was created on the demon's head. The protagonist jumped up, using the power of the bident. A bident immediately appeared in his hand. The youth grinned. He had acquired the skill. Power of the bident. The bident pierced the demon's head. Its powers registered as skills were used more clearly and concisely. The bident pierced the brain. Bua roared in pain. A powerful explosion sent Songsu flying. The protagonist landed on the ground as the system notified him that he had defeated the rift fragment. As Buer's body fell, the boy received notifications from the system. It reported that he had reached level 40 and activated the 5th awakening. He received an experience bonus for leveling up, and his mana had also reached 60. Wiping his sweat, the youth thought he had fulfilled one of the conditions for the devil's blessing. Looking through the system panel, Kanu noted that there was some kind of bad explanation. What it was or what effect it gave, there was no explanation. Rubbing his chin, the boy said that he had a feeling that it would give him incredible power. The devil's blessing, the demon god, these powers that even he, who lived in hell for 10,000 years, had never heard of, and he was the Lord of Darkness there. Now, standing next to Buer's corpse, he mentally said that by increasing his level and his stats, he could become stronger than when he was the demon king. The youth smiled, saying that he could become a god who surpassed the king, and he thought that he no longer had the thirst for power, but this devilish habit was still with him. The boy began to devour Bua with the darkness. As the jaws of darkness devoured the demon, Kanu said that for the sake of researching the mutant monster, the body must be preserved, but he could not give up mana. The protagonist chuckled, saying that as expected, the demons gave much more mana. He had already reached 60, and now he had raised it by 4 again. Songsu, who was lying behind him, asked the guy what he was. Kanu chuckled, asking how he was still alive. Turning around, he said that he thought he would die first, but he was really strong. It was a pity to waste such talent. Why was he so sad? Frowning, the adventurer asked if he would kill him. Kanu lifted the guy's leg and said that he could not kill his friend. Because his role was not yet finished, he could not die. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he did not need to be afraid, so first he would ask him a few questions, then he asked who had deliberately sent him to him. Songsu gritted his teeth. The protagonist's eye flashed. He mentally said that usually losers are not treated with hostility from the start, and he, without even knowing him, already had information about him. This definitely has a backstory. His foot rushed towards the hunter's face. Kanwoo, not hearing an answer, kicked the guy. Afterwards, he slammed him into the wall. Holding his head, Kanwoo asked who it was, bleeding. Seonsu answered by saying that it was Younghoon. The protagonist immediately remembered how the group discussed Younghoon earlier. Youngju insulted him. The veins on his arm bulged out of anger. Since then he began to hate the guild Scarlet Rose. Seonsu, opening his mouth, said that they were told that they needed to show that the guild, world, is superior to Scarlet Rose. The guy picked up his phone when Kanwoo asked him if he had a photo of this mentally retarded guy. Looking at the photo on his phone, Kana chuckled, saying that he was really handsome. The man in the photo looked a lot like Sehun, or was it just his imagination? Raising his hand, he asked if it was because he seemed to be involved in some stupid idiot's revenge. The boy replied by saying that he was ordered to, so he had no other choice. The protagonist pulled Seonsu's hair harshly, saying that he was working so hard for the wrong person, but it was okay, it was all in the past anyway, because if he played his role well, he would have no complaints. The mercenary smiled, telling him to order him. The boy smiled, telling him not to worry, because it was not a difficult job, on the contrary, it could even be useful for him. After a while, the protagonist walked out of the gate with Seonsu. Reporters took pictures of them, asking where the others went. Was there really no one else coming out? Kanu opened his mouth when one of the people asked what happened inside the gate. The protagonist raised his head and screamed, asking for an ambulance to be called for Mr. Seonsu. When he put him down, the people started to get nervous, asking how this could happen. Did this happen while he was fighting the mutant monster? Kanu gritted his teeth and said that only the 2 of them survived. Everyone else was dead. The reporters started to look at each other, all of them nervous that even after the 2 guilds united, they lost this fight. Some wanted to call the elite troops, but the protagonist stopped them. Kanu stretched his hands towards the hunter's face and said that the mutant monster was eliminated. When the reporter asked him if he eliminated them, the boy closed his eyes, saying that it wasn't him. He was killed by the hero, the one who saved his life, Mr. Seonsu. Bright flashes began to illuminate the hunter's face. Holding out the microphone, the girl asked Kanu to explain everything in more detail. After thinking, Kanu said that it happened when they entered a place similar to a dungeon. They soon felt as if someone wanted their blood, and immediately grouped together. Seonsu immediately frowned, noticing the enemy. The moment the monster appeared in front of them, the protagonist realized that this was a very strong enemy, because of which they may not get out of this gate. They had thoughts of escaping, but when Seonsu said that the monster could escape by going out of the gate, thereby harming civilians, they decided to fight, and the hunter rushed forward. It was a monster with a lion's head and 5 paws. The members of Seonsu's group immediately died from the terrifying attack. When the situation became critical, Seonsu, standing in front of Kanu, told him to escape. He decided to fight alone. But the guy remained. He stood to the side and watched the fight until the end. Songsu fought the monster fiercely and desperately. It was a fight to the death. The protagonist, smiling, said that he defeated the mutant monster, muttering the names of his fallen partners until he lost consciousness. Reaching out to the hunter's mouth, Kanu told him not to talk until the ambulance arrived and he caught his breath. One of the people noted that Mr. Somsu initially had a negative attitude towards Kanu. The girl asked the guy what he would say about this. The young man, closing his eyes, said that he was worried about him, since he had only recently received the support of the Scarlet Rose. When they were alone, he said that he deliberately behaved like this so that he would not let his guard down. A tear rolled from Kanu's eyes when he said that he did not understand the depth of his kind heart back then. Tears burst from Songsu's eyes. Everyone now knew him as a hero. Now his photo was published and the whole world pitied him. He fell into a coma, but people immediately raised 30 million won for him. Yanja looked at Seance's photo on her phone. Taking a cup in her hand, she mentally said that this guy was definitely beaten by another person. It is unclear what Kanwoo is doing. While drinking tea, she said that she felt like she was raising a tiger cub. The woman sitting opposite her said that her newcomer was pretty good. While drinking tea, she said that he knows how to cheat in front of the public. Hyunju smiled and asked Yeonju where she found such a guy. Sighing, the red-haired girl called Hyunju an old woman and said that it was time for her to leave. The woman herself got angry, asking who she called old. The girl's hand trembled as Hyunju said that this mutant monster might be related to the devil cult. She tilted her head and said that it was a matter of time before everyone else besides their 5 guilds learned of the devil cult. These cultists had become more active recently. When the cataclysm occurred, the 5 guilds were created and the world was saved. However, at the same time, cultists appeared, and if it became known that there was a cult that sacrificed humans, the world would be turned upside down again. The woman took out a spoon. While sipping her tea, she said that she wondered how Scarlet Rose viewed this situation. A terrifying aura erupted from the girl. The protagonist, upon opening the door, realized that they had guests. Hyunju waved her hand and asked if he was the newbie that Yeonju had personally hired. The guy was surprised and asked who she was. She immediately introduced herself as Yeonju's friend. Standing up, she said that since he had come, it was time for her to leave. The young man, raising his hands, told the miss that she could continue their conversation. He would come back later. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when the woman said that she had already seen everything she wanted. Approaching the guy, Hyunju said that she had already told him that she was Yeonju's friend, so he shouldn't call her miss. It was too rude, because she was still very young. Soon she left. Suddenly she turned around. The protagonist, sitting on the sofa, asked who it was. The girl replied that it was just an old lady he knew. Putting the temporary pass on the table, Yeonju said that this was the permission to access the S-rank gate that he asked for last time. The guy, taking it in his hand, said that it was given faster than he thought. The power of the red rose is amazing. The pink-haired girl interrupted him, saying that he does not need to flatter him so much, but just in case, he should never hunt there. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that he accidentally overheard everything they had previously talked about. The girl poured herself some tea. Putting the cup in front of the guy, she said that even if it was confidential, she would have to talk to him about it someday. Picking up the cup, Kana said that it was the cult that was behind the appearance of the mutant monster. Yeonju opposite him said that the cultists are crazy people who perform strange rituals, sacrificing living people, and they have become active in recent days. How long the organization has existed? When the first person put on this mask, all this is unknown. The guilds and the government were working together to track down that organization, but they were currently like people using a flashlight to search for them in a crowd, and only the 5 great guilds knew about it, but only Scarlet Rose was working closely with the government. The protagonist raised his hand and asked why they were the only ones who had to worry about it. Was it to maintain their image? Yeonju replied that they weren't working for free either. Looking down, she said that the government had put a large bounty on the heads of the devil cult leaders, but that wasn't the only reason. The spoon fell onto the table as she said that their guild members had sacrificed too much. Yeonju released her aura and said that they couldn't stop pursuing that cult at all now. Kanu, feeling the pressure from the aura, mentally said that he didn't know how many guild members had been sacrificed, but it seemed like the damage had been significant. Looking at her adjusting her cap, he realized that Yeonju was a real ranker. She had a bloodlust and incredible strength. The protagonist bared his teeth. Feeling her strength, he wanted to fight her. Putting the cup on the table, he said that this was the request she asked him to fulfill. The girl confirmed it, saying that if they ever caught the devil by the tail, she wanted to ask for his help. Bowing her head, Yeonju said that although they didn't know yet, it seemed that they were very strong for a simple pseudo-religion, and any strong player would be in their favor. Raising her head, the guild leader said that if he wanted to leave, she would not hold him back, but he needed to answer now. The protagonist crossed his arms when the girl asked him if she could trust him with this matter. The guy remained silent and did not move. Holding up the card, he said not to worry. He smiled and said that she had helped him, and now he should do the same. Yeonju raised her eyebrows in surprise. She was slightly embarrassed and bowed her head. The protagonist grinned widely, mentally saying that he was lucky. The more he stepped on the cult's trail, the more mana he received, at which point Yeonju said that she would inform the others that he had joined the hunt. Soon, Kanu left in a car. Sitting behind the wheel, he said that it was great that he had a car. He looked down, reading his feature of the fifth awakening. Now that he had become the master of hellish creatures, he could summon a hellish creature, and the stronger the summoned one, the more mana was consumed. As expected, the gate acted as a kind of bridge between other dimensions and the earth, and the higher the level of the gate, the more powerful creatures came. It was the same with the demons of hell, called rift fragments. Like Buer, the higher the level of the gate, the more powerful the demon will be summoned. The youth got out of the car. He had already decided where exactly he would use his new power. Right in front of him was the S-rank gate. There was also a garrison here. The soldier immediately checked the protagonist's card and gave permission. While the soldiers shouted, opening the passage and lining up, Kanu chuckled, mentally saying that everything was too strict here. Without the Scarlet Rose he would not have been able to pass. Soon the gate opened. Entering the gate, the guy saw the sea in front of him. If he killed all the monsters here, he could build a resort here. Coming out of the cave, Kanu said that it was quite nice here. Sitting down, the guy began to think that even Cerberus would be a great success. Looking at the characteristics of his body, they are greater than those of the devil from the third circle of hell. Closing his eyes, he said that it does not matter who he summons. The main thing is that he is strong and controllable. Kanu's body flew up, his special ability of the fifth awakening activated. Mana flowed through the veins and capillaries of the boy. Mana began to circle above him. Arcs of lightning began to strike in the air. The creation of a rift for the summoning began. Kanu suddenly opened his eyes. He abruptly raised his hands, creating a rift necessary for the summoning. The boy frowned when the system informed him that under the influence of his mana, a deeper rift was formed. Kanu immediately noticed that the color of the gate was green. Previously all the gates he had seen were blue, and at that moment the system reported that it was unable to block the connection to the outside world due to a loss of functionality. The boy closed his eyes. He involuntarily assumed that he would be pulled back into hell. He opened one eye when the system reported the beginning of the summoning of the demon. Kanu raised his hand and was a little surprised. The body of a dragon, Echidna, stuck out of the gate. She was the daughter of the evil dragon Kargas. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Seeing Echidna fall, Kanu realized that her condition was bad now. His pupil narrowed when he heard an unfamiliar speech. A squad jumped out of the gate after the dragon. The guy squinted, trying to understand what language they were speaking and what these clowns were going to do. The blonde in armor turned around and said something. Looking at the dragon's body, Kanu mentally said that although their clothes had clearly changed since the gate opened on Earth, these guys really looked like they came out of a fantasy world. The protagonist stood motionless, mentally saying that first he needed to understand what they were talking about. He just had the power that allowed him to understand the speech of people from other countries. When a demonic mouth formed above him, he was able to understand the speech of people. Echidna barely opened her eyes and trembled. The elf turned around and said that now the beast would not be able to harm others. Reynold agreed with her. The protagonist approached and asked them who they were. The blonde smiled and introduced himself as the third prince of the Arnin Empire. The guy narrowed his eyes. He involuntarily glanced at the dwarf, realizing that he had never heard of the Erno continent or the Arnin Empire. The young man involuntarily frowned, assuming that this group came from another world. The Echidna opened her mouth. Kanu, approaching her, mentally said that although he did not know what was happening here, he could not allow the summoned beast to die here. His palm touched the dragon. The power of rebirth began to cover and heal the dragon. Reynold, frowning, screamed, asking what he was going to do. He abruptly froze when the Echidna asked Kanu if he was her master. Opening her eyes, the dragon thanked the young man, then asked for forgiveness for appearing in such a wounded state. The protagonist removed his hand from her head, mentally saying that the dragon spoke to him first, which meant that it had definitely accepted him as its master. Reynold, opening his mouth, said that this guy was the master of this dragon. The young man, turning his gaze to him, asked why they were trying to kill Echidna. The prince roared, saying that it was an evil demon dragon. It was this dragon that brought drought and plague to their land. Countless people of the empire died because of the magic of this demon. Frowning, Echidna said that it was not her. The protagonist agreed with her, saying that if, in their opinion, this dragon can control such natural phenomena as drought, then this creature is almost like a god, which no one should dare to resist and especially inflict such wounds. Reynold froze with his mouth slightly open. He screamed sharply, saying that this is definitely the work of this dragon, otherwise it is impossible to explain all the troubles of their country. The protagonist, forming fire in his hand, mentally said that these people are starting to get on his nerves. They were the kind of people who closed their eyes and ears to everything that was happening and adhered only to their own truth. The guy hit the prince with the force of the explosion. A powerful explosion threw Reynold back. The entire group stood up and grouped themselves. Then Kanu said that they might be right. Maybe this dragon did everything he said before and even tried to destroy their empire. Releasing his mana, he said that it didn't matter what she did, she was his familiar now, and he had no intention of giving up the one he tried so hard to summon. Echidna shed tears upon hearing his words. Reynold parted his lips and said that he was a semblance of an evil demon. The youth chuckled, saying that he was in fact a demon. The prince roared, saying that he already knew. Raising his sword, the prince began to shout, saying that for the sake of the suffering people of the empire, for the sake of the crying children, he would destroy it no matter what it took. The protagonist froze in shock. This group was asking for a spanking. Perhaps the water in that world was laced with illegal substances. Reynolds swung his sword. The mana wave hit the boy and exploded. Kanu, forming a blade on his hand, said that it was not an attack that was easy to block. Now he needed to take an advantageous position. He stood on his toes. The boy abruptly stomped on the ground. Using the force of the explosion, he blew up the ground under the group. Then he created many mana clusters, all of them filled with explosion magic. Fragments of stones exploded and rushed towards the group. The dwarf blocked the fragments with his axe, and Naz blocked everything with his shield. Several fragments, controlled by magic, went around him from behind. A moment later they were in his face. Reynolds screamed, calling for his friend, seeing the explosion. The protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him. The prince clenched his teeth. Reynolds tried to run away, but the protagonist did not stop following him. His foot slid on the ground. He swung his sword abruptly. In an instant, he created a storm of blades, while shouting, calling the technique the first style of the swordsman Arnin. The protagonist, using the power of the Iron Curtain, blocked all the wind blades. With one kick, he threw the opponent back, not understanding why this idiot was shouting the names of techniques. Landing, Kanu mentally thanked the prince for his stupidity. He poured mana into the sword and rushed towards him. The protagonist jumped to the side. His opponent immediately rushed after him. The prince swung his sword several times. He raised his sword above his head. A huge amount of dust rose after his strike. Kanu gritted his teeth, mentally saying that this idiot is stronger than he thought. If not for the fifth awakening, his attacks would be quite dangerous. Grinning, Reynolds said that now he will know his strength. The youth grinned, saying that he is too ordinary. The protagonist suddenly appeared next to the prince, calling his kick a blade cut. Then he kicked Reynolds in the leg. The prince frowned. Trembling all over, Reynolds told Kanu that he said he would cut. The protagonist himself bared his teeth, calling his opponent an idiot. The girl standing behind screamed, seeing the state of the prince. Kanu chuckled when Reynolds said that they could not defeat him, for he was too strong. The priestess screamed, saying that they could not leave, they could not abandon him and run away. The prince also screamed, saying that it was okay, they should quickly run, they must take care of the empire. The protagonist kicked Reynolds, saying that he should protect the empire with his own strength. Now he was just a pathetic disappointment. The prince fell to the ground. For Kanu, battles were always like this, without sympathy, even if the demon begged him. He had no mercy, only composure, so he chopped off heads. To survive, he simply fought and killed. Feelings in hell were a great luxury. His blade in his hand was proof of that. The priestess shielded the prince with her body, asking him to stop. The young man narrowed his eyes. The girl, standing in front of the guy, begged him to kill her instead of Reynolds. If he died, they would all be doomed. He was their brave warrior. Tears rolled from her eyes when she said that he was the hope of countless people in the Arnon Empire, and also the person she loved the most. The prince frowned when the girl asked him for forgiveness, saying that she confessed to him at the wrong time. It seemed to her that if she did not tell him now, there would be no more chances. Putting her hand to her chest, the lady told Kanu that she was giving him her life. She would do whatever he asked. Unexpectedly, the protagonist refused. The priestess' eyes widened in shock when Kanu said that he would simply do as he wanted if he suddenly died, the last hope and blah blah blah. He was not interested. Looking arrogantly at the guy on the ground, the protagonist asked what difference did he make, what did he care about their little world, and they themselves started everything. Would they really have spared him if he were in their place? The girl and the prince frowned, being horrified. They did not understand that if they took up arms, they themselves should be ready to die. Kanu parted his lips, saying that they should forget about feelings and other drama. Reynolds, frowning, said that it was dirty and mean. Kanu was surprised. Wasn't it meaner to attack as a team against one? Raising his hand, he said that it was time for them to finish. Looking down, he said that he would send them to a place without pain. At that moment the system confirmed that a creature other than the summoned beast had invaded and crossed the gate, and the Gaia system was forced to exclude the presence of aliens from another world. At that moment, light began to envelop the group's bodies. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He did not want to let go of the prey. The equipment on the prince's body looked very expensive. Besides, they were from another world. Nothing would happen for killing them. Reynolds himself frowned. The guy's blade sank into the ground. He gritted his teeth in anger. Everything was going so well, but the system took them away. The young man shifted his gaze, being worried. Looking down, he calmed down, realizing that his familiar was still here. Jumping down, the guy mentally asked if the system could be a defense against invaders from other worlds. Kanu narrowed his eyes, remembering that when he came to Earth, something was said about it. Until now, the system most likely did not work properly. Perhaps it was due to the appearance of demons from hell that he had met earlier. The protagonist began to sweat, realizing something. He remembered how he left hell, and realized that everything started because of him. The youth grabbed his head, saying that he was the cause of all this, and he just wanted to escape from hell and eat kimchi stew. The echidna, lying in front of him, asked him if those people left. When the dragon thanked him, the boy chuckled, but in his mind he said that there was no point in worrying about something that he could not find an answer to. Walking up to the dragon, he began to heal it. Then the echidna said that she was very grateful to him. As the boy's mana enveloped her entire body, Kanu asked if she could change her size. She responded by saying that she could. Then the boy asked what kind of continent Enro was. According to Echidna, the group members came from the Arnan Empire, the largest country on the map of the continent Erno. It was a completely different world. They used magic and chemi. In addition, they have fairies and monsters, and it is also a world where dragons exist. Now, the little echidna was driving a car. The protagonist, who was driving, assumed that all the monsters except for demons came from this continent. The dragon, raising her head, asked where they were going. Continuing to drive in the car, the boy said that they were going home, although it was not exactly his home. Then Echidna assumed that it was his nest. The boy, imagining a nest, said that it could be called that. The girl lying on his lap thanked him for inviting her to his nest. She had not been in the nest with someone for a long time. The boy parted his lips and asked if she was always alone. The girl, remembering her childhood in the forest, said that she initially lived with her father, but at some point he abandoned her and disappeared. After that day, she only read books all day, alone. The protagonist, hearing her, said that she must have been lonely. Suddenly, one day, a bright light entered her room. Reynold entered her. The dragon, sitting on his knees, said that she honestly did nothing. A tear fell on the boy's leg when Echidna said that she did not cause the drought or spread the plague. She continued to say that it was not her, but no one believed her. Kanu, bowing his head, realized that she was shaking and crying. The girl turned her head and asked the owner if he believed her. The boy bowed his head. He knew that look, it was the same. Somewhere in the depths of his memory, he had memories of growing up in an orphanage, watching other children and their parents. Just meeting his parents was a luxury, but he just wanted to be loved and involuntarily extended his hand. The boy's pupil widened. As a child, he wanted to be taken care of, for someone to acknowledge his existence, but he had no choice but to leave those feelings. Smiling, Kanu said that even if the whole world was against her, at least he would believe her. The boy stroked the dragon's head. He gently wiped away her tears. His pupils narrowed. The boy chuckled. Echidna, who was riding in the car, said that she would definitely remember his name. Solia hugged the dragon tightly, calling her cutie. While the protagonist was eating, she asked Echidna how she could be so cute. Kanu, surprised, said that he did not know it would come to this. Solia, pressing the dragon to her cheek, said that she wanted to live with such a cutie. Suddenly, Echidna broke away from the girl's hands, saying that she was afraid of her. Then Kanu asked Solia how their friends were doing, how the hunt was going. The girl, smiling, said that their levels were rapidly increasing. She thought that she would be able to enter the C-rank gate right after the third awakening, and all thanks to him. The protagonist, putting a spoon in his mouth, froze. Solia, sitting down at the table, thanked the young man for introducing her to such good people. He helped her a lot. Kanu froze, looking at the girl thanking him. He involuntarily smiled, realizing what it was like to be loved. Stroking Echidna, he said that he should thank her. Night fell outside. Then Solia asked Kanu for permission for Echidna to sleep with her. At that moment the guy was very jealous of the dragon. The sun's rays broke through the window in the bedroom. The protagonist barely opened his eyes. He felt sluggish. When he came to the kitchen, Solia said that he got up later than usual. Holding a pot of rice in her hand, the girl asked if he had a headache. Stretching, the guy said not to worry about him. The girl sitting next to him asked if he slept well. The guy opened his eyes. He suddenly screamed, shocked by Echidna's new appearance. The girl turned her head and looked at him in confusion. Solia at that moment asked the guy if he didn't know that she could do this. Echidna told how yesterday, lying on the bed, she felt a strange power in her sleep. When she woke up, she already looked like this. The protagonist stared at the girl and assumed that it had something to do with why he was feeling tired. When Echidna began actively eating cereal, Kanu asked her if she could return to her form. The dragon abruptly stood up, saying that she could do it. She sharply frowned. The guy froze in shock while his food rolled off the spoon. Wings burst out of her back. When her fangs began to appear, the protagonist screamed, asking her to stop. The windows shattered into pieces. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist asked her if she had any problems with the transformation. The girl, crying, apologized to the couple. Solia, smiling, said that everything was fine. Stroking the girl's head, she said that in the future she should not do this. The guy, thinking, said that now she should get used to human life. The boy crossed his arms and mentally said that it was probably because of his influence, since she had become his familiar. Meanwhile, Echidna asked if she should bring stones to fix the nest. Solia answered her, saying that there was no need to do so. The girl bowed her head. Clapping her hands, the girl said that they had already called the repairman, and now they needed to go buy clothes. Echidna raised her head and looked puzzled, while Solia said that her clothes that she had worn as a child were already worn out, so they would go to the shopping mall nearby. Smiling, the girl asked Kana if he would come with them. Echidna beamed and asked him to play with them. Solia, lost in thought, asked if he was going hunting again. The boy scratched his head and said that it was not hunting. He smiled and said that he had a place he needed to go. The events take us to the headquarters of the Scarlet Rose Guild. Yeonju, while stirring her tea, asked Kana if it was true that he had summoned a dragon and that other people had appeared after him. After receiving confirmation, she raised her cup, saying that since the summoned beast was currently in human form, did he ask them to give her an ID card? The boy, holding his phone in his hand, said that it was surprising how quickly she got it. Looking at the photo on the phone, he asked if she had any information about the Gaia system. Yeonju, while drinking tea, said that this was the first time she had heard of it, but she still wanted to ask who he really was, since he was able to summon a dragon. This terrifying dragon was currently wearing cute pajamas. The boy chuckled. As he started typing, he asked the guild master if it was too late to ask. The girl sighed, trying to figure out who she was even helping. The protagonist asked her if she could do it, smiling. Yeonju replied by saying that he just needed to send her a photo. Raising his hand, the boy said that he had one more thing to ask. He stopped abruptly and looked away when he heard a knock. Hwayoung opened the door. Entering, she apologized for the sudden interruption. Yeonju replied by saying that everything was fine, they were almost done anyway. The protagonist frowned. He always felt uneasy when meeting this lady. She was just asking the guild master if this guy was the rookie she was sponsoring. After receiving confirmation, Hwayoung shook the boy's hand and introduced herself. The girl smiled, saying that they had already met in front of the S-rank gate. Yeonju, who was standing nearby, asked if Kanwoo had beaten up the guards there. Hwayoung responded by saying that he was a very polite and fair person that time. The guild leader's face twisted in disbelief. She couldn't imagine Kana being polite and fair. The protagonist, seeing this, said that she was exaggerating. Now he felt responsible for the fact that the squad leader thought that way about him. The girl slapped herself in the face, realizing that he was simply deceiving the commander. Afterwards, she asked Kana what he wanted to ask her for. The young man, turning to her, asked if she could give him an official S-rank pass. He smiled. Sitting on the sofa, the girl asked why he wanted to hunt in this gate so much. The guy answered, saying that it could be dangerous, but now with the summoned beast there would be no problems. The guild leader's pupils sparkled when she asked if he knew who was in the S-rank Suwon gate. The guy extended 2 fingers, saying that he knew everything. The gate was inhabited by wyverns, mountain golems, and giant ogres. Yeonju adjusted her cap and said that El Cuero was there as well. Looking up at Kana, she said that if he was going to hunt there, he was not allowed to go near the lake, ever. The boy closed his eyes and said that he understood, and the commander standing next to him asked what she was even talking about. She frowned, saying that this boy had hunted in a C-rank gate just a few weeks ago. Yeonju sighed and said that there were some circumstances, but in any case, this bastard's strength could be trusted. Hwayoung frowned, assuming that the boy was hiding his identity that day. But even so, even the best rankers in Korea avoided the S-rank gate. The boy's nose lengthened with pride when the commander told Yeonju that she had caught a good player, and the guild leader herself was unsure of who had caught whom. Taking the phone in his hand, the young man asked if it meant that she would help him. She answered, saying that he would be able to hunt in this gate tomorrow. Opening her lips, Yeonju told him to be careful, because this was a very dangerous place, even for him. The guy chuckled. He turned around and began to leave. The girl turned her gaze to the commander, asking what brought her to her. Did they really find traces of the cult? Hwayoung, sitting on the sofa, became serious. She closed her eyes, saying that this was not the case. Bowing her head, she said that something should be expected soon. Yeonju's pupil sparkled. Hwayoung then said that she should have heard that one of their agents managed to infiltrate the Devil's Church. The undercover agent found important video evidence, and said that he would hand it over at a secret meeting, but now he was among a crowd of cultists. He clasped his fingers tightly. It was almost impossible to contact him. Tilting her head, Yeonju asked where the meeting would take place. Hwayoung answered by saying that it would be tomorrow at Suwon Station. The girl thought about it and shifted her gaze. Suwon Station was close to the gate where Kanwoo was going to hunt. There was a lake in that gate that was off limits. Echidna dressed up and happily showed her outfit to the protagonist, asking if it suited her. Seeing Kanwoo, the girl smiled, saying that the dress suits her very well, then asked if they bought it yesterday with Solia. The happy Echidna thanked Solia, who smiled and told her that she was beautiful and that whatever she wore would suit her. Putting on his shoes, the protagonist informed that he and Echidna were going hunting. While Kim was warning Echidna, Solia was a little embarrassed, thinking about hunting with Kanwoo. She looked down, realizing that she also wanted to go with them, but her level was low. The girl looked at the protagonist when he called out to her, asking if she would go hunting. Solia answered, saying that she planned to go a little later. Adjusting Kanwoo's belt, Solia surprised him by saying that he would go hunting with her in a couple of days. Solia was shocked by the protagonist's words. She shyly told him that she would look forward to it. Kanwoo smiled as she looked at the girl. She must have accumulated enough combat experience by now and needed to become even stronger. Echidna waved her hand, bidding farewell to Seoul. The events take us to the S-rank gate of Suwon. Standing on a rock with Echidna, The protagonist told her that there were 3 main things she should know. First, do not go near the lake behind. Second, if he attracts a monster, she does not have to fight directly, but just help. And third, do not transform into her original body. After receiving the girl's consent, the protagonist placed his hand on the ground. Using his power of observation, he decided to look at the monsters nearby. Soon, he found a giant ogre. Kanu began to concentrate mana in his hand, deciding not to overdo it and start gradually. As the mana began to spread, Echidna noticed a beautiful smell emanating from it. The girl smiled and looked at Kanu as he ordered her to get ready. The protagonist raised his hands using the power of the demon Baphomet. He ducked and crushed the boulder beneath him using the power of 1,000. A moment later, the angry Kanu rushed forward. He was already in front of the ogre at great speed. Their fists collided, starting a confrontation. The ground beneath their feet could not withstand and shattered. Kanu gritted his teeth, realizing that this was exactly the power of the S rank. Looking at the unharmed ogre, Kanu felt uneasy, because even the power of 1,000 did not harm him. Kanu sharply turned his hand, deflecting the ogre's fist. The ogre hit the ground with inertia, raising dust. At the same time, Kanu climbed onto the ogre and used the power of the dark spear on the summoned spear. His spear immediately pierced the ogre's head through and through. The monster gritted his teeth in anger. He surprised Kanu by grabbing him. At the same time, Echidna extended her arms using Dark Storm. The concentrated mana cutters began to cut the ogre, leaving deep wounds on it. The protagonist smiled and praised Echidna using the power of lightning. The monster roared loudly when Kanu landed on its head and placed his hand with concentrated lightning on its head. The powerful discharge made it roar and roar even louder than before. After a while, the ogre exhaled a huge amount of smoke, and the system notified Kanu of defeating an S-rank monster. A moment later, the system notified that his experience and level had increased by 1. When the ogre's body fell in front of him, Kanu wiped the sweat from his forehead. While kicking the ogre's corpse, Kanu thought about how players above level 65 were hunting here in a crowd. It turned out that the experience points for killing one monster already exceeded many others. Echidna ran up to Kanu, asking if she was useful. He praised her back, saying that she completely immobilized the ogre. Kanu looked away while Echidna told him that she was also surprised, because after he summoned her, she felt stronger. While Echidna was enjoying the scent and Kanu was thinking that even if Echidna fought in her true form, everything would be fine, some monsters roared loudly. Kanu and Echidna immediately raised their heads. The protagonist was alarmed to see a crowd of golden wyverns, who were attracted by the scent. Picking up Echidna in his arms, Kanu told her to hold on tight. He pressed the grass beneath him, realizing that fighting the wyverns in their territory was foolish. A moment later, he turned around and ran away. Using the power of the heavens, he formed wings and began to fly. Kanu was a little scared when he saw the wyverns start chasing him. Kanu looked back and assessed the speed of the monsters. He smiled, letting the wyverns fly past him. At this time, Echidna's eyes widened in shock. Her body was enveloped in mana, and she began to tremble. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding what was happening to Echidna. She began to transform, screaming, saying that this new dress was the one he praised. Having completely transformed, Echidna injured one of the wyverns with one swing. They began to look at each other in fear. But Echidna did not give them time to think about everything and immediately squeezed 2 wyverns with her jaws. Grabbing 2 more, she roared loudly while Kanu watched this. Echidna turned around and caught a wyvern flying past the protagonist. While Echidna was fighting fiercely, Kanu received system notifications of his familiar defeating S-rank monsters. He slightly narrowed his eyes in shock, wondering if this was the same Echidna that Reynolds and his group almost killed. At that moment, the system notified Echidna of defeating another wyvern. Watching as Echidna squeezed the wyvern in her mouth, Kanu admitted that she was much stronger than he thought. The protagonist was stunned as he received another system notification of Echidna's victory. The same Echidna roared loudly, while Kanu thought that perhaps she was even stronger than him. Kanu held Echidna, who had barely woken up, in his arms. She did not understand where they were until the demon lord said that they were still inside the gate. Echidna was completely powerless. She must have expended too much energy. Kanu said that she immediately lost consciousness after she regained her form. Echidna was worried about her ruined dress, but the lord promised to buy her whatever she wanted later. Kanu complimented her, saying that any clothes suit her, but Echidna, almost crying, spoke about the value of these clothes. Eventually, she was interrupted by the angry lord, who threatened her so that this would not happen again. Remembering the monster she had turned into, he said that he hated people who could not stop and think rationally during anger. The girl was embarrassed and apologized, promising to improve, if only he would not leave her. Kanu bowed his head slightly, listening to the girl. Kanu, hugging the young Echidna, told her to throw nonsense out of her head. After all, this was her first fight with him. He wondered if he had overdone it, then calmed the tearful girl. However, he wanted to make sure, since losing his mind would be a huge problem, but the result was still good. The protagonist called up the system window with the characteristics. He had previously thought that she would become stronger in her true form, but he did not imagine how much, since she had killed all the wyverns by herself. He understood that this power arose because she used his magic, and was also able to take on a human form. Clenching his fist, the protagonist understood that by absorbing his magic, she was becoming stronger. Looking at the girl, Kanu realized that Echidna, having managed to take on a human form, had clearly become stronger. Accordingly, if his magic increased, he would be able to use her power even more, but it would be a great burden on her body. He hugged her lightly, realizing this. Hearing familiar sounds, he realized that they were giant ogres. They were 2 angry ogres. He placed Echidna under a tree, deciding to finish off the monsters, although he wanted to return home. Kanu bared his teeth, deciding to stretch his legs. But suddenly 2 strangers appeared and defeated the ogres. One of them was a tan man with a wild grin on his face, and the second was a level-headed guy with a calm look. Kanu was stunned, looking at them. The arrogant duo began to say that it was dangerous, but, looking at the protagonist's face, one of them asked if he wanted to kill them himself, to which the second said to look into his eyes. They were tired and exhausted. Kanu knew them. They were the guild leaders Anuri and Hano, Minyak and Kanhyak. The demon lord thought that it was an unfortunate coincidence to meet 2 guild leaders. The protagonist felt awkward, because Kanhyak said that there were only 2 of them and they were without a group. They looked like newbies who came in immediately after receiving permission. Kanhyak hugged Kanu and offered to see him to the exit. The Hanul guild master glanced at Echidna, thinking that she was probably exhausted as well, but was refused by the protagonist, since Minyak and Kanhyak must be busy, so they can go. The Thieves Guild Master Anuri thought that he was such a boring guy, and it might be dangerous. Minyak glanced to the side, noticing something. While Kanhyak kept insisting, since he was a good person, and the guy also had a child. At that time, Minyak noticed the S-rank crystals lying on the ground and picked them up while the overlord was seeing his partner off. Kanwu awkwardly scratched his head, trying to persuade Kanhyak. The protagonist smiled nervously, receiving Kanhyak's consent. At the same time, Minyak was watching the protagonist closely, sensing something was wrong. In the city, Echidna was woken up by Kanu, who was carrying her in his arms. He reminded her that they wanted to buy a new dress, and it would be better to do it before it was too late. Looking at his phone, he mentally told himself that today was a crazy day, first Echidna, and then those 2. The protagonist plotted the fastest route to the shopping mall using the electronic navigator. The path seemed strange to him. It seemed to him that there were not many people around the S-rank gate. Looking into the alley, he doubted the path. Suddenly, Echidna began to call him. Echidna, awakened, said, pointing her finger at a dark alley, that it smelled of blood. The girl continued to point at the alley, saying that it smelled of human blood. There was a demon cult there. A spy who infiltrated it reported that a terrible madness had occurred, beyond all expectations. He, having escaped internal control, made a video with shocking information. But due to the cult's block to prevent information leakage, he was not given the opportunity to send it. In the end, he did the impossible, contacting headquarters, but the surveillance system was strengthened. But one of the cult tracked him down and caught him. At one point, he was able to escape. Bleeding, he ran with all his might. He could not stand it anymore. His eyes were closing on their own. But he did not want to die like this, because he had this chip, and he had to give it to Hua Young. He ran, but stumbled. He fell to his knee and screamed. His body was shaking. His body did not obey. He slammed his hand on the floor, realizing that he could not give up. He casually swiped his bloody hand across the floor and forced himself to take another step, one more towards the gate, towards the Waryang squad. He gritted his teeth, heading towards the gate. Kanu and Echidna were right in front of the poor fugitive. The young man, barely opening his eyes, made a decision. Kanu looked at the guy in bewilderment when he grabbed his hand. He handed the chip to the protagonist. Kanu asked what it was, but the agent did not finish his sentence and the request to pass it on. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. Kanu crouched down, trying to wake the fugitive. He asked about what was happening. Under his screams and orders to answer and not fall asleep, the wounded young man died. Kanu and Echidna were left standing in the alley in front of the fugitive's body, not understanding what kind of chip it was. Looking at the dead and bleeding man, Kanu wondered what was happening here, and what was that in his hands. The protagonist crouched down next to the supposed spy. Then he used the power of observation. This opened the system window of that man. It showed, Donghun, level 52 with 6 awakenings. Kanu was surprised and realized that he was a strong player. As he put the chip in his pocket, he realized that the player couldn't exit the S-rank gate, as it would take at least 7 awakenings to do so. In the end, the only clue was the chip that Kanu placed in the chip slot to inspect it. The contents only had one video file, which alerted the demon lord. Upon opening it, he was stunned by the contents. Seeing the shock and horror on Kanu's face, Echidna became interested. She was puzzled when she saw the protagonist begin to tremble. It was a very obscene sight. Beads of sweat appeared on Kanu's flushed face. Covered in goosebumps, he wondered why the hell the boy was so careful with the chip. He took a closer look, thinking that he had missed something. But even after taking a closer look, he only blushed again. The protagonist was happy to see such a scene again in 10,000 years. Echidna, in turn, asked a lot of questions about what the Overlord was watching. The confused protagonist made excuses, saying that he was just trying to figure out what happened to that guy, mentally muttering to himself that he needed to calm down. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching them. A crowd of demonic cultists appeared in front of them, and a disgruntled Kanu had no idea who they were. They stopped in front of him. The angry cultist cursed at the guy, realizing that he had already seen the contents. The demon lord was confused that it was so obvious after watching the video. The cultists announced that they could not leave them alive now. The shocked overlord was confused by such nonsense, wondering if what was on the video was illegal. He did not understand what the cultists were saying, while they accused him of being shameless and pretending not to understand what they were talking about. The enraged protagonist, realizing that they definitely needed the video, put his phone in his pocket. He was determined to protect his pleasure, which he had received after so long, at the cost of his life. He, enveloping himself in mana, told the cultists that he could not give them the chip. The cultists said that he had finally shown his true face. A moment later, the cultists rushed at the protagonist. Using the power of the Iron Curtain, the protagonist broke the dagger of one of the occultists. Combining it with the power of acceleration, he instantly killed 3 more. The confused cardinal of the sect ordered everyone to release all their power, and his companion warned of bad consequences. The leader said that he did not know where this man came from, but if they did not use this, they would all die. Kanu's pupils dilated due to the flow of power, and he himself punched one of the opponents in the face. The protagonist suddenly came to his senses. Echidna asked him in confusion what it was. The followers of the devil cult began to transform into demons. With a menacing expression on his face, the Lord said that he would give them peace forever, so that they would not suffer anymore. Echidna became worried because it was dangerous, and when she said that she would help the protagonist, she was stopped by him. Saying that no one could deal with them better than him, he clenched his fist. Then he rushed towards the growling demons. One of the demons roared loudly at the protagonist. But a moment later, he was cut into 2 parts by Kanu. The demon gritted his teeth, while the protagonist thought about the devil's regenerative powers, because of which he needed to speed up. He immediately struck the demon again. He flew back with a scream. Suddenly, another demon ran up to Kanu. The protagonist immediately plunged his blade into his head. Another cultist attacked the protagonist from behind as he struck down his enemy. He was immediately struck by a spinning Kanu. Kanu punched the cultist while simultaneously plunging his blade into him. The leader of the cultists watched in shock. The demons began to roar in excitement. A moment later, they turned around and ran away in fear. The protagonist bared his teeth, saying that it was too late to run away. Using the power of the blade's earth, Kanu cut the cultists' bodies with his blades. When the blade struck the leader, he screamed loudly in pain. Blood spilled under the piercing cries of pain of the demons. A moment later, the ruler was already shaking off his hands. Carelessly chuckling, he looked at the fallen monsters in disappointment. Returning to the video, he still could not understand why these demons from the cult needed it. When he again immersed himself in the video and wondered if he should take advantage of the moment, a cry of a man was heard asking if it was here. While Kanwoo was staring at the screen, Yanju fell on him from above. The protagonist, looking up from his smartphone, noticed her out of the corner of his eye and became worried. Yanju, seeing him, also became worried because they knew each other. While Yanju was asking him what he was doing here, Kanwoo was only worried if she had seen what he was watching. Hwayoung, who was watching from the upper building, was shocked, even her pupils dilated. Hwayoung frowned deeply when she saw something. Yanju asked the protagonist what he was doing here, to which he answered her by saying that a few moments ago, strange people were jumping out one after another. Hearing him, Yanju said that she came on business. Hwayoung, who came down, asked Kanwoo if he had seen a chip here. Holding the chip between 2 fingers, he asked if they needed it. Suddenly, Yanju started to order him to give her the chip in a rude tone because it was very important to her. The demon lord was in a stupor and did not understand why it was so important. The dissatisfied girl replied that they should see the contents right away. The blushing Kanwoo mentally asked her again if she really wanted to see what was inside right now and why. Yanju approached her friend and said that she wanted to see everything right now. The girl took the SD card and asked if something was wrong. The protagonist blushed and wondered if his girlfriend really wanted to get adult films. Kanwoo's eyes widened intensely when the woman offered to watch the contents of the flash drive together because he also needed to know it. The member of the Scarlet Rose inserted the flash drive into the phone and asked how the agent was. The guy realized that everything was heading in this direction. The bloody man was lying on the ground. Hwayoung closed his eyes and said that he was dead. The young man looked at her. The commander asked what exactly happened here. The Demon King scratched his head and explained that he himself did not fully understand anything. There were corpses behind him. The Lord of Hell said that he was attacked as soon as the chip was in his hands. But he had nothing else to say. The captain assumed that he was involved in this case completely by accident. The player looked at her friend and assumed that they would be able to get answers to their questions when they watched the video. Covering her face with a cap, Yanji showed her comrades a phone and asked what it was. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and said that everything was like this from the beginning. The swordswoman assumed that this video was not real. Another phone with a video appeared above the phone. Wyong explained that they would only be able to decipher it with an editor, and added that the headquarters often recommends using such videos to create fakes. Kanwoo looked up and thought about the fact that the original video contained information about the devil cult, and that the agent was supposed to deliver it here. But something went wrong. The girl opened her mouth furiously and asked why her comrade hadn't told them anything if he had already seen the recording. The guy reminded her that she really wanted to watch it herself. Echidna jumped forward and asked the others not to offend her master. The woman pointed at her and asked who it was. The boy replied that it was the summoning dragon they had already discussed. The girl puffed out her cheeks. The Scarlet Rose member was surprised that she looked like a child. Yanju spread her arms and asked if this was really the beast he had summoned. The Demon King asked if his ally really had such a rich imagination. Holding the phone in her hands, the commander explained that since their agent had died while carrying out this mission, they needed to check the video immediately, and suggested that they return to the headquarters. Lights were on in the windows of the building. The soldiers gathered in the hall. The captain asked if everything was alright with the night operations staff. The man confirmed it, and said that they had no incidents or outsiders. The heroes' brows furrowed when they heard that Donghun was killed during the operation. The swordswoman said that in order for his death not to be in vain, they need to approach this matter with even more responsibility. Looking at the back of her head, the Lord of Hell called her a natural-born warrior. The warring member promised to contact the family of the deceased and asked the subordinates to issue compensation, since they should treat them with respect. The man pressed the tablet to his chest. Wyung explained that they need to decipher the video right away and show it for investigation. Clouds were floating above the island. The soldier reported that Hyun-jae was on a mission to investigate the SS rank gate in Japan. It turned out that he was the most influential person in the first warring squad. Across from him stood Kang Hyun, the only player who could stand up to him. The captain closed her eyes and thought that no one would have died if he had been here, and suggested that they go to the research room to decipher the video as soon as possible. A bright light burst out from the projector. People in black robes gathered in the hall with candles. The stranger in the red mask looked away and said that the preparations for the summoning were nearing completion. The subordinate bowed his head to him and said that they could do it in 3 weeks if they accelerated. Standing at the altar, the stranger asked if they had managed to get support this time. The servant confirmed this and added that most of the offerings were rank 8 and above. The cultist smiled widely and said that their plans would soon be realized and the church would bring even more benefits if everything went well. The cardinal walked towards him and asked if it was possible to talk about success. The villain walked down the steps and said that this was only the first step. The cultist pressed his head to the floor. The villain reminded him that they were still far from achieving the true goal and that he would never be able to achieve it with such a mindset. The stranger approached him closely and asked his subordinate to refrain from such speeches until the preparations for the summoning were completely completed, because such words could cloud his mind. The stranger looked straight into the camera and concluded that they had a rat. His red eyes lit up. The heroes were sitting in the press conference room. At this point the video ended. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought that the cardinal was the one preaching the cult of the devil, and that there were probably several people with such a rank. Kanu narrowed his eyes suspiciously and made 3 conclusions from this video. The man in the red mask stood on the palm of the devil. The greatest power was concentrated in his hands. A rift appeared in the room. Most likely a demonic cult was preparing to summon something to earth. The boy presented the crests of different guilds and decided that one of them was supporting the cult. Wyong raised her eyebrows in surprise when the boy stated that at the moment the only way to begin an investigation was to investigate the large guilds. There was a fire sign on the wall. After their spy was caught, the traitors would do everything in their power to hide the information about the summoning, plus now Warring would not have a secret agent and any leads. Presenting different cards, the Demon King said that they needed to figure out the large guild that was giving them support, and decided that they could immediately exclude Scarlet Rose and the government, who were conducting this investigation. The Lord of Hell smiled slyly. The captain asked if he had already participated in investigations and praised his ability to quickly navigate the situation. Yanju replied that her comrade was always like this. The girl put her head on the table and asked how they could figure out the traitor. The commander suggested that it would be very problematic and explained that they needed to avoid violence and senseless conflicts. The protagonist raised his index finger and stated that there was one way, namely throwing bait, since the devil cult sacrifices high-ranking people. The woman looked down and confirmed this, and told them that they had lost many newcomers to their guild because of this. Kanwoo realized that he had raised a sore point. The player waved her hand and said that everything was fine. The boy smiled and explained that these newcomers would be the basis of the plan, since the enemies were targeting low-ranking people with high attribute ratings. Wyung put her fist to her chin and remembered that recently, heroes were hunting in low-ranking gates and that the disappearances had increased sharply. The boy suggested spreading rumors. The Demon King narrowed his eyes slyly and said that they wanted to let everyone know that there were very talented players of S rank and above in the low-rank gate. The fish took the bait. The Lord of Hell decided to spread the news that Scarlet Rose was already looking at newcomers and that the number of members of the guild had increased significantly, so that the enemy would make a sudden move and make a mistake. Frowning, the captain called it a good idea and asked if the traitors would really be so reckless as to take such a risk, considering that the spy had been exposed. The protagonist lowered his head and said that the guild would definitely make a move. Yanja asked how he knew this. Kanu smiled and concluded that the devil cult had already lost all moral control on the way to their passionate desire. The boy tapped his shoulder and thought that no mage could resist this temptation, since the closer the cherished power, the more they turned into demons. The young man closed his eyes and supposed that even if the enemies were so careful before, it was still impossible to hide what was happening there. The commander noticed that despite the patrols, there was no tendency for the player's cow to decrease. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked who they should throw as bait, and explained that there were no strong rookies left at the low ranks who did not belong to some large guild. The woman frowned sternly and said that she was not going to use her guild members as bait. The player hid her eyes under her cap and said that it might sound selfish, but this was not a full-scale war to use their people. The Demon King replied that he understood perfectly well that she needed to preserve her fighting power. The Lord of Hell smiled slyly and said that he already had a person who was perfect for this role. In the evening, Saihun was walking down the street. The boy bowed his head to his sick mother. The knight looked down sadly. Morning came, but the swordsman was still sitting in front of his mother's bed. He held her hand, not closing his eyes. There were bars on the windows. The protagonist was lying on the roof of a nearby building. Kanu shed tears and was amazed that his friend took care of his mother every night. The guy turned on his phone and decided that, one way or another, reality exceeded expectations. There were many videos with the newcomer on the screen. The young man concluded that rumors had spread faster than planned, even though only a week had passed since the start of the operation. People were walking down the street and discussing the player. The Demon King realized that news would not attract unnecessary attention, and would spread at the perfect speed. The man was typing on the keyboard. The Lord of Hell thought that there was a high-level information manipulator on their side. Hyunwoo adjusted the microphone. It was the head of the HR management team of the Red Rose. The protagonist closed his eyes and decided that Wai Young was too old-fashioned to work like that, and Yeonju had already given the order, so there was no other option. Kanwoo took the telescope when Sehun came out of the neighboring building. The boy looked ahead. His comrade realized that it was time for him to move out as well. The team gathered at the C-rank gate of Mokdong. Seola closed her eyes. The knight asked if she was okay. The man in the helmet was discussing something with another member of the raid. Tyson noticed that their comrade was missing somewhere and asked if there was a way to contact him. The girl looked down and explained that it wasn't that he wasn't in touch, because they texted each other every day and even called each other sometimes. The man frowned in displeasure. The swordsman decided that it had nothing to do with the affairs inside the gate. Yunbai asked her friend not to be upset. The woman frowned sadly. The guys decided that their friend would definitely return, because he couldn't just disappear like that. The girl frowned in confusion when the healer suggested that he was tired of her cooking. The priestess narrowed her eyes and asked if he really didn't want to be at her house anymore. The sorceress patted her on the back and said that their comrade couldn't trade her for anyone else. The sorceress smiled widely and decided that being under the same roof with such a beauty was torture for him. She stuck out her tongue when Cyan asked her to stop talking like that. Yunbai took off her hat. The boy reminded that their friend was a high rank, so he must have a good reason for disappearing. The knight closed his eyes and explained that all they could do in such a situation was to be on the same level as their ally. Solia blushed. The swordsman asked her to work harder and try her best. The girl frowned resolutely and clenched the staff in her hands. The heroes headed to the gate to quickly hunt. The protagonist took off his helmet visor and was glad that his friends had already reached level 20 and received their third awakening, even if it was not enough. Kanu closed his eyes and was indignant that he had not seen them for a whole week. The woman smiled. The boy could not control his emotions when he saw how hard it was for her. The echidna cried into her pillow. The young man understood that he was the only person she could rely on. Gritting his teeth, the Demon King realized that he had been eating and sleeping poorly, and wanted to end it as soon as possible. The ogre swung his huge club as Taisa raised his shield in front of him. The man was able to withstand his powerful blow. The tank smirked and called the enemy ignorant and strong. The guard swung his shield to strike back. This attack knocked the monster down. Cyan rushed forward. His body was enveloped in a blue aura thanks to the ability Strengthen. The boy dashed forward and cut the monster's body in half with the skill Water Dragon. Blood gushed out of the beast's mouth. The ogre frowned furiously and roared. The monster turned around and looked at his opponent, who was standing in a fighting stance. A lightning spear pierced his shoulder. Smoke came out of the monster's mouth. His body fell to the ground. The guard asked if he was really dead. Taking a step forward, the knight confirmed this and explained that his experience points had increased. The heroes surrounded the corpse and decided that they needed to be more vigilant. Taisa wondered how their friend even went hunting in such places. The swordsman reminded them that they had leveled up quite well this month. The man smiled widely and stated that it was all thanks to him. Yunbai waved her staff and agreed with him, comparing her leader to the main character of a manhwa. Scratching the back of his head, the player said that her magic was also cool and suggested that they start collecting mana stones. The protagonist watched them from a nearby cliff as the guys began to divide the loot. Kanu scratched his nose and thought about how they fought without unnecessary movements, and that their skills had definitely increased, which meant that his efforts were not in vain. In the memory, the tank hit the enemy with his shield. Now their roles were clearly distributed, and all future movements became clear. Cyan's eyes lit up. Solia could give an extra buff, so it was useful even if healing was not needed. The spear finished off the ogre in the back. The boys smiled happily, thinking about how rich they would be thanks to hunting. The young man wrapped himself in his robe and concluded that it was time to really put out the bait. Looking down, the Demon King realized that a week had already passed and wondered if the enemies would continue to do nothing. The Lord of Hell narrowed his eyes and assumed that they were just going to continue to watch such an outstanding newcomer. Watching his friends through the telescope, the protagonist decided that it was impossible to miss such a prey. Kana knelt down on one knee and wondered if the rumors had never reached the Traitors Guild. The boy placed his hand on the ground and used the power of Observer. There was no one in the gorge. The young man thought that the enemies could not miss such a chance. Ogres were hiding behind the rock. The Demon King assumed that 1 week was not enough after all. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the gorge and dust rose. Someone rushed forward, killing monsters in their path. Bloody corpses were left behind them. The Lord of Hell noticed that they were of a very high level and that they did not even collect mana stones. The unknown continued to run through the desert. The protagonist tensed his fingers. Kenwa's crazy eyes widened and he was glad that the enemies finally took the bait. The wounded ogre fell to his knees. Standing in front of him, Sehun praised his comrades for their excellent work. The boy scratched the back of his head when Taisa called him incredibly cool. Yunbai was even upset that he did not let her take part in the fight. The knight closed his eyes and laughed. Suddenly, the swordsman's eyes widened. Solia looked back and saw the monster. The squad leader asked his comrades to prepare for another battle. Suddenly, someone cut the monster's body in half. The heroes froze in place in fighting poses. The stranger said that he was curious who was fighting here. Sehun frowned tensely. The stranger asked if fate had brought them together again. Young-hoon grinned maliciously and said that he did not think he would meet him here. The guys looked back and asked their friend if they knew each other. His father, the chairman of the Mir Electronics Corporation, towered over the deputy head of the Mir Guild. Mountains of money lay in front of the villain. Wealth and power helped him learn to manipulate other people, despite his mediocre abilities. The boy asked what brought him here. The villain replied that he came here to hunt. The boys turned away, trying not to look at him. The traitor asked if the player was being too rude to his brother. The knight opened his mouth wide and asked how he dared to call himself his brother. Young-hoon narrowed his eyes slyly and reminded him that this was not really the case, because the swordsman, unlike him, was of lower blood. The squad leader grabbed his sword and objected furiously. Raising his hand, the deputy leader asked if he really wanted to fight and asked where he got so much confidence. Sehun tensely clenched his teeth. The villain swung his sword and said that there were so many rumors about him lately. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that people believed that he had an incredible ability of at least S rank. His hand trembled. The villain was surprised that he showed up at such a time and awakened with such a high level. The distraught player licked his lips and said that this was exactly the situation that he needed a victim like him. The guys clutched their weapons in their hands. Young-hoon called them good victims too. Taisa shook with anger. The deputy leader decided that Seola could not be sacrificed. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and said that there were many ways to use her. The knight rushed forward and raised his sword above his head. The villain threw him back with one swing of his sword. The swordsman managed to stay on his feet. His friends looked back and called out to him. Gritting his teeth, the squad leader wondered what was going on and was surprised that the enemy was able to counterattack so quickly from such a short distance. The player raised his hand to the side and asked his subordinate to stand still. A purple aura enveloped the blade of his sword. The absolute defense mode was activated. Young-hoon charged and shouted that he would kill his brother. The deputy chief smiled broadly and said that his opponent was good at running away. The villain dealt several consecutive blows and called his opponent to attack. Sehun raised his blade in front of him to defend himself. The villain dealt another powerful blow, but the boy managed to block it. The knight swung his blade to counterattack. The player grinned and immediately blocked the attack. The swordsman frowned tensely and took a blow to the side. A strong kick threw him to the rocks. The squad leader gritted his teeth and realized that his enemy did not move of his own free will. Young-hoon approached him, holding his sword in his hands. He shook his hand and decided to talk about the low blood. The young man realized that it was all about his weapon. The scientists gathered around the capsule. It was a special system that combined the technology and capital of Mir Electronics and captured enemy attacks with sensors to automatically block them. The deputy had frowned with displeasure and was indignant at his brother's behavior. The scoundrel swung his sword and shouted that he should lie down and keep quiet. The villain dealt a powerful blow, but Taisa managed to raise his shield in front of his comrade. Putting strong pressure on him, the player narrowed his eyes and asked who this big guy was. The man gritted his teeth and said that he did not know what happened between them. His foot hit the ground. The tank said that it couldn't let the enemy harm Sehun. The guard ran forward to push back the enemy. The guard closed his eyes, trying to hold back the onslaught. The warrior looked up and wondered what was going on. Surrounded by a protective barrier, Yonghun asked what he was trying to do. The deputy head smirked and asked how dare someone attack him with such equipment. A bright light illuminated Taisa's face. His body was immediately lifted into the air by a magical explosion. The villain narrowed his eyes and explained that he would have killed him anyway after dealing with his brother. The villain looked up, puzzled. A powerful whirlwind swirled around the boy. Solya cast a buff on him. The knight gritted his teeth in anger and used the dragon shockwave technique. The swordsman took off, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. The moment he jumped, a giant ghost dragon appeared behind him. The player spread his arms as the waves of energy approached him. Yonghun frowned tensely and swung his sword. He managed to block the enemy's attack despite the dragon. The squad leader opened his mouth wide and screamed. His sword pressed hard on the enemy's blade. The boy's hand slipped and the weapon slid straight towards his neck. The powerful blow threw the deputy leader back. Sehun lowered his sword and began to breathe heavily. The boy frowned and looked up. The villain shook himself off and realized that he had forgotten that his brother had always been like this. The villain kicked Taisu and decided to continue his speech about his dirty origins. The knight angrily clenched his teeth. The player stated that he had never been able to lose. In the memory, the swordsman looked at his brother from the side during their studies at the academy. Yonghun threw the ball into the basketball hoop. The boy placed his hand on the ball, standing under the watchful gaze of the damage dealer. The deputy leader pressed a button on the hilt of the sword. The villain pointed it at the enemy and said that he did not care, because he had enough money and power to command people. A blue aura enveloped his weapon. The squad leader opened his mouth in confusion when the villain promised to crush his worthless talent and everything else. The player summoned a dragon behind him and shouted that he could defeat him even 1,000 times. Yonghun smiled madly and suggested that the enemy try to repel his own technique. Sehun held his sword in front of him to block the attack. Several blows caused cracks to appear on its blade. The shockwave threw him back to the cliff. The boy got into a fighting stance and laughed, shouting that this was his limit. Yunbai summoned lightning while Seola helped her friend heal his wounds. The deputy chief asked his brother to get used to the fact that he would be looked down upon. A lightning spear crashed into the protective barrier around him. The villain put his hand to his forehead and explained that there was a limit that could not be passed, despite all the pathetic efforts. The girl frowned and said that she could not heal her comrade for long in this situation. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that his strength had completely left him. The woman said that she would go help the sorceress and asked him to come to his senses. The enemy attacks crashed into the shield around the villain. The knight realized that he was going to die after swearing revenge on those who abandoned them. The sorceress thrust her staff forward. Taisa lay on the ground. The swordsman realized that there was no talk of revenge if he could not even protect the people dear to him. The leader of the squad pursed his lips and decided that it was all because of his weakness and lack of strength. Sehun frowned tensely when someone asked if he really wanted to become stronger. Lying on the rock, the protagonist realized who they were talking about then. Kanu grinned and concluded that the guild that was associated with the devil cult was the Mere Guild. Taking off his hood, the boy realized that his friend was the illegitimate son of the guild leader, and remembered that they were actually similar. The young man lowered his head and decided that he had established all the necessary connections for the plan and that it was time to move out. The Demon King raised his eyebrows in confusion when the boy shouted that he needed strength. Enveloped in powerful energy, the knight said that he needed strength to defeat all the enemies in his path. The swordsman gritted his teeth. He raised his sword above his head and said that he wanted to protect the people dear to him. The Lord of Hell narrowed his eyes and wondered if his comrade had awakened some kind of power in such a bad situation. The protagonist smiled in surprise when the system reported that one key to change for the better had been received and that the vessel could only accept a portion of the power. The leader of the squad rushed to attack and began to push back the enemy. Sehun opened his mouth furiously and screamed loudly. The opponents flew high into the air due to the wave of energy. Yonghun gritted his teeth and asked what it was. A deep cut appeared on his shoulder. The boy's eyes flashed with fire. The deputy leader wondered why his absolute defense did not work. The villain put his weapon forward and asked his brother not to make fun of him. At the moment of using the skill, the dragon appeared behind the knight again. The giant monster helped the owner deliver precise blows. The villain blocked them and thought that this could not be. The swordsman continued to attack him at a breakneck speed. The player did not understand where he got such strength from. Their blades crossed again. Yonghun realized that his opponent was superior to him in everything. The boy missed another blow to the shoulder and asked himself why his brother had become so strong. The deputy leader jumped back and concluded that he needed to run. The tip of the sword was right in front of his eyes. At that moment, the bodyguard held out his giant axe in front of him. The man swung it and threw the squad leader back. Standing behind him, the scoundrel asked why he deigned to come out only now. Myungo apologized to him. Sihun leaned on his sword and thought about how the enemy only needed to swing the axe to stop him. The system warned that the damage level was too high. The boy frowned and realized that he did not know what his opponent was thinking. The brute approached him and asked him to accept the fact that he would never be able to surpass his boss. The guard lowered the corners of his lips and promised to finish him off quickly if he was obedient. The knight frowned tensely and began to breathe heavily. The swordsman looked up at his enemy, who was clutching his weapon. The squad leader opened his mouth wide and asked what the hell he was talking about. The bodyguard pinned him to the ground with the shaft of his axe. The sword slipped from his hands. Sihun gritted his teeth and felt his body exhausted. The man raised his axe to strike and declared that the weak only had the right to suffer. Blood flowed down the boy's cheeks. In the memory of his mother hugging him and telling him that she regretted giving him life, the knight realized that he did not need an apology. The swordsman remembered hugging the woman and decided that he wanted to thank her. With tears in his eyes, the squad leader realized that he could not overcome the vicissitudes of fate and asked his comrades for forgiveness. The boys started crying. Siola and Yunbai clutched their weapons in their hands, realizing that they couldn't do anything. Sihun looked at the blade of the axe and concluded that he had failed to protect his loved ones. The boy closed his eyes and mentally asked them for forgiveness. Suddenly, he looked forward in amazement when someone praised his speech. The protagonist stopped the axe with his bare hand and asked if the enemy really thought that the weak should suffer. A crack appeared on the axe. Kanwoo agreed with this thought. A powerful blow knocked Myungo off his feet. The boy smiled madly and promised to allow him to use this right to the fullest. The young man approached his friend. The knight asked how he ended up here. Looking down, the Demon King promised to explain everything later and thought about how he couldn't tell the truth, that they were just bait for the devil cult. Yunbai's mouth dropped open in shock. The Lord of Hell asked his friends to take the swordsman to a safe place and heal him. The brute stood up and asked if it was Warang's member in front of him. The protagonist replied that he wouldn't have come here alone in that case. Kanu closed his eyes and said that they were not in a relationship where they could introduce themselves and asked his opponent not to be so annoying. The guard clenched his fist tightly around the axe. The bodyguard charged and called his opponent arrogant. His tense face was covered in sweat. The boy clenched the blade of his axe and reminded him that the weak only have one right. The man trembled. The youth promised that he would never violate his right. His glasses reflected his evil grin. Myungo wondered what kind of person he was. Young-hoon jumped out from behind a rock and ordered him to use magic. The brute pursed his lips. The deputy leader asked if he really wanted to die. The guard let go of the weapon. The scoundrel ordered him to sacrifice himself for the mere guild. The bodyguard obediently put his hand to his chest. Waves of red energy burst out from under it. The man shrank his shoulders and trembled. Horns grew on its head, and its teeth turned into sharp fangs. The monster spread its wings and let out a battle cry. Clenching its fist, the villain praised it and shouted that they would definitely win this way. The player grinned evilly and ordered his subordinate to kill their opponent. The monster swung its fist. Young-hoon declared that he would definitely emerge victorious from here no matter how strong their enemy was. The youth summoned a wave of energy around his hand and declared that out of all the people he had met, he was the most like a demon. The king punched his opponent in the chest. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The deputy chief's eyes widened in horror and wondered how this was possible. The Lord of Hell left Myungo behind. His mad eyes glowed. The villain assumed that he was a ranker since he managed to defeat a man who used magi. The villain began to run and realized that he needed to call his father urgently. A communication bead, which is used inside the gate for continuous communication, appeared in his hands. The protagonist appeared behind him and asked where he was going. Kanwoo knocked the enemy to the ground with one blow. The player narrowed his eyes and asked who he was. The guy stepped on his head and asked why they always asked the same question in a moment of despair. Towering over the enemy, the young man suggested that the devil cult teaches how to talk like that. Young-hoon squeezed the bead in his hand. The Demon King suggested that the enemy was going to contact Jaehyun. The Lord of Hell smiled slyly and allowed him to call his father. The man was sitting in his chair when the phone rang. The old man pressed the sphere and asked what happened. The bead lit up. The protagonist asked if this was the guardian Young-hoon. The guild leader put his hand on the table and asked who it was. Kanwoo introduced himself as the man holding his son hostage. The villain frowned menacingly when the sounds of blows were heard. The boy asked if his child was going through puberty because he was not listening to him at all. The villain asked him to stop. The boy chained the enemy and asked if his father was really worried. The deputy's nose was bleeding. The Demon King said that his condition was getting worse and worse by the minute. Jaehyun asked what he needed. There was a portal in the city. The Lord of Hell asked the interlocutor to come to the C-rank gate in Mokdong right now if he wanted to save his son. The man frowned sternly and asked if he needed to come alone. The protagonist asked if he would really do that. Pinning the enemy to the ground, Kanwoo said that he knew such people too well and added that he would not wait long. The player shook his head. The old man asked if the kidnapper had gone crazy. The boy asked him not to fuss so much. The guild leader pressed his fingers into the table and asked if he thought he could clean up this mess and survive just because he had a guild that cooperated with the government on his side. The boy replied that he had no allies. The villain asked if he was working alone. The Demon King narrowed his eyes in displeasure and confirmed it. The villain jumped up from the table in rage and asked if the enemy knew who he was dealing with. Jaehyun frowned menacingly when the Lord of Hell stated that he didn't care. The man leaned over the bead. The protagonist assumed that he didn't know who he was talking to either. The sphere began to glow. Kanwoo grabbed Young-hoon by the hair and shouted that he could beat him up without stopping. Tears flowed down the boy's cheeks. The communication bead was covered in blood. The old man asked the enemy to stop. The boy smiled, gave him 20 minutes, and said that he didn't want to know what would happen if he didn't come to the gate. The boy narrowed his eyes, and the guild leader said that he didn't know what he wanted. The villain destroyed the edge of the table and warned that there was no turning back. Enveloped in sinister energy, the villain promised to get the kidnapper without fail, and then tear him to pieces. The Demon King smashed the bead with the deputy's head and wished him luck. The Lord of Hell rose to his feet and said that they were done with this. The protagonist looked down when the player asked for mercy. Young-hoon closed his eyes and explained that if he needed money, his father could give him as much as he wanted. Kanwoo turned him over on his back and said that he didn't need anything from their family. The boy began to cry and asked what he wanted. The boy raised his fist to his mouth and answered with kimchi, but then immediately corrected himself and said that he wanted world peace. The deputy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he could give him anything. The boy asked if the enemy didn't believe him. The Demon King grabbed his face and asked him to be quiet because he needed to prepare to meet his father. The villain smiled widely and thought that Jaehyun would definitely deal with him. The Lord grinned and said that he was lucky that the man loved his son. The villain's eyes widened in fear. Orobao pointed at him and said that a person who cherished someone was easy to use. The heroes left the portal. Taisa thanked his friend and said that they would handle the rest themselves. Yeonju approached the guys and called out to her ally. Putting her hand on her waist, the girl was indignant that her comrade had abandoned them without saying anything, and said that she had brought the Hwarang squad here. The team members asked in surprise if they knew each other. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that he was just unlucky that they had the same enemy. The woman came closer and asked who it was. Seolia introduced herself. The leader of the Scarlet Rose looked her over from head to toe. The player crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. She asked what kind of relationship they had with the squad leader. The priestess grabbed her shoulder and asked the same question. Kanwoo said that it was not the most important thing right now. The guy looked back and asked Taisu, who had not yet recovered, not to overdo it unnecessarily. Hwang frowned and asked where the traitor who had taken the bait was. The young man picked up Yeonhoon by the chain and said that he was even still alive. The allies looked at him with puzzled expressions. Yeonju stated that she never thought she would see Mir's deputy as a hostage. The commander decided that Jaehyun would definitely not come alone. The Demon King said that this was to be expected from an influential person. Closing her eyes, the girl concluded that they had started a war, and assumed that it would have happened sooner or later, since Mir's guild was connected to the devil cult. Behind her, there were squads of players. The captain apologized for only being able to gather such reinforcements, and realized that it would be very difficult if a full-scale war began. The swordswoman frowned and asked if they were sure that their actions were not hasty. The Lord of Hell asked her not to worry about it. Young-hoon was tied up on the ground. The protagonist explained that there is no easier battle than one where the enemy runs forward with all his might. Hwa-young asked if he really thought Jaehyun would lose his temper and immediately attack. Kanwoo kicked the deputy's head and stated that a father's love is limitless. The woman frowned sternly and doubted that the guild leader would attack even though his son was taken hostage. The guy smiled slyly and offered to test it. Several black cars stopped in front of the reinforcements. The man came out into the street and said that he knew it was their doing. Hwa-young and Youngju got into a fighting stance. The old man with trembling hands asked if the people who had not even awakened their full power thought that by taking his son hostage they could put an end to their plans. The villain, surrounded by an ominous energy, asked where the man he was talking to was. The villain frowned tensely. The young man waved his hand and said that he looked better in person. Jaehyun gritted his teeth and called him arrogant. The guild leader thanked the enemy for not running away. The Demon King threw him Young-hoon and said that he did not need thanks. The bodyguards immediately caught the young master and asked if he was okay. The Lord of Hell stretched his arms. The leader of the Red Rose asked how it was possible to give up the hostage so easily. The man frowned furiously and asked what the catch was. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that he just wanted them to be together for the last time. The old man put his hands on his son's shoulders. Kanwoo asked if he didn't want to hug him. The boy smiled widely. The villain leaned towards the boy and asked if he was okay. The villain opened his mouth in fear and tried to shout at his son. His pupils reflected the bloody deputy. The player rolled his eyes and asked his father who he was. Jaehyun's eyes widened in shock and asked what that meant. The guild leader squeezed Young-hoon's shoulder, causing him to scream, and called himself his father. The boy waved him off and asked who he was. The bodyguard asked him to come to his senses. The man's eyes turned bloodshot. Behind the crying deputy, begging for salvation, stood the smirking Demon King. The old man bared his teeth furiously and screamed loudly. The villain clenched his fists and kicked the ground hard. Raising her hand to the side, Yanja asked what was going on and ordered everyone to back away to avoid being hit. The villain, covered in a powerful aura, asked how the enemy dared to do such a thing to his son. Jaehyun jumped up and rushed forward. The girl put her hands in front of her. Steel bracers shone on her forearms. The woman dashed forward, leaving the Lord of Hell behind. The enraged opponents ran towards each other. The head of the Red Rose clenched her chain into a fist and screamed. The head of the world frowned menacingly. His fist appeared in front of the opponent. The man gritted his teeth and struck. A powerful explosion was heard in front of him. The attack destroyed the player's chains. Yanja immediately turned around and swung her hand. Her chains enveloped the opponent. The old man was shackled and immobilized. The villain clenched his trembling fist and fumed. He managed to break the chain with his hand. The girl ducked and frowned tensely. The villain made her jump back with his attack and shouted that her techniques were useless against him. The woman was in the air when Jaehyun swung his fist and wished death on her. Suddenly, Hwayoung appeared in front of him. The captain swung her sword and used the skill Squall Wind. A powerful gust of energy fell on the enemy. The guild leader Mir spread his arms and managed to stay on his feet. His body was covered in wounds. The heroines got into a fighting stance to continue the fight. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly and grinned. The man clenched his teeth in fury, enveloped in light energy. The old man swung both fists and ordered the enemies to leave. A strong blow destroyed the ground in front of him. Debris flew into the air and forced the swordswoman to jump back. The villain rushed forward to attack the head of the Red Rose. His mad eyes lit up. The player swung her fist with chains. They pierced the enemy's body with sharp blades. The villain approached the enemy closely. He managed to break the chains, and Yanja jumped into the air to dodge the attack. The girl covered her face with her hands and realized that the enemy was completely crazy, since he was trying to break through all their attacks. The woman clenched her fists. Chains burst out of her bracers. They wrapped around Jaehyun's body as the head of the Red Rose landed behind him. Head of the World lunged forward, and the sharp chains dug into his skin. The player frowned tensely and thought about how they were rankers of the same level, so she had enough strength to defeat him. The man raised a trembling hand and declared that it was a pathetic attempt. Yeonju decided that he could not ignore the attacks forever. Hwayoung leaned on her sword and concluded that there was one more decisive blow left. The old man frowned angrily, trying to break the chains. The girl opened her eyes wide and jumped to the side. The villain spread his arms and freed himself from the shackles. He clenched the blade in his hand and began to breathe heavily. The daggers fell to the ground. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, and his eyes lit up. The villain gritted his teeth and called out to him. Jaehyun rushed forward to attack the offender. The head of the Mir Guild swung his fist. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth. The captain stabbed him in the back with her sword. The commander frowned sternly, clutching the hilt of the blade. The bodyguard opened his mouth in horror and called out to the master. Young-hoon begged to let him go. The swordswoman pulled the weapon out of the enemy's body. The man took a step forward, and his legs buckled. He fell to his knees and trembled. Blood dripped from the blade of the sword. The old man rose to his feet again. The head of the Red Rose approached her friend. The villain approached Kong and lowered his head. The villain raised his hand to hit him. His fist barely touched the boy. His hand weakened and immediately fell down. Jaehyun fell to his knees. The boy grabbed him by the hair and asked how this happened. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked if the enemy was not going to kill him. The Demon King smiled widely and asked if the enemy realized who he was dealing with. The lights were on in the windows of the Hwarang squad headquarters. Yanja looked back and said that she wanted an explanation regarding Yin-hun. The bloody boy looked at his father. The girl asked what happened to him. The Lord of Hell replied that he was just playing with his memory a little. The woman asked if he really had that ability, and the protagonist beamed and said that he had many talents. The leader of the Red Rose frowned sternly and asked him to stop talking nonsense, because it was not only a question of talents. Kanu put his hand on her shoulder and explained that she did not need to know everything, much less understand. The guy, shrouded in an ominous aura, said that her help was enough for him, and promised to do the same in return. The player clenched her fist, and the young man reminded her that their goal was to uproot the weed called the Devil Cult, which took away the people dear to her. The King of Hell smiled broadly and asked if that was not enough. The Lord of Hell extended his hand to his ally and suggested that she continue to try. Yeonju lowered the corners of her lips and concluded that she was not raising a tiger cub, but a real tiger that bit into her with its fangs. The girl shook her comrade's hand and decided that it was too late. The protagonist cast an ominous shadow. The woman agreed that they should continue to try. Jaehyun sat at the table in a straitjacket. The Hwarang staff were watching the events on the cameras. Hwayoung asked when the traitor began collaborating with the Devil Cult. The captain placed her hands on the table and asked what the summoning meant and who was hiding under the mask of the Red Devil. The head of the Mir Guild smiled widely. The commander slammed her hand on the table. The swordswoman frowned sternly and called the hostage to account. The man's hair covered his face. The girl stated that he was no longer the chairman of Mir Electronics, but a criminal who was helping a crazy cult. The old man slyly knitted his eyebrows and asked if they really thought they could beat answers out of him. The woman gave him a disdainful look. The villain explained that the Warang squad, despite their power, were ordinary government dogs who did whatever they were told. The villain raised his head and asked if the enemy knew how many connections he had, saying that the vicious dogs were wearing collars and that he was the one holding the leash. A chain flew past Hwayoung as Jaehyun asked how a dog dared to snap at its owner. The World Guild leader crashed into the wall, and Yeonju called him out on it. Blood was running down the man's lips as he was chained. The Scarlet Rose Guild leader kicked him in the stomach and repeated her demand. The commander grabbed her friend and asked her to stop because they would definitely be in trouble if he died. The old man smiled widely and said that they would lose anyway. The player clenched her teeth in anger, and the villain explained that they couldn't even imagine the situation the world was in and what the devil cult was planning. The heroines looked back as the protagonist praised them and asked them to step aside. The girls stepped aside, and Kamwoo offered to talk for a bit. The villain frowned tensely and began breathing heavily. Jaehyun looked up at the enemy and declared that they would not succeed. The boy said that he would have no choice but to tell them everything. The head of the Mir Guild furiously opened his mouth and asked if his opponent was really that stupid. The boy explained that he could bring him back. The man shuddered in fear and asked what they were talking about. The Demon King grinned maliciously and said that he could bring back his son's memories. The Lord of Hell narrowed his eyes slyly and ordered the hostage to tell him everything he knew about the devil cult. The old man's eyes widened in horror. The villain looked down in shock. He bent over and trembled. The villain smiled madly and laughed. Hwayoung and Yeonju frowned tensely. Jaehyun furiously opened his mouth and shouted that his enemy would go to hell. The protagonist licked his lips and thought about how he had been there before. The observers stood at the monitors with surveillance cameras. Sitting at the table, the head of the Mir Guild told him that he had met a man in a red mask about 8 months ago. The girl asked if he knew the identity of this man. The man looked down and answered negatively. Raising his eyebrows, Kanu realized that enemies do not share this information even with important allies, and asked him to continue the story. The old man met the cultist on the roof, and the cardinal offered him a deal and promised to turn him into a demon if they provided all the necessary sacrifices for the ritual. The woman frowned in annoyance, surprised that he agreed to such a thing, and asked what was wrong with him. The heroine stared at the traitor. The villain decided that they were saying this because they did not know anything about demons. The leader of the Scarlet Rose asked what they were talking about. The villain introduced a horned monster, and explained that demons can live forever and not age, unless their heads are cut off and their hearts are ripped out. Whelm clasped her hands and asked why the hostage believed their story about eternal life. The guys widened their eyes in surprise when they heard that demons had actually existed for over 1,000 years. The sun was shining over the Colosseum. Clouds were floating over Notre Dame Cathedral. Jaehyun explained that these monsters had lived before that. People were walking around the Eiffel Tower. The demons were scattered all over the world and were secretly increasing in size, although they only started to show active actions in the last few years. Scratching his chin, the Lord of Hell realized that he assumed that they appeared after the day of the disaster, and wondered how long ago the monsters had taken root. The protagonist concluded that it would not be that easy to destroy them. Yeonju slammed her fist on the table and asked if the traitor was really planning to get immortality in exchange for sacrifices. The head of the Mir Guild confirmed this. The girl cast a disdainful look at him and said that immortality would drive anyone crazy. Smiling widely, the man laughed and said that she really did not understand anything. The captain frowned sternly. The old man explained that the demon's body retains the spirit and awakens passionate desire. The woman asked what that meant. The monster dipped the man in a glass of wine. The villain replied that they could not be disappointed in life and were able to live forever with a young body and a lively mind. The head of the Red Rose menacingly knitted her eyebrows and asked how this was possible. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he would not have agreed to the deal if he did not know for sure. The player gritted her teeth and thought that their enemy understood the power of the demon cult's growth, since he was saying such a thing. Kanu pursed his lips and decided that this was all nonsense, because eternally unsatisfied desires are not as sweet as they seem. The guy remembered how he had to chew corpses and realized that it was an unbearable pain that could not be compared to anything. The young man looked up and concluded that the hostage did not know anything about the cult. Jaehyun reported that they made offerings and that through the ritual, several members of his guild received mages. Hwayoung placed her hands on the table and asked what it was. The guild master Mir replied that it was demon magic, only slightly similar to Maryak. Yeonju asked if he had managed to obtain mage. The man replied that he had not managed to do so. The girl frowned sternly and asked if that was the point of his alliance with the cult. The old man imagined monsters in front of him and explained that it takes more time to prepare to turn into a full-fledged demon and that a person who hastily accepts mage can lose control of their desires. The villain added that he forced the guild members to accept mage to gain greater power. The captain leaned forward and asked who the cult was going to summon. The heroines opened their mouths in amazement when they heard that the sect wanted to summon the devil. The commander grabbed her forearm and asked where and how they were going to do it. The villain replied that he did not know and reported that the spatial wall that was blocking his summoning had weakened recently. The protagonist narrowed his eyes angrily. The leader of the Red Rose asked how long ago the wall weakened. Kangwa's face broke out in a cold sweat. Jaehyun said that it happened about a month ago, and that now the cult will be able to directly summon the devil. The boy's eyes lit up when he realized that all of this was happening because of him. A notification about the detection of an atomic crack appeared in the memory. The young man remembered how he stood in front of the Gaia system and concluded that the devil cult began its active activities after his return to Earth. Smiling, the Demon King wondered if this was all his fault and assumed that the system would recover on its own. Wei Young asked if the wall was still in a weakened state. The man frowned and replied that it was getting weaker every day. The Lord of Hell imagined monsters holding hands and thought that demons and monsters would hardly unite to destroy humanity together. Smiling, the protagonist decided that they needed to focus on the cult and asked where the cult's headquarters were in Korea. The guys looked closely at the hostage. The old man assumed that they had probably already left there and completed preparations for the summoning ritual. Yanja asked if they had really managed to get enough victims. The villain closed his eyes and said that he did not know. Opening his mouth in anger, the girl said that his words made no sense and reminded him that the mere guild supplies victims, and therefore should know whether there are enough of them or not. The villain smiled and explained that they are just part of the system. The woman looked at her ally and asked what they were talking about. Kanwoo covered his mouth with his hand and concluded that there were more traitors. The guy introduced the leaders of the other guilds and said that someone else supports the cult. The cultists knelt before their leader. The cardinal reported that Jaehyun was captured. The stranger looked at the crystal ball and said that he wanted to help with something, but the head of the Mere Guild revealed himself too quickly. The cultist raised his head and said that their plan would not be hindered anyway, because they had victims from another guild. The stranger narrowed his eyes and wondered why their ally had acted so recklessly. In the ball, a young man grabbed an old man by the hair. The villain assumed that it happened because of him. The Demon King smirked. The villain remembered his name. Putting his feet on the table, the cultist decided to check this and asked how the additional support from the order went. The subordinate replied that everything had arrived. The cultist presented a demonic crystal with a huge concentration of magic and said that according to the plan, this would be enough to increase their strength. Sitting at his table, the cardinal asked what the order said. The cultist replied that no orders had been received. Leaning on his hand, the stranger realized that the order wanted them to achieve everything on their own and decided that they needed to hurry. Introducing a giant monster, the stranger stated that they should continue with the plan and asked his subordinates to start with El Cuero. The heroes exited the building. Yanju complained about how they were going in circles. Wei Young asked her to cheer up since it didn't mean that they didn't get anything at all. The captain looked at her ally and informed him that he would receive separate compensation from the government. The commander smiled confidently and explained that they were able to catch the Mere Guild and neutralize its leader only thanks to him. The protagonist scratched his nose and hoped that these weren't useless papers. The swordswoman stated that she didn't follow these rules and promised to contact him later regarding the exact reward. With a determined frown, Kanwoo said that he would look forward to it and thought that he should definitely wait for this reward. At night, a light was on in a tall building. The boy entered the apartment, where his friends met him. Echidna burst into tears and asked where he had been all this time. Raising his eyebrows, the boy apologized and explained that he had very important things to do. The girl spread her arms and asked if she really hadn't done anything wrong. With a sad frown, the dragon hoped that her master wouldn't abandon her and promised to fix everything she had done wrong. The Demon King leaned over to her and assured her that everything was fine. Hugging his friend, the Lord of Hell said that he would never abandon her and asked her to calm down. The protagonist stroked her head and thought about how he hadn't taken care of the child for a whole week, who had recently run away from loneliness. Solia asked if her friend had finished all his business. Kanu took the familiar in his arms and replied that he had done everything, but unfortunately, he couldn't explain everything properly. The girl looked down and said that everything was fine, adding that she knew he cared about them more than anyone else. The boy blushed when the woman expressed confidence that everything would become clear later. His eyes sparkled as the healer prepared kimchi for him. There was boiled cabbage in the pot. The boy shouted that he would eat it right away, and mentally called his friend an angel. The sun's rays illuminated the hospital building. The boys gathered in the hospital room. Sehun learned that his friend had heard rumors and had started following him, thinking that he might be a target of the devil cult. The Demon King stated that he immediately knew that it was about him. The boy looked down and asked where the rumor came from. The Lord of Hell explained that rumors spread quickly, especially if it concerns a person who stands out noticeably. The protagonist frowned worriedly, wondering if something was wrong, and decided that someone else would have done it anyway. Soleil lowered her head and asked if her friend could warn about this in advance. Kanu asked what it was about. The girl narrowed her eyes sadly and explained that he had too many secrets, and that it was not the first time he hid something, even if it was for their own good. With her hands folded in her lap, the woman added that she felt the gap between them growing and doubted that she would be able to reach him even if she extended her hand. The healer's eyes widened as the boy apologized for making them worry. Blushing in embarrassment, the priestess replied that he did not need to apologize for that, and suggested that he had good reasons for doing so. Ciole raised her eyebrows in surprise when the boy called them his family, and apologized. Her hands trembled, The Demon King said that he could not guarantee that such a thing would never happen in the future and promised to do his best to stop them from worrying. The Lord of Hell smiled awkwardly as his friend tried to say something. The girl frowned sternly and asked him to speak to her freely. Raising her index finger, the woman expressed indignation at the informality with which she and Yeonju had spoken and asked him to do the same with his family members. Taisa and Yunbai were eating popcorn and discussing the love comedy unfolding before their eyes. The main character touched his girlfriend's hand. Kanwoo looked away in embarrassment and asked why she didn't speak to him freely. The healer raised her eyebrows and replied that it was more convenient for her. The echidna frowned in displeasure and called out to her master. The girl handed him a tangerine and asked him to peel it. The guy took the fruit and asked how exactly to peel it. The dragon asked to remove the white veins. Sehun looked down and apologized for saying this in such a good environment, but he still wanted to ask a question. The boy clenched his fists and asked what happened to Jaehyun and Younghoon. The young man closed his eyes and replied that they would both rot in prison for the rest of their lives. The people carried the boxes out of the building. There was no way to buy off what they had done this time, so the world of electronics and the World Guild were completely destroyed. The knight trembled. The Demon King explained what he had heard about their relationship and how the guild leader had forced him into debt. The swordsman's eyes widened. The Lord of Hell explained that he would be able to legally compensate for part of the debt, and added that they would be able to provide his mother with treatment in a good hospital. Tears fell on the blanket. The player thanked his comrade. Taisu and Yunbai wiped away tears of joy. Sehun covered his face with his hand and smiled. The boy narrowed his eyes and called his friend his savior. The knight remembered their first meeting and decided that it gave him luck for life. A grin shone on the protagonist's face at that time. The swordsman blushed and said that he would treat him like a stepbrother and suggested that they try together. Kanwoo felt very guilty. The player clenched his fist resolutely, but the boy simply lowered his head. The boy closed his eyes and said that he would talk to him freely. Cyan thanked him. The boys looked up when the boy concluded that he could tell them the truth. Taisu and Yunbai frowned tensely. The knight admitted that he had been hiding one fact from them all this time. A fiery Taehuan appeared above his head. The swordsman told him that the rumors about him were true and that he had the ability of the SSS-ranked descendant of the god of war, although his mastery of it was far from ideal. The boys looked at him in surprise. The girl asked if anyone had such an ability in the First Awakening. The man decided that it was not surprising at all. The Demon King looked away and understood what was being said. A party member asked how their friend had awakened as a descendant of the god of war. The player replied that he was unsure, but he received a slightly different message. The Lord of Hell widened his eyes in shock when Sehun stated that he had been chosen as a guardian due to the damage to the Gaia system. The boy closed his eyes and said that he himself did not know what it was. The protagonist was surprised that he was familiar with the concept, because even Yeonju had never heard of this system. Kana asked when his comrade had awakened. The knight turned to him and replied that it was May 22nd. Sola scratched her chin and remembered that this was the day they first met their ally. The boy imagined lightning falling on him and decided that his friend had awakened as a player due to his fault when the Gaia system was damaged, meaning that he was the key to restoring it. Yunbai clenched her fist and called him a hero who would protect the world. The player said that such words were a burden to him. The boy covered his mouth with his hand and concluded that Sehun was much more important than he thought. The Demon King smirked and was happy that he made him his familiar. The Lord of Hell bowed and wished his comrade a good rest. Taisa asked if he was leaving already. The protagonist confirmed this. The boy suddenly grabbed his jacket. The knight asked if it was time for him to go. Kanwoo stopped and explained that he did not want to disturb his rest. The swordsman blushed and asked him to stay. The boy wondered why his comrade was staring at him like that. Suddenly, the boy widened his eyes and remembered that familiars instinctively reach out to their masters. Echidna frowned sadly and said that she wanted to go with him. Solia reminded that their ally would be busy. The Demon King broke out in a cold sweat and wondered if this also included Cyan. Deciding that it was time for him to flee from here, the Lord of Hell jumped out the window and asked the boys to contact him if they needed anything. The trolls opened their mouths in fury and growled. The girl summoned magic in her hands. She put her palms forward and used Dark Storm. Waves of black energy crashed down on the monsters. The protagonist ran forward and swung a giant scythe. Kanu squeezed the shaft in his hand with force. The boy jumped towards the enemy, and his weapon turned into an axe. His blue eyes lit up. With one blow, the young man destroyed two monsters. Their bodies were cut in half and covered in ice. The fragments fell to the ground. The system reported that the user had increased their level. The young man wiped his forehead and said that it was not easy, but he managed to reach level 60 and receive the sixth awakening. The Demon King smiled contentedly and wanted to check what kind of ability he had acquired. The system suggested that the special skill would only be fully revealed after the final incarnation of evil. The Lord of Hell squatted down and was upset that he did not even know the conditions for the final incarnation. The dragon asked if everything was okay with him. Smiling, the protagonist replied that everything was fine and wondered how he could be mocked to such an extent. Kanu took a communication bead out of his bag. The guys stared at it. Solia asked if her friend was busy. The guy replied that he had already finished everything and asked how the preparations for the move were going. The girl looked at the pile of boxes and said that they had already packed everything, so her friend could come right now. The woman looked at the photo frame with a smile. The healer explained that she needed to pick up something else, so she would call a taxi herself later. Clouds floated above the huge multi-story building. The heroes entered the new apartment. The priestess could not believe that they would actually live here. Echidna was glad that this nest was so huge. The young man closed his eyes and explained that he did not want to live alone in such a big house anyway. Solia asked if he and his mother could definitely live here. The Demon King replied that this apartment was provided by the Scarlet Rose Guild. The girl frowned and realized that it was Yanju. The Lord of Hell confirmed this. The woman smiled, but was upset deep down. The healer looked out the panoramic window and was surprised that the head of the guild could afford to buy his comrade even this expensive apartment in the center of Seoul. The priestess raised her fist to her chin and concluded that she should not give in to her. Suddenly her eyes widened. Echidna asked what her master would do tomorrow. The Lord of Hell replied that he had no plans. The girl tapped her index fingers together and suggested spending the day together. The protagonist stroked her head and reminded her that they were planning to have fun. The child was very happy about this news. Solia opened her mouth wide and shouted that she would go with them. The sun's rays illuminated the windows of the shopping mall. The dragon put on a lion costume. The girl asked if she was cute. The woman squatted down and offered to take a photo. Kanu thought about the other day they went shopping for clothes together. The guy smiled and was happy that they had become so close. The familiar put on denim overalls and spread her arms. The healer gave her cookies. The young man was worried about how Echidna, who relied only on him, would communicate with other people. The priestess picked up a huge plush rabbit. The heroines happily hugged each other. The Demon King realized that his friend was helping the girl adapt to the environment. His exhausted face was covered in sweat. Holding a dozen bags in his hands, the Lord of Hell wondered how many more things they were going to buy. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth in shock. There was a food court in front of him. Kana asked if this was the place where you can order and eat anything. Soldier confirmed it. Smiling, the girl wondered if her friend had never been to a food court, and explained that you can find food for any taste here. The guy salivated when he imagined a lot of food, and was surprised that such places actually existed. The young man clenched his fist and remembered why he wanted to return to Earth so much all this time. Soon, many different dishes appeared on the table. The woman wished her friends a pleasant appetite. The Demon King scooped up some kimchi with a spoon, wanting to try it first. The Lord of Hell tried the cabbage, and concluded that this dish was not comparable to what his girlfriend cooks. The protagonist took a slice of pepperoni pizza to diversify the tastes. Kana dipped it in the broth from under the kimchi. The healer asked what he was doing. The guy rolled his shiny eyes and decided that it was much tastier than he could imagine. The young man began to mix everything. The priestess closed her eyes at Echidna, who asked if it really had to be eaten like this. The Demon King picked up the pot. Solia asked the girl not to do that. The Lord of Hell thought that it was very tasty. Suddenly someone started applauding him. The protagonist looked away when he heard someone's voice. His eyes lit up. The man standing next to him said that jjigae is best eaten with flour. Kenhyun took off his sunglasses and said hello. The man smiled widely and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Holding a spoonful of rice in his hands, Kanu asked what brought him here. The girl looked at the guest with displeasure. The head of the guild Hanul said that he had one interesting proposal, and asked his comrade to communicate with him informally. The villain asked if he had joined the Scarlet Rose Guild. The boy continued eating and replied that he did not belong to them, but was simply collaborating. The cardinal placed his hand on his shoulder and promised to be brief. The traitor confidently frowned and offered his colleague to join their guild. The woman covered her mouth with her hand. The player explained that you can get absolutely anything from them. The young man opened a can of soda. Kenhyun promised to put him in a leadership position. The Demon King looked at the can and said that this would not be enough. The man stared at him in surprise. A sly grin appeared on his face. The Lord of Hell calmly continued drinking soda. The head of Hanul called him funny and laughed. The villain asked what condition he would like. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he was not going to join anyone in principle. Kana looked down. The cardinal picked up his glasses and said that he could offer him some legendary equipment for free. Various types of weapons appeared. Legendary level equipment was hard to get even for a lot of money because it consisted of materials collected from S-rank gate bosses and above. Yanju had bracers on his hands. The specialty of this equipment was that after wearing it, an engraving ceremony was held so that no one except the owner could use it. The guy crossed his arms and remembered that legendary equipment increases the characteristics to the absolute value. The trader noticed that this offer interested him. Opening one eye, the young man concluded that without increasing magic, it makes no sense to him, and decided to refuse. The player put his hand in his pocket and said that he expected such an answer. Kan Hyun put a business card on the table and asked his colleague to contact him if he suddenly changed his mind. The man picked up a plate from the table. The head of Hanul poured flour into a pot of kimchi and said that his comrades simply had to try it. Echidna was indignant that he also mixed different foods. The villain turned around and promised to see them again. The Demon King looked thoughtfully at the spoon. The girl said that she also wanted to try his food. Clouds floated above the tall building. Someone asked why her friend declined the offer. Yanja looked back. The Lord of Hell explained that he wanted to continue working only for himself. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he did not have to join Hanul to get the legendary equipment. The capsule contained a cloak. Kanwoo decided that he could get it as a reward for his contribution to the safety of people. The heroes approached the elevator. The guy asked if his friend knew Kim Hyun. The girl replied that they had only met a couple of times, since both were leaders of large guilds. The young man asked what kind of person he was. The woman smiled and replied that it was clear from him that he was a mind-blowingly bright person. The boys entered the elevator. The Demon King asked what rumors were going around about him. The head of the Red Rose pressed the button and remembered that one time the man got really angry while judging the world players. A powerful whirlwind appeared around his opponent. At that time there was a lot of talk about Korea entering the world ranking for the first time, but the head of Hanul was defeated. His enemy had double pupils. He was the owner of the legendary weapon Eye of Susanoo. In the end, Korea lost to Japan, which caused public criticism. The heroes walked along the corridor. The Lord of Hell asked if this was all. Yeonju replied that this was just what she knew. The protagonist hoped that Kan Hyun would not take revenge on him for refusing. The girl closed her eyes and suggested that he would like it on the contrary. The woman waved to Hwa-young, who was standing in front of her. The captain smiled and asked them to go inside. The guys approached the capsule. The commander told them that while searching the Mir Guild's armory, they found an item that hadn't passed the engraving ceremony and that she immediately liked. The head of the Scarlet Rose praised her for her excellent work. The swordswoman folded her arms across her chest and said that the higher-ups were against it. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him hung the black pearl cloak, which gave resistance to physical attacks and magical damage. The player put her hands in her pockets and noticed that its effect seemed a little ambiguous. Yeonju looked back and explained that +5 to unique characteristics is a very good effect, but the problem is that not all people have them. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. The guy covered his grin with his hand and concluded that this was an incredible thing. The woman adjusted his cap and asked if he had a unique characteristic, and decided that it was nothing unusual considering his abilities. The boy approached the cloak. Hwa-young informed him that it was one of the legendary top-tier equipment. The Demon King raised his eyebrows and said that he liked it very much. After saluting, the Lord of Hell thanked his friend and promised to continue to help eradicate the cult. The commander was glad that he liked everything and said that she was counting on him. The protagonist extended his hand to the cloak. The head of the Scarlet Rose narrowed her eyes and asked him to put on the equipment. Kanu fastened the robe on himself. The system began the ceremony of engraving the black pearl. The boy was enveloped in waves of red energy. The cloak recognized him as its owner. A light aura surrounded his hand. The system began to scan the user's characteristics in order to apply the effect. The veins on the boy's palm lit up. His magic indicator increased by 5 points. The Demon King looked at his hands. The system reported that the engraving ceremony was successful. The player crossed her arms and asked how her companion felt wearing the legendary equipment. The Lord of Hell smiled widely and said that he could wear at least a dozen of them. Hwa-young reminded that humans can only wear 5 pieces of equipment, regardless of their level. The protagonist looked back and thought that 5 pieces would also be effective. The captain noticed from his reaction that he looked like an ordinary newbie. Kanwoo beamed with joy. Yeonju asked if he really liked the new equipment that much. The boy blushed and confirmed it. The young man turned around when the girl suggested that he test his strength right now. The woman clenched her fist and wanted to fight him. The heroes entered a white spacious room. The leader of the Red Rose asked if they could spoil this room a little. The commander replied that this room was created specifically for this purpose, and asked the friends to fight at full strength. The player looked down and wondered how strong her friend was now. In the memory, the Demon King threw Yonho back. The fighter decided that it was not only a matter of growth speed, because their stats were at completely different levels. The heroes went their separate ways. Yeonju thought that her comrade did not care about his level or stats, because he definitely had something special, and wanted to see for herself. The Lord of Hell looked away. The guys began to warm up. The protagonist realized that he just wanted to know how much his strength had grown, and decided that his friend would be a great opponent to test it out. Hwa-young raised her hand and asked them to prepare. Kanwoo wondered what role his allies would play in the future. The opponents got into a fighting stance. As soon as the captain announced the start of the sparring, the guy made a dash forward. The girl instantly dodged his blow. She swung her fist in response. The young man noticed this and was able to dodge. The Demon King grabbed his opponent by the knee to block her blow. The fist ended up right in front of his face. The Lord of Hell crossed his arms in front of himself to avoid damage. Squinting, he realized that these were medium-strength attacks, and concluded that his girlfriend wanted to test him in close combat. The protagonist grinned and decided that this even made him a little angry. Kanu pushed the opponent's hand away. His fist flew past the woman. The guy pulled her cap over her face and asked if she was underestimating him. The young man swung his fist and said that this could cause her death in a real battle. The head of the Scarlet Rose released her chains. The Demon King smirked and thought that this was no joke and asked if the ally was going to kill him. The player narrowed her eyes slyly and decided that this was no ordinary person anyway. The chains flew past the Lord of Hell. They left deep marks on the walls of the training ground. Yanju turned sharply in the air. A powerful explosion threw the protagonist's back. Kanwu clenched his hand into a fist. Wings appeared behind him thanks to the use of the special skill Kraken's Wrath. The girl put her hands out in front of her. She rushed forward, swinging the chains, but the guy ended up behind her. Wyeong covered her head with her hand and shouted that there was only a little more left. The young man flew past the chains. He immediately stopped and turned around. The Demon King pushed off the wall and headed straight for his opponent. The woman released the chains in his direction. The Lord crossed his arms and dodged them. The protagonist approached the enemy and used the power of the explosion. A powerful wave of fire fell on the head of the Red Rose. The player narrowed her eyes tensely and managed to stay on her feet. Kana jumped behind her. The boy put his palms together and used the power of sound. A powerful wave spread throughout the entire room, raising dust. The commander closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. Yanju lowered her head and covered her ears with her hands. The boy tensely pursed his lips and realized that this was his chance. The girl looked to the side. The Demon King hit the ground with force. He swung his fist and used the power of the growing blow. The woman frowned furiously and realized that she did not have time to dodge. The chains swirled around her to protect her. The head of the Red Rose widened her eyes in shock. The Lord of Hell dealt a crushing blow and used Heavenly Rift. The debris of the walls fell to the ground around the confused Wyeong. The player fell on her back in front of her opponent. Despite everything, she had a smile on her face. There was a giant hole in the wall behind her. Yanju called her comrade a real monster. The girl bowed her head. The system reported that the effect of the Kraken's Wrath ability ended. The protagonist unclenched his fist and thought about how incredible this power was. Kanwu looked down and understood why people were so obsessed with owning legendary equipment, since he managed to defeat his opponent in just 1 minute. The woman asked if he really became a monster. The guy extended his hand to her and said that it was all thanks to the cloak. The head of the Scarlet Rose took his hand and reminded him that she also had a legendary weapon. The young man grinned maliciously. The player asked if she really had a human in front of her. Wyeong approached them. The Demon King suggested that his friend was lucky that they were not enemies. The boys looked back when the captain called out to them. The commander asked them if they knew how much the training room cost, opening her mouth in anger, and stated that they spent billions of ordinary people's taxes on it. The Lord of Hell scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Standing in front of the huge hole, the leader of Hwarang asked how they managed to destroy everything, and decided that they just didn't know when to stop. The swordswoman covered her face with her hand and said that the training room was currently unusable. The protagonist scratched his chin and wondered how he could compensate for the damage. Yanju concluded that they shouldn't have decided to fight here and that they should have gone to the gate. Kanwu looked away and thought about how he could recoup the cost of repairs by selling the mana stone from the giant ogre, but that would be a big waste of time. The girl frowned when the boy specified that legendary equipment materials could drop from high-level bosses, and confirmed it. Wyeong looked back. The boy suggested going on a raid against El Cuero. The captain asked if it was really an S-rank gate boss. The Demon King closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative. The woman asked if he knew what kind of monster it was. The monster was sitting at the bottom of a lake in Suwon. According to rumors, no one had ever been able to defeat it because it was impossible to attack it with melee attacks in the water, and because it had a habit of hiding in the depths, it was impossible to attack from a distance either. The Lord of Hell said that he knew it would not be easy to defeat it. The head of the Scarlet Rose crossed her arms and reminded her that there was no guarantee that it would drop legendary equipment. Smiling, the protagonist said that they might get lucky, and added that it was not just about money. Kanwu narrowed his eyes slyly and told them that the Sixth Awakening could be the key to unlocking his level cap. The demons stood on stone pillars. Each person faced the end of effort at level 59 and the end of ability at 89, and the most known way to overcome these walls was to conquer a powerful boss. The player scratched her chin, realizing that she was stuck near the end of ability, and suggested that they should actually try to catch El Cuero instead of chasing the giant ogre all day. Yanja looked at her companion suspiciously and realized that she had lost to him by 40 levels. Clutching her head, the girl agreed to help and asked what his plan was. The guy looked at Wyeong and explained that the two of them could not handle it, so they would need someone with high-class melee skills. The captain closed her eyes and agreed to help. Standing in front of her comrades, the commander stated that she also had to take responsibility for giving them this room, and added that she was not going to shift the blame to other people. The swordswoman smiled and said that she was curious about this plan that required a high level of melee combat. The woman asked if there would really be 4 of them, and the young man imagined his friends as a mathematical problem and replied that Echidna would also go with them. Putting his hand to his chin, the Demon King decided that it would be a good idea to find another melee fighter, and remembered that Sehun was not yet high enough in level for such a thing. The Lord of Hell looked up when the leader of Hwarang called out to him. Wyeong imagined her comrade's face and said that she knew someone who could help them. The protagonist knocked the huge troll to the ground in the S-rank gate. A tall stone golem stood next to him. The girl ran up to her master. The system told her that the user had reached level 59. Seeing that he had reached the maximum level, Kanwoo looked down and wondered if talented people could have unlimited abilities. Yeonju frowned and asked if her friend would exhaust all his strength before they started hunting the boss. Heading towards his friends, the boy replied that he had barely used up his energy and asked them not to worry about it. Hyunmo saluted and introduced himself. Hwayoung said that he was the melee fighter they had talked about earlier. Shaking his hand, the young man said that he was pleased to meet him and decided that they probably had about the same level of strength. The man looked at the corpse of the monster and explained that they were planning to hunt today. The echidna grabbed the owner by the pant leg. The warrior asked what the child was doing here, in such a dangerous place. The demon king replied that it was his familiar. The fighter raised his hand and asked if this was possible. The captain promised to tell him the details a little later. The warring member opened his mouth in surprise when the commander said that their ally was not inferior in strength even to the head of the Scarlet Rose. Hyunmo stared at the Lord of Hell in shock and wondered how a person who awakened only 2 months ago could reach such a level. His cheeks turned red. The protagonist concluded that they could not have gotten such a strong person without Hwayoung's help. She was glad that everything was fine with him. The man came close to him and said that he wanted to ask him something. The warrior frowned tensely and asked what kind of relationship he had with the captain. Kanwoo replied that they did not even communicate. The fighter turned around when the swordswoman said that they had no time to talk. The guy realized that his new ally simply fell in love with her. Yeonju looked sternly at her comrade and suggested that they conduct a briefing and go to the battlefield to deal with El Cuero. The young man replied that they did not need to go anywhere. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and reminded him that this was the area where the giants lived. Stone golems stood by the rocks. The woman explained that they would only interfere during the fight. Crossing his arms over his chest, the demon king declared that these monsters would be the key to defeating El Cuero, and decided to begin the briefing. A chain with a huge hook on the end fell to the shore. The Lord of Hell entered the water. Hyunmo shouted that everything was ready. The protagonist raised his leg and decided to try it. Kanwoo opened his eyes wide and thought that this was the first hunt for El Cuero in history. The guy kicked the water with force, using the power of sound. Silence fell over the lake around him. Suddenly, waves appeared. The boy clenched his fist when he heard a loud roar. A giant monster was approaching him from the other side of the lake. The silhouette of its tail was visible under the water. The demon king opened his mouth wide and warned his friends that the monster was approaching. Hwayoung put the chains on her shoulder. The echidna closed her eyes. Yeonju pushed off the ground. Something was about to burst out of the water. A huge stingray rose above the lake and screamed loudly. Its red eyes lit up. The beast began to circle in the air above the Lord of Hell. Sharp spikes appeared on its wings. The boss threw them towards the enemy. The protagonist called out to his friend. The girl raised a magical barrier in front of her. The dragon closed her eyes when the needles cut into it. Kanwoo asked her to be patient for a little while. The warring boys raised their eyebrows in confidence when the boy called out to them. The boy wrapped his arms around them and summoned wings behind his back. The demon king frowned furiously and asked his comrades to hold on tight. The heroes flew into the air. Hyunmo clenched his teeth tensely and screamed. At that moment, the Lord of Hell let go of him. The party members fell down, ending up right above El Cuero. The protagonist flew after them. The boys landed on the monster's back. The man stabbed him with his sword and complained about how slippery it was. Kanwoo opened his mouth wide and gave the order to attack from all sides to finish before the enemy returned to the water. The boy stabbed the hook into the monster's body. The stingray opened its red eye wide and roared. The beast rushed forward, trying to throw off the invaders. The heroes held tightly to the hooks that were firmly stuck in the enemy's back. The boss hit the water. Hwayoung frowned tensely and asked what was going on. The boy realized that the enemy was going to escape with an angry expression and asked his friends to hold on tightly. El Cuero swung his long tail. The monster suddenly rose into the air above the lake. Summoning wings behind his back, the demon king explained that the monster was going to sink to the bottom and declared that he would try to stop it. The Lord of Hell jumped off the enemy's back and asked his comrades to secure the rest of the chain. The protagonist fell down and sank underwater. Kanwoo clenched his fist and used the force of the growing blow. His eyes lit up. A whirlpool appeared under the monster. Waves rose above the surface and crashed onto the stingray. The Hwarang squad members tensely closed their eyes and screamed. The boy frowned furiously and realized that his attack had no effect due to the fact that he used it underwater. The beast soared high into the sky. The young man did not allow it to dive into the water and thought about how to inflict more serious damage. There were gills on the boss's body next to the core. Wings appeared behind the demon king's back thanks to the power of heaven. The Lord of Hell soared into the air and dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's gills. El Cuero opened his eyes wide and roared. Blood splashed towards the protagonist. Kanwoo clenched his fist, but suddenly looked down. Hyunmo opened his mouth in surprise when he saw sparks in front of him. The monster flew over Echidna. The girl opened her mouth wide and called out to her friend. Looking back, Hwayoung asked if all the chains were secured, and upon hearing an affirmative answer, she said that they needed to retreat. The man asked what about their comrade. The girl frowned sternly and explained that the Demon King was stronger than them, so they had better leave so as not to interfere with him. The boys jumped off the monster when a powerful electric explosion was heard. The woman looked back and decided that their ally had managed to get inside the stingray. Enveloped in a protective barrier, the Lord of Hell found himself in the stomach of the beast. The protagonist smiled and thought that Echidna sensed that he was in danger, and was able to put up a barrier even at such a distance. The girl tensely closed her eyes and pursed her lips. Kanu clenched his fist furiously. The hooks were attached to El Cuero's back. Suddenly, a bleeding wound appeared nearby. The guy got out and realized that he had gained strength thanks to the dragon's ability. The monster fell into the lake. The young man wrapped a chain around his body and grabbed the hook. The Demon King turned to the side and called out to his friend. Yanju was standing on the golem's head. The Lord of Hell declared that everything was ready. The girl hit the giants with the chain. Holding it in her hands, the woman asked why the giants were taking so long to dig around like turtles. The leader of the Red Rose smiled widely and shouted that it was time for them to move. Her cheeks turned red. The player looked down and laughed. The golem moved forward. The fighter confidently knitted her brows and swung the chain. The stone monsters opened their mouths in displeasure when Yanju began to urge them on with her whip. The chains tied to them pulled El Cuero out of the water. The protagonist stuck his hooks into him and thought that he had used the power of 1,000 and the Iron Curtain at the same time. But the enemy was still resisting, so he needed to hold out as long as possible. Kanu looked back and realized that he only had a little more time to endure. The monster reared up and roared, its eyes flashing with fire. The giants walked forward, pulling the chains behind them. A spray of water fell on the boy. The monster did not loosen its grip at all. The stingray dived into the water and began to flap its wings. Flashes flashed between its fins. The echidna summoned a huge protective barrier that protected the giants from the poisonous spikes. Frowning menacingly, the boy decided that he had underestimated the enemy, who turned out to be much stronger, and concluded that the stone golems would fall first if things continued like this. The girl closed her eyes, and her face became covered in sweat. The Demon King clenched his teeth and realized that he had to find a way to weaken the enemy. Yanju stood on top of the giant's head. The Lord of Hell asked her to make spikes. The girl's eyes widened in concern and asked if her comrade had gone crazy, because they would affect him too. The protagonist opened his mouth furiously and asked her to act faster. Waves of energy swirled around the woman's bracers. She clenched her fist sharply. The chains that enveloped the giants glowed and began to suck out energy. Kanu narrowed his eyes, trying to cope with the intense pain that the bloodthirsty chains caused. The guy grinned and thought about how hard it was for him to hold on even with the legendary equipment. The ominous energy approached El Cuero along the chains to weaken him. The monster froze on the surface of the water and roared. The monster stopped resisting, and the chains pulled him along with them. The golems slowly walked forward behind Yanju. The girl smiled and asked them to use their power hard cover, which allows them to not take damage from sharp attacks. The red chains cut into the giant's body. The woman realized that she had never hunted in the S-rank gate for this very reason. The stingray turned over on its side. The head of the Scarlet Rose was surprised that with the help of the giants, they could kill the real boss. Very soon, the beast found itself on the shore and widened its eye in horror. A cloud of dust appeared under his body. The Demon King cut the chains and was amazed that his plan had worked at all. The echidna ran up to him and asked if he was okay. El Cuero tried to hit her with his fin. The Lord of Hell shouted that it was still dangerous here. Wyung jumped forward and cut the wing of the stingray. The monster swung its tail and roared. Hyunmo grabbed the girl in his arms. The boys stood behind their leader. The main character declared that it was time for them to end this. The dragon beamed with joy that he was okay. Kanu confirmed this and asked her to heal the stone giants because they were too exhausted to continue the fight. The golem fell on all fours. Yanju ordered him to move on. The boy asked her to stop mocking them. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that she did this because he asked her to. The members of the wiring squad rushed forward when the boy called for them to kill the monster while it was on dry land. The heroes swung their swords. They dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Blood spurted from the open wounds. The ray fell on its side and screamed. The boys raised their blades to their heads. The teammates simultaneously delivered the decisive attack. The woman rushed forward and swung her chains. The leader of the Red Rose struck El Cuero's eye with a spear made of metal chain. The player jumped back as the monster raised its head and let out a loud cry. The party members took up fighting stances. Hyunmo called the enemy's cry very annoying. The Demon King smirked and thought that the enemy on land was just as dangerous as in the water, which was to be expected from him. The Lord of Hell found himself in the middle of a dark ocean and realized that he needed Ma Chang. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. 3 burning doors hung in the air. Kanu turned away from them and decided that he did not need to go there. The boy scooped up water in his hands and concluded that this would be enough. The youth clenched his fists. 2 opposing energies swirled around him, the power of Hellfire and the power of the Dark Spear. The Demon King widened his black eyes and decided that this would not be enough. A shaft appeared in his hands. The system reported that the effect of Kraken's wrath was used. The Lord of Hell raised the spear above his head and spun it. The protagonist kicked the ground with force. Kanu thrust forward the spear of death, covered in purple energy. The hero used the spear of death. Yanju turned around in confusion. Hyunmo and Hwayoung heard the command to step aside. Kanu attacked. He moved forward rapidly. The protagonist used energy similar to a whirlwind. A red ball ignited. The protagonist put up a shield in front of his comrades. All team members covered their faces with their hands. Kanu stood in front of a wall of fire. An explosion was heard. The hero's hands trembled due to the magic used, combining three forces. The warrior looked at them, realizing that he had fulfilled the second condition of the embodiment of evil. He clenched one hand into a fist, thinking that in hell he could easily use power, but not on earth. The guy exhaled heavily. He opened his mouth, thinking he needed more power, then heard his name. The team was approaching, admiring the boy's success. The protagonist offered to look at his condition, hinting at fatigue. Echidna, hugging her master, asked if the hunt was over. The protagonist suddenly froze. He stood in confusion, realizing that there was no notification of El Cuero's death. Kanu, covering the girl, ordered to prepare for battle. The comrades saw that there were no notification windows. The warrior looked ahead, thinking that a monster from the gate that did not have the status of a demon could not be so strong. A moment later, the creature made itself known. The monster rose, deafening everyone with a wild cry. The guys looked at the danger and tension. Kanu, standing closest, assumed that it was the magic. The creature released its tentacles. Then, it roared threateningly again. The tentacles rushed dangerously close to Kanu. Hyunmo suggested running, but Yanju released her chains. They wrapped around the monster's tentacles. But the monster pulled the girl along. She immediately released the chains toward the team. The allies grabbed them and held them. The tension grew. Kanu frantically thought about what could be done. But Echidna got ahead of him, turning into a dragon while everyone continued to hold the chains. Yanju, slightly loosening the chains, asked if this was another boss. The white dragon's eyes lit up. The monster fell. Its body shuddered. There was an explosion. Echidna's head appeared, attacking. The chains were torn apart with an explosion. Pieces of the defeated monster fell in front of the team. The hunters looked at what was happening in confusion. Echidna raised her head up. Then, grinning happily, she demanded praise from her master. Notification windows reported victory and various bonuses. The protagonist patted the girl on the head and praised her. The team members examined the monster's corpse, wondering where the tentacles came from. The protagonist took a step forward. Kanu decided to climb up, explaining that he had encountered something similar. He remembered the fight with the members of the devil cult. Yanju, standing below, asked if this was the work of Magi. He replied that he wanted to check. The team followed his example. The hero raised one of the tentacles. Then he extended his hand. He froze for a moment. The hunters watched his actions in anticipation. In his hand was a precious stone in the shape of a flower. The team stood in a circle, examining the find. Hyunmo, thinking, assumed that this was not a mana stone. Kanu, looking at the stone, thought that the find had enormous Magi energy. He opened his palm with the stone, concluding that it was artificial and instead of mana, it contained Magi. An image of a devil cult member appeared in his head. Yanju turned around in surprise when the protagonist said that it could be a devil cult's trick. The girl got angry. Kanwoo, remembering the past, said that the stone looked artificial and was located too deep in the body. The protagonist thought about the monster and said that only members of the devil cult could do this. The team members stood in thought. The silence was broken by Hwayoung, agreeing with the assumption. The protagonist again opened his palm with the stone when Hwayoung promised to start an investigation. Kanwoo licked his lips, tempted by the magic of such a level that he held in his hand. Yanju took out a camera and asked to take a picture of the stone, but the demon used the power of lightning behind his back. The monster trembled under them. The hunters panicked, but Hwayoung hurried to calm everyone down. Everyone exhaled. Yanju asked for the stone. But Kanwoo stood there with an empty hand, claiming that the stone had evaporated. Sweat came out on his face, although in his heart he was happy with his trick. He covered his mouth with his hand, surprised by the effect. Echidna turned around and asked if they were leaving. Looking up at her master, she called him again. The hero's cheeks turned pink from the thought that this might not be the last find. The sky was pink above the Hwarang squad headquarters. Echidna was sleeping soundly. Hwayoung was settling accounts with the crew. She saluted and mentioned cooperation with the Pohang squads, because the incident with the stone had worried her greatly. Kanwoo and Yanju were listening attentively. Suddenly the captain announced good news. The pair reacted at the same time. Hwayoung explained that they now had materials for legendary level equipment. The listeners sat in suspense. They both daydreamed about the words about increasing strength or agility, because everyone needed their own. Yanju looked at the boss and asked if she would take the find, but she refused because of its complex characteristics. An image of a fight where players used the rare ability to control air appeared in her mind. Suddenly, Kanu said that he would take it. Yanju was surprised by his words. He looked ahead and said that he knew a player who could control air. The team of hunters moved through the underground labyrinth. Tank smiled and said that he would follow the commander wherever he went. He froze in confusion. Then he took a fighting stance and ordered the team to prepare for battle. Vague sounds were heard from the ravine. And in an instant, a minotaur appeared in front of them. It roared and moved forward at a rapid pace. The hunters watched it in confusion. The monster roared. Taisa covered everyone with his shield. He felt a strong tension from the attack. The captain, standing behind him, called his action reckless. The monster stopped. The captain was hastily giving orders. Yumbai sent lightning from her staff at the minotaur. Sehun also attacked. The monster took a few steps back from the blows. Sehun noticed something unusual. The creature narrowed its eyes. The warriors continued to attack. Taisa held the defense. A strange sound was heard. The minotaur attacked the man. Solia, waving her staff, tried to help. Taisa smiled, having received help. The monster roared again. Sehun rushed to attack. He squeezed the weapon harder and used the dragon sword spell. The head separated from the minotaur's body. The team members congratulated each other on their victory. They, standing by the monster's body, discussed what kind of monster they had encountered this time. The commander's eyes widened. He observed a strange glow in the body of the defeated monster. The sunlight was pouring into the building. Kanu entered the hall, where he was greeted and informed that El Cuero's blade was ready. He picked it up and assessed it. Then, turning around, he asked a question about the speed of execution. Wayung explained that the hardest part was finding the material, and then there were no problems. Wayung, looking at Yanju, assured him that it had not been in vain. The girl was embarrassed, and Kanu decided that the most important thing now was to cover up the Magi's tracks. The leader of the group, taking a couple of steps forward, addressed the main character. She looked at the interlocutor intently and suggested switching to an informal way of communication. Wayung, folding her arms across her chest, explained that they were now equal. The girl smiled slightly and noted that Yanju was the first to call her colleague informally. Kanwu, looking at the interlocutor, asked about conducting an investigation, but both girls answered that there were no results. The hero thought, doubting his assumptions. The cardinal of the devil cult tilted his head forward. Then he got up from the throne, not believing the news that El Cuero had been caught. The leader trembled in anger, asking what was wrong with the stone, but the answer was disappointing. He jumped up, breaking the table. Then, having cooled down a little, he asked what was wrong with the other monsters, and the servant answered that they were fine. The cardinal sat down on his throne and began to reason out loud about what had happened. The followers stood with their eyes downcast. The leader bowed his head and suggested other methods. The followers, kneeling before him, began to dissuade him, fearing the consequences. One of the followers agreed with him, but warned him of the madness of the method. The subordinate introduced the girl, saying that the players would not sit still. The subordinates trembled when they heard that they should not care about the world markets. The cardinal put his hand to his forehead. A frightening power began to emanate from his body due to his willingness to sacrifice everything for the plan. The entire space around him was painted with red energies. The man clenched his fist. Then he unclenched his fingers, and the power died out. The subordinates, kneeling, listened to the order to place them into monsters as soon as possible. The cult members bowed. The cardinal, folding his arms, asked who defeated El Cuero. He was told that it was Yanju from the Scarlet Rose Guild. The leader adjusted the mask on his face. His eyes lit up with a scarlet glow, and he ordered the shadows to be prepared. One of his subordinates looked up at the Lord and said that it would be difficult to resist her with the shadows. But the Lord surprised everyone by saying that she was not their target. The hand touched the mask again. The verdict was passed on Kanu. The guy was sitting behind the wheel of the car. A team of hunters stood at the gates of Wajongbu. They were rejoicing in their victory. Suddenly, their path was blocked. Kanu smiled at his acquaintances and greeted them. The raiders reciprocated. Cyan, stepping forward, worriedly asked about the protagonist's sudden arrival. Everyone assumed that it was for Sol, but Kanu handed it to the leader of the group. The team was surprised. The hero explained that this was the Blade of El Cuero, a legendary level. It can only be used by players with internal chi. The observers were surprised again. Kanu folded his arms across his chest, rejoicing at the effect produced. Sehun looked down and said that he was not worthy of such a gift, but the protagonist did not accept any objections. The recipient stood with wide eyes, listening to the prediction that in the future he would be able to compete with the strongest players. Tears glistened in the guy's eyes. He bowed and thanked for the generous gift, admitting that he had a bad opinion of the giver. The protagonist was surprised. The guy explained that he felt something was wrong at their first meeting. Sehun admitted, blushing slightly, that he felt the unity of souls with the interlocutor, who nervously chuckled, clarifying to himself that the guy was his familiar, and they were really connected. Sehun's hand approached the protagonist's hand, and he promised to live up to expectations. Kanu, embarrassed, asked to let go of his hand, but the group leader put a small stone in it, calling it a modest gift. Sehun was embarrassed to say this. The protagonist, realizing what it was, instantly squeezed his hand. He could barely contain his delight, thinking to himself that they would now be together until the end of their days. Kanu smiled happily and asked his comrade how he got the stone. The warrior propped his chin up with his hand, recalling the strange feeling. The Demon King opened his mouth in surprise, hearing a shiver run down his spine, just like during their first meeting. Saihoun remembered how the Minotaur appeared, from whose body the dark red stone came out. The hero looked at the guy, suspecting that he sensed magic, but asked if the feeling was present when he met Echidna in the hospital. Saihoun thought about it, remembering that there was no feeling then. The protagonist rubbed his chin, wondering what the interlocutor felt and what he had in common with the Minotaur. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The hero realized that Saihoun reacted to everything related to the system, which meant that he was its protector. The surprised guy's hand was placed on the shoulder of the protagonist, who had something planned. Kanu bared his fangs in a smile, warning the magician about the upcoming business. The squad dozed off in the bus. Cyan looked out the window. At this time, Solia and Kanu discussed on the go that the squad would have to hunt as a trio. The protagonist walked forward, saying that the team had raised their level enough to cope without them. The girl thoughtfully remained silent. After a short pause, she called out to the hero, remembering that the next day they were going to the gate. Solia looked up at her interlocutor and asked if he could go with them. Kanu remained silent when he heard that the squad would be able to raise their level faster with him. He turned towards the sunset. The hero continued moving forward and said that from tomorrow he would go to the A-level gate. The girl hesitated, frightened by the haste of her offer, but the protagonist reminded her that a cult was involved in their affairs. She looked down sadly, hearing that the cult was unpredictable in its attacks. Kanu abruptly put out his hand, blocking the stunned girl's path. He cautiously lowered his eyelids. Cult members appeared around his car. The protagonist grinned and cautiously covered the girl. The cultists asked the man for permission to kill him painlessly. The hero bared his fangs in a grin. He looked at the enemies with a mad look and ordered them to get away from the car. The opponents rushed towards the guy and the girl. Cold blades flew at the couple. Solia's eyes widened in surprise, hearing the guy's words about the typical phrases of opponents. The Demon King suddenly flew past the cult members, holding the girl in his arms. The young man stopped, warned his friend to be careful. Solia blushed and said that she could also be useful and called the grace of light. The protagonist froze, listening to the sensations. The protagonist happily noted the benefits of such a buff. Meanwhile, the enemies rushed towards the couple, wanting to tear them apart. Kanu jumped down and scattered the attackers. He, looking ahead, noted that they were not going to run away. Kanu skillfully dodged the flying chain. His gaze moved to the tip of the weapon. The hero caught up with one of the attackers in a jump. He suddenly drew attention to the danger. One of the chains flew out of the battlefield, causing a loud blow. The enemies threw chains again, trying to catch the hero, but even so, the chains did not intertwine. The clan members shouted to the guy about his end and rushed after the chains. Kanu grinned, concentrating energy in his hands, and remembered the incomparable chain of Cha Yun-ju. He joined his palms and used wave power. The space was illuminated by a blue flash emanating from the guy. The rivals' chains broke, and the frightened clansmen realized that the rival was greatly underestimated. The protagonist bound them with ice as they hurried to report everything to the cardinal. The Demon King appeared next to him, surrounded by a dark aura. Solia opened her mouth in fascination, watching as Kanu begged the opponents not to turn into demons. He, standing behind the opponent, offered one of the enemies to continue the conversation. The hero removed the guy's mask, grinned, and offered him a breath of warm air. The occultist looked at the protagonist in fear. The demon of fear appeared in front of the men. The occultist opened his mouth wide. Ankh slowly began to laugh. Kanu turned to him, noticing the resistance. His eyes widened as the rival began to praise the cult. The chained opponent looked at him madly, stuck out his tongue with a pentagram. The drawing on his tongue began to burn. Solia ducked, hiding her hood from the sudden explosion. Startled, she called out to Kanu. The protagonist appeared from the clouds of smoke behind an energy shield. The protagonist noted that his opponent had hidden a trump card. Kanu, looking forward, seriously voiced that he would force the cardinal to crawl out of his hiding place. The masked man listened to the report of the mission's failure. The servant said that the probability of failure was still high. He took his face in his hands and realized that he had sent the top men to their deaths. The cult servant said that about 30% of the rift fragments had already been collected. The cardinal, without removing his hand from the mask, noticed the good speed of collection and let go of his interlocutor. In the empty hall, he realized there was no need to hurry. The man exhaled and removed the mask from his face, judging that the squad would not be able to find the demonic stone. The cardinal turned out to be Kanchin, and he noticed with a joyful smile that time was on the cult's side. Solia ran towards Kong, who was standing by the car in the middle of the road. The boy lowered his head, thinking that the girl was going to stay away. The protagonist's eyes lit up red as he decided to make her crawl out. Solia was worried about the protagonist's okay. She stopped when the player asked her to wait and put the phone to his ear. The boy smiled and turned to Saihung to finish something. Solia watched from the side as the boy talked about the collection that he should work harder on. The girl clutched the weapon in her hand as the protagonist said goodbye to the interlocutor on the phone. The boy turned to the girl, asking if she saw what happened. They remembered how the demonic cult attacked them, so it was worth keeping their distance. Solia looked at Kong with tenderness, not expecting him to think about her feelings. The player listened in surprise as the girl said that she wanted to become a person like him to repay him for what he did for her. The friend smiled and said that she would become so strong that the protagonist would be surprised. Kana looked at her and thought that she was definitely an angel. The embarrassed young man was about to go home, but the girl reminded him of the car. 10 days later, the protagonist arrived in the city. Looking at the crystals in his hand, he was sure that everything was going smoothly. The protagonist hugged Sehun, praising her for her good work. The familiar looked at the player with puppy eyes, glad that he was useful to him. Kanu pointed to the car behind him, offering to give his friend a ride, but then was about to go to his mother in the hospital. The protagonist got into the car and drove away. Echidna ran out to the player. The guy showed her a bag of ice cream. The girl ate ice cream while the guy lying on the couch thought about how the devil cult had gone quiet and wasn't active. Otherwise they would have contacted him by now. The boy folded his arms and wondered what they were doing. While Kanwoo was thinking, Young called him. The hero picked up the phone, waiting for his call. The girl on the phone reported that dark movements were spotted at the S-rank gate. Young frowned and said that they were preparing for the summoning. The boy introduced Yanju and the Red Rose Guild, who were already on their way. The girl looked at the military helicopter waiting for her. The protagonist also needed to join. Echidna watched the guy on the phone, who thought that the mana had recovered. Young was dumbfounded when she heard that the protagonist would go alone, although it was an urgent situation. After stroking the familiar on the head, the young man said that he had a private helicopter. Therefore, Kanu was not going to borrow someone else's vehicle. The guys went outside, the player looked at the sky, and the girl ran next to him. When the protagonist called her, she clenched her hands into fists. The guy also clenched his hand into a fist, offering to fly to Pohang in her dragon form. The little girl agreed and began to transform. A dragon appeared in front of the protagonist. While they were flying, Echidna begged for more ice cream after work and the protagonist agreed. The dragon rose even higher, and the player asked to calm down. Kanu, sitting on top, was glad that no one had seen them yet. The young man pressed his hands to the dragon, using the powers of the shadow. Echidna was confused, and the protagonist explained that this was just an invisibility ability. The dragon flew through multi-storied buildings. On the way, the protagonist was worried that he did not know the exact scale of the devilish cult. Frowning, the guy did not understand how far everything went. Images of a secret guild appeared before his eyes. Soon the guys arrived in Pohang and stopped. Standing on the ground, Kuna thought about the words of Wyung, who was supposed to contact the Warang squad, responsible for this gate. Looking at Echidna, the guy told her to transform. The dragon waved her tail, asking where they were going. She hit someone in the face with her tail. The protagonist turned around in surprise. The guys looked in surprise at the silhouette of the man who appeared, and the hero understood that the guy was hiding here thanks to the skill. The man screamed, asking them not to attack. Looking at the dragon, he did not believe his eyes, and the protagonist noticed the demon crystal he needed in his pocket. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists. Looking at him, he remembered that the guy was with Kang Hyun. In front of him stood a guy making excuses, and the player realized that this was the master of the Oniri Guild, Minyak. They were standing opposite each other when the guy said that Kanwoo's mentor was Yeonju. The protagonist's expression darkened, asking who gave him permission to talk. Minyak pressed his hand to his chest, trying to explain the situation. The protagonist unsheathed his blade. Smiling, he repeated that he did not give the guy permission to talk. The echidna was about to attack the guy standing opposite the protagonist. Kanwoo, looking at him, thought that just because he had a demonic stone, it did not mean that he was from a devil cult. Minyak tensed up, and the player thought that it was strange that a guy who looked like a guild leader was walking around like that. Looking at the protagonist, the young man realized that he was not going to listen to him here. Minyak took out his blades, deciding to force the hero to do so. The guys stood opposite each other, ready to rush into battle. The blade flew towards the player. In response, he used the power of speed. Having attacked the guy, the protagonist put his blades forward, using their power. The boy tried to hold on. It didn't work, and he was thrown back. The boy looked up and was surprised to feel the protagonist's strength in just one hit. Kuno looked at the boy, realizing that he wasn't that strong, and if he had any connection to the devil cult, everything would be different. When Minyak stood up, the protagonist thought that if his guild wasn't connected to the devil cult, then he was watching them. The players shouted that Yeonju and the squad would be here soon. Minyak bowed his head when the protagonist wanted to listen to him, and asked how he ended up in Pohang. The boy got angry, looking up, because it was the protagonist who was suspicious, developing too quickly. The boy threw the blade with his foot. He grabbed it in his hand. He threw it at the protagonist, using the speed of sound. Then he ran at him, using a spinning kick. Kuno smiled. The protagonist dodged, asking all this out of interest. Looking at the guy, he asked if the thief knew how to fight, calling him the leader of the Thieves Guild. The player looked at his phone. A message came from Yoju, who would arrive in 10 minutes. Kanwoo pressed the button and coffee poured out of the machine. Minhyuk was sitting on a bench. When the player offered him coffee, the guys were talking about demonic stones. The protagonist took a glass of coffee and asked him to explain everything quickly. Looking at the guy from top to bottom, the player asked why he came to Pohang. Minhyuk began the story. He bowed down, saying that his guild was pursuing a devil cult on its own. A guy bandaging another man's wound appeared before his eyes. This was the rule of tie up a thief. Minhyuk remembered himself sullenly with a bandage in his hand, saying that the thief was a useless member of the team. The young man remembered his team, which quickly reacts to rumors and seeks justice. They had long known about the existence of a devil cult. He remembered the faces of his comrades. Minhyuk looked into their eyes. His team had separated from the main group and were independently pursuing a devil cult to prove that thieves were good for more than just being shut up or bandaged. Kanwoo looked at the guy who said that he and Echidna were suspicious, so he was following them. Minhyuk was surprised when the protagonist believed him. The protagonist drank coffee, and Minhyuk thought he was crazy for only believing words. The player and the familiar were leaving when the guy said that the thief would have to prove his worth. The boy was shocked. The protagonist turned around when Minhyuk asked him to wait a minute. He approached the protagonist, saying that he was on the same level as the 5 best guild leaders in Korea, but his skills were much higher. Kanwoo rolled his eyes when the thief asked why he was helping the government, and Red Rose chased devils, and the protagonist replied that the reason was the same as Minhyuk. The guy was surprised. Kanwoo smiled, saying that he was doing this for the sake of kimchi beef stew, that is, for the sake of world peace. Minhyuk stopped understanding anything. The player turned around, and the thief, looking at him, thought that he looked like a villain, but in fact he was a good guy. Kanwoo walked forward sullenly, thinking that the devil cult was helping him well in absorbing magic. Walking forward, he thought that the Thieves' Guild had nothing to do with the devil cult. Frowning, the guy thought that there were fewer and fewer suspicious people among the guild leaders. An image of Kan Hyun appeared before his eyes, accompanied by Minhyuk. Kan Hyun turned around with an evil grin, and then he appeared in the eyes of the protagonist in the image of the head of the devil cult. At this time, the priest of the cult stood opposite the magic step. Water was dripping from above. People in cloaks were sitting in front of Taesik. A pictogram separated them. The cardinal awoke from the orb. The ceremony began, the first step of their grand plan. Taesik looked at his subjects, assuring them to make sure of the mission's success, even using more victims. The people submitted to the cardinal at the orb. The man took off his mask. Taking off his hood, he blessed the devil cult. He turned to one of his subjects, asking if they had used all the blood for the sacrifices. The cardinal said nothing, only looked down at the symbols on the ground, thinking about the importance of the ceremony. He touched the blood on the ground. He looked at his hand, realizing that it was not enough. He called over one of his subjects, who raised his head. The boy approached Taesik, asking what had happened. The next moment, the young man was already screaming in pain. The boy fell in front of the priest. The people behind were shocked, not understanding what he was doing. Taesik said with a mad smile that they did not have enough blood, and that the people were to blame for this, for not being able to find enough victims. Blood was everywhere. The cardinal looked at the dead people around him and laughed. The man stood near the pentagram, praising the demon cult. He smiled madly, believing that there should be enough victims. Taesik touched the lines with his hands. His body was immediately engulfed in a glow. Yeonju perked up when she was addressed. Kanwoo waved his hand at the girl and asked if they could enter the gate now. Hwayoung frowned at the man and said that the situation inside was not very good. She thought of a mountain and said that there were too many caves inside, and inside one of them, the followers of a demonic cult were hiding. The girl felt an indescribably strong energy. The man took a step forward. Hyanmo, making a visor with his palm, greeted everyone. Hwayoung looked at the boy intently and asked about the investigation that had reached a dead end. Echidna pulled the protagonist by the sleeve. The girl awkwardly looked at the gate. The protagonist tensed up when he heard a strong smell of blood coming from the gate. Taesik sat near the exploding flames and shouted that he had succeeded. Space split? Taesik smiled madly, shouting that he had waited a long time for this. A huge demon appeared in front of the man. He frowned and asked who dared to address the demon of the 7th circle of hell. Taesik bowed to Oriax, greeting him. The man explained with a smile that he had summoned the demon. Oriax narrowed his eyes and asked why the man had done that. The cult follower, still kneeling, explained that he wanted death and suffering for people. Cyan stood behind the rock and listened to Taesik's requests for immortality. The guy tensely grabbed the radio. Hyanmo leaned over to his radio when he heard the call from his subordinate. He immediately grabbed the equipment and began to ask what happened. Kanu looked tensely at the interlocutors and suggested that they move out. The warriors stood at the portal, while the protagonist thought that the cult followers no longer intended to hide. A group of warriors stood inside the gate. The demon made a high jump, surprising his opponents. Oriax turned his head to the people. The next moment, he landed in front of the warriors. His eyes flashed scarlet as the demon thought that these people would be suitable for sacrifice. The warriors rushed to attack, as they decided to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The mage swung her staff, summoning a beam of light. The demon's body was embraced by the mage, as he rejoiced in the heat of battle. With a few sharp movements, Auriax wounded his opponents. Hyunmo froze in surprise. Taesik thought with a blissful smile that he had summoned a rather strong demon, then decided that soon the whole world would worship a demonic cult. The demon grabbed the weapon more comfortably. His mouth twisted into a satisfied grimace. The warrior stood in front of him, trembling. Suddenly, the guy turned around. Hyunmo attacked the demon with all his might. He swung his scythe. The guy covered himself from the blow. His body was thrown back by the shock wave, and the guy realized that a very strong demon was in front of him. The staff began to shine in the mage's hands again. The girl managed to catch the commander in time. Hyunmo heard with a smile that his subordinates were waiting for him. He turned to the archer and offered to show the demon their strength. Kanu watched the fight awkwardly. Yanja frowned, thinking that the guys from her guild were needed here, but Wayong was glad that they made it before the demon broke out of the gate. The team of the strongest stood in line, deciding to defeat Auriax. Taesik ran up to the demon and asked the demon to show his strength. Auriax grinned. Hyunmo frowned. The demon loomed over the warriors and demanded the strongest opponent. He began to look at each warrior. Auriax's attention was drawn to Kanu. The demon froze and began to think hard. He frowned, because he did not understand what was happening. Kanu turned away, complaining that this was a real demon. Beads of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face. Lava was flowing down the mountains when the protagonist remembered that the 9th circle of hell was where the hellish champions lived. The castle of the Lord of Hell was also there. Kanu remembered himself in armor on the throne. He awkwardly rubbed his temple. Auriax screamed in delight. The demon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets because he was not ready to see the protagonist. Auriax approached his master. Kanu, covering himself with his hand, mentally cursed that he had met a familiar demon. The monster's wings began to tremble. Auriax turned around when the man who had summoned him called out to him. He swung his scythe and demanded that the summoning be cancelled. The weapon whistled through the air. Auriax grabbed the man and demanded that he be returned to hell. Taesik, trapped in the demon's clutches, babbled that it was impossible to return. The man looked at the warriors and said that they were only mortals. Auriax trembled even more. Kanu awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. The demon's eyes turned red as he said that the man did not understand anything. Auriax continued to mock Taesik when the warriors decided to attack. The protagonist stepped forward, interrupting a possible attack. He waved his hand and asked to leave it to him. Kanu looked closely at the enemy, saying that they needed to take advantage of the demon's confusion. A light flashed in front of the demon's muzzle. Kanu stood next to the monster and called out to it. The protagonist looked closely at Auriax and mentally ordered it to answer so that only the protagonist could hear. The demon froze in fear. Sweat ran down his muzzle as he mentally wondered why the Lord of Hell was here. The protagonist smirked, thinking that despite the sealed power, he could still scare the demon. The guy's eyes flashed scarlet, and he said that Auriax was interfering with his plan. The demon recoiled in fear. His body began to tremble, but the monster still decided to find out about the master's plans. Kanu grimaced, pretending that the enemy was annoying him. Auriax immediately sat down and apologized. The protagonist looked at the demon and said that he was making things difficult, but the protagonist would give him a chance to fix everything. Tears gushed from the demon's eyes. The protagonist grinned, motioning for the interlocutor to carry out his command, promising to accept him into his home. Auriax's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Auriax thought about Palak and the fact that he had been given the greatest honor. The demon presented the master's armor, thinking that by becoming a subordinate, one could gain power. Auriax bowed and asked for an order. Kanu waved towards his comrades and ordered the demon to fight them without weapons. Auriax immediately rushed into battle, not doubting the words of the master. Yanju and Wayung stood there in confusion. Wayung stared at her opponent, considering this an excellent opportunity to destroy the demon. She thrust her sword forward, using West Wind. For a moment, the girl froze in place. Wayung and Auriax stood opposite each other. The girl launched an attack. She swung her sword and screamed. With one blow, Wayung injured the demon's paw. Auriax's face immediately twisted in pain. He swung his arms, cursing at his opponent. Yanju took out her weapon. She launched bloody chains to attack. The girl furiously attacked with her weapon. The chains surrounded Auriax's body. They entangled his neck, causing the demon to scream. The monster clenched his fangs, mentally cursing at the people, because of whose strength even the weapon would not guarantee victory. He spread his wings, breaking the chains. Wayung immediately attacked with her sword. Hyunmo jumped up from the other side with daggers. Several blows fell on Auriax. The demon fell to the ground, lamenting his lost skills. He imagined the king and thought that the king saw his shortcomings. Kanu stood behind the monster with a scythe. Auriax turned around in fear, thinking that the Lord decided to return the scythe to him to deal with people. At that moment, the protagonist attacked the demon. Blood spilled from the monster's mouth. Kanu bent under the weight of the weapon. He cut the demon in half. The protagonist smirked, thinking that Oriax himself was to blame for falling for the trick. The cardinal stood at the pedestal. A mask hid his face. The protagonist looked ahead in disappointment, since the barrier before the 60th level was not strong even after defeating the demon from the 7th circle of hell. Yanju ran to the protagonist, asking what happened to the demon. Kanu, hiding the dark sphere behind his back, explained that the Oriax had died, and in his mind he decided not to leave the monster's corpse. The purple flame grew on his hand. A thread of power stretched to the demon's corpse while no one was looking. Yanju saw the flame of power rise. The protagonist stuck his tongue out at the system, as it became increasingly difficult to gain points as the level increased. He stared intently ahead. The boy thought about the drops of blood and that. After the 6th awakening, many things changed in the characteristics. The warriors looked at the flow of power behind the protagonist, surprised that the demon's corpse disappeared after death. Hyamo held the tied-up Tasik, asking if this was the occultist. Wang shook her head and explained that it was just a subordinate. The boy looked at the prisoner, and realized that the boss still hadn't revealed himself. Tasik grimaced, having received a blow to the face. Hyamo roughly grabbed the man, promising to cruelly extract information from him when Tasik cursed. The captain immediately looked at the prisoner threateningly. Wayang awkwardly touched her head, reminding that she needed to clarify a few things. Hyamo grabbed the prisoner by the back and said that he was transporting him. Tasik grimaced, thinking that he was caught by weak warriors. Suddenly, the man's cheeks puffed out. Kanu folded his arms over his chest, looking at the prisoner in surprise. He started in fear, warning everyone to back away. Hyunmo frowned in surprise. Tasik's body began to glow, and the protagonist explained that it was due to the influence of demonic energy. Tasik was turning into a monster. Yanju moved forward to deal with the monster. She tightened her grip on the chains. The girl attacked with her weapon. Tasik was bound. Yanju frowned, screaming loudly. The girl threw the enemy back with the chains. An explosion was heard in front. All that was left of Tasik was her cloak. Yanju hung her head dejectedly. She adjusted her cap, not understanding when they would catch the leader. She hid her face behind the cap, lamenting that she had miscalculated her strength, and did not leave the prisoner for interrogation. Yanju perked up, hearing that no one cared about it. Kana looked ahead, saying that the girl had done well. Yanju blushed as the protagonist checked the status window. His fingers slid across the panel. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he learned the method of becoming a demon. The cult's cardinal sat on the throne. His subordinate reported on the support he had received. The leader leaned his head on his fist as he listened to the progress of their plan. He was lost in thought about how he hadn't expected to quickly defeat the summoned demon. A crimson light filled the room as the subordinates reported on the support of the demonic crystals. One of the occultists presented the stones, and said that they had received them in sufficient quantities. The cardinal slumped in his chair, thinking that they had received the crystals due to the success of the summoning. The face of the man who blamed one of the warriors for the failure appeared through the mask. He introduced Kanu. The cardinal leaned back in his chair and thought that Yanju was the strongest, but the demon was defeated by Kanu, although this guy was initially weak. The subordinate looked at the leader and said that she had news. The cult leader froze when he heard that the world rankers were planning to take action with the help of the Japanese government. The subordinate carefully called the leader. The cardinal suddenly killed the speaker. The face appeared through the mask again, because the man was screaming furiously. The subordinates froze when they heard screams about how all problems seemed trivial to them. The leader straightened up and said that they would act according to a different plan. The subordinate looked at the leader. The man took a step forward when it was said that this gentleman would turn the whole world against the cult. The cardinal grabbed the guy by the neck, and scarlet eyes flashed under the mask. The man continued to strangle the man, demanding that he just mind his own business and not bother him. A few days later, the station was calm. The man started when he saw something. His eyes widened in surprise. A crack appeared in the sky. Kanu was lying on the floor, thinking that everything was calm. He was rocking Echidna on his legs, thinking that everything was too calm. Kanu and Sehun were riding in a car, because they decided to gather them under a false pretext in Meijan. The name of the caller, Yanju, appeared on the phone screen. Sehun looked at the system window in surprise. Kanu stealthily glanced at his partner. Sehun, holding a weapon in his hands, reported the system window that appeared. The car sped along the highway. Yanju appeared on the phone screen and angrily asked why Kanu did not answer her. She explained that a gate had appeared in the center of ISU station. People were running away from the monsters that were breaking out. Houses were ablaze with fire. Some people were captured. A woman with a little girl were running away from the monsters in fear. Suddenly, the girl tripped over a rock. She stumbled and fell to the ground. There was a clatter of feet. The woman cowered in fear. She hugged her frightened daughter. Suddenly, Sehun appeared, attacking the monsters. He turned to the woman and told her and her daughter to hide behind him. The boy looked at the monster intently, thinking about the gate that had opened. The monster roared, and Sehun thought that the people had turned into monsters because of the demonic energy that had leaked out of that. Crack! He swung his arm and attacked the enemy. The people looked at him and smiled in relief. The monsters were advancing in a crowd. Sehun tensed up, because all these monsters used to be people. His eyes widened in surprise. The warrior looked straight ahead, thinking that the monsters were already moving in the dead bodies of people. He remembered the conversation with Kanu about how to perceive these people as zombies. Sehun gritted his teeth and decided to do as Kanu told him. He raised his sword. He charged at the monsters with a shout. Suddenly, the boy frowned as the system reported a special quest. Sehun attacked the monster with his sword. The boy's movements were fast and precise as he was surprised by the number of monsters. Sehun slashed the monster in half, deciding that there was no time to think. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sehun looked at the monsters carefully, analyzing the low rank of the enemy. He frowned, immersed in his thoughts. Sehun held his sword in front of him and cast the Cloud Dragon spell. The warrior launched an attack. A cloud of icy air rushed towards the enemies under Sehun's command. Sehun slashed his sword again, leaving the enemy behind. His eyes glowed from the magic he used. An icy streak pierced the space. The monsters turned into smoke under the spell. Behind him, people were shouting, encouraging him as best they could. He let out a tired breath, because he felt like he couldn't handle it. The rift continued to turn people into monsters, when Sehun thought that the number of demons was only increasing. The man shouted his comrade's name. Sehun turned around in surprise. In front of him were Yunbai, Waiyang, Taisu, Seola, and Chaeyoung. He stared at them in surprise and asked how they all got here so quickly. Yujina was embarrassed when it was said that she was the one who gave everyone a ride. Chaeyoung approached Sehun with an angry expression. She frowned and asked where Kanu was now. Sehun let out a heavy breath. A man in a Hawaiian shirt was standing near the rift. He turned around in surprise. Kan Hyun put his hands in his pockets and asked Kanu, who had approached him, if he had heard the news. He pointed to the girl's corpse and said that the number of victims was huge. Kanu's eyes began to glow red with anger. Kan Hyun looked at the guy carefully and said that he was glad to meet him anyway. His pupils reflected the image of Kanwoo when he suggested that they deal with the monsters as soon as possible and collect the bodies. Kanwoo suddenly attacked Kan Hyun. His opponent's hands were covered in blood when he asked how long ago Kanwoo noticed. A few hours earlier, Kanwoo asked Sehun to do what he was supposed to do. Sehun abruptly turned around and rushed to help the people. Kanwoo watched the guy's trail. The main character lowered his gaze. Kanwoo was jumping on the power poles. He carefully looked around and thought that the person from the devil cult who did all this was still here. Kanwoo closed his eyes and thought that given the number of deaths, he simply should not waste such valuable energy. His eyes flashed red when he decided that he should use the power of the observer. A red eye seemed to appear behind him. Finally, he managed to detect something. However, it was Minhyuk from Honor. Kanwoo looked at the fighting guy and thought that he arrived quite quickly. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that he should find out everything as soon as possible. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Kanwoo looked at Minhyuk's silhouette, thinking that the guy was moving as if he knew something. Minhyuk looked at his phone, thinking that if the information from the secretly installed tracker was correct, then the man was simply standing near a strange gate. He thought about the rift. Suddenly, Minhyuk perked up. He saw Kan Hyun using his power to defeat the man. The man fell to the ground with a dull thud. Minhyuk became angry at what was happening. Something caught Kang Hyun's attention. He turned to Minhyuk and asked if the guy had guessed his identity. Minhyuk tensed up due to the discovery. Kan Hyun immediately grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The boy tried to pry Kang Hyun's hands away, but he still continued to choke. Kan Hyun said with a satisfied smile that he managed to find out, because the power that comes from serving the devil is much better and more diverse than one can imagine. He frowned and said that Minhyuk was a foolish man. His heroism had clouded his mind, so he should have attacked at the first opportunity. Minhyuk, shaking from the tension, said that they were similar in their madness. He smirked and said that Kan Hyun was angry that he lost to Rema Fujimoto. Kang Hyun's face darkened with anger. Minhyuk's blood immediately spurted out in all directions. He fell to the ground, and blood spread in all directions. Kan Hyun looked at him with anger, and said that now he would kill Minhyuk by painfully sucking out all her magic. At that moment, Kanu arrived. His eyes flashed red with anger. There was an explosion of a spell. Kan Hyun looked at his opponent, and asked since when did Kanu notice what was happening. The protagonist showed him the middle finger, and said that he did not have time to talk to trash. The cult cardinal chuckled and the veins on his neck stood out clearly. He summoned his energy, and said that he would finish Kanu in 1 minute. Kanu also activated his energy, and used the power of the Iron Fist. They glared at each other. Kanu and Kan Hyun rushed towards each other to attack. The protagonist concentrated on using the freezing power of Levi Fan. The cardinal had a hard time resisting the spell. The protagonist attacked again with an ice sword. Kan Hyun gritted his teeth in rage, as the enemy was stronger than he thought. Kanu used the power of the blade. The enemy had to quickly cover himself from the blows. The people around watched the bright flashes near the rift. Kan Hyun exhaled through his teeth. He jumped to the car and picked it up. The protagonist saw a truck flying towards him. He looked at the flying car appraisingly. The protagonist concentrated on defense. He cut the truck in half with one sure blow. At that moment, Kan Hyun attacked him from above. Kang Woo grimaced and said that it was a low move. The air swirled. The protagonist clenched his fist and used striking power. The spell Heavenly Rift illuminated Kang Hyun's distorted face. Explosions thundered above the multi-story buildings. Kan Hyun was blown away by the shock wave, but he managed to stop. He looked at Kang Woo with a grin. The protagonist was approaching him. The cult leader laughed. Then the guy sharply frowned. Kang Woo's eyes flashed when he heard the question of who he was. Smoke billowed over the broken houses. Kang Woo took a step towards Kang Hyun. He looked ahead in surprise. Kang Hyun sat down on the ground and accused the enemy of interfering with their plans. He thought of the girl as strong, one of the best hunters in the country. Kang Hyun grinned. He grimaced and said that he thought it was strange that only Yeonju was stopping them all the time. Kang Hyun looked at the guy carefully and asked who Kang Woo was. The protagonist smirked. His face darkened and he reminded him of what he had said. Kang Woo began to concentrate magic around himself. Kang Hyun clenched his hands into fists. The protagonist rushed forward, thinking that he shouldn't wait. Another explosion sounded above the houses. Kang Hyun and Kang Hyun crossed paths in battle. The blast wave sent a car flying to the side. The protagonist swung his arm to strike. The attack landed on the opponent's right shoulder, ripping his skin. The guy was very surprised. The protagonist stood in a cloud of his energy and extended his hand forward. Kang Hyun looked at his hands and said that he had a feeling again, but Kang Woo would be a great test subject. Kang Hyun tensed up, watching the opponent. Kang Hyun swung his arms. He raised his hands and said that enough fragments of the crack had been collected. At that moment, a red shard rushed towards him. Kang Hyun began to laugh madly under the influence of the crack. The protagonist noticed with surprise that the shape of the crack had changed. The power was spreading at double speed. Many people began to turn into monsters. The crack repeated the silhouette of Kang Hyun. The protagonist perked up, as he realized that demonic energy was heading towards the enemy. Purple flashes of energy embraced Kang Hyun's body. First, a wing appeared. Then a tail appeared. The next moment, a demon stood in front of Kanu. Horns appeared on its head. The demon grinned. Kanu froze in surprise as he had to guess what it could be. He realized that Kang Hyun had summoned the demon inside himself. The guy peered intently at the enemy. Suddenly, a strong wind arose. Kanu silently watched the demon. Kang Hyun waved his paw, listening to the sensations. He towered over Kanu. The demon grinned furiously and offered to start the battle over. The protagonist scared and thought about how that man had managed it. Kang Hyun rushed to attack and offered the guy to die. He opened his mouth wide. The protagonist dodged the attack. He carefully watched the demon's actions. Kang Hyun hit so hard that stones flew in all directions. The protagonist spread his wings. He, hovering in the air, thought that he would finish the fight in a minute. Something flashed in his hands, and he used the wrath of the Kraken. The spell hit the demon in the face. Kang Hyun's head was thrown to the side. Kanu looked closely at the enemy, assessing the damage. An icy explosion sounded over the city. The protagonist swung his arm again to attack. He sent another spell at the demon. But Kayun only laughed. With each passing minute, his laughter became louder. Kanu looked at the paw attacking him in surprise. His energy dissolved. Kanu was taken aback as his energy dissipated. Kang Hyun laughed, saying what he knew the protagonist would do. The demon smirked and said that Kanu did not understand the power of a true devil. The protagonist froze when he heard about the blocking power. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he understood what was being said. Kang Hyun smiled and said that the hunter's power was blocked. Kanu looked at the demon's hand and thought that it was not only the hunter's power. Kang Hyun laughed and said that the protagonist had fallen into a trap. He took a step towards the enemy. Several powerful explosions were heard. Kanu hit the wall and fell to the ground. The demon smiled, thinking that the protagonist was useless at this point. He loomed over the boy and said that he knew such people well. The demon looked at the protagonist intently and said that not everything belongs to people like him. Kanu remembered that he had been told once about impudent people. Kang Hyun's eyes flashed. He grabbed the boy's head with his hand and said that it was time for payback. The demon squeezed his hand tighter and ordered the protagonist to die. Someone's footsteps were heard. Echidna ran as fast as she could to help. Kanu perked up when he heard her voice. The girl used her spell, telling the bad man to take his hands off of Kanu. Suddenly, her magic was also blocked. The protagonist looked at the girl through his fingers and thought that since his demonic energy was blocked, she couldn't use her power either. The demon smiled and said that he had seen this little girl before. He grinned, saying that it seemed like he and Kanu were on good terms. Kanu leaned on his hand and heard the demon want to crush the girl. The monster grabbed Echidna by the dress and lifted her into the air. Kanu stood up and pulled out his sword. Echidna looked at him and heard the protagonist demanding that he stop showing off. Kanu smirked and said that he would not watch from the sidelines. The demon laughed and said that the protagonist would not be able to defeat him without strength. Kanu swung his arm to attack. Kang Hyun's smile began to fade. The echidna's mouth opened in surprise. The protagonist cut off his own arm. Blood spilled onto the ground as Kanu decided to tell who he was. The protagonist smirked and said that he would show who he was. The demon tensed up. They looked at each other, and the demon thought that the guy was trying to escape from the trap. Kanu felt energy in his body again, but it was not enough because he used several abilities at once. The demon laughed, calling the protagonist resourceful. Kanu looked at his opponent tiredly, and thought that he had no choice. Blood was gushing out of his arm, but he did not care. The blood from his arm turned black and enveloped his body. The blood moon illuminated the space. The protagonist seemed to be standing in front of the doors, choosing the one with the power of the devourer. Kanu looked around carefully. He extended his hand to one of the doors. Something caught his attention. One of the doors was slightly open. Energy seemed to be flowing from the guy. Kanu was enveloped in magic. The demon looked at the guy and could not understand what kind of aura the enemy had. Kanu's body darkened with power. Kang Hyun grinned, and Kanu thought that he could use his ability again. The demon attacked, shouting that it was over. There was an explosion. The demon laughed when Kanu transformed into slime. Echidna called out to the guy with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the demon realized that something was wrong. Kanu was dissolving. Slime enveloped the demon's hand. Kang Hyun was completely enveloped in slime. The slime turned into many jaws. Echidna covered her mouth with her hand in fear. The space exploded. Kang Hyun seemed to be choking on liquid. The space was illuminated by the light of turquoise eyes. Karino looked at the moon and the doors in front of him, while the demon inside the boy expressed curiosity towards the main character. Kang Hyun closed his eyes, thinking that if he made a mistake, he might lose his body. The horse-like demon laughed contentedly, suggesting that he see what he could do. The boy felt his eye change. With that eye, Kang Hyun saw the boy sitting. Kanu seemed to be leaning over him. The cult leader tilted his head back, nervously watching what was happening. The demon became nervous and asked why Kang Hyun was fighting this monster. The cardinal frowned, not understanding if Kanu was on the level of the 7 great devils. The boy screamed in pain, and the demon called him a fool. Kang Hyun continued to beat the water, when the demon said that the 7 great devils were no more. The boy thought about the bars, and then learned that the princess had been absorbed by this demon lord. Kanu's eyes flashed in the darkness. Kang Hyun stared ahead, trying to comprehend that Kanu was the demon lord. He thought about the guy and how this couldn't be true. He looked at the energy cloths and thought that there couldn't be such a person on earth. Kanwoo sank into the water next to Kang Hyun. Power swirled around him as Kang Hyun still tried to believe the words he had said. Drops were falling into the water as the protagonist opened his eyes. He looked around, not understanding what he was doing. The protagonist was sinking into the water, thinking that he didn't remember anything. Suddenly, a flash of energy caught his attention. He turned around and saw a man sinking into the water not far from him. Kang Hyun was sinking deeper and deeper with his mouth open. The protagonist decided that he needed to get out. He swam towards the light. Suddenly, the protagonist saw a door. The guy was grabbed by someone's clawed paw. Many paws were trying to hold his leg. Kanwoo began to paddle with all his might, not even understanding who he was. The paws were pulling him down, and he didn't understand why he had to fight at all. The boy relaxed and thought that it would be easier to give in. Bubbles rushed through the water. Many paws were aimed at the boy. The protagonist perked up when it seemed like someone nearby said his name. He clenched his teeth, cursing. Kanu tried his best to swim towards the light. The protagonist swam with all his might with his hands. The paws still tried to pull him down. A flash illuminated the space. The first thing he saw was the face of Echidna, who asked if he was okay. Kanu cleared his throat. He looked at his friends and assured them that he was okay. Echidna, with tears in her eyes, said that she felt Kanu almost disappear. She cried, reminding him that he promised to be there. The protagonist exhaled. The boy thought about the door and how opening a door in hell could lead to a serious mistake. The Echidna hugged Kanu, who thought that he would act more carefully in the future. He smiled, since he could not die now. The protagonist smiled, since he was awarded points. He stood up carefully and thought that he had surpassed the 100-point threshold. Soldier touched his hand. She used healing light. Kanu was surprised by the effect, and the girl explained that this was her 5th awakening. She waved her hand and explained that everyone in Team Cyan had increased their levels. Kanu looked at the boy with a smile, thinking that he was acting like the protagonist again. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head, since he still had difficulty moving. The girl took a step forward. Soldier grabbed Kanu in her arms and said that she would take him home. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. He looked at the girl's chest. Kanu was delighted. Soldier looked closely at the protagonist and asked if he could walk on his own. The protagonist was embarrassed and said that she was right. It was still difficult for him to move. Tice's voice was heard, asking him not to worry. He grabbed the boy in his arms and said that it was nothing to him. The man simply stank of sweat, so Kanu said that his house was in the other direction. However, Taisu asked Kanu not to be embarrassed and walked with him in his arms. The incident at ISU station became a problem that shook the entire world. The demonic cult revealed itself to the world for the first time. The old man sipped from the cup, deciding that there was no longer a reason to hide his identity. Apartment buildings appeared in the distance. The boy, with his mouth wide open, was snoring loudly, and this was 3 days after the incident at ISU station. The young man, sitting on the bed, realized that he had slept for 3 whole days, but thanks to this he felt better. The girl, turning her head, called out to him. Jumping on him, she shouted that he had finally woken up, and her friend asked if he was okay. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, answered affirmatively and asked what the guild leader was doing here. Solia, putting her hand on the chair, explained that she was worried about him and came by every day. The young man, looking at her, asked if this was true, and the guest explained that she had simply stopped by to rest in the house that had been bought with her money. The healer, looking ahead, asked if her comrade was definitely okay and suggested that he might need more rest. The guy, smiling slightly, said that he was okay and that he was pleased to see her worried. The leader of the Scarlet Rose, taking the mug, said that while he was resting, the Hanul Guild had officially disbanded. The protagonist, sitting down in front of her, asked a question about the demonic cult, and she answered that they had caught them, but did not have time to interrogate them, since all the followers had turned into monsters and, besides, their cult had not manifested itself in any way. Holding out her hand, the girl said that the forces of the demonic cult in Korea had been mostly destroyed and information had also begun to arrive from all over the world that they had not acted so openly in any of the other countries, and to begin with, it should be noted that even in Korea they had not yet been able to fully deal with them. The hero, picking up the phone, said that he would look at the articles on the internet. Looking at the screen, the player read the headline asking about what the goals were and who was hiding behind the mask of the demonic cult, as well as about the appearance of the Dragon Sword hero and the purpose of the Chinese guild's visit to Korea, and also about the testimonies of the survivors. The girl, resting her head on her hand, asked if he was going to stop at just one incident at ISU station. The young man, with his mouth wide open, answered in the negative and explained that he would not stop until he had cleansed this world of them to the last drop. The interlocutor, smirking, noted that this was exactly what she wanted to hear. Yanju, looking at him, also said that there were many stories about science circulating on the internet and asked whether he would envy and intimidate the newcomer. The guy answered in the negative. The girl, with her eyes wide open, also said that some famous world rankers had also arrived in Korea. The protagonist asked again. She, introducing 2 people, explained that they were the Chinese guild Cheongomen. The hero, looking ahead, remembered that the article said that they had arrived to recruit the newcomer, but it was not yet clear whether this was true. The young man, rubbing his chin, tried to think of what to do now that the Gaia system had begun to lose its power. Having imagined a certain creature, the protagonist knew that it was impossible to predict what methods the demon cult would use next, and realized that he had no idea how to summon the demon inside himself and therefore had no choice but to become stronger. The guy, closing his eyes, thought about the fact that the level cap was not removed due to the lag in the development of the body. However, if you look at it, it is just a matter of technique and he should think of a way to do it more effectively. His mouth immediately fell open. Looking at the phone, the young man thought of Sion and decided to look at the descendant of the god of war. The headquarters of the Scarlet Rose Guild appeared. The comrade, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether the hero was better. The protagonist, with his hands on his hips, answered affirmatively, and noted that the news lately only talks about the comrade. Saihung closed his eyes and said that as soon as he went outside, so many people would immediately start crowding around that it was simply impossible to hunt. The hero's mouth dropped open in surprise after his interlocutor said that something was making him unhappy. Recalling the situation at ISU station, his comrade explained that in the end, the resolution of the incident there was not his doing at all and that Kanu should be honored as a hero. The young man, with his mouth wide open, asked what kind of terrible things he was saying, and his interlocutor asked him in return that he really didn't care that people didn't know about him. Saihung's mouth dropped open when the guy said that it was of no use, only annoyance. His comrade, looking at him, asked him about the reason for his coming to the guild building. The hero, with his mouth wide open, explained that he wanted to learn martial arts from his comrade. His ally raised his hand and suggested that he start right away. The interlocutor, paying attention to the stand with weapons, asked about his main weapon. The protagonist, rubbing his chin, answered that he did not know, because from time to time he had to combine them. Then the teacher explained that for studying martial arts it would be better to choose one thing. The guy, using the blade on his wrist, asked whether such a weapon would be suitable and added that he uses it most often. The comrade, putting the sword in his hands, suggested that he start with such a weapon, because his martial art was based on the use of exactly such equipment. The young man, taking the blade, understood that if he were to learn from the dragon's sword, then this weapon would be the most effective. The comrade, holding his blade in front of him, said that he would first teach him the basic movements of the sleeping dragon sword technique, and immediately noted that most likely the protege would be able to learn in a day, and he only needed to watch and try to repeat all the movements. The sword was near the teacher's face. Immediately, the comrade made a dash forward. Immediately after, the ally stood in a certain combat stance. Looking forward, Cyan used the 8th formation of the sleeping dragon sword. A bright cut appeared near the hero. A large amount of dust rose in the training dust, and the teacher said that this was the 8th formation. The protagonist, looking at him, asked why he didn't teach him the very first technique first, and he replied that he wanted to show it to get the student interested. Smiling, the ally also asked if it looked easier than expected. The swordsman, coming closer, explained that he should follow him and just do the movements that he managed to see. The friend, clenching his fist, said that his student could definitely do it. The hero looked a little to the side, thinking about this man. Immediately after, the young man made an attack, but the teacher shouted that there was too much energy in this strike. Cyan, opening his mouth wide, explained that if you do this, then the next attack will have a big kickback. The protagonist made countless strikes, while the teacher told him that too much energy was lost this time and also advised him to place his hands differently. The guy, bowing his head, said something. The teacher's eyes suddenly opened wide when the hero shouted that only his comrade could do all this so easily. The young man, gritting his teeth, said that this is exactly why you shouldn't learn from geniuses, because it's like filling a glass with water to the brim with your eyes closed. Throwing the sword on the floor, the player said that he probably should give up on learning martial arts. The comrade, grabbing it, shouted that he just wanted to help. Cyan, standing in front of him, explained that his level was too low to teach such a strong person. The guy said that the problem was that the teacher's level was, on the contrary, too high and suggested that he stop there, because they would still have an opportunity. The comrade, with his mouth open, asked what he thought about learning breathing techniques, because it would definitely be easier to learn. The hero, looking forward, realized that this was Dantian, and he needed to use internal strength and assumed that he would be able to do it. Sitting in the lotus position, the guy noted that he would try to do this. A certain red glow began to appear in his chest. This fear began to grow and notifications appeared about the activation of the effect of the Master of Magic and also about the increase in the ability to control magic. The protagonist's eyes were closed while all this was happening. A certain crystal appeared and immediately system messages appeared that he had successfully mastered the technique of breathing the heavenly dragon, and thanks to this he managed to create demonic energy. The guy's eyes opened when a notification appeared that he had fulfilled the last condition for achieving the demonic appearance. Immediately after, the young man looked at his comrade. Immediately his gaze was directed to the system window. Looking at Cyan, the protagonist thought that he loved him and immediately a message appeared with information about the highest degree of demonic appearance. A demonic crystal appeared in the body and the player realized that he did not expect that the last condition would be the creation of this crystal. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero assumed that the demonic cult could use exactly such methods. Immediately after, the fighter closed his eyes. Looking at his hand, the boy knew that the type of magic was the same, but the power was completely different. Because if the crystal used by the demonic cult could be compared to an Americano, then this power would be equal to pure espresso. Putting his hand on the floor, the boy thought that he should try it, when suddenly his comrade asked if the student really decided to get up and interrupt his meditation practice. The comrade was standing behind him. Suddenly, the player raised his fist to punch. The hero attacked the air in front of him. The energy from his fist smashed the dummies in front of him. The comrade's mouth opened wide from the realization of his student's power. The boy, looking at the targets, realized that he spent about a third of the energy for such a strike. Cyan, running up, shouted that it was simply amazing, because he managed to repeat the technique just by looking once. The hero noted that it was better than what they did before. Then the teacher asked if he had completely learned how to use this technique. The guy, shaking his hands, answered affirmatively and explained that it helped him a lot. Smiling, the hero thought that the size of the crystal upset him a little. But if he continued to use the breathing technique, the stone would definitely continue to grow and immediately realized that he did not have to do this training while sitting. The player's body immediately became covered in a red glow. The comrade, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this was simply impossible and began to shout something about the consequences. The young man, opening his mouth slightly, asked again. The teacher, opening his eyes wider, asked if he was okay. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, answered affirmatively, while Cyan thought about what he had heard that if you do this breathing technique without sitting with your legs crossed, you can get damage to the body. The guy, smiling again, realized that it was very easy. Imagining 3 doors, the player also realized that this was much easier compared to controlling the doors in the Demon Lord's castle. Kanu, with his eyes closed, thought about the breathing and door opening techniques that were possible for growth, and he should now focus on his internal energy. The young man, holding out his hand, asked if this was his best technique, and his friend answered affirmatively and explained that if he accepted the power of the god of war, he could learn other techniques, but for now this was the best option. The hero, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he had enough martial arts training for today. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that they would go to the S-rank gate next time. They left the training room and an announcement was heard that a member of the Chinese guild Xiong Gomen had arrived in the country. The comrade standing by the car said that he would go by subway, and the young man asked him to get in. The wheel began to spin. The hero, holding the steering wheel, said that he would soon pick up a car for his interlocutor, but for now he would have to ride this one. The swordsman, with his mouth wide open, replied that it wasn't worth it since he'd already been helped with his mother, while the protagonist explained that it was just for his convenience, and added that he'd pick something good enough to get there quickly every time he was called. The companion's eyes widened as he called the driver's name. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, understood that compared to martial arts, one car was a mere trifle. Two people appeared ahead. The young man got out of the car. The friend, looking at them, asked them who they were. The man, with his mouth wide open, introduced himself as the commander of the 3rd Squad of the Cheonjemin Guild. Scion's mouth slightly opened as the commander said that their leader wanted to see the Korean dragon and asked him to follow them. The player, with his mouth wide open, asked if they meant Kanmu. The fighter, gritting his teeth, ordered him not to call him that. The protagonist was looking at them from behind when the man asked him to quietly follow him again. The warrior, with his mouth open, explained that their plane was ready. The hero immediately put his hand on his comrade's shoulder. The guy, standing in front of him, noted that he didn't even really know Korean. The man, with his mouth open, asked again. The guy, putting his hand in his pocket, explained that he was continuing to speak informally, seeing them for the first time, but the interlocutor only smirked. Namgung, frowning, asked who he even was. The young man, with his mouth open, said his name. The commander, standing in front of him, said something about prison, and the player explained that in this world there are relationships deeper than blood. The comrade, with his mouth open, looked at him. Kanu looked ahead, listening to the big guy's words about how they were not interested in him, and the ruler of the sword wanted to see the dragon. The man clenched his teeth hard when the guy said that he didn't care about them either. A bright aura began to appear around his body after he told him not to open his mouth so boldly. Sihong's eyes widened as the big man explained that if he didn't want to see his friend get hurt, he should just follow them silently. The companion clenched his fist tightly. The swordsman, with his mouth wide open, shouted at him not to treat him like that, and the opponent asked if they wanted to fight. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, the commander remembered that the guild leader had ordered him to be brought in politely. But apparently it was time to teach these children a lesson. Suddenly, someone else grabbed the hilt of his blade. The young man, approaching the enemy's face, told him not to even dare to take it out. The hero, standing in front of him, explained that if the commander pulled out his blade, he would definitely not return on his own 2 feet. Frowning, the man could not believe that he was being suppressed by this man's usual aura. The player looked forward. The opponent, jumping back, shouted that he should not dare to laugh at him. Taking out his blade, the Chinese fighter said that they were just hunters from a small country. The young man immediately disappeared from sight. Grabbing the man by the hand, the protagonist asked if he really decided to show off the size of his country out of fear. The big guy standing in front of him was saying that he was a sword master from Cheongomen. The guy turned around and asked if his comrade knew of a good place nearby that served kimchi-chim, but he asked again. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, offered him something to eat and would send these guys home. An entrance to a building appeared and an order for 10 servings of the dish was heard. The player, sitting at the table, offered the fighters to just eat, because he wanted to leave them alone due to his good mood. The commander, gritting his teeth, understood that not only had he been beaten by some hunters from Korea, but now he was also being dragged around like a dog. The woman, with her mouth open, noted that they were apparently all very hungry, and asked how long they had been waiting for the order. The ordered dish was on the plate. The man opened one eye. Namgung, with his mouth slightly open, asked what the mess was on the plate. The commander, sitting on the floor, said that the man who called himself the dragon's elder asked him to tell him that if the leader wanted to meet him, he needed to come to Korea in person. The old man sat on the throne in front of him. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, asked if it was true that he had been sent to politely bring that man here, but the subordinate in turn had fought with the dragon's companion and simply returned. The man, bowing his head, asked for forgiveness for his misdeed. The fighter, gritting his teeth, realized that he could not even imagine that this would happen. Remembering how that man had started to choke him, the warrior realized that he had not expected that the freak would go crazy because of some food. A girl peeked out from behind the throne. The old man, without getting up from the throne, began to laugh loudly. Something began to break out of his hand. The projectile threw the subordinate back. The commander's mouth was wide open from such a blow. The leader, standing up, told him to get out of here, because those who are not able to bring any benefit are of no use to the Cheongomen Guild. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked if her father was going to Korea. The leader, looking at her, said that since they were invited, then why not go? An apartment building was visible. Someone brought a mug to his mouth. The young man, holding it in front of him, knew that all this time he had been focused on developing demonic energy through meditation. The guy ate the prepared food and thought about how he did this even while eating, while sleeping, and even when going to the toilet. Imagining his crystal, The player remembered that in this way this stone grew to the size of a fist, and such a result was achieved through the use of the breathing technique. The hero, standing near the portal, thought that the last condition for achieving the highest degree of demonic appearance had not yet been fulfilled. The fighter turned around when someone called out to him and said that the break was over. Turning to the others, the guy suggested that they continue their work. The healer, smiling broadly, noted that they really had a good rest. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she still wanted to rest. Echidna took hold of the leader's clothes. She, opening her mouth, asked the young man not to overwork himself and added that if he needed anything, he could count on her help. A smile appeared on the player's face. A clear sky appeared and his words were heard that they now needed to find a target and begin. Looking around, the hero tried to find a single enemy. His gaze was riveted to one of them. Pointing with his hand, the young man called the dragon, and the girl asked the others to rely on her. The guy, looking ahead, understood that it would be problematic if many such enemies gathered. Watching his ward, the fighter used the power of silence. The girl was already behind this monster. Black and purple energy began to appear around her. Suddenly, these blades struck the enemy. Blood splashes remained on the grass. The other monsters immediately raised their heads. Something glowing was in the enemy's hand. The boy, opening his mouth wide, ordered one of his charges to attack. The shield bearer immediately put his equipment in front of him, and the girl praised him. The healer, opening her mouth, asked the magician to get ready. Yunbai, frowning, read some complex spell. She pointed her staff forward and used the lightning sphere. Immediately, many electric discharges struck the opponent. Cyan held the blade at head level. His eyes began to glow bright blue after he began using the sleeping dragon sword technique. A bright blue mark remained after his strike. They, standing near the defeated monster, noted that it was extremely strong. The mage, smiling broadly, said that they were still able to finish off the S-rank monster, while the healer said that it was all thanks to the dragon, who weakened it. The guy, smiling slightly, understood that it was not only about leveling up, but also about acquiring real skills. Looking at his comrade, the hero noticed that he did not look like he was having a hard time and thought that he should have a separate training session, and then suggested that his charges take a little rest and go after the next troll. Solia, raising her staff, used healing magic on the tank, who thanked her. Suddenly, the young man's gaze turned back after a certain growl. The protagonist, looking at the approaching monsters, explained that they rushed in, smelling the blood. Examining the enemies, the player realized that they now needed to kill 3 at a time. Immediately after, a spear appeared in his hands due to the use of the power of darkness. Suddenly, something golden struck these trolls. This golden glow pierced them through. Someone standing behind the monsters said that they had been looking for them for a very long time. The guy, looking forward, listened to the question of whether he was the dragon's sworn brother. The leader, holding his hands behind his back, said his name and introduced himself as the leader of the Cheongoman Guild. The old man, opening his mouth, apologized to them for what happened earlier. Cyan opened his mouth in surprise, while the protagonist told them that he did not understand Chinese at all. The assistant, leaning over a little, explained that he was simply apologizing for what happened, but then the player used the power of perception. The fighter, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he could now speak his native language. The young man, looking forward, noted that anyone can apologize with words. The leader, folding his hands in front of himself, explained that he was sorry, because his subordinate was wrong. The old man, closing his eyes, said that it was time to stop being stubborn. The leader bowed immediately. The daughter and her assistant opened their mouths wide in surprise. The wards also watched what was happening in surprise. The guy, looking down, listened to the guest's words about how everyone who was rude had already been expelled and it was his responsibility that he had failed to raise polite subordinates. The leader, without raising his head, promised that this would not happen again. The young man, grinning, asked if he really promised. The old man, bowing, repeated his words. The hero licked his lips after his promise and asked again. The leader, opening his mouth, answered affirmatively. The guy's face was still wearing the same malicious grin. Looking up, the protagonist realized that this man had had enough and that he should not be hostile to people who could become allies. The player, putting his hands in his pockets, decided to listen to their story and asked why they came, and the leader replied that they were there to meet the dragon, since they had seen a video of his battle at ISU station. The guy, looking to the side, asked why they had come all this way to see his protege. The old man, grinning, explained that he just wanted to check something. The swordsman, his eyes wide open, listened to the guest's words about how he managed to learn the martial arts of the god of war. Someone pulled the young man by the coat and called out. The girl, standing next to him, asked who the god of war was, and the hero asked her how she knew Chinese. The echidna, opening her mouth, explained that she did not know him, but could understand speech with the help of magic, and then the player remembered that she could speak Korean fluently from the moment she was summoned, and then he asked whether the assistant could use such magic on other people. The girl, smiling broadly, answered affirmatively, and then the young man asked her to do so. The echidna put her hand in front of herself. All those present immediately became covered in a green glow, and Sai-hung asked what it was. The guild leader asked if the dragon knew Chinese too. The assistant, putting her hands in her hands, explained that it was her ability, and with it, even without knowing each other's languages, one could communicate freely and it was not at all difficult. The old man, opening his mouth wide, laughed and added that apparently they would not even need their translator. The leader, opening his eyes, noted that in that case their conversation would go much faster and again asked how the dragon was able to learn the martial arts of the god of war. The fighter, raising his hand, asked again. The hero noted that he was also curious and asked how he knew that Sai-hung used the martial arts of the god of war. The old man, putting his hand on his chest, asked again. Introducing his ancestor, the leader said that their family is the descendants of the god of war Taehwan. The boy, looking ahead, understood that if his words were to be believed, then in the past the god of war really lived on Earth. The young man, standing in front of him, asked if this meant that all the techniques existed before the players appeared, and the leader answered affirmatively and added that after the appearance of such people, these techniques became much more effective. The hero, having presented a diagram with players and these techniques, suggested that what existed before awakened and became stronger. Grinning, the protagonist asked a question about what he was going to do when he found out the method by which the fighter was able to learn their techniques. The old man looked ahead when the player asked him if they were going to kill his ward to keep the secret. The leader's lips suddenly began to move strangely. The leader, opening his mouth wide, began to laugh loudly and also shouted that apparently someone had simply reread novels about martial arts. The young man, looking ahead, realized that he did not expect to hear such a thing from someone who seemed to have escaped from such a work. The old man, standing still, explained that he wanted to make a deal, since many of their secret techniques had been badly damaged while being passed down from generation to generation. Jangmu, holding his hands behind his back, said that the dragon sword technique was one of those that had only been preserved in the annals, and if the dragon helped them in their restoration, he would be personally taught other techniques by him. The leader, grinning, asked about his opinion. The guy, looking at his comrade, asked him what he thought about this. Cyan looked down. Imagining someone cutting monsters, the swordsman understood that he wanted to become stronger so that this would not happen again, since he wanted to save at least one more life. The young man smiled slightly. Having nudged his comrade, the protagonist asked him to go and discuss everything on his own. The guy, with his mouth open, noted that he was sure that he wanted to become stronger, and also said that he wanted to live up to expectations. The three of them stood next to each other. Tears began to appear in the eyes of the comrade. The doctor's eyes were wide open when his comrade said that he would try his best. The leader and his daughter were sitting in the car. The old man, with his mouth open, noted that their deal was made very well. They shook hands. The young man, standing between them, asked if he remembered the terms of their deal and immediately explained that the equipment restoration and training should take place in Korea. The girl, with her eyes closed, listened to her father's words that he would probably have to stay in this country for some time, and she replied that everything was fine, because this was a country she wanted to visit at least once. Putting her finger to her face, the daughter also added that a man had appeared who interested her, and the leader shouted a question about who this man was. Looking at the girl's face, the leader remembered that she always said that she was not interested in men who were weaker than him and assumed that she was interested in the dragon, and realized that in any case, after training, he wanted to give that man to his daughter. The old man, bowing his head, said that the dragon was a nice young man. Introducing him, Jangmu understood that although he had the spirit of the god of war in his body, he had perfectly mastered the art of the dragon's sword, which he had not even studied, and independently understood the deep meaning of martial arts. He also remembered the face of that fighter and realized that he had a talent sent by heaven, which had been with him since birth. The leader, smiling, began to talk about a place next to the dragon. The girl, opening her mouth, explained that she was more interested in that leader of theirs. Her father's eyes suddenly opened wide. She remembered the hero and how he said that anyone can make a verbal apology, and said that it was extremely brave to demand an apology from the Emperor of the Sword, and this is the strongest person she had seen in recent times. The old man crossed his arms and thought that this was not part of his plans at all. Squeezing his eyelids tightly, the leader knew that although the protagonist was strong, the dragon would definitely surpass him in 10 years, and by the time his daughter became interested in Cyan, she would already be past the marriageable age, and it would be too late. Gritting his teeth, the leader thought that it was a pity for such a confident young man, but the dragon was a much better match for her, and his life would not be in vain if he had the opportunity to see his daughter get married. Turning around, Jangmu began to say something about the dragon, but the girl interrupted him and said that she did not like men weaker than her father. Grinning, the father noted that he now remembered her words. The car drove along the road, and from it came the cry of the father that he needed to check the level of that impudent man. The house of the Red Rose Guild appeared the next day. The young man, with his mouth open, asked again about the battle. The old man extended his hand and answered affirmatively. The hero, standing in the middle of the training room, asked why he wanted to do this so suddenly. The leader, with his mouth open, explained that he personally wanted to see his abilities and noted that this was certainly not for nothing. The protagonist looked ahead, listening to his words about how he could later count on help from their guild, and then the guy realized that this was indeed a good chance. Remembering the stone in his body, the player realized that he himself wanted to test the powers of demonic energy, and if the opponent was a world-class ranker, then there would be no need to worry that his opponent would be injured in any way. Smiling, the young man said that this was a very good offer. The young man, extending his hand, suggested that they start right now and hope for fun from this duel. The guy immediately disappeared from the spot. A weapon appeared in his hand after using the power of a metal axe and the power of icing. Their blades clashed when the player used the Leviathan skill. The old man looked at his freezing blade. The leader immediately parried it. The hero flew back after such a blow. The leader had already approached him. The young man's eyes suddenly opened wider. His hand was right next to the opponent's blade. The opponent immediately intercepted his sword. The old man made a completely different swing. A smile immediately appeared on the guy's face. Something was right next to the opponent's eye. The leader managed to dodge the spear strike. A bright explosion illuminated the entire training room. Debris began to fall from the ceiling. The guy, with his mouth open, noted that it was dangerous and realized that his energy was really good, as expected. Holding the spear in his hands, the young man realized that the advantage of demonic energy is speed and immediately used the power of Hellfire and the power of the dark spear and realized that the speed of using abilities was now doubled. Grasping the spear tighter, the hero also remembered about adaptability. The protagonist moved one leg to the side, thinking that he didn't even have to use body enhancement skills to reach such a high level. Immediately after, the fighter threw his weapon. The old man's blade took on a light blue glow. A huge dragon appeared behind him. Its eyes widened. The old man immediately lowered the sword, using a heavenly dragon strike. Cracks began to appear on the spear. A second later, it shattered into many fragments. The hero, snapping his finger, remembered the third advantage of demonic energy. The fragments of the spear began to glow a little brighter. Suddenly, another explosion illuminated the entire room. Grinning, the young man knew that this third advantage was destructive power, since concentrated magic was already enough. Sihong and the head's daughter, with their mouths open, called out to the leader. Suddenly, someone opened their mouth wide and shouted something. The opponent, covered in a light blue aura, said that he had apparently underestimated the player. The guy smiled nervously. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist realized that this was truly the power of the world ranking, and then the leader explained that from now on he would fight seriously. A blade began to appear in his hand after using the power of the blade and the power of Hellfire, and then the young man thought that he wanted to see the limit of this power. The hero squeezed something, using the power of decapitation. Another huge blade appeared in his hand. The particles began to rise into the air, and then the enemy noted that he was really brave. The old man, with his mouth open, asked who he was. The guy, smirking, said that the enemy should not have conducted a separate investigation, because now the attacks will be made with all their might. They stood opposite each other. The player, looking at the phone, asked it to wait a little. Bringing it to his ear, the protagonist asked what happened to her. The young man immediately removed the phone from his ear when the leader shouted that she asked him to wait at the entrance to the guild. Yanju, standing by the car, shouted that they had received a call from director Hyun-jae, who had just returned from Japan and asked for a ride to Hwarang. The interlocutor replied that he was not a driver and noted that she also had a car that she could drive. The boy closed his eyes and listened to her words about how if he continued like this, his car would be abandoned right there. A crack appeared on the wall, and the old man said that the boy could go while they dealt with what was left of their battle. Looking at the door, the leader noted that he was sorry that he could not make a final decision. The daughter, covering her mouth with her hand, said that this man was really very strong. Sehun asked her if she really thought so, then the old man tried to understand whether he should be happy about the fact that they got along well. Jangmu, rubbing his chin, remembered that he still planned to intimidate that man even more, but he would have to wait until he got to know him better, and also thought about the fact that he had felt some kind of creepy energy. Imagining a certain sea of blood, the fighter assumed that it looked like a sea of ominous energy that seemed to swallow everything around and tried to understand if there was anyone who could cause fear in that guy. The headquarters of the Hwarang division appeared. The young man opened his mouth, listening to something about a succubus. The leader, putting his hand on the table, asked if they were talking about a demon that sucks the life force out of men, and the man answered in the affirmative and explained that it was exactly what the Japanese church was trying to summon. The leader, covering his face with his hand, listened to the question about the name of this demon. An image of this creature appeared in the hero's head when he said that her name was Lilith and she was also the queen of the succubi. This building was visible. Hyun-jae, crossing his arms over his chest, said his name and position. The protagonist, standing in front of the table, also introduced himself, and the girl noted that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man, sitting down at the table, listened to his words about how there had apparently been a major commotion in Korea in his absence. The man, opening his mouth, apologized for not being able to help, and the hero thought that he seemed really strong. Yanju, pointing her finger at her charge, said that they had not been able to completely protect the people, but thanks to this man everything had been resolved, and the commander-in-chief explained that all of this had already been conveyed to him. The girl, looking at him, asked what? Then it happened. The interlocutor said that he had news for them. The guild leader noted that they should not have been called personally for such a thing. Her mouth dropped open in surprise after he said that it was related to a sect. Hyunjae, introducing one of the cultists, explained that the sect, located in Japan, like the Korean one, was preparing to summon the devil. The man introduced the summoning table when someone asked if this was similar to the situation during Oriax. The commander-in-chief, bowing his head, answered affirmatively, but explained that this time it was all much more large-scale. The girl said that she heard that those cultists were stronger than here. Wyon, looking at the leader, asked if the Japanese authorities had requested help. The same one answered affirmatively and added that it had not yet spread to the press, but the situation was really at a stalemate. Yeonju raised her hand and noted that that country did have Fujimoto, who was in the world rankings. After all, did they really need their help? The hero smiled as he listened to the man's words about how they didn't have any particularly outstanding players besides that man, while the guild leader said that the devil had been summoned recently, but they had started doing their dirty deeds again. The grin on the guy's face grew. Imagining the two monsters, the young man remembered that his stats hadn't increased for a long time and wondered if they would improve if he managed to catch the devil like that time, and decided to first stimulate its summoning and then hunt, while the girl asked the man if he knew what kind of devil they would summon, and he answered affirmatively. The protagonist's eyes were closed as the commander-in-chief spoke about what he had heard about the succubus queen. Yeonju, with her mouth open, asked if he meant that monster that feeds on male energy, and the interlocutor answered in the affirmative. The young man suddenly opened his eyes wide. His chair abruptly moved back when the man called the name of that devil. The girl, looking at him, asked what happened to him. The guy clenched his fist with force. Opening his eyes, the player explained that he had to stop this ritual. Remembering his throne, the hero knew that during the times when he had to live in hell, Lilith was his closest servant along with Valak. Imagining Valak, the fighter remembered that he was a symbol of great power. He also imagined the succubus and realized that she controlled the demonic army with her excellent mind. Remembering her tentacle, the guy thought that she was his official wife. Memories of running away from her appeared in his head, and thoughts of how in the past he had to lose power after losing the war with the prince. Lilith helped him cope with the crisis, and they vowed to marry. Remembering her tentacles, the protagonist realized that after that, she constantly invaded his bedroom and he had to constantly run away from her to hide from these limbs, and he could not return to such a life. The young man, with his mouth wide open, said that for the sake of this world, he would have to stop the summoning. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that he was told that this man had a strong sense of justice. The guild leader asked if the ward had eaten something wrong, and the protagonist asked if he could first tell him about the situation in Japan. Hyunjae, folding his hands in front of him, asked them not to spread this information under any circumstances. Introducing a certain girl, the commander-in-chief said that Kurosaki had been kidnapped by a cult. The girls jumped up from their chairs and shouted questions about whether it was true. The hero, covering his face with his hand, whispered a question about who this girl was, while the others were talking about her kidnapping. The leader looked to the side and began to talk about the events of 5 years ago during the cataclysm. Introducing a portal, she said that an SS rank gate opened in Sapporo. Claws appeared from the gate. Monsters began to burst out from there, and the leader said that many Japanese were then subjected to brutal murders because of the monsters that appeared from there, and the state itself lost the ability to function at all. Introducing the kidnapped girl, Yeonju explained that that was when the very same shaman of the skies Kurosaki appeared, who turned out to be a colossal help to Japanese players, being the granddaughter of some king, sent monsters to Hokkaido, thereby saving Japan from destruction. And although now this place is not in the most stable state, but this girl became the moral support of the whole country. The girl, looking away, noted that her skills are also amazing. The hero immediately asked about her abilities. Introducing Fujimoto, she replied that she has the skill of spiritualism, and they say that she uses the powers of Japanese mythical gods, and thanks to her ability, this man's Susanoo Snow was created. The guy, raising his hand to his mouth, suggested that the kidnapping of a person with such skills could somehow be connected with their summoning. Suddenly his mouth opened. Opening his eyes wider, the hero remembered that the names of the 7 great demons were related to the 7 deadly sins, and if their names became myths and this is the influence of the other world, then the ability of the kidnapped woman is not spiritualism at all, but the skill of summoning the power of a being from another dimension. And then he realized that now he understood why they needed to summon Lilith. He immediately remembered the face of this girl. Then the tentacles of a succubus appeared in his head. In the end, the image of a sectarian appeared. Having imagined Lilith, the protagonist realized that this was all because her skill was witchcraft and domination, and the sect needed this ability. The hero, looking at the commander-in-chief, asked how many people could be mobilized for this mission. The man explained that the Japanese authorities wanted to hide the kidnapping of the shaman, and therefore they needed to act secretly, and therefore there could only be a maximum of 7 people, and added that 4 were already here, and the 5th would be the head of Hyunmo. The young man raised 2 fingers and asked if there were 2 more free seats, and what they had come up with for moving. The man, with his mouth open, replied that the plane was already waiting for them at the airport. The commander-in-chief stared somewhere when the protagonist said that this method was too long and suggested that they use echidna. Thick clouds appeared. Something quickly flew through them. It was the guy's dragon. There was a purple sphere on its back. Someone knocked on the barrier. The girl, with her mouth open, asked when he had time to prepare. The guy explained that he had already had to fly, and it seemed to him that they could all fly together now. The comrade sat near the ground, covering his mouth with his hands when the others asked him to be patient a little longer, and the dragon shouted that if he did it here, he would be thrown out. Someone came up to the young man from behind and called out. So, putting her hand on her chest, asked if she could definitely fly with him, because would she really be better than his other comrades? The hero, closing his eyes, explained that this time her help would be much stronger and thought that she had the enhancement of the grace of light, and if with the help of this skill the 3-digit characteristic of magic improved, then the effect would be simply amazing. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, listening to his words that they had arrived at their destination. The healer, covering her mouth with her hands, said that this was Sapporo Station. Destroyed buildings appeared and someone said that it was simply terrible. Monsters were visible on the ground. A certain monster with huge teeth also appeared. The dragon flew over this abandoned city. When the hero realized that this was a city that was on its last legs because it was unable to cope with all these monsters. The young man looked somewhere down. Looking at the portal, the guy knew that the magic had already spread throughout the station and was in effect. Looking around, the player explained that the devil had definitely been summoned at Sapporo Station, and the man agreed with him and added that the Japanese government had reported this to him. Kanu, with his mouth open, noted that they had no time left at all. The Japanese Sapporo base appeared and the fighter said that they would cooperate with them. The man, smiling, explained that their guests had finally arrived, and the old man asked where they were. Someone's leg immediately appeared. The entire team landed in front of them. The guard, raising his weapon, shouted a question about who they were, and the man greeted the leader. Shaking his hand, the employee thanked him for sending reinforcements so quickly. Hyunjae noted that neighboring countries should help each other in trouble, and the minister noted that his interlocutor's Japanese was getting better every time. The young man, with his mouth open, asked Echidna to cast a translation spell. Yamada, adjusting his glasses, asked about who had arrived as help. Looking at the team behind him, the commander-in-chief said that they were players who would help in capturing the cult and rescuing the hostages. Another person standing behind asked if he could introduce himself too. Fujimoto extended his hand and introduced himself. Smiling, the fighter said that she wanted to thank them for their support first, while the hero assumed that it was the same player who was one of the world players. Looking at the warrior's eye, the boy realized that these were the eyes of Susanoo when he said that they stood up for them as if it were a Korean matter. The young man, closing his eyes, suggested that they end there. The protagonist, opening his mouth, explained that at the moment, when it was unknown at what moment the demon would be summoned, the most important thing was information about the location of the sect and the stages of the rituals and tactics. The ally, squinting, agreed with him. Something began to appear near him. The player, holding a fan in front of his face, said that in this case, he would start with a plan. The dragon appeared in the evening sky above Sapporo Station. The girl held her hands in front of her. Some energy immediately burst out of them. The monsters that got into the attack radius started coughing. The hero, crossing his arms on his chest, watched what was happening. Looking at one of the monsters, the guy realized that they were hellish demon golems. He also noticed the fettered mouth of one of the monsters and realized that there were even Cerberuses here. But he could not understand how the sect managed to summon and control them. Yanja fought with this enemy, shouting a question about why her ward was not helping her. The guy, looking back, asked the healer to use the blessing of light. His body was immediately covered with a golden glow and messages appeared that he had received a blessing. Thanks to which his physical and magical defense increased by 300 units and also a message about increasing the magical energy characteristic by 3 units, and then the young man realized that the effect of the enhancement had improved since the last time, and now his magical energy is at the level of 106 units. Grinning, the guy decided to check it out and used the power of hellfire together with the power of grinding. Immediately, a bright beam burst out of his hands. Cerberus, opening his mouth, roared loudly. The girl also covered her face with her hands. Suddenly, her eyes turned white. She turned around and screamed a question about whether they had gone crazy, because why use skills when there were people there? The hero, closing his eyes, asked if they saw his mercy and asked them not to forget his kindness, while Solya noted that with such abilities, they would definitely be able to deal with all the monsters. The player, frowning, realized that something was confusing him. The Japanese fighter, pointing at the map with a fan, explained that at the moment the territory of Sapporo Station was teeming with summoned monsters and they should split up and exterminate them, and the sect, not knowing about the assistance, would be confused. Pointing with a fan at some points, Fujimoto also added that while this chaos among them worsens, one person will penetrate the territory of the ritual. The man, crossing his arms on his chest, asked if the person would do it alone, and the interlocutor answered affirmatively and explained that they were not going to entrust such a dangerous matter to assistance from Korea. Smiling, the warrior explained that he would do it personally. The protagonist, closing his eyes, assumed that he said so because he wanted to become some kind of hero, but he could not understand when this person would come at all, because if he knew where the ritual was being held, they would have already stopped him, and the ward said something about the head of the guild. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared above them. Only smoke remained in that place, and the young man assumed that Fujimoto was doing it. Some lines began to appear around the guy's leg when he decided to also prepare a little. These lines began to diverge around. His eyes immediately turned completely red. An eye also appeared over the area due to the use of the power of observation, and the hero realized that he could not see everything well due to the magical energy around him. His eye noticed an ally, and the young man assumed that he was now at the place of the ritual. Energy was accumulating near this person's eye. Blades immediately appeared near the monsters. They cut them. Fujimoto continued to run somewhere further, when the protagonist tried to understand why there was not a single person from the sect in this place, because they should have started a real turmoil. A grin suddenly appeared on his face. The leader, crossing her arms over her chest, asked to tell them too. The player understood that judging by the energy surrounding this place, the ritual was taking place somewhere here. Clenching his fist with force, the guy used the power of heaven. Immediately after, the young man swung to attack, using a crushing blow. His attack hit the building under his feet. The leader, covering her face with her hands, screamed a question about what he was doing. Two silhouettes appeared through the hole while the girls continued asking him meaningless questions. There was a mask on the man's face. The cultists, looking up, asked who they were and how they got to this place. There was a smirk on the hero's face. Someone's mask was lying on the floor. The heroes, having taken a few steps, called out to the young man. Yeonju, clenching her hand into a fist, asked if he had found where the people from the demon school were hiding. The girls were upset to hear the answer that they couldn't. Remembering the battle, the guy said that there were still monsters on the ground, and they couldn't just be ignored. Coming closer, the blonde called out to Kana. Frowning slightly, the heroine said that he shouldn't do what he did last time. Putting her finger up, Echidna asked him to promise her. Smiling, the protagonist thought about not doing it now and said out loud okay. The man took a step forward. A second later, rushing from his place, the king shouted forward. The cardinals, holding weapons in their hands, asked who was there and ordered to detain. The tip flashed in the light. Several people flew to the side. The young man quickly rushed forward. Looking somewhere to the side, Kanu thought that compared to the Korean demon school, their level was lower. The wounded man, lying on the floor, said that he could not be missed. Bowing his head, the dark-haired man thought that the knights were very loyal. The hero stopped near a hole in the wall. An image of a little girl appeared, with words in the background that the time had finally come to meet the true great god. Putting his hands forward, the man continued that there was no need to sit your life behind a monitor. Raising his hands up, the cult members shouted in chorus that right now their goddess would come to them through space and time. Holding both hands raised, Akiyama called for the queen of the succubi. Stopping nearby, the masked man shouted that there was an intruder, to which the guy replied that they should continue doing what they were doing. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist added that he would just think about it for now, and wondered if this was really a demon school. The student, holding out his hand, shouted to leave it to them, while Kanu thought that if this really was a demon school, then there would be more darkness, and madness and greed did not really blow from them. Taking weapons in his hands, the man ordered to continue the ritual, while the hero thought that if he looked after it, there was a little. Taking a step forward, the stranger shouted that he would not leave them alone. Frightened, the dark-haired man heard the phrase that love is learned through suffering and difficulties. The cardinal of the Japanese branch of the demon school, holding a whip in his hands, shouted that he would not allow anyone to suffer. Raising his hand, the young man realized that he had heard the truth about the reason why they wanted to summon the succubus queen. Sighing, the man said that a succubus was every man's dream and asked if there was anything else needed. Bowing his head, the hero asked about hope. Standing opposite, the dark-haired man asked about the succubus. Without moving, the leader said that it was their goddess. A moment later, a blow occurred. The man flew to the side from the blow. The fighter, taking a step forward, said that hell should not be taken so lightly. Angered, the interlocutor said that there was no place for hope in hell. Several members of the demon school rushed towards the stranger. One of the people received a blow to the face. Several more people fell because of the blow. Getting up, the leader asked where he went, because he was not finished yet. Opening his mouth, Akiyama shouted that they could not handle them. Putting out his palm, the cardinal ordered everyone to retreat, and he himself would buy time. Smiling, the leader added that there was no need to worry, because even if his body died here, there was faith and desire. Without changing his position, the protagonist shouted something in response. Grimacing, the king said that it was not faith when people kidnapped others and sacrificed them. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man ordered not to insult their faith. He was instantly surprised. Kanu took out his weapon. Throwing the sword, the opponent asked if he could die for his faith. The opponent immediately disappeared somewhere, shouting that this could cause a crack. The cardinal stood in the way of the flying blade. Akiyama opened his mouth wide in pain. The cultists began to run up to their leader. The masked man, putting his spikes forward, shouted that he would deal with him and ordered the others to take the cardinal with them. Opening his eyes wider, the interlocutor ordered them to get out. The boy turned away from the others. Without moving, he said that he wanted to end this. Flying up, the dark-haired one said that he did not want to waste his time on them. Looking ahead, Kanu thought that this was a rather crude way. Squeezing his hand, the king thought about mixing demonic and pure forces. The protagonist tried to close the portal. Smiling widely, the young man thought that this was excellent. Grasping tighter, the opponent thought about closing the portal. Some kind of tentacle appeared from the portal. Reaching for the interlocutor's hand, the monster addressed the demon king. The tentacles wrapped around his entire hand. Frightened, the protagonist thought about the feeling he felt. The monster, pulling out more and more tentacles, said that he would come now. Looking at the tentacles, he shouted that the spawn should not dare to come. Baring his teeth, Kanu realized that even one tentacle was difficult to deal with. Looking at the portal, the young man thought that his strength was almost exhausted. The hero remembered Echidna, who told him that he should not do what he did last time. Remembering the smiling Lilith, the man thought that although he hated the thought of meeting her again, he should not endanger his life. The dark-haired man bowed his head. Using the power of a deity, the guy thought that he would do everything he could. Looking at the portal, the king thought that what was now forming a rift was the mages. It was necessary to transform the mages absorbed with the power of gluttony into pure power. A red stone appeared, while a system notification appeared that pure power of the required amount had been obtained, the highest degree of demonic appearance had been achieved, as well as several conditions. The stone broke into many particles. At the same time, another system notification appeared that all three conditions for achieving the highest degree of demonic appearance had been achieved. The demon began to transform, wondering why now. Smiling, the dark-haired one realized that he could use it now. Trying to close the rift with both hands, the protagonist thought about directing the energy that was overflowing into the rift. Closing both hands, the protagonist thought that this would be the end. A second later, he flew to the side. The hero rushed faster and faster. Opening his mouth, the lord thought that it was scary. New system notifications appeared that the changes to the highest level of demonic appearance were completed, all characteristics increased by 5 units, while the boy raised his hand to his face, wondering if this was the highest level of demonic appearance, because he did not feel any changes yet, except for the fact that the energy of pure power spread throughout his body. The young man turned his gaze forward, seeing a new message that a special ability of the 6th rank was received. Overjoyed, Kanu thought that until now the ability was unknown, but he can finally see it. Another system notification immediately appeared, with information about the effect and equipment of the demon's special ability of the 6th rank. Remembering his equipment, the man realized that his Black Pearl of the legendary Class A was incredibly effective. The ruler turned his gaze to the side. Without moving, the demon said out loud about the equipment of the mythical class. The protagonist placed his hand on the flat surface. Looking at the heavenly shaman, the boy thought about what she said about being able to create mythical-grade items with her spiritual powers. The stranger's eyes widened, while the boy remembered the phrase that the items used by world rankers were also made by her. In the same position, the protagonist said out loud that it was time to try to get out. A stranger appeared and asked if he realized that the summoning took place downstairs, not on the upper floor. Smiling, someone asked how he knew that the ritual would take place here. Holding something in his hand, the hero asked why he came here, because this was no place for Korean players. The lord came closer to the sleeping girl. Picking up the sleeping girl in his arms, Kanu replied that he came to save the stolen shaman. Stepping onto the ground, Fujimoto asked if he really came here himself, to which the dark-haired one asked if his mouth was not in creating unrest, because the fact that they went underground did not mean that they left the combat zone. The owner of the legendary weapon narrowed his eyes. Taking a step forward, the hero said that there was no one up there, and so just in case, he went down and asked if he could check it out, thinking that he wanted to benefit alone. Turning away, the king asked him to forgive him, thinking that he had no reason to worry. The interlocutor was surprised to hear the question of how much mythical equipment he could ask for in return. The protagonist was frightened when he heard the announcement of an emergency. Holding a ball in his hand, the opponent asked to request support from the members of the unit conducting the operation. Being nearby, the guy said that there was a spy of a demonic cult among the Korean players. Frozen in place, Kanu heard the phrase that the spy was currently kidnapping a shaman in an underground passage, so urgent help was needed. A building of the city of Tokyo was visible through the window. Sitting on the floor in the prison for players, the demon heard the phrase that this is a ball that restrains magic. Smiling, the opponent said that he locked it up because he cannot allow an escape before the trial. Opening his eyes, Fujimoto replied that the trial was scheduled for tomorrow. Imagining how the protagonist holds the shaman by the head, the owner of the weapon added that he coveted the shaman's abilities, and was also going to kidnap her, so he is subject to trial. Putting his palm on the wall, the opponent also said that he can hire a lawyer, but is not sure that anyone will help. Sitting in the same position, Kanu said that there were 5 of them. Smiling ominously, the boy added that there were 5 of his mistakes. Smiling, the opponent replied that it was very interesting. Raising an eyebrow, the blue-haired man added that he was talking nonsense because he was cornered. It seemed he had a lot of free time. Without moving, the demon heard that it would last until the trial. Raising the corner of his lips, the young man thought that the trial needed to be hastened. The girls were very scared. The heroine, surprised, asked what kind of nonsense this was, because Kanu could not be a spy for a demonic cult. Smiling, the stranger said that he also could not believe it when he tried to kidnap the shaman, did not expect that the power of the Japanese minions of the demonic cult would spread to other countries, but he saw it, as did the Prime Minister. Yanja put out her hand to use force. Getting ready to strike, the woman said that she would see how long he could talk. Smiling, the friend asked him to calm down, because he would be back soon, to which he heard the question of how he would be back soon if he was accused. The red-haired woman bowed her head, hearing the phrase that everything would be fine. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he would be back soon and asked to wait with the others. Trying to get up, the king thought that now he needed to prepare for the trial, because he promised to return. Kanu used the power of the doll. A stream of power began to flow out of the window. The energy emanated from the player's body. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist said that the mistake was that such balls did not work on him, because magicians and magical power were fundamentally different forces. Smiling, the ruler realized that he needed to move and respond to hostility with hostility. Being high above the buildings of Tokyo, the spy thought that the intent to kill should be responded to the intent to kill. The room for the trial was visible. Fujimoto, arms crossed, was unhappy that the trial had started late and hoped that everything would be quick. Introducing the shaman in a wedding dress, the owner of the weapon thought that after the trial was over, she would become a hero who saved the shaman. The young man stared at Kana. Looking at the angry girls, the hero thought that they looked very angry and most likely did not have time to prepare during the day. Turning his gaze to the judge, the man continued to think that, of course, he was completely ready, because the judge who was presiding over the trial received a decent amount of money. Trembling with fear, the judge announced the beginning of the trial. The prosecutor, holding a sheet of paper in his hand, read the phrase that the defendant was a Korean player who participated in the operation to save the shaman. Adjusting his glasses, the stranger continued that during the operation he arbitrarily left his position and took part in the summoning of a demon, and when the gentleman arrived at the scene and defeated the demonic followers, the defendant kidnapped Miss Kurosaki and fled. Slamming her fist on the table, Yanja asked again about her friend's actions. Echidna, raising her hand, said that she was a defender, to which the judge asked if there was anything to say in defense. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that he had nothing to do with the demonic cult. Putting his fist to his face, the opponent thought that he was disappointed in his mental abilities, because such defense would not save him. Smiling, Fujimoto thought that he would not be able to win the trial, hearing a second later that a witness was being called. Remembering the moment when the young man held the shaman in his hands, the prosecutor thought that he had already agreed with the witnesses, and among them, the first witness was the most influential. Looking at the trembling prime minister, the hero did not understand why he and the judge were so pale. The man walked out to the middle of the courtroom. The gentleman frowned, hearing the phrase that he was going to hide one truth today, after which he thought that this was not what they had agreed on. Squeezing his other hand with one hand, the witness began his speech. Continuing to tremble with fear, the prime minister said that he continued to receive threats from Fujimoto. The guy was very surprised by what he heard. The jury began to look at each other when they heard the phrase that he had intentionally accused the Korean player of aiding the demonic teachers in order to hide a secret. The owner of the gun slammed the table when he heard the phrase that in this trial the prime minister and Kanu were just victims of a cunning plan. Putting his hand on his heart, the boy asked what he was suddenly saying and what secret he was talking about. The prosecutor was even more surprised when he heard the phrase that he was actually a demonic teacher. The man stood up from his seat. Without moving, the witness continued that in fact the shaman was also kidnapped by Fujimoto, who had hidden the truth until that moment because the blue-haired man threatened that if the secret was revealed, his entire family would be sacrificed to the demonic teachers. Putting his hand out to the side, the old man said that the person who saved the shaman was Kanu, and Fujimoto gave false information in order to hide the location of the ritual. Standing up from his seat, the prosecutor shouted that Yamada was out of his mind, since he had dedicated himself to Japan, and asked how he could be a demon teacher in that case. The boy's eyes widened when he heard the phrase that there was evidence. A crystal was visible in the bag. This bag was in the hands of a witness, who explained that it was a stone of concentrated magic. Holding the bag forward, the man continued that such stones were used by teachers of the demon school, and this particular one was found in the house of the alleged teacher. Frowning, the blue-haired man asked how he would prove that this stone was really from his house. Taking a step forward, the girl asked how he could explain this and added that she was glad to meet him. Soyeon, smiling, said that she was in charge of the investigation regarding Fujimoto and his involvement with the demon teachers. Holding her hand forward, the woman continued that the prime minister wanted to uncover the truth, so he asked Gomen for help in searching the house. Opening the box, The heroine explained that this was the result. The guild member crossed her arms and said that the 3 possessed demonic teacher items, and that pure demonic energy and items containing magic were found in his house as evidence. Looking at the new accused, the dark-haired girl swore by Goemon's name that the boy's true identity was that of a demonic teacher. The fighter put his hand to his face and said that this was ridiculous, thinking that if this continued, nothing could be done and he would be accused of belonging to a demonic school. The cultist was instantly surprised. The culprit waved his hand and said that the claims were unfounded. On the contrary, weren't Goemon trying to swallow Japan? The stranger began to take off his hood. Revealing her appearance, Kurosaki asked him to finally surrender. The people in the hall were very surprised. Standing in the middle of the hall, the shaman said that she was here to say something. Remembering the moment when she was lying in someone's arms, the heroine said that although she did not remember the exact details, since she was unconscious, she knew one thing for sure: she was saved by a Korean player. Bending over, the dark-haired girl said that, in any case, it was her responsibility, since she was kidnapped, and apologized for causing concern to the citizens. Soyeon, looking at the judge, said that the incident was resolved and asked whether Fujimoto should be arrested. The defendant tensed up, hearing the order to search him. Smiling ominously, the opponent wondered if all the people really classified him as a demon school. Looking at the people, he thought that this was definitely not a coincidence. Someone did this on purpose. Looking at the smiling defendant, the blue-haired man thought that it was as if everything had been planned in advance. Magical energy appeared in an instant. The guy rose into the air. Having brought down his power on the hall, the young man ordered to stop laughing. The people sitting there looked at the man running away. Youngja clenched her fist and shouted that they were following him too. The mechanism that was holding his hands lay broken. The stars were visible in the night sky. The tops of Tokyo buildings appeared. Magic power appeared in an instant. Rushing further and further, the accused wondered at what point everything went wrong. Turning around, the antagonist thought that he should leave Japan first. Another surge of magic appeared. The protagonist was standing on the roof of one of the buildings. Falling to the floor, Fujimoto wondered how he dared. Raising his head from the ground, the blue-haired man heard the question of whether he understood now. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist asked if he should tell him. Putting one hand in his pocket, Kanu asked if he should tell him about the 5th mistake. Fujimoto shouted, telling him not to talk nonsense. He may have rushed the plan a little and did not notice a couple of things, but he would never have made 5 mistakes. The boy stood with his mouth open as the protagonist began to speak. Smiling, Kanu said that his first mistake was that the mana limiters did not work on him, so it could be considered that he had never been in those shackles. He clenched his fist sharply. Creating a demonic crystal on his palm, he said that the demonic crystals that they believed only the demon cult could create, he could create them too. Fujimoto, who was kneeling, was shocked. Then Kanu said that his third mistake was that he chose ordinary people as judges and witnesses, and they were not able to resist the influence of the outside at all. The boy immediately remembered how the judge and witness were trembling. Looking at the approaching boy, he asked him what he did to Prime Minister Yamada and the judge. In response, the boy said that it was foolish to rely on ordinary people in the era of ability and skill. Remembering how Junmu promised him a favor, the protagonist said that the 4th mistake was thinking that he was just a worthless player without support. Kanu put his hand on Fujimoto's shoulder. He bared his teeth and said that if he wanted to use him, he should have realized the difference between a dog and a demon. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. He jumped up. In an instant, he gathered mana in his hand, wanting to kill the protagonist. A stream of mana rushed towards Kanu. The boy smiled even as the whirlwind appeared in front of him. A powerful explosion thundered in the middle of the city. Fujimoto, smiling, said that he should have done this from the beginning. His eyes widened in shock. As the darkness receded from his face, the boy said that he had high hopes for him, but he disappointed him. An armor formed around the protagonist using the power of darkness. Looking at the top of the tower, the boy said that the concept he had chosen was not bad. Stretching and dispelling the darkness, he told Fujimoto that he seemed like a nice guy on the outside, but in reality, he controlled people from behind the scenes. He usually liked people like that. Opening his lips, Kanu said that in this particular case, he was disappointed. His mask fell off too quickly. Again, his ideas and intentions were good, but he himself was stupid. If he had not made so many mistakes, he could have defeated him. Fujimoto clenched his fists, concentrating his mana. He suddenly raised his hands and screamed in anger. A powerful tornado rushed straight towards the protagonist. Fujimoto himself frowned. The Prince of Hell, who had moved behind him, said that he had a terrible habit of cursing when he did not know what else to say. Such obvious reactions are boring. The boy clenched his fist. He turned around and rushed to attack with a scream. The protagonist rushed towards him, saying that his attempts to look cool were looking even worse. Their collision created a gust of wind. They began to move through the air, colliding with each other. After their fight moved across the entire surface of the tower, Kanu and Fujimoto moved away from each other. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he wanted to go to a sushi restaurant with the guys after this was over, because no one knew when they would come back to Japan. Fujimoto was breathing heavily, being battered. Cones of wind began to form in the air. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, creating many clusters of mana. He waved his hand and screamed, saying that he would kill him. He should forget about a slow and painful death, because he would provide him with the worst possible death. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that the kitten was angry. Throwing his head back and dodging the projectiles, he said that there was a mistake. He really was better than the enemies he had faced before. Rushing forward, he said that he would still take him to eat sushi. Finding himself behind the enemy, Kanu said that it was time for them to finish. Fujimoto's eye glowed brightly. A beam of mana shot towards Kanu's back. A huge beam hit him. The young man, massaging his jaw, began to stand up. He smiled again, saying that he never thought he would live to see the moment of meeting a god. Right in front of him was a titan, a god called Susanoo. Fujimoto grabbed his eye, realizing that he could only hold out for a minute, and that the enemy had to be killed in that time. Standing on the titan's shoulder, he ordered it to kill Kanu. Susanoo, after thinking, said that his energy was quite interesting. The protagonist stopped smiling and frowned. When Susanoo asked him if he was the one, the boy began to shake off the dust, saying that he did not know what he was talking about. Raising his hand, the god said that he would test the power that the demonic sea supplied him with right then and there. The tip of a huge blade emerged from the clouds. A moment later, the huge spear was fully revealed. The boy raised his hand and began to concentrate his mana, thinking that he shouldn't waste mana on the power of translation. A spear appeared in his hand. He understood that a simple bident wasn't enough for him, and even good bulb wasn't enough. The floor beneath him began to crumble. The protagonist bared his teeth. A huge tornado formed in his place. Fujimoto stretched out his hand. He began to laugh loudly, saying that he finally got what he deserved. Smiling widely, he told Kanu that he would be the one to die today. The boy hovering near the god thought for a moment, and realized that the wind was getting stronger. The tornado changed its color due to the storm power that Kanu used. The protagonist formed a spear from the tornado, saying that it would be a great final chord. Gungnir appeared in his hand. Susanoo, who stood before him, said that there was the power of many demons here. The god grabbed the hilt. His spear began to glow as he told the boy to begin. The boy immediately disappeared from his place. He rushed towards the spear, saying that he did not understand what he was talking about. His Gungnir rushed towards the god's spear. A bright light flooded the space. Yanja looked up, seeing a bright glow. Siola, looking up, was surprised, realizing that it was Lord Kanu. The boy himself gritted his teeth, seeing the wound on his hand. He realized that he was not strong enough to face a god yet. He noticed that the blood that burst out of him was black. He immediately assumed that after taking the final form of a demon, the demonic energy dissolved into the blood. It was not just magical energy. It was highly concentrated, like demonic energy. The boy took control of his blood, realizing that it could explode. Having hit the god's spear, his blood exploded. Susanoo screamed in pain as his spear shattered into pieces. As his body swelled, he said that the prophecy was right. A moment later, the boy pierced him through. A trail of mana and a faint mist remained at the site of the battle. Fujimoto's body fell to the roof with a crash. He barely raised his hand, asking for help. Susanoo sucked out his life and magic power, after which he disappeared. Now the boy was just an old man without strength, although if he received energy from Yuri, he could survive. The protagonist flew up to him. Grinning widely, he said that the price for summoning a god is really high. Fujimoto screamed, but at the same moment his hand was struck by fire. Seeing his hand disappear, he was horrified. The Prince of Hell, standing in front of him, asked him why he was always trying to kill someone. If he did not do this, he would have received a mythical item and saved the country. Crouching in front of Fujimoto, the young man said that he should at least take what he has. Seeing the boy stretching out his hands, the old man screamed, saying that if he wanted the mythical item, he would tell Yuri, and she would give him more. He began to smile madly, saying that if he wanted these eyes, he would give them to him after meeting Yuri. If he did not want to see him, he would never see him again. He just needed to spare him. The Prince of Hell, taking the eye in his hand, said that he would take care of it himself. As his body began to crumble, Fujimoto called the boy a bastard who mocked him until the very end. A moment later, his head turned into a pile of ash. The protagonist stopped smiling when the system informed him that the item was already bound and could not be used. The boy closed his eyes and wondered if creatures like Susanoo would appear on Earth if the Gaia system weakened. Even being only a projection, the god had incredible power. Turning his head, he wondered what would happen if the gods came with all their power. Would they be able to stop them? The boy froze, noticing the system panel. He now knew the second condition for becoming a demon god. Putting his eye into his inner pocket, he said that if this notification popped up, it meant that in order to win as a god, he must become a demon deity. And that sounded disgusting. Shifting his gaze to the side, he said that it was time for him to go back. Climbing onto the parapet, he turned to the people hiding and asked them to clean up. Jangmu, appearing, said that it was amazing. Stroking his beard, he said that this was not the strength he showed him. As Soyeon walked forward, the old man said that this power was created through effort and experience, not talent in martial arts. If he was so confident in his abilities, then he would approve of their wedding. The daughter, hearing him, objected, saying that she was returning to China. Standing at the edge, she said that she had to train. Smiling, she said that since he had no talent, she had to compliment him. Then she looked down, saying that it would be difficult for her to find a place for herself among them now. The protagonist flew up to his group. When his wings began to dissolve, Yeonju immediately began to scold him, asking where he had been. The guy, shaking off the dust, said that he was finishing his business. The girl got furious, saying that he should have informed them that he was going somewhere. Pointing at herself, she asked how long he had known that Rema was a member of a demonic cult, why he hadn't told them. The young man, turning away, said that he hadn't found out right away, but the result was satisfactory in the end. The girl shuddered with her whole body. She rolled up her sleeves, wanting to teach the impudent man a lesson. Solia tried to calm her down, saying that everything had already been resolved. Afterwards, she looked down, saying that they were just worried that something might happen to him. The boy shuddered. Looking at her expression, he knew that if he answered incorrectly, he would be very sorry. So, he quickly approached her. The Prince of Hell hugged Seola, called her mistress, and said that he returned to her. The girl smiled when he said that he wanted to quickly return home and eat kimchi. Both of them did not pay attention to Echidna, who was squeezed in an embrace. Yeonju gritted her teeth, saying that she would not leave this just like that. Kanwoo frowned. There was one thing he did not understand. Why did Yuri help him? Not that he used force or rudeness to her, but she herself took off her hood, mask in front of him and helped. She said that she came to her senses when he saved her. But how could the boy, carrying her in his arms, not notice this? Yeonju grabbed Kana's cheek and said that kimchi was good, but since they were in Japan, they would have sushi for dinner. Echidna finally sighed, freeing herself from the clutches. Yuri stood to the side, watching the swearing and fooling around. The soldier approached her and said that he would take her back. Opening an eye, the girl said that it was time for them to go. Looking at the protagonist's back, she said that even though she was watching from afar, she would soon find him, her demon king. Her hair fluttered. Her shadow took the form of a gorgon. A week later, the protagonist's car pulled up to the house. The boy and Echidna were happy, saying that they were finally home. Yeonju, standing in front of them, was tired and wanted to rest. Seolia, watching the guild leader leave, told him to be careful on the road. Standing next to Kanu, she said that the leader looked very tired. The guy agreed, saying that there were reasons for it. He narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that they had done a lot in a week in Japan. It became known that together with Jungmu, they finished off the demon teacher Rema. No matter whether he was really a demon teacher or not, Japan lost its national hero and immediately the press began to persecute them. Naturally, all the indignation was directed at Korea and China, which made Yeonju grit his teeth. Initially, Kanu, as the one who was involved in everything, should have stepped forward, but the angry girl intervened, switching all the attention to herself. Seola, leaning over, said that it was time for them to go too. The guy, smiling at the girl, said that they should go ahead. He still had things to do. Echidna immediately pulled the guy by the clothes, asking him to take him with her. He agreed, saying that they would go to a quiet place. The girl's eyes widened. She was surprised. The boy put his hand in his inner pocket. Taking out Fujimoto's eye, he said that they need to create equipment. The events take us to the S-rank gate. The young man stepped inside the gate. Echidna landed next to him. The Prince of Hell, looking at the lake, said that this place would suit them. Summoning the system panel, he said that they first need to look at the skill again. His skill demon equipment gave the ability to create equipment with powers embedded in it. The guy rubbed his chin, saying that it was similar to Gungnir, which he used in the last battle. Now even combining 4 powers was difficult for him. The power expended was not multiplied by 2, the amount of mana used was squared. If there were 2 powers, then 4, if 4 powers, then 16. As a result, creating 4 copies, he spent a huge amount of mana. Opening his eyes, Kanu mentally said that he was not in a fight now. If he focused only on using power, then maybe even a 5th fusion would work. The girl, turning to the boy, asked if she could help him. He answered saying that she needed to make sure that no monster came their way. He needed to concentrate. Echidna smiled widely and agreed. She turned around, saying that she would keep an eye on everything. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he needed to practice a little first. The boy extended his hand. He immediately used the demon equipment skill, creating a magic circle below himself. Dark mana began to burst out from the circle. Soon, streams of darkness rushed towards the boy. A transposition furnace was created. In order to create higher quality equipment, you need to use the appropriate materials. When he touched the furnace, the system reported that he did not have the materials. The maximum level of the equipment was increased to legendary. Kanu began to control the power of darkness, the power of hellfire, and the power of crushing, pouring everything into the sphere. A moment later, a spear of death appeared in his hand. Looking at the resulting weapon, the boy said that it was not as good as using real abilities. The spear contains his power. He turned around. Cracks spread across the huge block. A moment later, Kanu and the spear pierced it through. The boy turned around. When the fragments started falling, he said that there was about 20% of his usual strength. Looking at the spear again, he mentally said that it was not bad, since the lack of productivity can be compensated for by physical strength. The dragon, approaching the owner, asked if he had decided yet what he would make. The guy immediately remembered Cyan and wondered if he should choose a main weapon like him, but in this case, he cannot adapt to the situation and change weapons. The guy's eyes widened when Echidna suggested that he make a weapon that changes shape. Soon, night fell in the space of the gate. Solia frowned, ready for the experiment. Her staff glowed. The guy grabbed Susanu's eye, mentally saying that he had already used the Wrath of the Kraken, so his current mana indicator is 116, this time he will also use Susanu's eye. Darkness began to accumulate in the sphere in front of him. The power of a hurricane and hellfire passed through the young man's hand. He couldn't help but remember Echidna smilingly saying that if the weapon had the ability to change its appearance, then various attacks could be used at any time. The protagonist gritted his teeth, adding the power of transformation. The veins near his eye bulged when the system reported the creation of a mythical class weapon. He had to hold out for 10 seconds. Various forces enveloped Kanu's hand. The boy, looking at his hand, did not believe that the mythical level was the last one. The mythical level allowed, albeit limited, to summon even a god. Although mythical level items were quite powerful, if you collected items of this level, it was possible to create an interdimensional rift similar to the hellish weapons of the great demons. The young man raised his other hand. He extended it to the weapon, saying that this was not all. The power of devouring rushed through his hand to the sphere. Now the conditions were updated. Now the equipment level had reached the superior level. Solia and the dragon stood behind, watching everything. The girl, holding the staff in her hand, screamed. Echidna covered her eyes with her hand. The entire space of the gate was illuminated by a bright light. Soon, the light began to fade and go out. The protagonist lowered his hands, clearly tired. He smiled and winked, saying that he had created an item of the superior level. A strange structure was floating right in front of him. He had made the key of the demonic ocean. When he approached the created equipment, the system informed him that he could no longer make weapons. The boy extended his hand, understanding what this special ability was for. His hand touched the structure. His eyes widened when a system panel appeared in front of him with a description of the item. His weapon was of the evolving type. The youth grinned, seeing two effects of the weapon. The structure was enveloped in a barrier when Kanu decided to change the form of the weapon. A second later, a spear of death appeared in his hand. Looking at the tip of the spear, he mentally said that the feeling of power reminded him of the death spear he made before. The sword was engulfed in flames. A second later, it turned into the Gram sword. The speed of the weapon's change and the energy consumption pleased Kanu. The young man grinned, wanting to see Gumnir. Then his sword glowed and the system notified him that changing the weapon created using the four forces was impossible in its current state. The guy looked down, realizing that the weapon's full potential had not yet been revealed. Solia approached him, asking what had happened to him. Kanu raised his hand and turned around, saying that she could see everything herself. Showing the ring on his hand, he said that in addition to the weapon, the item could be changed like this. Solia froze when she saw the ring. Echidna was afraid of her, but the guy, not noticing this, said that this was the most convenient form for wearing. Looking at the gate meadows, he said that it was time for them to leave. A week later, the group was at Seol's house. The system panel appeared in front of the boy, saying that a level cap had been set. Sitting on his bed, he mentally said that he was wondering if there was a hidden way to unlock the level with the key, so he combined and changed the powers, but as expected, it would take time. Looking at the ring, he said that he needed to quickly level up and master special skills like demon equipment to weaken Macjon. Closing his eyes, Kanwu said that he had been trying to overcome the level cap for a week, but it was time for him to find another way. Yeonju had recently said that demon teachers had been active in Russia lately, and Kanwu thought about it, asking himself if he should summon a few demons and asked him to catch them, but then changed his mind, since it was hard to find anything in such a huge country. As his stomach growled, the boy said that he hadn't eaten anything normal lately. Licking his lips, he decided to try something. There were tentacles in the kimchi. The protagonist screamed in fear. He sighed and said that he had imagined it while looking at the pot, but in his mind he was telling himself that it was just kimchi jjigae with octopus. The protagonist repented to the angel, although it only lasted for a moment. In the dish prepared by Seola, the octopus was perceived as Lilith's tentacles. Seeing the bags in the middle of the room, the guy asked what they were and where Seola had gone. The echidna answered by saying that the girl said that she would go to the Class A gate in Incheon today with Taisu, Sihun, and Eunbai. Opening her mouth, she said that the bags and octopus were brought by Yeonju yesterday. Entering the room, the girl said that Yuri sent Kang some things and 30 billion won, so she brought them. The guild leader closed her eyes and said that Yuri said that if they needed help, he could contact her anytime. She would do her best to help Kanu no matter what. Opening her eyes, she said that she seemed to really like the guy, and he was lucky. He also received the princess's love. Echidna trembled in fear when Solia said that Kanu was really good. The guy himself, staring at the suitcases, mentally said that there were too many here, and he just saved her. It was like saving a drowning person and then putting the documents for the house in the bag. The young man involuntarily frowned, not understanding why they sent an octopus. It only embarrassed him. Suddenly, the news attracted the protagonist's attention. The host said that the world leader, a guy named Osborne, famous for the Sword of Justice, visited Korea. He also said that he came to Korea to meet a player named Sehun. When the boy picked up the phone, Echidna asked him if she could look up what she wanted. Kuno didn't answer her, wondering if he should look up information about Alex. The boy started typing on his phone and soon learned that Alex was a world ranker, born in England, and currently 29 years old. He became a world hero outside of Britain. He is known for always taking up his sword to protect the weak. After the incident at ISU Station 2 months ago, he also revealed that he has been fighting against demonic teachers for a long time. A month ago, when the demon cult started showing signs of activity in Europe, he attacked their branch and prevented an accident without killing any of them, only leaving them lying on the floor. The protagonist, looking at the phone, mentally said that this guy is too kind. He even spares his enemies. But will he get along well with Sehun? Kanwoo couldn't help but imagine Sehun getting used to the blonde. He put on his coat, asking the little dragon if Seola was really in Incheon. She answered by saying that it was, then asked where he was going. The boy's eye sparkled when he said that he needed to catch the golden sun. The girl, happy, said that she would go with him. The events take us to a small restaurant. Taisa waved his hand, telling Kanwoo to come over to them. As he started to approach, Taisa said that it was shocking to see him here, and he was just about to finish hunting for the day. Sitting down at the table, he asked if it was because of Alex. The man agreed, saying that they found out because the players who entered the gate recognized Mr. Sehun and told him about it. The boy frowned, asking what was wrong with his face. The boy smiled, his lips trembling with happiness the whole time. Scratching his cheek, he said that he couldn't believe that the Sword of Justice had come all the way to Korea to see him. Kanwoo, surprised, asked if that was cool. The boy clenched his fists, saying that the Sword of Justice itself was coming to him, the sword that protected the weak, and that was so fucking cool. Crossing his arms, the boy asked Mr. Sehun if he was leveling up. He responded by saying that he had just recently reached level 60. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but ask how he had passed the level cap. Solia, hugging the dragon, said that the boy had no level limit, and he and Tessa had reached it. The girl sitting next to her cursed, saying that it was a scam, a deception. Even before she had time to use magic, Saihound destroyed all of this, and he was still somewhere in the 50s. Kanu's face darkened. He was trying his best to overcome the level limit, and the boy rubbing the back of his head did not even have a limit. Smiling, Saihound asked if he should go to the airport himself to meet Alex. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, said that there was no need. The door of the restaurant opened. The boy jumped up, seeing the Sword of Justice. Kanu glanced over his shoulder at the blonde, mentally saying that he was in the world ranking, so he definitely lived up to his name. Grace and consistency in his steps were felt when walking, and an unwavering, well-organized magical power. Looking at the sword, Kanu mentally said that he didn't know yet if this was all or if he was hiding greater power, but he was definitely stronger than Fujimoto. The blonde bowed, saying that it was nice to meet him. Afterwards, he smiled widely and introduced himself. Sehun stood up worriedly, shaking hands with Alex, who said that it was an honor for him to meet the Korean hero. The protagonist, seeing this, was angry. After all, Sehun was like a child in front of Alex, and he had never made such an expression towards him. An angry Kanu surprised Alex by asking what brought the world ranker here. The youth suddenly approached, nervously introducing Kanu as almost a brother to him. The guardian pointed at the girls, saying that they must have been the dragon's companions. The protagonist, very angry, abruptly interrupted Alex, asking why he came here. While Sehun was picking on Kanu for his words, the boy smiled and said that it was sad because he wanted to befriend the dragon's comrades. But it was true that he had not told them his purpose, and they had every right to be wary. The guardian suddenly became serious, asking Sehun if he had ever heard of the guardians. After his words, Kanu and Sehun exclaimed at the same time. Remembering how Sehun had recently told him about them, the protagonist realized that they were beings that were chosen by the system to save the world. Sitting down at the table, Alex said that he was one of the guardians, which greatly surprised Sehun. Kanu chuckled, asking how they knew that Sehun was a guardian. Did they really come here to ask him to protect the earth together? Forming his symbol in the air, Alex said that he wanted to accept Sehun as a guardian. A moment later, he handed the protagonist an envelope, saying that although the guardians were still unknown, they could assure that they were the hope of humanity. The guardian frowned slightly, saying that if Sehun joined, they would do everything so that he would not feel such disappointment like that time again. Hearing this, Sehun was horrified, remembering the past. That moment when he fought at ISU Station, he was in horror and despair, because he had to kill people who had turned into monsters. Clenching his fist, Alex said that if he became stronger, he could save anyone. He, clenching his fist, told Sehun that if he became strong enough, such monsters could be subdued, and they could be protected until a way was found to return the monsters to human form again. Remembering the leader, Alex said that the Guardians have a way to strengthen the abilities of the Guardians, thanks to which even he became stronger. The protagonist thought about it after Alex said that with this power he stopped the members of the demonic cult in England. Kanu realized that if Alex really could stop them alone, he would not have asked the Korean player for help. The boy bowed his head, thinking about the offer thoughtfully. Then he swallowed and raised his head. The boy frowned, refusing Alex's offer. The events take us to Alex, who was walking dejectedly down the alley. He sighed, not understanding how Sehun could refuse. The protagonist, who was watching Alex, mentally called him persistent. The events take us back to the moment when Alex asked Sehun if he would join them. Suddenly, dark magic came out from Kanu's leg and rushed towards Sehun. His demonic heart opened its eyes, and Kanu began to suggest to Sehun that the protectors were simply using him, and they could not save everyone. Kanu, in his spiritual form, grabbed the boy's heart, saying that Alex was simply deceiving him. Sehun's eye glowed brightly, and the system notified Kanu about the use of the power of subjugation and the successful completion of control of his subordinate. The boy bowed a moment later and refused. The Guardian, seeing this, said that he was going to stay in Korea for a while, so he could call if he changed his mind. Watching Alex go, the protagonist knew that it was okay that Sehun respected Alex, but it was impossible for him to trust him too much, because he was just a sword of justice who wanted to save everyone. The Guardian suddenly shouted, asking who was behind him. Suddenly, someone jumped off the roof. A member of the demonic cult attacked Alex from above. His nails turned into claws. The Guardian responded by taking out his blade. The Guardian and the cultist clashed, the cultist shouting at him that he must pay for ruining their plans. The Guardian and the enemy clashed their weapons again, the Guardian shouting, ordering the cultist to surrender. In an instant, in the alley, they exchanged hundreds of blows and continued to fight. The protagonist peeked out from behind the corner. Looking at the devil, he realized that it was the European branch of the demon cult that was attacked a month ago. Looking at Alex, Kanu couldn't understand if he had let his opponent go several times already. Blood splattered in the alley. The Guardian was much stronger, and was able to win. Their difference in skills was colossal. The Guardian frowned and refused when the cultist asked to kill him, because everyone's life was important, even his. Hearing him, the protagonist became furious for him. This was complete nonsense. Kanu crouched down, listening as Alex told his enemy to leave the cult and repent for his sins, living a quiet life. Hearing this, Kanu didn't understand. Had Alex been killing members of the demon cult until now? The devil took out a grenade while the protagonist was thinking that asking a murderer to repent for his sins was idiotic. The cult member detonated a smoke grenade right under himself. The Guardian was surprised when his enemy said before leaving that he would definitely pay for this humiliation someday. Suddenly, a girl came out from around the corner, and Alex ordered the enemy to stop, but he shouted at him, refusing. The girl was very surprised by the cult member who appeared in front of her. Without thinking, he hit her, sending her flying. The cultist stopped for a moment, saying that he was unlucky. He ran abruptly, saying goodbye to the Guardian. He brought his trembling hand to the girl's face. A moment later, he began to sob, hugging her. The crying Guardian heard Kanu asking what he was doing. Coming up, the protagonist asked why he did not kill his enemy right away. Hugging the girl, Alex listened to Kanu say that if he had killed the enemy in time, the girl would not have died, and now it was his fault. One could even consider that he killed her. Kanu slapped himself in the face when Alex spoke again about the value of life. The protagonist annoyedly told Alex that an innocent man died because of his beliefs. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly when Alex asked in surprise if an innocent man really died. The girl's body began to disappear while Alex said that even though he let the guy from the cult go, no one was hurt. With a terrified expression, the Guardian said that there was no one here and no one was hurt. The Prince of Hell, seeing this, smiled madly. The Guardian sighed, saying that he could not believe that he missed the demonic cult, while Kanu mentally told himself that he never thought Alex would be so weak. The Guardian looked at the protagonist in confusion when he called out to him. With a threatening voice, Kanu asked him if he had thought about giving up on Sehun. The Guardian smiled as he stood up, saying that there were already few Guardians, and he couldn't afford it. The protagonist chuckled when Alex said that he knew that he cared for Sehun like a brother, but now it was about the greater good and humanity. The Guardian clenched his fist, saying that Sehun had to become even stronger, because his destiny was to save countless people. The Guardian turned around, saying that it was time for him to go. As he left, he told Ken to try and persuade the boy himself. Looking at the clothes of the girl who had disappeared, the protagonist mentally called Alex's words and ideology nonsense. But even so, as long as Sehun admired Alex, nothing could stop them from working together. The protagonist's smile widened as he thought about the possibility of becoming stronger for Sehun. He narrowed his eyes, deciding to help this idea come true. Dark magic moved towards the departed Alex. The events take us to Alex's house. He was sitting on a chair, thinking about today's events. He couldn't help but remember the protagonist asking him why he didn't kill the devil cult member right after defeating him. The guardian closed his eyes, saying out loud that Kanu wouldn't be able to understand him yet. Since he wasn't a guardian, he couldn't easily comprehend the value of any person's life. The guardian clenched his fists, saying that sooner or later Kanu would understand and accept his philosophy. Suddenly, Alex froze, hearing a scream. He jumped up and looked out the window, realizing that it was a woman's scream. He looked at the roof, while the woman was screaming and calling for help. The events take us to the roof of the building. The guardian instantly jumped over the ledge. He landed on the roof, ordering the intruder to stop right now. Suddenly, his eye widened in shock. In front of him he saw a cultist, saying that he had arrived rather quickly. He chuckled, starting to envelop himself in magic and asking if it was nice to meet him only a few hours after they had last seen each other. When Alex asked the cultist about the woman, he grabbed his mask, and a moment later threw his head back, starting to call for help in a female voice. The guardian frowned, realizing that it was a deception. The protagonist straightened up and called out to Alex. He frowned sharply when Kanu asked if the girl he had hit during the escape had died. The blonde couldn't help but remember how he had cried, hugging the girl. The guardian began to get angry, listening to the pretending protagonist say that even after killing a man, he had not killed him. Kanu began to laugh when Alex denied it, saying that there was no one else in the alley except the two of them. The protagonist mocked Alex for not caring about someone's death. The guardian grabbed his blade, saying that if the cultist's words were true, he would force himself to live his entire life in order to atone for this innocent life. A moment later, the guardian pulled the blade out of its sheath. Transforming his nails into claws, Kanu said that even now, Alex did not say a word about killing him. Holding the blade in front of him, Alex asked Kanu that people like him knew about the importance of immortality. Alex's totem appeared behind him as he said that saving all people was a noble belief. The roof under the guardian's foot shattered. He rushed towards the protagonist at full speed. His blade aimed straight for the opponent's neck. Kanu grinned, holding one claw in front of the neck. A moment later, the protagonist dodged Alex's blade. He gritted his teeth because of the pain in his hand from trying to shape the trajectory of the attack. Kanu ducked as the guardian called all of Kanu's beliefs and words stupid. The protagonist punched the guardian in the stomach, saying that stupidity was what he was doing now. The blonde flew back with a scream. His eyes widened in shock. Balls of flame flew at him. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The guardian gritted his teeth, not understanding since when the cultist had such skills. Looking at Kanu jumping at him, he understood that this was the same guy who attacked him during the day, but not even a day had passed, and he had become so strong. The blonde swung his blade, deciding to take the enemy's weapon first. But a second later he was shocked again. The halberd in the protagonist's hand disappeared. The guardian became angry, deciding to change tactics. As the sword flew overhead, Kanu asked Alex what he was doing. He slapped the guardian's face, asking what kind of joke he was pulling. The guardian fell backwards after the blow. He clutched his face in pain. He opened his eyes slightly, assuming that the cultist was something else. The method by which the hellish teachers grew stronger, their masks, was the only constant factor. An angry Alex began to stand up. His eye flashed as he asked Kanu if he was a demon. The protagonist's eye also flashed, and he did not answer. The collision of the two enemies created a powerful explosion, comparable to a nuclear bomb. Suddenly, the swing of Alex's sword glowed. After a few quick movements, he found himself face to face with the protagonist. He demanded that Kanu, who blocked his blow, surrender quickly. The Prince of Hell continued to fight back, while Alex thought that even if he was a demon, he did not show his true nature. Protecting himself with the concentrated magic in his fists, the protagonist thought that such an idiot had no right to become a defender. It was sunset over an abandoned gray building. Sitting inside the building, a cult member decided to wait it out inside. Just when he thought that after a break he would return to the attack, an explosion occurred nearby. Smiling maliciously, he exclaimed that Alex was holding up well today. But when he saw the newcomer, he was puzzled. When asked, "Who is he?" the protagonist stood waving his hand near his face, because there was nothing to breathe there. The cultist mistook the lord for one of the guards. In turn, Kanu did not understand what he was talking about. Then, putting his hands in his pockets and walking towards the cultist, the protagonist began asking questions about whether he knew the guards. He, in turn, said that he would not tell anything just like that. Smiling slyly, Kanu transformed his hand and said that of course he would not say anything just like that. Continuing his sentence, he used the power of restriction on his hand. Kanu rushed towards the enemy, saying that he would make him talk. The cultist could not even twitch, as the master's hand pierced his body. Drenched in blood, he smiled strangely. Having built the degeneration of a psychopath, he thought that his opponent was certainly fast, but not smart, and swung his hand with spread claws. But he wanted to tell the master to die. His powers disappeared. While he was asking what was happening, Kanu gathered magic in his hand. Lifting the youth, not letting go of him, he repeated his question. The cultist smiled and refused to talk. He said that such a trifle would not frighten him, and at the same moment, the protagonist hit him in the jaw. Saying that he could continue to remain silent, the master used the power of submission. The system notified that the soul of the selected object was resisting the power of the subjugation ability. Kanu smiled, because earlier he assumed that he would quickly speak. The hand in the cultist's mouth began to glow and warm up. The cultist himself was all in tears and scared when the power of hellfire was used against him. With a stream of blood, he was thrown back and fell to the ground. While the protagonist asked if he could speak now, he writhed in pain. When the master suggested repeating the procedure, the man began to cry and said that he would tell everything. Kanu sat down, ordered to tell everything about the guardians. The cultist was confused, because where are the guardians, where is he? Smiling, the master activated the power of hellfire, to which the guy panicked and burst into tears. He said that he knew that the guardians were controlled by the so-called guardian organization, adding that their number did not exceed 10 people. He said that the main one there was a woman. Her ability was to find these defenders, and the number of guards did not exceed 10. It turned out that Alex found Cyan thanks to her abilities. He became wary, thinking how many more he could catch like that. The Prince of Hell, remembering Alex, asked about the features of the others, except for the leader, but the guy did not know. Looking out the window, the protagonist made a decision. After finishing speaking, he asked to let him go, but the overlord smiled and stopped him. He smiled evilly, reminding that in a deal both parties give something, and he spares his life. And what he gives him in return, the cultist's pupils dilated from what he heard. After that if he has nothing to say, then it is better to end it, to which the cultist burst into tears and began to scream, saying that he really told everything he knows. The cultist, kneeling, told Kanu something. Then, he, barely smiling, looked at the overlord. Kanu grinned and concentrated, closing his eyes. Then he stood up, saying that although he did not hear anything new, the information was interesting, while the cultist asked if he would let him go. The protagonist scared the guy, saying that he did not need this, because the cultist could not tell more. Realizing that he had originally planned it this way, he laughed, opening his eyes wide. He saw Kanu set everything on fire with his magic without moving from the spot. After a while, the entire building was burning, and the protagonist, having changed his clothes, was leaving it. Holding the mask in his hands, the Lord said that he got what he wanted. With a sly grin, he decided to begin. Now, while fighting Alex, he thought that although everything was going according to plan, thanks to that demon, he still did not really know that person. Raising both hands, he said that it was time to finish. Having knocked the sword out of the enemy's hands, he became bored and tired. Suddenly, Kanu grabbed the guy by the throat. While hanging, he ordered the ruler to let go, but this angered him, and he told him to shut up. With a menacing look, Kanu thought about what kind of person compiled the rating of this world, since except for Mujin, there are no worthy rivals. While squeezing Alex's throat, the protagonist joked that he wanted to be burned too, and if they made a movie about it, the scene would be heartbreaking. The blonde glared at the protagonist while he asked if he was afraid of the world disappearing if he closed his eyes. Kanu kept talking to the suffering Alex. He asked if maybe he had run out of strength, and told him not to worry, because he would disappear today, as if he had never existed. The guardian hanging over the ground told him to shut up, to which the protagonist replied that after the conversation, he began to look like a human. The guardian began to get angry, listening to the protagonist tell him that everything he does is just for empty self-satisfaction. And the guy, suffering from strangulation, exclaimed what Kanu knows about him and cursed at him, and the ruler told him to shut up, because his screen time was up. Suddenly, a bright explosion occurred on the stairs. Kanu and Alex were surprised by it. Sehun arrived on the roof of the building, holding a sword in his hands. He asked the guy if everything was okay. The boy frowned when the guy said that another person fell into his trap. Looking at Sehun, the protagonist thought about it. Raising his hand, Kanu introduced himself as Death and their end, the patron saint of all angry people, Satan. He smiled creepily at the end of the performance, and put his hand to his chest. The boy stood in a stupor, perplexedly asking the enemy if he was a demon. The protagonist stopped looking at him, saying that it was not that important. Looking at the angry guy, the protagonist asked if Alex was that important to him. Clutching the hilt of the sword tighter, Sehun said that he did not have to tell him anything. The boy involuntarily remembered how the guy called him and reported an attack on Alex, asking for help. He was then very worried, because the protagonist abruptly hung up. Looking at the grinning cultist, Sihon understood that Kanu could not help him this time. A moment later, he rushed straight at the enemy. Forming a dragon avatar, Sihon struck at Kanu, deciding to stop the demon. The demon easily blocked Sihon's blade. The youth gritted his teeth, realizing the weakness of his attack. Using the sleeping dragon sword again, Sihon raised the sword behind his head. But suddenly, the enemy hit him in the body, and he immediately flew back. Enveloping himself in magic, the protagonist asked if he felt the difference in strength. His pupils sparkled brightly when he asked this. But when Sihon, despite everything, rushed at him again, the guy asked him why he tried so hard. All of the guy's blows were blocked, after which Kanu asked him if the guy had anything to do with him. Continuing to attack, Sehun shouted, saying that it was not strange to save a person with whom he had no connection. The protagonist chuckled, calling it stupid, but in his mind he praised Sehun, calling him a good boy. The young man continued to attack, surprising the protagonist, because he turned out to be much cooler than Alex. Continuing to block the attacks, the protagonist thought about the fact that Sehun was not fighting just to win. When the sword grazed his cheek, Kanu realized that Sehun had the perfect deadly sword in his hands, and he himself was just a man obsessed with the thought of killing his opponent. The protagonist began to envelop his foot with magic, knowing full well that even if Sehun fought Alex right now, he would lose. Throwing the guy back, Kanu realized that Sehun's loss would only be due to the difference in characteristics. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist decided to attack him. Although it was impossible for him to defeat a level 100 player, even so, Sehun easily dodged the spikes. He instantly appeared behind the protagonist and struck him, but he managed to block it. Continuing the battle, the protagonist admitted to himself that Sehun was a talent sent by heaven, a miracle. Having just begun to block his attacks, the guy involuntarily remembered the guy's teacher. The protagonist calmed down, looking at the guy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. But before he could do anything, Sehun was very surprised. The protagonist reached out his hand and almost grabbed Sehun's face. And a moment later, he completely grabbed his face. The protagonist threw the guy into the wall, trying to make up for what he lacked. The guy coughed up blood after colliding with the wall. Lowering his hand, Kanu smiled, saying that it was a good fight, but if he stubbornly fought to the end, it would still end like this. The protagonist mocked Sehun, which made him very angry. The boy was shocked when, after his offer to end everything, the protagonist interrupted him, saying that this was not the end. Starting to spread magic on the guy's neck, the protagonist said that he could not let such fun end. Kanu raised his hand, saying that Sehun's anger and hatred made him tremble, and this excited him. The blonde, losing consciousness, called out to the guy, asking him to run away. The guy was very surprised when blood gushed from Alex's throat. He fell into a stupor and apathy, looking at the blood. A moment later, his body began to tremble with anger. With a scream, he rushed straight at the protagonist. He was furious and cursed Satan. But a second later, he fell to the ground. He frowned deeply and clenched his teeth, realizing that he was powerless because of that attack, while the protagonist told him that it was those eyes that were full of anger and hatred. Shaking his hand, Satan said that the anger and hatred he had now would become his fuel. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, telling Sehun to use his anger to become stronger. In the complete darkness, Sehun heard Satan tell him to kill him later. The protagonist sighed and took off his mask, glad that the boy had finally fallen. Covering his mouth and trying not to vomit, the protagonist was amazed at how Satan could say such things, because while he was imitating him, he almost threw up. Looking at Sehun, Kanu thought that it would be nice to be a suitable incentive for him. He looked closely at the boy's face, realizing that he lacked determination. After Younghoon and Jaehyun were captured, the boy had no motivation left. After all, his opponents were shackled and caught. Now they didn't know whether the guardians were friends or enemies, so Sehun needed to become tougher to become stronger, because if the other guardians were like the boy, it would be bad. Looking at the blood on the armor, the protagonist understood that in this case, he would have to kill the enemies alone. While the protagonist was saying that he needed to overcome the level limit as soon as possible, a system window appeared next to him. One by one, the system notified about the victory over the guardian and the weakening of the energy of the system limiting the level. Then the system notified that the maximum level was increased to 69, due to which the accumulated experience points were applied and the level increased by 10. The last notification was that the protagonist had reached rank 7. The protagonist looked sadly at the characteristics window, realizing that killing the guardian to remove the limitation was not the way out. A moment later, his eyes widened when he saw the level. He heard that if you passed level 59, there would be no limit until 89. Then he looked at the guardian, realizing that his limit was 69, and to remove the limit, he needed to kill the guardian. An evil smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He turned around abruptly, realizing that in order to remove the limit, he needed to kill the guardians. The young man stared at Sion in front of him. Looking at his face, he wondered if he should destroy them one by one. Kanu took off his mask. He shook his head and said that it was impossible. Throwing off his cloak, the guy said that it would be an extremely stupid decision. He didn't know what kind of entity would want to attack the earth. Perhaps a god like Susanoo with whom he had fought would come, so there was no need to intentionally reduce the number of guards. If Alex hadn't had a terrible effect on Sion, he wouldn't have touched him. The young man called up the system panel, wanting to check the 7th trait of awakening that he had just received. Poking at the panel, he realized that he had received an SS rank Soul Reaper. It was related to the power of devouring. The guy closed his eyes and mentally said that the power of devouring absorbs the life force, demonic energy and abilities of the victim. It also devours the soul, but since it first chews it, and then smooths it out, it is not very effective. Kanu opened his eyes. He looked at the second system panel, saying that he didn't know exactly what 2 conditions were needed, but they were probably related to the attribute of the 7th stage of awakening. At first, he wondered how the demonic creation art that opened at the 6th stage was related to the body of pure demonic energy that he took the form of. But then he obtained the key to the sea of demonic energy, which can only be obtained by possessing a body that can control 6 powers at the same time. He understood everything. The Soul Reaper was most likely related to the demonic soul. The youth licked his lips. He needed to catch a couple of demons and check everything. He would have to disturb Enju. The girl trembled sharply, not understanding whether she had inadvertently overexerted herself. The protagonist began to gather mana in his hand, saying that at the moment the attribute was normal. After the 7th awakening, the seal on the Myriad Demon Palace had weakened, although this sea was still raging. Thanks to the Heavenly Dragon technique, Anu could condense demonic energy, and looking at the sea, he was satisfied. Mana flowed down his neck, now that he had completed the creation of the body of pure demonic energy. Its absorption was going so well that he felt like a living dantian. Demonic energy began to flow down his leg. Its quality was still not the best. If he continued to absorb the palace's demonic energy in this way, it would be bad. He involuntarily summoned the abyss beasts. Kanu, standing in the middle of the beasts, understood that his body could turn into the palace itself. Many abyss demons surrounded him. One of them opened its mouth, wanting to devour the young man. He narrowed his eyes. He broke the world and returned to reality. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had to fight the temptation. Smiling, he said that he managed to unlock more. Now his demonic energy indicator was high. Summoning the system panel, he was surprised. Crossing his arms over his chest, Kanu thought, he already had 113 units of energy last time. It became 8 points more, which means it should be 121. But now it was 120. Suddenly his cloak flew up. He shuddered when the system informed him that the efficiency and quality of the energy characteristic had been increased, and that equipment of legendary rank and below would not give him a boost in characteristics. Grabbing his cloak, the guy said that now the growth of his characteristics blocked the effect of direct increase from equipment, and this was very important information, but they hadn't said a word about it. Pulling his cloak, he thought of something. Smiling, Kanu understood everything. Looking at Alex's body, he said that they were silent about it not because they didn't want to talk, there was simply no reason. It was unlikely that anyone had reached 120 units. Only world rankers could be that strong. The blonde's body began to burn. Putting on his cloak again, Kanu said that it had been 6 months since his return, which meant that he had reached this level in 6 months. The young man raised his head, saying that it was quite a long time. After that, the young man looked into the distance while standing on the roof. A few days later, we find ourselves in the headquarters of the Scarlet Rose. Many clashes of blades took place indoors. Jangma blocked all of the boys' attacks. The old man frowned as he looked at him. With one blow, he knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. When the sword scion fell, Jangma said that training was enough for today. The boy objected, saying that he could continue. The old man smiled, asking if he could continue with such a body. Sweating profusely, the swordsman said that he had to continue. He had to become stronger. When he looked up, his determination felt like darkness around him. Jangma, who stood in front of him, mentally said that this fierce gaze could boil the blood of a martial artist. His skills were improving at an incredible speed, but it made him worry. The old man looked away. Looking at Kanu on the side, he asked if he was okay with going hunting with him. Kanu in turn asked if he wanted to go to the S-rank gate. The protagonist crossed his arms when the man said that it wasn't really a gate, there was something suitable in Shanghai. Shanghai was an SS rank gate, Jun thought, and said that he couldn't learn much from training. He thought that Saihung would benefit from fighting monsters, leveling up, and getting more realistic experience. He was even thinking about not taking the communication device. Kanu looked away and asked if he was going to have a closed training. Looking at the bent guy, he mentally said that perhaps the training method that Junma suggested was the most effective and would help Saihung grow, because he was eager to become stronger. Hunting would probably be more productive than regular training. The young man thought that he needed to motivate the guy a little and began to approach him. He hugged him abruptly. Closing his eyes and shedding a tear, Kanu said that Alex died because he was too weak. Raising his eyelids, he suggested that Sihong do everything to become stronger, because they must take revenge. Alex would like it. The guy could not hold back a tear. Lowering his gaze, he said that he understood everything and would become stronger to avenge the death of the guardian. The protagonist grinned. Looking at the sky, the protagonist thought about Sihong going to Shanghai with Kanma, and he himself was now lying on the couch and dying of boredom. In order to use the Soul Reaper, a demon was needed, but he could not even find a cultist. Suddenly, his phone rang. Getting up, he asked Enju what happened to her. She immediately asked to turn on the TV. Taking the remote control in his hand, he asked what was going on. The guy's eyes widened. The demonic cult summoned an incredible number of monsters, which were now broadcast on TV. Behind the monsters were huge crowds of demons led by a sorcerer. Drooling flowed from Kanu's mouth. He grinned, realizing that it was time to throw a feast. The events take us to the headquarters of the Scarlet Rose. Yanju was sitting at the table, sorting through documents. She looked up. The protagonist, who came with Soul and Echidna, asked what was really going on. After he told her about how on the way here he saw chaos happening in the office, the girl answered, saying that huge summoned creatures appeared in Vladivostok. Echidna looked at the books with interest, while the adults chatted about their own. Closing her eyes, Yanja said that the cultists summoned at least 100 demons, and hellish monsters were added to this number. Kuno covered his mouth with his hand. Closing his eyes, he mentally said that the demonic teachers were just handsome. They knew exactly that he needed demons, so they prepared them for him. Sitting on the couch, the guy asked if there were any casualties. The head answered, saying that everyone was alive. They were evacuated. Ciola frowned and said that the problem was that the monsters were moving. They were currently heading towards the Manchurian plain. They were currently heading towards China, but they could change direction to Korea. Yanju frowned and said that there would be a large-scale war then. The protagonist crossed his arms and realized that since North Korea had long been destroyed, these monsters were heading straight for South Korea, and he wondered out loud what China was doing. After thinking about it, the leader said that they had asked Korea for an alliance first. They were going to finish everything in Manchuria and send all the troops there to prevent casualties. The girl crossed her arms and said that there was an urgent meeting in Harbin. They were asking for them to join, so they would immediately head to Harbin once they found a plane. Opening her eyes, she said that was why she wanted to ask him if Echidna would come with her. The girl, who had finally taken out the book, turned around. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that Sehun was currently in a closed training session. He deliberately did not invite the others. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that since demons were involved, it was very dangerous. Smiling widely, the guy said that he alone would be more than enough. Yanju noted that he seemed to be saying the right things, but at the same time he looked like a scumbag. The events take us to China, Harbin, the player control center. Walking along the corridor, the guy said that it was better inside than he thought. Looking at the girl in front, he said that he did not expect that she would accompany him. Then he thanked her for that incident with Fujimoto. Soyeon smiled, saying that she did promise him. The young man approached her and said that he heard from Jungma that she was busy with personal training. Sighing, Soyeon said that it was true, but she was also doing the work that her father did. Opening her eyes, she said that she was worried about her uncle. Since her father was not there now, her uncle would attend the meeting in his place. After the girl introduced her uncle, she told about the ghost sword Muyun. Although he could not become famous because of his father, he is quite a famous warrior among the Chinese, although he does not have a very good attitude towards Korea. Raising his hand, Kanwoo said that everything can be resolved calmly. The lady, haggard, said that it would be nice. The group stopped, seeing Hyunji yelling at the guard, saying that they themselves invited them, and now they are not letting them in. Yanju immediately called for her aunt. The woman turned around abruptly, asking where she saw her aunt here. Hyunju stared at the new arrivals. Turning to them, she said that she had arrived faster than she thought. Min Jong, the new leader of the Anuri Guild, greeted the leader of the Red Rose. Yanju frowned when Hyunju said that these Chinese were crazy. They had come so far, and they were not allowing them to participate in the meeting and were telling them to follow the instructions that would be given later. Standing in front of the man, she ordered him to leave. The guard parted his lips and said that Mr. Muhyun was holding a meeting now. They could not enter, and the results of the meeting would be given to them later. If they did not follow the instructions, they would probably break off all friendly relations with Korea. Soyeon held back the girl who was about to teach the impudent man a lesson. Opening her eyes, she said that these players had come to deal with the pogrom caused by the demonic teachers, so he needed to get out of the way. If his father found out about this, he would be in trouble. The guard frowned and said that when Mr. Jungmu was absent, they would follow Mr. Muhyun's orders. Kanwoo started to approach them. When he stood in front of the guard, Soyeon became worried and said that she would contact her father right away. When confronted by the man, the boy asked if they really would not be allowed in, and he replied that the master had ordered that no one be allowed in until the meeting was over. The boy chuckled. Suddenly, the guard attacked, saying that he would send him to the hospital bed. The wall leading to the meeting room collapsed. The people sitting at the table became alarmed. The hunters frowned, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist walked inside, asking for forgiveness. He waved his hand, asking if this was a meeting room. One of the chairs fell over. The old man rushed towards the boy, asking how dare he disobey their advice. Kanu grabbed the man by the head, calling him a bald head who had no manners. He hit him hard and told him to go away and not interfere. The council members opened their mouths in surprise. The old man's body was shaking. Kanu, passing by them, asked the people at the table what they were doing there. Then he sat on the bald man's body. Smiling broadly, he suggested continuing the meeting. Since the requested help had arrived, they could continue. Muhen, who was sitting at the head of the table, with a bunch of boatmen and it was possible to lift the boat into the hole, the protagonist abruptly interrupted him, telling him not to talk nonsense, trying to insert abstruse words. The man frowned sharply and called the guy impudent. Kanu, stretching out his hand to the table, said that he would tell him a story about Muhen. Closing his eyes, he said that there was once an unusually talented older brother, and a not-so-talented younger brother. The younger one is always in the shadow of the older one and was jealous. In the end he was never able to surpass his older brother. Taking the pens in his hands, Kanu said that he once had a chance. The older brother was away when an army of monsters attacked the earth. The younger one wanted to distinguish himself. He wanted to prove that he could do something too. The pen stuck into the map behind the old man. Looking at the chips on the map, the protagonist said that Muyun called for reinforcements, but left them in the rear, and this killed the chances of winning the war. Smiling, he said that he was a fool who was trying his best to surpass his brother. The old man frowned deeply, looking at the guy. He clenched his teeth. Hitting the table, Muyun asked if he even understood what he was saying. Raising his hand, Kanu said that everything became clear to him at first glance. He waved his finger at him and said that he was so ordinary and boring, he had no personality, nothing interesting, no feelings. Grinning widely, the protagonist said that he couldn't hold back his anger now and wanted to rush at him. Mana enveloped the old man's body. He was furious. A group of people were standing in the middle of the desert. Yanju was holding a loudspeaker. The protagonist asked why his friend was so nervous. The girl angrily clenched her fist and said that it was all because of him. The woman frowned and explained that he shouldn't have said all those things. A while ago, Kanwoo waved his finger at the interlocutor and suggested that he couldn't resist his rage and was going to attack him. Mu-hyun jumped up from his seat when the guy asked him not to waste their time. The man pounced on the intruder with a sword. A dragon appeared behind him. The Chinese hunter pointed his blade at the boy and shouted that he would do this so that he could no longer open his filthy mouth. His eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, a normal ballpoint pen slammed into his face. The player fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust around him. The Demon King smiled and said that there was no longer an atmosphere for teamwork, so they would have to move independently even after the fight. A dent the size of the pen appeared on the villain's face. The Lord of Hell declared that they would go their own way. The head of the Red Rose grabbed her friend by the collar and was indignant that he began to give such orders. The player swung her megaphone and asked why her friend was blaming her when he should have been in charge himself. Minya clenched his fist and declared that they should do this. Yanju asked how she could command all these people. Hyunju crossed her arms and thought about how annoying it was. The protagonist explained that there was usually one person who was causing trouble and the one who was cleaning up. The girl blamed him for everything. Hyunjae covered his face with his hand. Kanwoo said that his girlfriend would make a great commander. The guy raised his hand and said that he had other things to do. The woman asked what other things there were to do in a war besides fighting. The boy rolled his eyes and said that it was a secret and thought about how he couldn't admit that he was going to feast on demons. The leader of the Red Rose looked away when someone shouted that they were already here. The enemy army was approaching from afar. Enraged monsters were running forward. The heroes tensely clutched their weapons in their hands because they couldn't believe that there were so many of them, like during the cataclysm. The player opened her mouth wide and shouted that they now had the power to fight the monsters. The boy's brows furrowed in determination as Yanju ordered the mages to prepare for casting spells and the tanks to block charged attacks. Their eyes turned white as the girl suggested forming AV and luring the enemies inside. The woman scratched her head in embarrassment. Hyunjae said that if she continued like this, no one would understand anything. The leader of the Red Rose stepped forward and stated that she was having a hard time commanding. The player handed the loudspeaker to her comrade and decided to trust him with this task. The fighter smiled widely and wanted to say everything was normal, because command was no longer hers. The boys surrounded her. Yanju asked them to not make things difficult for themselves and consider this a simple event. The girl clenched her fist and declared that they would gain a lot of experience from this massacre. The man put his sword on his shoulder and agreed with her. The others also supported the leader. The woman encouraged them. The captain with the megaphone in his hands thought about his ally being a natural leader. The leader of the squad looked forward and realized that she had relieved the tension with just a few words, and then lit a fire in their eyes. Hyunjae concluded that he did not need to give commands. The leader of the Red Rose swung her chains and asked her comrades to remember 3 things. The player smiled widely and declared that no one should be hurt, and no one should die. Yanju rushed into battle and shouted that all the experience would belong to her. The huge monsters opened their mouths and rushed to attack. The ogre widened his red glowing eyes. Someone with the same eyes looked up and noticed that, judging by the way the monsters moved, he no longer needed to watch them. Anton closed his eyes and realized that everything had already been proven. The planet was enveloped in a red barrier, the Gaia system, the defense mechanism of this planet, which the demonic cult had been trying to destroy for so long, began to weaken, due to which the monster's strength increased. The man decided that the moment of their official movement was already close. The monster approached him from behind. The demon flashed its yellow eyes. The old man declared that it was too early for him to show himself. Utar bared his fangs and asked how much longer they would have to hide from them. The rest of the inhabitants of Hell stood next to him. The beast asked why they could not go out and kill a few people, and complained that his subordinates said that their bodies were already numb. The monster clenched his fist and wanted to prove that people were incapable of anything. The apostle said that he would have a chance to do this a little later. The cultist looked at the piece of paper and said that they had other things to do now. The scrap depicted the main character. The sectarian explained that they needed to meet this person. People in red masks were holding weapons in their hands some time ago. Cardinal Akiyama held a demon summoning in Japan. At that moment Anton was able to look at everything through the eyes of one of the followers. The red eye of the villain lit up. Kanu opened his crazy eyes wide. It was a look full of killing desire. The man felt what he needed, seeing him for the first time. Summoning a demonic hand, the old man concluded that they were very similar, and then an idea appeared in his head to attract the guy to the devil cult. A wave of dark energy crashed into the ground. The apostle explained that this man was also taking part in this war and that they would meet him soon, so there was only a short wait left. The monster opened its mouth in displeasure, indignant at the man crossing the line, and stated that it only listened to him because he summoned it. Turning its head, the cultist apologized and asked the beast to refrain from hasty actions. Utar leaned towards him and asked since when was eating human flesh a hasty action. The cultist replied that he did not want him to oppose the will of the devil cult. The demon frowned furiously and asked what this meant. The monster swung its paw and asked how a mortal man dared to order it to obey. A wave of dark energy grabbed his hand and stopped it. The monster opened its mouth wide and asked what was happening. The demonic hand grabbed his head. The black energy knocked him down and pinned him to the ground. Anton approached him and asked if his subordinate would listen to him. The beast cursed him. The man slammed the book shut and was disappointed in him. The demon's eyes widened in horror as blood spurted. The frightened monsters looked up. The old man narrowed his eyes slyly and hoped that now they would all listen to him. The monsters with glowing eyes bared their fangs and growled loudly. Sharp chains flashed in front of them. Yanju put her hands behind her back and pulled them towards herself. The terrible beast appeared behind her back and swung its paw. Wayang cut it in half and asked her friend to make sure they had an escape route. The girl shouted that she knew what she needed to do. The captain smiled and asked her not to be angry because they had come to help. Hyunmo complained that their ally ran too fast. The man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and noticed that there were actually a lot of enemies. An army of monsters was approaching from beyond the horizon. The commander decided that it would be a little easier if the Lord of Hell was here. The woman opened her mouth wide and shouted that they did not need the help of a scoundrel who had gone off on some business of his own, although the protagonist was standing behind them. Kanu looked to the side and concluded that his comrades were in a good position now. Hyunju raised her glowing staff. Seola along with the Sonari guild members were providing support. Minyuk smirked and struck. Scarlet rose. Warang and Anuri were busy killing monsters. The boy realized that they could win if things continued like this. The young man pursed his lips and thought about the problem. The hundreds of demons that the cult had summoned but had not yet shown up on the battlefield. The yellow eyes of the monsters lit up. The demon king wondered if they hadn't been summoned for battle. The Lord of Hell looked down and wondered what the cult really wanted. Echidna approached him when the protagonist asked her to protect Sol. The girl proudly put her hand to her chest and promised not to let anyone touch the priestess. Ominous energy spread across the ground. The dragon asked if her master wasn't going to wait for the demons to appear. Kanu replied that his plans had changed. Suddenly, a black hand burst out of the ground. It twitched its index finger. The familiar noticed that the hand wanted to write something. The guy looked down and felt the demonic energy. An inscription appeared in the air in front of him, which expressed a desire to talk. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and wondered if he had finally been invited to the feast. Anton scratched his beard and decided that the enemy should have already received the message he sent. The monster approached him and asked what they should do next. The man asked her not to rush, because they would meet him after the fight anyway. Grinning viciously, the monster was outraged that they would have to wait, and reminded them that they fed on blood and flesh. The old man gave him a mad look and asked if there was something strange about the order to be a little more patient. The beast's eyes widened in fear. The demon fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness. The apostle of evil replied that everything was fine, and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to speak. The monsters opened their mouths in horror and declared that everything was fine with them. Smirking, the cultists thought about how most of the monsters were already under control due to fear, and wondered what kind of conversational strategy would work best. The cultist imagined Sol in a white robe, and decided that it would be easiest to take her hostage and use her as bait. Anton wanted to say something, but suddenly shuddered. The beast raised its head and asked what happened. Clouds floated above the desert. The man felt that the one they needed was coming here. A wave of energy flashed in the air. The old man wondered how the enemy found out where they were, and decided that it was not so important. Something landed right in front of the monsters. The apostle thought that he would simply kill the enemy if he refused his offer. The cultist covered his face with his sleeve. The protagonist shook off his cloak and asked if he really wanted to talk. The sectarian was surprised that the enemy could speak Russian. Kana looked away and thought that only low-ranking demons had gathered here. The monsters closed their eyes and coughed. The guy realized that none of them belonged to circles higher than the 5th or 6th, which meant that no one would recognize him. The young man brushed the dust off his shoulder and asked what the scoundrel wanted to discuss with him. The cultist replied that he wanted to make a proposal to him and asked if he knew about the privileges of demons. The king raised his eyebrows and asked what he was talking about. Anton explained that such privileges are given only by the devil cult. Clouds floated across the sky. The man explained that all people are mortal and that they will die no matter how much money they have and no matter how hard they try. Reaching out his hands to the mask, the old man stated that demons do not die because they have no lifespan limit and no need for food or water. The Lord of Hell asked what he was getting at. The Apostle of Evil looked at him and said that the devil cult has the ability to turn a person into a demon. The protagonist smirked. The cultist suggested that he needed power, superiority, and eternal life. The ghost smiled maliciously. The cultist asked if a strong man like him deserved to rot among mortals, and offered him to become an absolute being, since he had the ability to grant immortality. Anton extended his hand and asked if the enemy wanted to join them. Closing his eyes, the man said that he saw a thirst for power in his eyes, and added that they were similar in this. Kanu covered his face with his hand and smiled widely. The guy raised his head and laughed loudly in the monsters' faces. The monsters opened their mouths in amazement when the young man called his opponent ridiculous and explained that no one could understand his desires from just one look. The old man frowned in displeasure. The king asked if he really wanted to grant him power and immortality by turning him into a demon. The Lord of Hell covered his eyes with his hand and laughed again. Suddenly, he lowered the corners of his lips and asked how the scoundrel dared to say such a thing. His eyes lit up. The protagonist said that the enemy had no idea who was standing in front of him. The Apostle of Evil's eyes widened tensely and he pursed his lips. A bright light burst from the cracks in the ground. An earthquake knocked the demon off his feet. The monster fell into a crevice in which there was a river of lava. Stone spikes rose above the heads of the monsters. The cultist's pupils narrowed in horror. The stones lying on the ground trembled. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Yanja asked what kind of tremors were these. The girl turned her head and frowned. The woman opened her mouth in fear and shouted that they were coming from there. Gritting her teeth, the head of the Scarlet Rose wondered what was happening here and hoped that her comrade was okay. The cultist frowned in fear and said that this could not be. Lakes of lava appeared in the desert. Anton could not believe that this was the power of a pathetic person. The man raised his hand and recalled that there were cases where world-class fighters could even change the appearance of the terrain while fighting the enemy. The old man looked to the side and realized that even they could not literally change the landscape. Ash rose into the air. The Apostle of Evil thought that in reality there was no one who could turn the plane into rocks. Debris floated on the lava. The cultist realized that it was impossible to create a volcano on a flat place. The sectarian looked at the sun and concluded that now in front of him was a real monster. The protagonist put his hands in the pockets of his coat. Anton put his hand in his inside pocket and wondered what kind of abilities these were. The man took out a book of nightmares and decided that with it he was not afraid of anything. Monsters stood behind him. The old man realized that he could suppress any world-class fighter, having the power that the so-called top of the demons awarded him. The Apostle of Evil looked back and asked what the others were doing. The monsters opened their mouths in fear. The sectarian said that this was the very battle they wanted so much, and ordered them to kill the enemy. The demon jumped up from his place. His brothers also rose into the air. They headed towards the rock where Kanu stood and declared that the time for slaughter had finally arrived. The boy closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The young man narrowed his eyes and guessed what thoughts the villain had in mind when he decided to attack them. The beasts grinned furiously. Bending over a book, the cultist called the change in the terrain a pathetic performance, and guessed that the enemy thought that they would not attack him themselves. The king smiled broadly and cast a spell. Bubbles appeared on the surface of the lava. A powerful wave of fire engulfed the demon. The Lord of Hell snapped his fingers. Cracks began to crawl along the rock. Rock fragments fell on the monster. The monster's eyes widened in horror. Giant boulders drowned him in lava. The beast floated to the surface and begged for salvation. His brother pushed off his head and ordered him to move aside. Rakumba flew up to the enemy and announced his affiliation with the Sixth Circle of Hell. The demon said that his 4 paws would perfectly cope with 4 types of weapons. Something flashed past his eyes. With one powerful blow, the protagonist cut off his head. Skarta swung her fist and called herself the Queen of Destruction. The monster raised his hands above his head and said that he came from the 5th Circle. Kanu turned around and held his hand out in front of him. A bright flash appeared in his palm. A destructive wave erased the bodies of the monsters into powder. The guy looked down and noticed that there were still many enemies. There were many silhouettes on the ground. The demon climbed the rock. The young man concluded that Anton called those he did not send to war, and decided that he needed to reduce their number a little. The king squeezed the hilt of the sword. He raised the weapon in front of him and wanted to use its abilities to the maximum. The tip of the blade pierced the ground. The Lord of Hell realized that he needed to combine 4 different techniques into one. Red waves of energy crawled across the ground. They approached the monsters crawling on the rock. The monster looked at them and asked what was happening. Suddenly, a sharp spike pierced his hand. Blades that appeared from under the ground destroyed the demons. The beast's eyes widened in fear and realized that he had heard somewhere about how darkness filled the ground on a very high rock. The blades were shrouded in a blue aura. The monster knew about the battle that would take place in hell between the 7 great kings and one man. The protagonist summoned a black ball in his hand and asked if the enemies were really going to escape. The monster thought about how in this legend the man summoned the power of Belphegor in an instant, and decided that this could not happen in reality. A cluster of black energy rose above Kanu, who declared that he could not just let his dear guests go like that. Smiling madly, the boy thought that the head of hell himself had already arrived here, and cast the sunset spell. Walking through the desert, Anton wondered what kind of monster it was. In his memory, a wave of fire cut off his hand when he tried to cast the first spell. The second time, the enemy left a cut on his back. The man looked at the rock with spikes and decided that it was some kind of coincidence. The young man grinned maliciously and laughed at him. Clutching the book in his hand, the old man realized that he had never felt such fear and helplessness, even during his encounter with demons, and decided that such a monster could not really exist. The apostle of evil tripped over the corpse of the monster. He was unable to stay on his feet, and the sectarian fell to the ground. The cultist pressed his head to the ground and concluded that this was just a bad dream. Anton's eyes widened in fear when the king declared that they were not at all alike. The man rose from the ground and said that this could not be real. The Lord of Hell asked what he was talking about. The old man took the book and suggested that he must kill the enemy to awaken from this nightmare. The demonic hands burst forward, and the apostle of evil wished death on the enemy. Waves of black energy grabbed the protagonist. The cultist asked if he really succeeded. Suddenly, the cultist opened his mouth in shock. Purple fangs appeared in the air. The ghost devoured the demonic hands. Kanu asked if the villain really thought he could escape from him. Anton begged for mercy. The guy took a step forward and said that this was the beginning. The monsters approached the man. The young man suggested that his opponent had heard these words many times, since he must have killed people, since the demons endowed him with great power. The old man raised his eyebrows in horror. The king asked how often he spared anyone. The apostle of evil raised his trembling hand. The Lord of Hell understood the similarity between them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist smiled and declared that he also never spared anyone. A loud cry was heard. Rivers of lava flowed between the rocks. Dark energy soared into the air. Kanu spread his arms and used the Soul Reaper ability. The system reported that the user had absorbed the souls of 237 demons. The aura concentrated under the owner's feet. The guy covered his smile with his hand. The quality of his soul was improved. The young man licked his lips and thanked the enemy for the food. The system rewarded him with a hint to the first condition for obtaining a demonic soul. Standing in front of the notification, the king realized that he had received quite a lot of rewards, and wondered if he should take a look at them. Squinting, the Lord of Hell read that he needed to improve the quality of his soul, and was glad that this condition could be fulfilled so easily. The protagonist raised his hand and asked how his demonic energy was. Kanu put his finger on the value and remembered that the stats stopped increasing after 120 units. Looking down, the boy thought about how he had 116 magi without the cloak, and concluded that legendary rank equipment was now useless to him. The young man put his hand to his chest and realized that he needed to somehow improve the quality of his soul. The demon king closed his eyes and wanted to see what had changed. The Lord of Hell raised his eyebrows and did not feel much of a difference. The protagonist immersed himself in the purple aura and learned that the seal on the core of 10,000 demons had weakened. Bubbles appeared under his feet. Kanu realized that this happened despite the fact that the demonic energy of the deep part was still unavailable to him, and decided that the Soul Reaper had a stronger effect than he thought. The boy raised his hand and concluded that this was the least he deserved, considering the level increase was blocked. The edge of the cloak flew into the air. The young man concentrated the energy around his hand and decided to convert the new demonic energy into experience points. The king clenched his fist. His magic was increased by 1 value. Smiling, the Lord of Hell felt a considerable amount of energy and decided that the more it grows, the harder it will be to increase it, but its effect will become better. Wings appeared behind his back. The protagonist did not expect such good rewards. Kanu tore himself away from the ground and thought that the war with the monster should have ended by now, which means it was time to return. The guy squinted and looked down. The young man looked at the rivers of lava and suggested that he should return the earth to normal. The corpse of the monster lay in a pool of blood. The war in Manchuria ended with a clear victory for humans. The man raised his fists up and was glad that he received the 7th awakening. His friend said that he had not received new attributes for a long time. News appeared on the monitor. This was the first major war since the cataclysm. The locals looked at the outdoor screen. It was normal for this incident to attract the attention of the world. Taisu and Yunbai were sitting in front of the TV. Thanks to this victory, the public opinion of Korea has greatly improved. There was a broken mask on the ground. The devil cult made the world tremble in fear, but their first large-scale attack was successfully blocked, so everyone's spirits were lifted a little. The ship sank in the ocean. The gate opened on the shore. The demon king went to the place where, like in Hokkaido, the SS rank gate opened. The Lord of Hell stood in front of the destroyed statue in Vladivostok. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and thought about how difficult it was to get here. In the past, Yanju rushed forward and asked what her friend was doing. Kanu flew up to her and said that he dealt with a couple of demons. The girl said that there were at least 100 of them. The guy put his hand to his chest and said that there were 237 of them. The woman decided not to ask how he managed it. The young man asked what happened to the Chinese. The head of the Scarlet Rose rolled her eyes and answered that Mu Hyun was injured in a battle with monsters and returned without even saying goodbye. The demon king descended to the ground and said that he had one request. The Lord of Hell raised his hand and asked his friend to notify him of any movements of the devil cult not only in Russia. The player asked if they would really start acting immediately after suffering such heavy losses. The protagonist stated that they still need to be on guard. Yanju put her hand to her chin and praised him for his excellent work. The girl closed her eyes and suggested that they go to an internet cafe upon their return. Suddenly someone called out to Kana. The echidna smiled widely and said that she protected Sola as the owner asked. The guy praised her and asked if everything was okay. Standing by the awning, the young man said that he needed to go to Vladivostok and asked his friends to return to Korea. The woman asked if that was where the whole situation with the cultists began and said that she would go with him. The girl's mouth opened in shock when the Demon King explained that he wanted to perform another summoning. The dragon shed tears and asked if he really didn't need her anymore. The Lord of Hell said that he didn't mean that at all. The familiar decided that the master wanted to summon someone stronger than her. Sola sat down next to her and asked her not to worry about it. Echidna beamed with joy. The protagonist initially wanted to go to Vladivostok alone, but she tagged along. There was a magic circle drawn on the ground. Standing in front of it, Kanu realized that he could not see any special objects, and wondered if the cult had actually performed such a large-scale summoning with one circle. A huge black eye appeared in the air. They stared at the boy. Looking down, the young man thought about how he could not understand this magic circle even with the power of omniscience, and wondered if it was even possible for human strength to do so. The Demon King closed his eyes and decided that it did not matter because he did not plan to interfere with the summoning anyway. The girl happily raised her hand when the Lord of Hell invited her to enter the gate. Stones fell from the ceiling. A giant praying mantis appeared in front of the dragon. The child clenched his fist. It suddenly increased in size. The familiar dealt a powerful blow to the monster and killed it. The echidna waved her hand to the owner. The protagonist noticed that she was no longer sad. Kanu turned his head and decided to do what he came here for while the girl dealt with the enemies. Huge hands rose into the air. The system reported that the user created a summoning crack. The guy tensed his fingers and wanted to become the source of the monster's power. A bright green flash appeared. The young man thought that it would be better to get not someone strong, but someone who would be more obedient. Having imagined different monsters, the king remembered that among the ancient demons who have intelligence, there are Ouroboros and Volcatus, and decided that Galzion would also be a good option. The Lord of Hell opened his eyes wide. The system reported that a crack to a deeper space was created due to the influence of magic. Green light appeared from the crack. Due to the damage inflicted on the Gaia system, the connection with the other world could not be stopped. The protagonist opened his mouth tensely. The interdimensional gate that led to the continent of Erna was opened. The skeleton stepped forward. The system announced that the summoning was successful. A red medallion hung on the chest of the monster that came out of the rift. Solia went outside and thanked her friend for giving her a ride. Yanju reminded her that they could communicate informally. The girl said that it would be more comfortable for her, and asked if her ally was going to return to the guild. The leader of the Scarlet Rose closed her eyes and confirmed that she still had a lot of work. The woman asked if everything would be fine with their friend. The player smiled and was surprised that she was so worried about him, since he just went to carry out the summoning and nothing terrible would happen. A lich appeared in front of Kanu. His robe was shrouded in a green aura. The guy opened his eyes wide and wondered where his Galzion was. Balzac shook his head and asked what kind of place this was. The young man wondered if there shouldn't be an imposing monster here. The king asked the monster to introduce itself. The skeleton lowered its glowing eyes and called itself the one who brings nightmares to Erna. The red medallion glittered. Black flames appeared in the air. The monster introduced itself as the Lord of Magic. Its yellow eyes emitted a bright haze, and its body was shrouded in darkness. The Lord of Hell crossed his arms and wondered why he spoke like Satan. Echidna frowned and said that she knew him. The corpse stood in front of a purple lake. The girl told him that it was a powerful lich from the northern continent, the land of death, whom people on the continent called the Demon King. Balzac took a step forward and asked again if it was Erner. The protagonist denied it and said that he summoned him. The monster held a staff in his hands. Kanu explained that he needed a summoned creature. The skeleton asked if he was really going to be used as a familiar. The boy pointed at him and confirmed it. The monster smiled widely. The Lord of Magic, shrouded in black smoke, laughed loudly. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and realized that this would be more difficult than he thought. The corpse flashed his fiery eyes. The lich spread dark energy throughout the room and was outraged that the man wanted to make him his familiar. Scratching the back of his head, the Demon King confirmed this and said that he was not an ordinary person, but it was very difficult to explain. Frowning, the Lord of Hell promised to generously reward him for his loyalty, and remembered that he had brought several rules from Hell. The protagonist imagined himself on Palak's shoulders and thought that his loyalty was too much and irritated him. Kanu was scared to death when Lilith tried to sneak into his bedroom. The demons stood next to their leader. The boy repaid them for their loyalty in full, including his trust. A fire burned above his helmet. Such was the role of the monarch. Balzac struck the floor with his staff and decided that the mortal had completely forgotten what fear was. Magic circles appeared on the ground. The monster decided to teach the man a lesson for his arrogance. The living dead appeared in the room. The system reported that the effect of the contract had weakened due to the fact that the summoned creatures showed hostility towards its master. The knights headed towards the young man. The system warned that the user cannot use coercion commands. The skeleton raised his hands and called on the enemy to feel his wrath. The zombies surrounded the demon king from all sides. The Lord of Hell snapped his fingers. The force of the blast wave destroyed the monster standing nearby. The Lich opened his mouth in amazement, and was surprised that such a pathetic person had so much power. His staff began to glow. Riders appeared behind him on horses. Balzac asked if the enemy could stand up to such a thing. The living dead rushed forward. The monster ordered them to kill the villain who dared to mock him. Echidna confidently clenched her fists when the protagonist offered her to take them on herself. A powerful whirlwind enveloped the girl, who decided that this was a great chance to prove herself. The knights stopped when a tornado appeared in front of them. The dragon fiercely bared her fangs and crushed the enemies with her paw. The zombies jumped into the air and swung their swords. The familiar threw them in different directions. The skeleton said that she had barely hatched from an egg. The monster opened its mouth wide and was indignant that a mortal was forcing it to move on its own. The Lich promised to plunge him into eternal despair, but there was no one in front of him. Kanu appeared behind him and decided to correct his manner of speech first. The tip of the spear hit the invisible barrier. Balzac called it a good attack and said that even the hero Reynold could not break its defense. Suddenly, the invisible field cracked. The monster jumped up. The skeleton dodged the blow and wondered how the enemy managed to break through his barrier, and how much power he had. Making a dash towards him, the boy said that Satan was also unhappy with this and explained that he could not allow his summoned creature to behave like this. The monster summoned blades in the air and demanded not to call him that. Sharp arrows flew out towards him. This attack knocked the Lich off his feet. The youth lowered his weapon and smirked. Balzac sweated and realized that their level difference was too big. The monster grabbed his medallion and decided that he had no other choice, although he did not want to resort to it. A crack appeared above his head. The skeleton ordered the one living in the eternal depths of the abyss to come out. The demon king confidently frowned and thought that this crack looked dangerous, and the energy that came from it was similar to the moment of Susanu's descent. The Lord of Hell opened his eyes wide when he heard someone's voice. A huge paw parted the crack. The Guardian of Doom frowned menacingly and asked who dared to summon him. The Guardian of Destruction saw Echidna ahead and asked who his opponent was. The living dead pointed his hand at the person who controlled the dragon and asked to kill him. The demon lowered his gaze and grinned. The protagonist stared at him in surprise. The monster hit the ground with his hand with force. The monster leaned towards Kanu and said that something was wrong here. The Guardian of Doom beamed with joy when he recognized his leader. The Guardian of Destruction waved his tail and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy replied that he was also very glad to see him. The Lich opened his mouth in shock and asked what it meant. There were angels depicted on the wall. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and asked how things were in hell. The demon closed his eyes and replied that everything was the same as always. The monster raised his index finger and noticed that his brothers had been acting strangely lately. The king asked what had happened to them. The monster bowed his head and told him that Galzian and the other ancient demons were expanding their territories. Introducing Ouroboros and Vulcatus, the Lord of Hell remembered that these creatures create their own territories, live there and never leave them, and wondered if they had decided to occupy the empty space that was formed after his disappearance. The Guardian of Destruction said that Paulok was just finding out the reasons for this behavior. Balzac waved his staff and asked what he was doing. The skeleton held the weapon in front of him and ordered it to kill the mortal. The Guardian of Destruction struck him with his fist. A bright flash of light flashed in the air. The living dead opened his mouth wide. The Lich hung in the air and asked what it meant. The demon asked him to watch his words. The monster frowned menacingly and said that his master was in front of him. His hand began to dissolve into thin air. The monster looked at it and explained that his summoning limit had reached its limit. Smiling widely, the Guardian of Destruction said that it was time for him to go and promised to say hello to Paulok. The protagonist waved his hand and asked him to tell the demon that he should never appear. The Guardian of Destruction, sitting in front of him, evaporated. Kanu remembered that Paulok always scolded him for this overly cute behavior. The guy looked down. Balzac fell to the ground in front of him. The young man asked what was happening. The monster trembled in horror. The system reported that the loyalty of the summoned creature had increased. The Demon King's eyes widened in shock as the skeleton stated that he immediately knew that he was the master. The Lord of Hell closed his eyes and sighed. The monster said that he was so touched by the fact that he accepted him into his family that he could not even hold back his tears. The protagonist raised his hand and asked how he managed to summon a demon from the ninth circle of hell. The living dead asked if he was talking about the Demon Kingdom. The Lich presented his pendant and explained that this was only possible thanks to the artifact of the blood of the god of evil. Kanu asked who he was. Lucifer spread his wings. Balzac said that he was the one who sowed all the evil that exists on the continent of Erner. The guy frowned and remembered that the same name belongs to one of the 7 princes of hell. After imagining the stone statues, the young man realized that a hellish relic was used to open the portal to Earth, and concluded that as long as such artifacts exist, the princes of hell themselves can be reborn. In the memory, the Demon King made an obscene gesture. If one of the relics had gotten to Erna through the portal, then Lucifer could very well be resurrected and proclaim himself the god of evil. The Lord of Hell grinned and thought that defeating the god of evil would not be easy if all his former power had returned to him. The protagonist licked his lips and realized that he could become stronger if he took the souls of the 7 princes who had escaped from the relics with the help of the Soul Reaper. Kanu squatted down and asked if the fallen angel was really on Erna now. The monster replied that he did not know. Echidna grabbed the knight by the cloak and explained that Lucifer had disappeared. The boy looked back and asked where he had disappeared to. The girl stopped in front of him. She burst into tears and asked why the master had not warned that the fight was already over. The young man took her in his arms and asked for forgiveness. The Demon King smiled and asked if they could return to their conversation. The dragon replied that it was an old legend. Archangels descended from the heavens to stop the movement of the god of evil. The Lord of Hell wiped away his friend's tears and asked how long the god of evil had lived on Erna. The familiar replied that it had been many years ago. The protagonist frowned and concluded that something was wrong. Kanu imagined himself in the middle of the city and thought that only half a year had passed since his return to Earth, and if the relic had somehow ended up on Erna, then the time did not add up. Lowering his head, the boy decided that the chronology was not that important and asked if the archangels still lived on the continent. The child wiped her eyes and replied that they had disappeared along with the god of evil after the battle. Standing next to the lich, the youth realized that it was time for them to return and asked if he could disguise himself with magic. Balzac claimed that he could dissolve into the shadows and command the darkness itself. The Demon King hit him on the head. The monster grabbed his skull. The Lord of Hell asked him to watch his manner of speech and asked if he needed food. The skeleton frowned in alarm and replied that he had no need for food, but had the ability to consume it. The Lord of Hell smiled widely and asked him to come with him to eat kimchi stew. 3 months later, the sun was shining over the city. Lying on his bed, the protagonist thought about how he had been running around the world for 3 months to deal with the devil cult and looking for something legendary that could replace his cloak. Kanwoo pursed his lips in disappointment because he failed, while the others were much luckier. Yeonju put her hands on her waist in satisfaction. She managed to break through the wall of absolute talent and reached the 10th awakening. Now she was considered a world ranker. Hwayoung and Hyunmo smiled confidently. They managed to awaken for the 9th time. Yunbai made a peace sign with her fingers. She, Taisu and Ciela broke through the 7th awakening, the very wall of ultimate effort. The girl waved her arms and legs in dissatisfaction. Because she could not keep up with her comrades, the guy thought that such a speed of development could negatively affect the players. The young man closed his eyes and wondered how Sehun was doing. The Demon King got up from the bed when a voice came from behind the door. The girl entered the room and asked if he had a minute. The Lord of Hell replied that he always had time for her. Suddenly the protagonist's eyes widened and he asked her what had happened. The woman looked down in embarrassment, not knowing where to start. She pressed her trembling hand to her chest. The healer slammed the door behind her. Kanu asked what was wrong. The priestess came up to him and told him that she had gone through the 8th awakening a couple of days ago. The support sat on the edge of the bed and said that after that something strange had appeared. Solia took off her robe. He fell onto the bed. The guy covered his eyes with his hand and asked why his girlfriend was undressing. The young man looked at her through his fingers. The girl said that something had appeared on her back. There was a brand in the form of angel wings. The woman asked her comrade not to stare at her. The Demon King pursed his lips and tried to control his breathing. Looking at his girlfriend's back, the Lord of Hell decided that she had come to him for advice and that he should not care how beautiful her naked skin was. His pupils narrowed. Sitting closer, the protagonist apologized and asked what ability the ally received at the 8th stage of awakening. The healer answered that it was the wings of light. Kanu extended his hand and asked if there was anything else unusual besides the pattern. The priestess answered negatively and asked him not to worry about it too much. The support flinched when the guy touched her. Solia opened her mouth and blushed. The young man thought that he should figure this out, but he can't concentrate. Dark energy enveloped him. The Demon King wondered what the pattern in the form of angelic wings could mean. Archangels appeared from the portal. The Lord of Hell remembered that Echidna mentioned the heavenly realm and realized that he cannot leave this to chance. Waves of dark aura swirled around the girl. They concentrated in the mark on her back. It was a power that allows you to monitor the state of the body in real time and build a strong defense. The brand turned to its usual color. The protagonist rarely used this skill because it wasted demonic energy, but now he had no other choice. The woman looked back. Kanu asked her to let him know if there were any more changes. The guy frowned and asked her not to hide even such trifles as nightmares or strange feelings. Covering her chest with a t-shirt, the healer agreed and was amazed at how much her friend cared for her. The priestess smiled and thought that she should not let her emotions get the better of her. Suddenly, Echidna burst into the room and called out to her friend. The girl narrowed her eyes as if she had just woken up and asked what they were doing here. The young man covered his ally with a blanket and replied that they were not doing anything. Clouds were floating above the house. The dragon said that she was hungry. Solia asked her to wait a little and promised to make breakfast. The guys were sitting at the table and eating fruit. Holding a fork in his hands, the Demon King looked away. Balzac, holding a t-shirt in his hands, the skeleton had been living with the heroes for 3 months. In the past, the monster took the girl by the hand and asked her to tell him the recipe for kimchi, after which the living dead took over all the housework. He was wearing a pink apron with a rabbit. The Lord of Hell wondered if this was too much. The woman was feeding the familiar with a spoon when someone knocked on the door. The protagonist stood up and decided that only Yanju could have come at such an early hour. Kanwoo opened his mouth in surprise when his friend said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked when he managed to return. The guy frowned and decided that the training was not in vain. In front of him stood a smiling Cyan. The young man noticed that his chi and internal energy had changed. Suddenly, his eyes filled with tears. The boy hugged his friend and said that he missed him very much. The echidna chewed an apple discontentedly. The Demon King asked his friend not to disgrace himself. The knight remembered that during his absence there was a war here. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes wide. The healer bit her thumb and said that she also wanted to cuddle with the Lord of Hell. The dragon asked her to calm down because she was holding a knife. The swordsman looked away tensely. The player grabbed his weapon and shouted that his comrade was in danger. The guardian jumped up from his seat. The descendant of the god of war rushed to Balzac and asked how the monster dared to disturb this house. The skeleton opened his mouth wide and his eyes lit up. The living dead man abruptly rose to his feet. The lich swung his staff and asked how a pathetic mortal dared to distract him from washing. The protagonist raised his hand and realized that if they fought, there would be nothing left of the house. His eyes turned white from the thought that he would not be able to eat the kimchi that Solya made. A bright flash flashed in the room. Kanu ordered his friends to stop immediately. Cyan closed his eyes in frustration. Bowing, the boy apologized and explained that he never imagined that the monster would be his familiar. The boy replied that it was okay because Balzac looked like a typical undead anyway. The young man asked if the training was over. The knight scratched his head and replied that he was never able to reach the level he wanted. Narrowing his eyes, the Demon King mentally called him insatiable and asked why he came back here. The swordsman turned away and told about a stranger in a white mask visiting him during training. The Lord of Hell assumed that it was the protector. The guardian closed his eyes and grinned. The descendant of the god of war turned to his comrade and answered in the affirmative, assuming that they knew each other. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that it was Grace. The girl held a saber in her hands. It was one of the strongest players, thanks to which America is the most powerful country. Kanu guessed that her true strength was even greater than he thought. The guy smirked and called it curious. The young man closed his eyes and asked what happened next. Cyan answered that he was called to the ranks of the defenders again, and told him that Grace wanted to meet them as soon as possible. The boy took out a strange device and explained that he called his friend to the roof for this very reason. The Demon King raised his eyebrows tensely and asked what it was. The knight placed the egg on the floor. It immediately opened. A bright light appeared from its core. A portal appeared in front of the heroes. The Lord of Hell felt like a character in a movie about aliens. White smoke swirled into a whirlpool. The main character asked if this portal really led to the defenders. The guardian confirmed it. Kanu frowned and hoped that not all members of this organization were like Alex. The boy took a step forward and decided to settle the matter when they met. The boys found themselves on the other side of the portal. The boy looked up when someone greeted him. The stranger sitting at the round table said that she was glad to meet him in person. Gaia put her hand to her chest and introduced herself as the leader of the organization. The heroes approached the table. The Demon King frowned in displeasure and realized that this was the same name as the system that sealed the Myriad Palace. The Lord of Hell remembered how he stood by the burning sphere and decided that this could not be a coincidence. Looking at his ally, the protagonist was surprised that she turned out to be the leader of the defenders and wondered who would have thought that the leader would come to him in person. Kanu glanced at Cyan and wondered if they really needed him that much. The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously and assumed that they were simply desperate. Gaia closed her eyes and said that she heard from Grace that her guest was the guardian's adopted brother. The boy raised his eyebrows and confirmed this. The girl explained that such a connection was rare in the current generation. The boy approached the table and said that he truly considered him part of his family. The knight looked at his ally and added that he respected his comrade very much. The woman called him kind-hearted. The swordsman raised his hands and said that this was not true at all. The protector explained that it was clear that he had a pure and beautiful soul. The descendant of the god of war shuddered in surprise. The head of the organization noted that he wanted to achieve his goals, even if it burned him to ashes. The guard raised her hand and wondered what kind of suffering he had to endure and what doubts accumulated in his head. The leader promised to always be by his side. Grace grabbed her hand. The player moved her wrist and said that Sihong was in this direction. The Lord of Hell raised his eyebrows and thought that blindness and the need for a wheelchair were not birth defects. Gaia's eyes were closed. The system was gradually losing its power. The protagonist decided that her problems were quite understandable. The girl, moving her toes, said that she wanted to help the heroes, even though her body was broken and ugly. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was not true at all. Kanu suggested getting straight to the point. The guy smiled and explained that if they wanted to hire his friend, they would have to tell him about the exact goals and situation within the organization. Grace frowned angrily, but the woman immediately agreed with him. The young man crossed his arms over his chest. The protector asked the guests to sit down. The knight immediately sat down at the table. The guys looked tensely at their ally. The head of the organization assumed that they already knew about the system. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought about how to ask her about it. The swordsman wondered if it was she who sent him a message when he woke up as a guardian. Shaking her head negatively, Gaia decided to explain everything to them and asked if the guests believed in the existence of other worlds. Cyan decided that it was something like what they talk about in comics. The girl frowned and told him that the hellish creatures that the devil cult summons come to them from another dimension. The woman imagined a shining gate and added that there are many dimensions that are connected to each other using portals. The protector explained that the system protects the earth from invaders from other dimensions. The Lord of Hell rolled his eyes and thought that it was very painful. The head of the organization brought her hand to her chin and added that she was something like an embodiment or deputy of the system. Raising her index finger, the guardian said that she was not some kind of supernatural being and said that she had some influence on the system, but it absorbed an incredible amount of power. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when Gaia reminded him of how she interfered with the system and contacted them during that incident with the devil cult in Korea. The girl stated that this was the end of her abilities. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and decided that she would not be able to remove the seal. The knight realized that the organization's goal was to protect the earth from creatures from other worlds. Kanu closed his eyes and concluded that this was not such an absurd goal as Alex's. The boy looked forward in surprise when the woman said that they had another goal. The protector lowered her head and sighed heavily. The eyes of the organization frowned sternly and said that they must kill the demon from the prophecy. The guardian clenched her fist and told her that about 5 years ago, on the day of the cataclysm, a revelation had occurred. The heroes were sitting at the table. Gaia said that in the near future, a demon from the prophecy, the Lord of Hell, would arrive on Earth. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and realized that she was talking about him. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek when the girl said that he would destroy this world and bring darkness to it. The woman imagined herself in the middle of the bloody ground and added that the revelation said that they should gather the strength of the defenders and face him in battle. The demon king smiled. He broke out in a cold sweat and realized that she was definitely talking about him. Grace summoned magic in her hand when the head of the organization asked her to show everything visually. A planet appeared above the table. The guardian explained that they could see the current state of the system that protects the Earth. The protagonist stared at the projection and asked if there really was no way to restore it. There were huge holes in the barrier. Gaia said that the system has the ability to restore, but this function is not activated now because the demon from the prophecy is still alive. Cyan turned her head and asked if her injuries were related to the destruction of the system. Clenching her fist, the player confirmed it and explained that her body was in this state due to breakdowns. The boy lowered the corners of his lips and asked if there was a way to heal her. The hunter lowered her hand and answered in the affirmative. The girl grabbed her jacket and said that they did not need to tell her all this. The protector said that they had the same goal, so there was no point in hiding it. The guard bowed her head to her and explained that they needed to get rid of the cause of the destruction of the system, that is, kill the demon from the prophecy. The knight asked if they could do something before it appeared. Grace frowned menacingly and replied that it was impossible because the monster was already on Earth. The swordsman opened his mouth in amazement. Kanu's eyes turned white when the player explained that they were investigating all the changes that started on May 22nd. He realized that it was the day they met Solya. The guardian slammed his fist on the table. The boy realized that he wouldn't be able to shake off his suspicions when the organization saw his abnormal power and found out when his awakening happened. Sihun gritted his teeth and declared that Satan was the demon from the prophecy. The boy's eyes widened in shock. They sparkled when the boy explained that 3 months ago, Satan fought Alex on the roof of the hotel. Gaia understood the reason why the guardian hadn't contacted him for so long. Grace frowned sternly and asked where he was now. The girl covered her face with her hand and trembled when she heard that her colleague had died. The knight added that after killing him, the scoundrel provoked him and mocked him. The demon king stood up from the table and asked if this was true. The swordsman narrowed his eyes angrily and answered in the affirmative. The Lord of Hell clutched the table and asked how he dared to do that. The entire room shook with his anger. The guardian turned his head. The protagonist asked if only defenders could join the organization. The woman said that it was a matter of principle. The player held out her hand. Clenching his fist, Kanu stated that the current situation was not the time to appeal to principles, and realized that no one should reveal his true identity. The boy frowned furiously and expressed his desire to join the organization. His eyes shone. The youth presented a coin with a red mask and decided to hold on to it. The guardian raised her hand and asked him to wait for a moment. The leader turned to Cyan and asked what Satan looked like. Looking down, the boy said that he was definitely wearing a devil cult mask, and suggested that they were working together. In the memory, the villain grabbed Alex by the throat. The knight could not believe that he managed to win so easily. The swordsman looked at his ally and remembered that witnesses heard a woman's voice from the roof. Gaia frowned sadly and said that last year the man received a mission and went to the devil cult. After a long fight, the warrior was able to wound the cultist and leaned over her. It turned out that it was his girlfriend, who was brainwashed. A smile shone on her face. Tears flowed down the guardian's cheeks. He began to blame himself and tried to defeat the enemy without killing anyone. This became his injury and weakness. Sitting at the table, the woman explained that guardians very often risk their lives, but the enemies used Alex's weak point to kill him. The protector frowned sternly and said that this was unforgivable. Cyan clenched his fists and said that such actions cannot be justified. The protagonist nodded. The doors were closed. The head of the organization asked a colleague to bring something. Kanu looked up and shuddered. Grace brought a steel case. Gaia said that she had something for the guests. There were masks on the pillow. The girl explained that the guards must act covertly. The woman took one of the masks and called it the symbol of the organization. The protector frowned sternly and asked her comrade to lend her strength to defeat the demon from the prophecy and protect the world. The boy looked at the mask tensely. The knight pursed his lips. The swordsman extended his hand and answered in the affirmative. The descendant of the god of war put on the mask. The head welcomed him into the ranks of the guards. His eyes sparkled. The boy put his hand on the table and asked what happened. Cyan felt himself become much stronger and understood what Alex was talking about then. In the memory, Gaia put her hand on the newcomer's head and explained that it was not just a mask with a boring design. The boy looked away as the player handed him the case. It contained the remaining mask. The girl said that they could not strictly adhere to the rules in this situation, adding that she did not want to accept them because they were so desperate. Smiling, the woman stated that her reasons for her decision were the tenderness with which the guest treated the knight and the fury with which he was ready to protect him, and decided that this would be enough. The king took the mask and explained that he could not sit quietly knowing that the demon of prophecy was coming for the guardians. The Lord of Hell put on the mask and confirmed that he was ready to lend Gaia his power to protect this world. Dark energy enveloped him. The system reported that the sudden change in characteristics led to a surge in magic. Grace's eyes widened tensely and thought that she could still feel the effect, even though the blessing was not strong enough. Sehom smiled and decided that he should have expected nothing else. The protagonist looked at his hand and concluded that such a large amount of magic would have definitely given him away if he had not taken control of it. Kanu smirked and realized that he could easily fight even the Guardian of Fate with such power. A formidable demon with horns appeared in the memory. Sitting opposite her ally, the woman said that she could call him very strong, judging by his energy. The boy thanked her. Putting her hand to her chest, the protector welcomed him to the ranks of her organization and promised to contact him about the mission. The young man nodded affirmatively when the leader wished him luck. A portal was opened on the roof of the building. The demon king came out of it. The Lord of Hell yawned widely and realized that time had flown by quickly and it was time for dinner. The boy turned his head and said thank you. The protagonist said that he should also thank him for the fact that the guardians accepted him. The device slammed shut. The knight reached out to take it and concluded that today he had a new target. The swordsman picked up the egg, and Kanu asked in surprise what they were talking about. The descendant of the god looked up at the sky and admitted that today he had a person he loved. Cyan imagined Gaia in the clouds and explained that she looked like she would break from any touch, but she still overcame any difficulties. The boy frowned and said that he understood at first sight that his goal was to protect her. The boy's eyes widened in shock when the knight promised to kill Satan at all costs. His face began to sweat. The young man realized that the girl could neither see nor walk because of him. Standing in front of him, the swordsman explained that all this happened because of the demon from the prophecy. The king thought about how he could not spend eternity in hell. The guardian placed his hand on the device and said that he had never felt such a strong rage. The descendant of the god frowned sternly and said that he wanted to protect the woman and make her smile. Sehun extended his hand to his friend and added that he was confident only because of him. The Lord of Hell stared at him in shock. The boy explained that they would be able to kill the demon from the prophecy and restore the system. The protagonist shook his friend's hand and doubted it. Smiling, Kanu offered to save the world from Satan and thought that it would all be resolved somehow by itself. Orange clouds floated across the sky. Kimchi was boiling in a pot. Holding it in her hands, Seolia asked if the knight had gone off to secluded training again. The girl put the pot on the table and was upset that her friend left without trying her dish. The guy scooped up the broth and remembered what happened in hell. Then the young man knelt down and asked what Satan was planning. A black silhouette stood in front of him. The monster asked if he really wanted to know about it so much. The demon turned around and said that his next goal was Earth. The echidna smiled widely and said that she was very hungry. The king realized that the monster had destroyed the system and crippled Cyan's first love. The Lord of Hell drank the entire broth in one gulp. The protagonist put the empty pot on the table and concluded that they could not leave everything as it was. Kanu frowned menacingly and wanted to take Kimchi and the planet from Satan's dirty paws. The dragon was angry that the owner ate all the soup. A week has passed since the protagonist decided to join the guards. Sehun began training hard with Jungmu. Yeonju investigated the cult case, collecting additional reports. The protagonist met with the head of the Guardian organization. The boy looked around, noticing that this place was different from the last time, which Gaia used as a reception. The player looked at her abode. His attention was drawn to the ceiling. The hall was also the heart of the guards. The girl smiled, calling this place the Hall of the Guards. The young man sat at the table, asking why she wanted to see him. Happy, he pulled a serious mask on his face when the head of the organization decided to entrust him with his first mission. The girl put her hands on her legs, stating that the Gaia system was getting weaker. Kanu listened in surprise that there were several reasons for this. The hero remembered what the system that seals the powers of beings from other worlds looks like, but it was quickly weakening. The protagonist was dumbfounded by how much they had learned about the demon from the prophecy gradually removing the seal from itself. The guy became nervous when the girl said that a demonic cult was behind it, and they also received a report about traces of the cult found in the South Korean city of Daegu. The protagonist chuckled to himself, thinking that their device here had completely collapsed after the death of Kenhyun. The player closed his eyes, assured that he did not need the help of other guards. Gaia put her hand on her heart, believing in the protagonist. The guy stood on the roof of the house, facing the fence. He was sure that the others would just get in his way. He sighed heavily. Echidna appeared from the door, chewing something. She held out rice cakes, showing the owner. Ken's shadow changed shape while the guys chatted sweetly about food. The shadow arose when the protagonist wiped Echidna's face. The player looked at Balzac. The subordinate appeared before him in new clothes and with food in his hand. The skeleton treated the familiar. The protagonist smiled that the two could already get bored. Putting on a mask, he said that they were assigned a mission. Balzac and Echidna looked at the master with admiration. They arrived in the city of Daegu, where a gate appeared, making the city resemble Sapporo in Japan. The guys came out of the gate, where there was the most demonic energy. Echidna and Kanu were wearing masks, and Balzac was in a hood. The comrades looked at the unknown object in front of them with incomprehension. The protagonist noticed that the space around was cracking like glass. The player smiled. Monsters appeared in front of the comrades, protecting this object. Looking at one of the beasts, the protagonist did not feel mana, but only demonic energy. Looking at them, he realized that these were not monsters, but demons. A hooded man appeared behind them, guessing what kind of group was in front of them. He extended his hand, preparing to fight. The monsters rushed to attack. Kanu smiled and asked his familiar to deal with them. Echidna sucked in her breath. The girl screamed, using a dragon cry that knocked back everything in its path. She hit one of the demons. Balzac stepped forward. He clutched a magic staff in his hands, talking about corpses. They cut off one demon's arms. The next one was torn apart. Two more were approaching. Balzac summoned a flesh golem, ordering it to move. The golem clenched its fist when it was ordered to kill these creatures. The monster slammed the ground, knocking back all the demons. The boy was dumbfounded. He was even more surprised. That's because the golem was moving with another blow towards him. The seal on the man's hand activated. The boy summoned chrysalers. His blow collided with the flesh golem's blow. Chrysalers continued to attack. Balzac didn't expect this. Chrysalers destroyed the flesh golem. Echidna called Balzac as parts of the golem's body fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at the dark scales covering the body like armor. He also noticed the acid dripping from the monster's mouth. Chrysalers appeared before them. Looking at the monster's attack, the protagonist realized that the cult now controls the demons from the 8th circle of hell. Kanu was ordered by Echidna to destroy the remaining ones in the place with Balzac. The guy raised his leg, remembering that the demons from Manchuria gave him some demonic energy. The hero recoiled when Chrysalers tried to grab him. The demon did not have time to do anything, snapping his mouth. Suddenly, part of his body crumpled. A powerful blow followed. Kanu smiled, attacking a more worthy dish. Chrysalers rose with the help of green liquid. He hovered above the protagonist. The demon fired punches while the player watched it. They were everywhere. When the next punch was already heading for the protagonist, it was too obvious that it was Chrysalers. The player punched the monster in the jaw, knowing all of its stats. Kanu grabbed the demon by the tentacles. He used all of his power to throw it over. The demon screamed in pain. The protagonist threw it over himself. The monster flew further and further. It landed on the ground with a small explosion. Kanu looked at his opponent. The youth ordered the demon to attack further, while the protagonist thought that he was not that strong. The player used the power of omniscience, and his eyes lit up. The protagonist considered the low stats for controlling the demon in the opponent. The protagonist looked at the magic circle on the boy's hand. Kanu smiled. The demon stood up, and the player realized that the orders would not be absolute. Chrysalers stared at Yonkin. He ordered to obey him, but the demon was already preparing to attack. The opponent recoiled. The boy didn't have time to understand anything, as the monster attacked him. The next moment, blood was spilled. The monster bit off his hand with the magic circle, and the protagonist laughed at him. Yonkin held his hand, stating that the circle was cast by the Apostle of Evil. He looked at the player in surprise, who asked him who the Chrysalers were. The hero grinned. The boy was angry, because the protagonist did not know anything about them. Chrysalers, meanwhile, was about to attack its former owner, because the method by which it paralyzed its victim was an attack on the reproductive organs. The next moment, it became dark due to the attack. Kanu closed his eyes, looking at this. Chrysler's mouth was covered in blood. The protagonist decided that he had enough, killing the monster. The protagonist turned away from him. He looked at Echidna and Balzac, who dealt with the rest of the monsters. The player sat down in front of Yankin. The boy cried in pain. The protagonist touched his forehead with his finger. He used the power of concentration, weakening pain and increasing focus. The protagonist remembered their fight with the troll and the power of rage that took away intelligence. He removed his hand from the boy, realizing that he had no other choice. Yankin opened her eyes, feeling the pain go away. The protagonist watched him to make sure he remained conscious during the interrogation. The boy looked at the dead Chrysler. The protagonist realized that he did not recognize him despite the mask. The player removed the mask, asking when the demonic cult will continue to operate in Korea. Kanu stroked the boy's hair, realizing that he probably had a spell cast on him that would kill him if the cult was verbally mentioned. The next moment, Yankin screamed in pain, as the protagonist used the power of subjugation. He saw his heart with thorns, but the spell is not as strong as the power of subjugation. The previous spell was broken, and Yankin became the protagonist's subordinate. The protagonist removed his hand from the boy's head, who would not die now, answering his questions. The young man, looking ahead, said that after the death of Cardinal Jian, a powerful purge was carried out in the Korean branch of the demonic cult. The protagonist was surprised to learn that the cult was watching Korea. They went here as an apostle of evil to restore the branch. Bowing his head, Yankin said that a country like Russia would be much more convenient, but the cult considered Korea a profitable region. Kanu pointed to the rift seed, but it had nothing to do with Korea. The guy put his hand on his leg, realizing that the cult considered Korea important and was spreading rift seeds through the local gates. Looking at the helpless guy, he realized that the plan was unfolding not only on the territory of Korea. The protagonist approached the rift seed, deciding to get help from the guards. He also decided to ask Kurosaki, Yanju, and Jama for help. Walking forward, the protagonist asked where the other seeds were, but Yankin didn't know. Kanu touched the seed, realizing that such information was not trusted to a low-ranking subordinate. The player decided to take a look himself. Touching the seed, he used the power of omniscience. Closing his eyes, he received partial success, unlike last time with the summoning of the circle. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in surprise, realizing that the rift seed has the ability to weaken the system. He did not remove his hand, deciding to use it on his body. The rift seed dissolved, transferring power to the protagonist. He looked at his hand in surprise. The protagonist clenched a sparkling fist. His body was immersed in dark energy. Just for a moment, the seal of the Myriad Palace weakened, like from the Soul Reaper. Clasping his hands together, Kanu thought about how the devil cult had sent him not only a myriad of demons but also the seeds of rift, and he understood why Kenhyun and the others had joined them. The man raised his hand and asked if he was going to free him. The boy remembered that this man shared important information with him and decided to leave him alive. There was a mark on the cultist's heart. The young man decided to lift the curse from him. The clothes were stained with blood. Suddenly, the cultist opened his mouth wide and screamed. The villain shook his head from side to side. The demon king realized that he had used the power of concentration on him and assumed that it was very painful. The Lord of Hell summoned a weapon in his hand and took a step forward. The protagonist pierced the man with a spear and said that he could not see his informant suffer from hellish pain. The cultist lowered his head and cried. Standing in front of him, Kanu decided that it was very sad to die after the devil cult used him as a disposable all his life. The guy shed tears and promised to avenge him and not forget his name. Sharp claws dug into the corpse of the monster. The young man saw a notification in front of him that his mage had increased by 12/100ths of a unit. The demon king put his hand in his pocket and thought that it was better than nothing, because his height was not important right now anyway. Taking out the sphere, the Lord of Hell said that there was something more important, and realized that he should be able to contact the guards, even if he was inside the gate or on the other side of the earth. The communication device lit up. The protagonist assumed that the organization created it to prevent a repeat of the incident with Alex, and asked how he could hear him. A hologram appeared. Gaia asked if he needed help with the mission. Kanu replied that he had already completed it and found something quite valuable. The girl's mouth opened in surprise and she shuddered. The ground was strewn with glowing crystals. The guy shook his head when the woman decided to give the other guards the order to destroy the rift seeds, and explained that they should not do that. The boy frowned and said that they should gather them all in one place, and realized that it would be too stupid to get rid of these valuable things. Balzac and Echidna sat by the strange crosses. The protector stated that then the rift seeds would still be in their world. The demon king reassured her that the seeds would not work if they were taken out. The leader raised an eyebrow and asked why they couldn't just destroy them. The Lord of Hell replied that it would make sense if they were just trying to stop the devil cult's plans. The protagonist frowned and said that they should look at the bigger picture. Kanu asked if the ally had studied the information the cult had. Gaia put a finger to her cheek and said that all of their concepts were quite complex. The girl smiled sheepishly. The boy explained that it would be better for them to save the rift seeds to do research because otherwise they would never be one step ahead. The woman agreed to collect them. The boy headed to the portal and thanked her for understanding. The blue gate lit up. The demon king came out of it and decided to call someone. Yanja asked why he was out of range. The Lord of Hell smiled awkwardly and rolled his eyes. The girl reported that traces of the cult were found in Korea again. The protagonist said that he had just dealt with them. The woman opened her mouth in shock and asked how this was possible. The head of the Scarlet Rose closed her eyes and asked what he wanted to talk to her about. Holding the pen in her hands, the player felt like she was just using it. Kamwoo told about the strange things that resembled crosses in shape that could be found inside the gate, and said that the guild should collect them all together. The guy asked his friend to pass this on to the Warang Squad and the Heavenly Earth Gate in China. Yanji narrowed her eyes in displeasure and asked if that was all. The boy put his hand in his pocket and said that the same goes for Japan. The girl said that she would hang up now. The Demon King smiled awkwardly and thought that he should have talked to Kurosaki first, but he didn't want to talk to her after that octopus. The Lord of Hell opened the panel with numbers and decided that it would be strange not to use this card in this situation. The protagonist's eyes turned white. He was surprised at how quickly his ally picked up the phone. Kanu lowered his head and said that he was calling her for the first time. The girl said that she understood everything. The stars were reflected in the glass of the destroyed building. Standing in front of the portals, the boy asked his girlfriend to collect the rift seeds that were planted in the gates. The woman asked what kind of demon the cult worshipped, because there was no information about it. The boy rolled his eyes and decided that as many people as possible should know about Satan so that no one would start suspecting him. The king smiled and replied that it was the demon from the prophecy. The player twirled a lock of hair in her hands and promised to deal with the rift seeds. Kurosaki smiled and said that she had one more question, a little personal. Raindrops knocked on the window. Casting a monstrous shadow, the girl asked if her friend was interested in Cthulhu. The Lord of Hell asked what the question was about. The woman twirled her hair around her finger and explained that she had been studying it because of her divine skill and wanted to know her friend's opinion on the matter. Tentacles wrapped around her. The protagonist called this topic quite interesting. The player suggested chatting about it on their next call. Kanu imagined the Thonic monster and thought that he would never want to see it in real life. But now that he knew about its existence, he needed to find out more about it. The guy looked at the phone in fear when Kurosaki began to breathe heavily and promised to call back later. The screen went dark. The young man called his ally a rather complicated person and concluded that the nets were set. The Demon King smiled confidently and realized that all he could do was wait. 10 days later, the heroes gathered in the guards' hall. Cyan and Gaia were sitting at the table. The Lord of Hell entered the room and asked about the situation. There was a planet hanging above the table. The girl reported that the protective layer had become much weaker, but if they had left the rift seeds, the situation would have been much worse, and now the system had stabilized. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and decided that this was good news. The woman said that it was not time to relax yet, and thanked her comrade for minimizing the damage. Kanu closed his eyes and asked where they kept all the rift seeds, and thought that he had come here only for them. Grace picked up the boss in her arms. The player tightly hugged her shoulders and asked the guests to follow her. The heroes walked along the corridor. The protector decided to show them the Guardian's Hall, which is the heart of this place, and explained that from here you can get to any location related to their organization. The other room was dark. The leader added that from here you can go back through the gate that appeared after their arrival. A bright light illuminated the dome. There was also an entrance to the dormitories, training grounds and a recreation area. A TV tower towered over the city. Among other things, the hall had gates to Japan, China and Russia, where the devil cult was massively summoning monsters. Gaia smiled and said that they needed to go to the gate to the storage of the rift seeds. The guys approached the dark doorway. The cloak dissolved in a white haze. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when a bright light illuminated him. His eyes turned white. The girl only now warned him that it was dawn in the storage now. Kanu frowned tensely and lowered his hand. In front of him was a Grand Canyon. Sehom's mouth dropped open in surprise. The boy said it was very cool. The young man looked back and asked if this place was too famous to hide a vault here. The woman replied that tourists only see a small part and cannot get in. The protector smiled and suggested going to the seeds. The heroes walked along a gorge between high cliffs. Grace took a step forward and stopped. The boy shuddered when the player looked back and reported that they were there. The knight raised his head and noticed that there was nothing here except stone walls. At that moment, the cliffs dissolved into thin air. A high gate appeared in front of the guys. The leader explained that this was the illusion technique of Gu Xian and that no one except him was capable of it. The gate opened. A bright light was visible behind it. A man in a white suit stepped forward. The man folded his hands behind his back and concluded that there were newcomers in front of him. The player covered his fist with his palm and said that he was very glad to meet them. The hunter smiled and said his name. Walking down the storage hallway, he explained that it was protected by magic, so it was dangerous to just walk around here. Grace turned around and explained that this man was researching rift seeds. The scientist said that they had not made much progress on this matter yet. The number 4 appeared on the screen. The researcher pointed to the door and said that this was the seed warehouse. Standing at the door, the protagonist asked how many there were. Guxian replied that there were at least 100. Kanu's eyes sparkled with joy. The boy covered his mouth and realized that he needed to calm down. Sihong asked if the devil cult would be able to attack them. The man closed his eyes and explained that they would not be able to detect anything, so there was no need to worry. There was a yin-yang symbol on the door. Standing in front of the magic circle, the player stated that his defense would not be easy to overcome, even if the opponent was the demon from the prophecy. Grace looked away and said that he could be trusted because his magic was truly amazing. The hunter added that it was also effective in combat. The scholar turned away and admitted that he wanted to fight Satan to demonstrate his abilities in combat. The boy noticed that he felt much calmer after his words. The heroes stood at the gate at the top of the Grand Canyon. The Demon King raised his hand. The heroes looked back as the Lord of Hell invited them to have dinner at his house upon their return. Gaia pressed her hands to her chest, not knowing what to say. The protagonist suggested that she should also relax sometimes. After all, it was just lunch. The girl clasped her index fingers and asked what her friend thought. Grace decided that it was not such a bad idea. The woman turned away and pouted. The player reminded that they would not be having lunch with some stranger, but with her comrade, and said that it would not hurt to know the conditions in which her subordinates lived. Raising his hand, Kanu declared that then everything was decided, and asked if the ally did not get tired of holding the defender in her arms all day. Cyan opened his mouth in surprise. The guy asked his friend not to overestimate her strength. The boy took the head of the organization in his arms. The young man said that it would be better if he carried her. The guys opened their mouths in shock. Gaia waved her hand and asked her colleague not to laugh. The knight asked if her wheelchair was not in the defense room. The black liquid fell behind the Demon King. The Lord of Hell pushed the friends into the portal, and told them that Solya was upset that she couldn't treat her friend to kimchi last time. The dark block crawled down. The protagonist said that his friend cooked simply divine food. The rift seed was in a glass box. Jexuan scratched the back of his head, and was amazed that the devil cult could create something like this. There were many capsules in the room. The man supposed that they were lucky to have so many samples. Frowning, the player remembered that the newbie suggested collecting them together, and wondered what Gaia was thinking when she let someone who was not even a guardian in here. Suddenly, the ground shook under his feet. The hunter put 2 fingers to his forehead and asked what was going on. A giant cloud of dust rose above the ground. The scientist frowned tensely and thought that this could not be happening. The dark energy lifted a black silhouette into the air. The researcher felt a powerful aura emanating from it. Enveloped in darkness, Satan spread his arms. His red eyes flashed. Guxian clenched his fist and realized that their gazes had just met. A powerful blow sent him flying backwards. The man crashed into the wall and screamed. The player's eyes widened and he wondered how the enemy could sense his magic and destroy it with just a glance. The hunter gritted his teeth and realized that now was not the time to be discouraged. There was a vent under the ceiling. Running to the exit, the researcher decided that he could win because there were no other forces during the scan, meaning the enemy was attacking the vault alone. The doors in front of him opened. The researcher thought that he could control the many spells that were installed throughout the vault. In the center of the control room stood a chair. There were special glasses on him. It looked like the equipment didn't fit together, but in fact, they were perfect for spells. Gaswan imagined the elders in front of him and decided that the scoundrels who kicked him out of the family would never understand this. A bright light appeared on the floor. The man sat down in a chair and put on the glasses. The system set the defense to the 2nd level. The lantern lit up. The player concluded that this would not be enough and that the 4th level was needed. The hunter frowned sternly and asked where Satan was now. A system window with a diagram appeared in front of him. The protagonist entered the hole in the wall. A malicious grin shone on his face. The scientist put his hands on the panels and decided to see how long he could hold out. The research assistant pressed all sorts of buttons and said that his enemy could be called whatever they wanted. Magic circles appeared in the air. The system launched the process of eliminating the intruder. Kanu entered the room with circles. Gaswan declared that he was the king of this place. This blue symbol was visible. Flames began to appear in each of the circles. They rushed straight at the protagonist. Immediately, a purple substance rose into the air. It blocked the flames. Immediately after, small ice fragments began to appear. These projectiles were behind Satan. They immediately flew to attack. Fire and ice collided in one place. Ice fragments remained on the purple barrier. The man inside removed his defense after this attack. His gaze was directed somewhere. These 2 symbols appeared under him. He began to rise into the air. There was a smile on the guy's face. The young man stomped on the liquid purple substance with his foot. Cracks appeared on the ground that lifted him. The purple liquid began to spread around. The guardian watched all this through the screen in front of him. The man, with his mouth open, could not believe that all his spells could not harm the enemy. The guy stepped on the floor again. The hero walked forward and then the warrior realized that it was Satan, the demon from the prophecy. Guxian, with his mouth open, ordered to raise the defense level to the 5th. Pressing something, the defender thought that he probably should give it his all. Many emblems began to appear on the floor of that room. Something began to appear from them. These were some robots. The whole room was filled with them. The guy, gritting his teeth, understood that he was going beyond the limits of using spells, but if he did not overcome himself, then he simply would not be able to catch this bastard. The robot swung his hand to attack. Satan raised his finger a little. Immediately, some purple energy began to spread around him. It pierced all these golems through and through. The guard, with his mouth wide open, shouted that the defense level had risen to the 6th level. These patterns began to appear in the room again. They began to absorb energy. Immediately, a bright beam struck from this symbol. As it flew towards Satan, the warrior thought that since the enemy had used a large-scale skill to defeat the golem guard, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. The youth cut the beam into 4 pieces. Bright explosions lit up this room. The guard, covering his face with his hand, did not understand what kind of madness this was, because was it really a mistake to meet such an enemy face to face? The man, gritting his teeth, realized that it was too late to give up. Remembering the faction leaders, Guxian realized that if he wanted these old men to finally acknowledge him, he needed to repel this attack. A certain element began to glow brighter when the guard ordered the 7th level of defense to activate. The warrior, still sitting in the center of this room, made the decision to never give up. The faction subordinate, with his mouth wide open, shouted the order to activate the guard's sword and thought that he needed to put his life on the line. A man sitting on a chair listened to someone say that apparently they had had enough fun. The screen in front of him suddenly exploded as the guard tried to figure out where the voice was coming from. Something flew into his room. Someone immediately grabbed him by the neck. It was Satan. The young man, grinning, asked if he really thought that such toys would stop him. The hero, standing above him, said that he was death and the end of all things. The guard, closing his eyes, listened to the words of the intruder about how he was also the progenitor of all angry ones and the embodiment of rage itself. The player, opening his mouth wide, said that he was Satan. The night sky appeared. The girl, opening her mouth, noted that they left as quickly as possible to answer the errand, but were already late. The leader, being in her arms, asked what was going on here. The guard, bowing his head, apologized. The man, putting his hand on his chest, explained that he had failed to stop Satan. Frowning, the warrior also added that he wanted to ask something. Looking at the hero and his comrade, the fighter asked where they had been all this time. The girl, holding the leader in her arms, said that she understood his suspicions, but they had been with them all this time, and Gaia confirmed her words. The guy, closing his eyes, realized that everything was going much better than expected. Remembering how he left the clone in this place, the young man thought that this cloning power had come in very handy. Remembering how he had lunch with everyone, the player also realized that the clone could only perform the simplest actions, such as eating or talking. He also remembered the situation when his comrade held the head and thought that in order to use any abilities, the main body would have to move, and although this interfered, it was not that much, and realized that he needed to move in secret. So everything was done perfectly in terms of timing. There was a ring on his finger, and the guy also remembered that he had cancelled the cloning power on the way here, while the guard was apologizing for his words. Smiling, the young man said that he understood everything and that there was nothing wrong with it, realizing that he now had a simply impeccable alibi. The hero, closing his eyes, understood that no one would now suspect that he had to be Satan. His comrade, standing next to him, asked what happened to the rift seeds. The guard, looking down, apologized. The comrade's mouth opened in surprise when the fighter said that he could not protect a single seed. The boy, licking his lips, listened to their words about him taking all the seeds. Remembering how he absorbed them, the young man understood that the absorbed rift seeds released magic hidden very deeply, and as a result, this increased his characteristics by 3 points. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, listened to someone's words about how it was all his fault. The leader, lowering her head, explained that she had relaxed too much and the seeds collected with such difficulty were lost. The girl folded her hands in front of herself, listening to the protagonist's words about how she could not be the only one to blame, because they all made mistakes. Legs appeared and the young man said that the main thing is to learn a lesson from every mistake. Walking away from the others, the hero said that Satan had weakened due to moving between worlds. But he was still strong and cruel enough to kill a comrade, and besides, their enemy was always waiting for them to let their guard down. The girl, looking forward, listened to his words about how that was why they needed to become stronger. The comrade looked away when the hero spoke about how they needed to not repeat such mistakes again. Imagining the hellish wastelands, the young man explained that they needed to be prepared to fight the demon of prophecy. The protagonist extended his hand towards the moon. Clenching his fist, the player said that they needed to protect this world together and put an end to its atrocities. A skeleton appeared and someone said that the demon king Balzac was the highest lich in the world of the dead. A certain bone dragon was visible. The lich was looking at everything that was happening from above. A certain team of fighters also appeared, and it was said that this monster was a symbol of destruction in Erner, who single-handedly defeated this team. The skeleton placed his hand on the floor. Balzac, bowing his head, could not understand how much longer he would have to endure such humiliation. His eyes suddenly lit up. Clenching his hand, the demon decided never to make such a mistake again. The door appeared and the assistant called out to the hero. Opening it, the skeleton shouted that he had tried to restrain himself, but he simply could not do it anymore and now all the complaints would be voiced. Opening his mouth wide, Balzac shouted that he had already repeated many times that he should not turn his socks inside out before washing, because did he really not know how important it was when folding? The young man, rubbing the back of his head, apologized, and the same one asked him to be more careful next time. The guy, with his mouth open, listened to the assistant's words about how it would now be easier for him to do the laundry. The girl, lowering her head into her hands, noted that the fact that the immortal lich was wearing an apron was already funny, but he also asked his master not to turn his socks inside out for washing, while the protagonist asked her not to change the topic of their conversation. The head, wiping tears from her eyes, agreed with him. Raising her hand, she also noted that she tried to find out something else about the demonic cult, but they had become completely silent. But the investigation would still continue. The young man asked about whether they had really done anything at all. The hero, rubbing his chin, thought that they had been able to reduce the damage, but the system had weakened and if that was their goal, they would have definitely done something else. The interlocutor asked him to describe the appearance of the demon that had taken human form. The protagonist's eyes turned white when the leader explained that since the demonic cult was not showing itself, she should try to find out whose form that demon had taken. The guy, opening his mouth, said that it was hardly that important, since most likely their enemy was hiding in the demonic cult, and her comrade noted that this could indeed be the case and added that this was all she wanted to ask and that it was time for her to go. The player, looking in her direction, asked to continue monitoring the demonic cult, since immediately after they manage to find followers, they will immediately go to Satan. Suddenly she stopped. Standing near the door, Yanjun noticed that the interlocutor was progressing extremely quickly, especially considering that nothing has been known about him for the past 5 years. Opening her mouth, she asked if he thought that he could be the very demon of the prophecy. The guy, opening his eyes wider, asked again, and the leader laughed and explained that she was just joking. The door slammed shut when she was talking about how it was time for her to go to work. The young man, raising his hand, realized that he was scared and could not hold back his emotions from surprise. A certain sphere appeared near him. Taking it in his hand, the hero asked what happened. His mouth opened in surprise. The S-rank gate in Suian appeared. The young man came out of it. The player, approaching the others, asked about the anomaly they were talking about. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead when they pointed to the place. Extending his hand, the guy realized that he had already seen such a rift. Suddenly, the rift began to open. Someone appeared in front of them. The comrade, turning around, asked what kind of language it was. The man, putting his hand on his chest, asked if they understood him now, and then someone asked about the identity of their guest. The man, smiling, said his name and introduced himself as the third prince of the Arnan Empire. The girl, opening her mouth, asked about where this empire was, and the hero understood who this person was. His eyes turned white from the realization that this was the fighter who appeared during the summoning of Echidna, but could not understand what he was doing here. The knight, approaching them, said that the Arnan Empire is in Erner, and the girl asked about where this place is. Suddenly his mouth opened wider. Coming closer, the prince said that he had finally met the goddess from another world and assumed that this was her incarnation. Extending his hand, the man noted that he would call this meeting fate. Falling to one knee, Reynolds said that he had come here to meet her. The hero, with his mouth open, looked at this. His eyes were wide open. Gaia, putting her hand on her chest, explained that she did not quite understand who had come to her. The protagonist realized that if he had put on the mask a little later, he would have been exposed. The girl, sitting in front of him, asked where the continent of Eleanor was. The guy realized that otherwise this person would have definitely recognized his face. The young man, closing his eyes, tried to understand why he had come here. Standing behind the leader, the player could not understand why he needed to cross the border of worlds. Grace asked if this was the city of warriors on the continent of Eleanor, while the comrade suggested that this was a world where two races existed. The leader, looking at this guest, asked what brought him to their land. The same one, introducing the bone dragon, said that his reason for being here was to destroy the demon king, who escaped to another world, which is the demon king Balzac. The leader asked again, and the hero thought that he would soon go crazy, because all his close people had already seen this demon. Remembering him, the young man understood that at least Solia knew his name, and most simply considered him a nameless low-level skeleton, because no one would have thought that the demon king could wear such a pink apron and he just needed to try to hide it. The knight, standing in front of them, explained that according to Tyrion, the demon king Balzac sold his soul to a demon from another world and crossed the boundary of dimensions, and added that he also knew that this was the strongest of all demons, the highest demon, who owned the demonic sea. The young man's eyes turned white from the realization that he apparently knew about his existence. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, understood that even if Reynolds called him a demon, suspicions would not immediately fall on him. The guy, putting his hands in his pockets, said that apparently they were talking about Satan and decided to rely on his old friend. His comrade, closing his eyes, agreed with him, and the leader noted that no one else could be capable of such a thing. Then the knight asked if the demon who owned the demonic sea was really called Satan. Sion, clenching his fist tightly, explained that it was impossible to say with complete certainty, but he was definitely the strongest of the demons. The prince, folding his hands on his knees, said that he thought that meeting the chief was truly fateful for him. The man bowed his head and explained that he could not confront the demon king alone and that if they joined forces, they could deal with him. The fighter opened his eyes and said that as a disciple of the god of heroes, Tyrion, he wanted to protect them. The girl asked again with her mouth open. Energy began to spread around him. The leader's hair rose into the air from such a flow. The leader, smiling, said that everything became clear to her. The comrade, with his mouth wide open, asked what had happened, and Gaia answered that it was Tyrion's revelation or will, which the guest had spoken of, which had now passed to her. She raised her head and added that this god had asked her to fight the demons together with his son, and also noted that she was not sure that this could be called fate, but this meeting was definitely a lucky event. Reynolds, putting his hand on his chest, answered negatively and said that this was not luck at all, but fate. The hero, looking at him, tried to figure out what he should do with him. Having imagined this person, the young man understood that as a disciple of a god, this person was definitely their ally and that he was not a crazy idiot like Alec. So he could not be killed right away and immediately realized that he would not be able to wear his mask 24/7. His comrade bowed his head and the boy did not understand the reason. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Remembering that magician next to him, the hero tried to understand where the girl for whom this knight had arranged such a drama last time had gone, and why this person was now flirting with his ward's first love. Smiling maliciously, the protagonist realized that he simply had no choice. Looking at this guest, the young man knew that it was not because he had to worry about revealing his identity, but because if he had to sit idly by in such a situation, then he simply could not dare to call himself a friend and had to do everything for Sion. Reynolds, standing in front of the girl, asked about the identity of the person standing behind her. Because it was really her student, she answered that he recently joined the guards and although he is not a chosen protector by God, he still deserves this role. A device appeared in his ear and the hero decided to dirty his hands for the love of a friend. Then the knight introduced himself to him. The guy, holding out his hand, also said his name. A training room in the guards' hall appeared. The comrade, looking to the side, asked if there was such a place in this headquarters. The head explained that since Sion passed through the gate, he had no reason to visit this place. The friend, looking at the protagonist, asked if it was normal that they were not with that prince. The hero, closing his eyes, answered that everything was fine, because he himself asked them about it. A certain structure appeared and the knight's words were heard that the search for Balzac would begin tomorrow. The man, standing in front of the leader, explained that if he worked for Satan, then through him they would be able to find the higher demon, and the leader apologized for the fact that right now they could not find either Balzac or the members of the demonic cult that this demon belonged to. Then the prince replied that everything was fine with that, because maybe he did not know where to look for the cultists. But he would definitely be able to find the trail of the demon. The girl, opening her mouth wider, asked if this was true. The guest, smiling, answered affirmatively and said that once a day, when the sky was covered with golden light, he had the opportunity to receive insight through Tyrion's blessings about the location and actions of the demon. The warrior, also smiling, noted that this was an extremely useful ability, and the leader said that this way they could easily find the forces of the demonic cult. The prince, standing in front of them, also explained that in the next few days they would need to analyze the information received in the insights and then asked if they could provide him with a safe place where he could be while receiving these insights. And the leader asked why he didn't stay in the guards' hall, where her house was located, because there were many empty rooms there, so he wouldn't be uncomfortable. The fighter, with his mouth open, accepted her offer. A flame began to appear near his hand when the hero explained that he himself said that he should not be disturbed during the insights and added that he wanted to check something else. The young man, holding the blade in his hand, asked if they would be able to withstand Satan now, because he had felt from Reynolds how important it was to be chosen by God. The comrade lowered his gaze, and then the protagonist asked him not to belittle himself, because he also had the soul of a god of martial arts, and he also had the ability for this, just like their guest. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The fighter, taking hold of the sword handle, noted that the hero was right. The guy, standing in front of him, noted that apparently this was their first such duel and then asked Gaia and Grace to step back a little and make sure that they would be able to feel from Sion would be similar to what they received from Tyrion. The girl, opening her mouth, said that she now understood why she was called here. The protagonist, smiling, understood that he had not called them for this at all, but only to separate them from Reynolds. There was still that device in his ear and the young man realized that this was also to use Balzac's invention, which allows you to communicate with a summoned creature by the power of thought at a great distance. A skeleton appeared and someone turned to him and immediately asked if the preparations were finished. The lich, standing in front of the girl, answered affirmatively, and she shouted that she would also try very hard. Suddenly someone disappeared from sight. The comrade was already flying into the attack, when the young man ordered the skeleton to begin executing their plan. The knight was sitting at a round table. The fighter, with his hands folded in front of him, understood that the energy of the god had already begun to fill his body and very soon he would be able to see the epiphany. His eyes suddenly opened when he heard a certain scream. The girl, sitting in a cage, was screaming loudly, and the demon told her to do it louder so that the prince would definitely hear. Echidna, with her mouth open, was crying, understanding that this should definitely reach their goal through the epiphany. Suddenly her eyes opened wider. The warrior, jumping up from his chair, shouted a question about what Balzac was doing, and the demon shouted a question about whether the prince really thought that he would be able to easily defeat him with the help of Tyrion. Reynald clenched his teeth in anger. The enemy, holding out his hand, introduced himself and explained that if he wanted to save this girl, then he should come alone. He was wearing that apron. A skeleton and a cage were visible in the distance, and someone called out to the kidnapper. The girl, frowning, said that she was not at all comfortable. The lich, looking at her, asked her to be patient a little longer, because their goal would soon arrive, and she said that she did not like this plan. A certain golden flash appeared in the sky. A bright golden beam immediately shot out of it, when the demon said that the plan would fail if this man understood everything. The blow fell right in front of them. It was the prince. The man, opening his mouth, called out to the skeleton. The girl, opening her mouth wide, screamed for him to save her. Balzac, holding her in his arms, asked if he really wanted to save her. The echidna cried when the kidnapper asked why he was standing still if he wanted to kill him so much. The fighter, gritting his teeth, ordered him to let go of the victim. The latter shouted that he did not care at all about one miserable life and this extremely miserable sight. The warrior, pointing his blade forward, called the enemy a nonentity. Immediately, something began to appear. The skeleton, opening his mouth, ordered the army of the dead to rise. Someone walked on the ground. Many undead appeared and the lich ordered the death knights to tear the living flesh and drink the blood to destroy the miserable mortal. They rushed to attack after this command. The knight, squeezing the hilt tighter, asked how the opponent dared to take a defenseless girl hostage. Passing through the undead, the young man shouted that he would not forgive him. A bright explosion appeared behind him. 2 death soldiers had already rushed at the fighter. After a swing of the sword, the opponents were instantly incinerated. The skeleton, with his mouth open, noted that he did not think that he would be able to fight this man again in another world. Echidna asked if he could handle it himself and if he needed help. He began to be indignant. The girl, looking up, repeated her question again about whether he would be able to win this fight. The knight continued to chop down countless undead, while the lich said that he would have dealt with him before, but now it would not be easy for him, because in the end, this man is a hero who is blessed by Tyrion and without a hostage the fight would end too quickly. A purple substance began to emanate from his staff after the words that he also managed to receive power from the owner, and therefore he has the opportunity to press on the knight with attacks. The man's leg was on the ground. From the purple substance that touched his leg, a hand immediately crawled out. They grabbed him when the skeleton said that the girl should not interfere. The dead warriors started attacking him again when the necromancer said that if the enemy did not do anything strange, he would be able to cope with him. Suddenly blood splashes appeared. The knight was lying on a stone and someone's words were heard about him waking up. The guy, opening his mouth, apologized for the mistake he had made and explained that his enemy had received even greater power, becoming a minion of Satan, and the deity asked how he could call his desire to protect a child a mistake. Memories of a fire appeared in his head and then the prince said that he again could not protect so many innocent people then, and one defenseless girl now. Something appeared near him when Tyrion reminded him of his words at their first meeting about wanting to save everyone and wanting to live for the weak. The deity, appearing before him, asked if it was not a shame for him to perish in such a place. His eyes began to open after the god said that he could still save the hostage. The undead suddenly stopped while Tyrion was saying that although the price was high, for the sake of his child, this price would be paid. A bright beam of light illuminated the entire area around him again after the master said that the prince would be lent power. Some golden wings appeared. The man flew into the air when the god asked him to turn his devotion to the light. The skeleton, looking up, realized that his enemy did something strange after all, and it was extremely annoying. Looking at the man, the lich noticed that his wounds instantly healed and his body began to exude a golden glow, and immediately assumed that he received Tyrion's power and awakened as a hero. His image suddenly began to disappear when Balzac thought that this was extremely bad news. The necromancer, standing on the ground, tried to understand where his opponent disappeared. Turning around, the skeleton realized that he was behind him. Immediately after, the lich flew away from the prince's blow. The knight hugged the girl. The man, closing his eyes, explained that he thought he would not be able to protect her, and noted that Tyrion's blessing was truly wonderful. The echidna, gritting her teeth, did not understand how he had the audacity to touch her with his dirty hands, and she was extremely disgusted by this. Her eyes were wide open when suddenly the lich mentally called out to her. She, standing next to the knight, listened to the skeleton's words that she would cause trouble for the owner if her identity was revealed. Then the hostage thanked him for his help, and the savior noted that Balzac went towards the canyon. The ropes fell to the ground after his words that she needed to wait a little while they dealt with him. Immediately, a bright beam rushed somewhere into the distance. The echidna raised her hand. Putting her finger on the device, she asked if the protagonist could hear her. Some bright flashes appeared. Half of the skeleton's skull broke off. The knight hung over him in the air. Opening his mouth, the man realized that Tyrion's power was extremely unstable and apparently this was his limit, and decided to finish as quickly as possible. His gaze suddenly turned back when someone called out to him. The young man, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about why he came here alone. Reynold, stepping onto the ground, apologized and explained that the demon took a hostage and challenged him and he simply did not have time to contact the others, and added that everything was already over, because thanks to Tyrion's blessing, he managed to protect that girl. Suddenly the knight grabbed his head and the guy asked if he was okay and if there was any way to help him. The fighter, putting his hand to his head, realized that he could no longer hear the voice of the deity and perhaps exhausted all of its power, and assumed that everything should be fine, because Kanu had come to the rescue and they only had to finish off the demon king, and asked if he could ask him for a favor. Turning around, the warrior said that Balzac's hostage was crying nearby, but he still needed to finish here. His mouth was open when he tried to ask the guy to take care of that girl. The young man's blade was already covered in blood. The hero pierced the knight's chest. The man, turning around, tried to say something, but the guy called him an annoying asshole. The protagonist, putting his hand on his head, told him to go play the role of the hero in another manga. Some cuts appeared. The blades of the comrades collided. The comrade immediately flew back. Blue energy immediately began to accumulate near his blade. A huge blue dragon appeared behind him. The swordsman rushed forward along with this monster. The dragon went forward. A huge amount of dust rose into the air after such an attack. From the dust, some red arrows immediately attacked him. Sion fell to the floor when the young man thought that he wanted to fight him only to separate him from that prince. But it seemed that this man had already surpassed Kanmu. Looking at his comrade's aura, the boy realized that if he continued to grow at the same speed, he would soon be able to face the 7 princes of hell. A grin immediately appeared on his face. Another weapon appeared in his hand after using the power of storm and G-Bulg, as he wanted to see what the enemy's limit was now, when suddenly someone turned to him. The hero, looking to the side, mentally asked what happened to Echidna, and she asked what she should do. They stood silently opposite each other when the girl said that Balzac was being pursued by Reynold and the skeleton could die. Then the protagonist said that he would check the situation himself and asked her to wait there. His eye began to glow blue after deciding that he should use his powers of observation for now to see the situation through the eyes of the summoned creature. Something hit the ground as the boy thought that after the contract with him, the Lich had become stronger and their abilities should be slightly different, but he couldn't understand how he could die. A bright flash came from the knight's blade. Suddenly, the man rushed to attack. The skeleton dodged his attack and then the boy asked what he did to become so much stronger. The girl answered that she didn't know, because a beam of light suddenly appeared and this man became stronger. The hero thought that the lie about awakening was really convenient. The Lich held the staff in front of him when the protagonist asked Echidna to wait for him in place, as he realized that at this rate he could lose his necromancer. His weapon disappeared after thinking that this could be extremely risky, and then said that the prince should have definitely received enlightenment by now and suggested his comrade to end the duel and go listen to him. The leader, with his mouth open, agreed with him. They were going somewhere. Sion suddenly opened his mouth. The fighter, looking at the table in front, asked about where the knight had gone, and the protagonist told them that there was something there. Looking at the trail, one of them assumed that this man was in a hurry somewhere very quickly. The comrade, pointing at the trail, tried to ask a question, and Kanu answered affirmatively, and explained that either Balzac or a demonic cult had lured him out. Someone dug his foot in. The protagonist quickly jumped, using the power of speed, and then the leader asked what was going on. The young man, looking back, shouted that he would go first and asked his comrade to go with them, and immediately realized that everything worked. Taking out his blade, the guy realized that he really almost lost the Lich. The player, smiling, said that it was unlikely that anyone would read a work where the knight would be the main character. The same one asked why the ally did this. The girl, running up, asked if she could already get out of this form. The prince shouted that this man was dangerous and asked her to leave. She, opening her mouth, noted that the hero was much better than him. Pointing her finger, Echidna said that she felt very bad when he behaved friendly with her and asked to punish him. The fighter looked at someone who approached him and assumed that he was imagining it all, while the hero said that the others would come soon and they should leave until then. A skeleton stood above him and the protagonist asked if everything was okay with his wounds. Balzac answered that they were not weak, but he was able to move calmly. Then the guy asked him to stop being brave and go with the girl. The Lich, with his mouth open, said that he understood everything, and then Reynold realized that they were all on the same side. The fighter, sitting on the ground, could not understand how one creature could make this demon do something like that. Turning around, the warrior asked if the hero was Satan, and the latter asked what kind of nonsense the opponent was talking about. The young man, taking hold of his mask, asked if the prince really mistook him for a vile, evil demon who was trying to destroy the earth. Taking it off, the guy asked if he thought it was rude, and then the knight shouted a question about whether the young man was really the lord of the demonic dragon. The hero, grinning, noted that it all dawned on him extremely slowly. The fighter, grabbing the hilt of his sword, shouted that the demon had been playing with him all this time. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. The warrior immediately fell to the ground and the protagonist explained that he should not overload his body so much when there was a hole in it. The young man put his hand on the rune, saying that this was a punishment for trying to live such a comfortable life. Kanu, sitting next to him, said that he even felt a little sorry for the prince, but he did not have any feelings for him and this whole situation turned out to be extremely difficult and suggested that perhaps there was another better way out of it, but now nothing can be done. Purple energy began to emanate from his hand after the apology. The night sky appeared and the words of the guy were heard that the knight's personality will not be forgotten. In the distance, comrades appeared. Their eyes suddenly opened wider when they heard a scream. The protagonist, kneeling, was shouting something. The guy, raising his head, shouted a request for Tyrion to hear him and asked him how he allowed Reynolds' life to end like this. The girl looked down, listening to his shouts of questions. The comrade's gaze was also lowered when the young man apologized to them for the duel, because of which they did not have enough time. Gaia, holding her hands in front of her, said that it was not his fault. The young man, smirking, understood that it was not his fault at all. Introducing Satan, the hero knew that if there was anyone to blame, it was Satan, who lured and killed this knight with his dirty tricks, and he could not be guilty of this and immediately decided to end this performance. Grace, looking at the lady, listened to the player's words about the light beginning to fade. The girl, stepping onto the ground, said that they had lost another fighter. Sitting down next to him, Gaia explained that this was not the end at all. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she asked him to look at the sky. Looking up, the leader said that although she could not see him, she knew that the darkness in him was illuminated by countless stars and they, like all the other guards, were like these stars, and as long as there were saviors in this world who wanted to save this man, the light would not disappear. She, with her mouth open, explained that this night would never fade away, and the young man thought that this girl really could plait her tongue. A tear flowed down his cheek after he said that the leader was right and the light had not yet faded, and he also thought that he was extremely ashamed of this. The hero, turning around, said that they should not let this light fade away. The leader, smiling, replied that she believed in him, and the young man realized that he could no longer worry about his identity being revealed, because the guard's faith in him had reached its peak and this was simply retribution for all his great deeds. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that they needed to organize a funeral for this man. The blade, rising into the air, began to say something. Tyrion, pointing the sword, shouted a question about who did it. The god, frowning, asked about who dared to kill his son. The guy, opening his eyes wide, realized that what was happening was not part of his plan at all. Remembering how the knight grabbed his head, the protagonist knew that even then he was convinced that the connection between the prince and the deity was broken. He also remembered how he opened his mouth wide and shouted something to this god and assumed that he himself provoked him, but he could not understand what to do now that this creature actually appeared. Gaia, sitting on the ground, asked the Lord to calm down. The same one asked if she knew the identity of his son's killer. The hero, opening his eyes wider, realized that the deity did not know who killed his son. Looking at how Tyrion was turning his head, the player assumed that he did not even notice what exactly happened and apparently he managed to avoid the worst option. Keeping his hands on his legs, the young man said that this man was killed by Balzac. The guy bowed his head, listening to the words of the deity that this could not be, because if he had been killed by a lich, he would have immediately known about it. Kanu, raising his head, said that in this case, his son was killed by the demon of prophecy Satan, because there was simply no one else, since he decided to use this person as an excuse. The night sky was visible and the words of the Lord were heard that he now understood. Tyrion, looking at them, asked if this meant that the demon from another world took the life of his child. God, gritting his teeth, called out to Satan. The Lord, opening his mouth wide, shouted something and immediately a notification appeared that his anger was now directed at Satan. The young man, smiling, understood that the card of the evil Satan played its role extremely well. The deity, opening his eyes wider, asked whether the subjects of Gaia were fighting against this demon. The young man, putting his hand on his chest, answered affirmatively and explained that their mission was to defeat Satan, the demon of prophecy, and then the Lord asked if they could be trusted. The head, opening her mouth, answered affirmatively and added that Kanu was more righteous than any other person and had the right to be called a hero, and the death of the prince saddened him first of all. The blade glowed brightly when the god asked about the name of the one who mourned his child, and then someone called his name. The guy, opening his mouth in surprise, listened to Tyrion's words that he now needed to take the prince's sword, which was a divine object and a receptacle of the deity's power. The blade burned brightly as the Lord shouted that he would grant him all his power, even if it meant destroying his body. The god frowned when notifications began to appear that Tyrion had been detected interfering excessively with the system and that his further interference was simply impossible. The Lord, his mouth wide open, screamed. The young man, watching what was happening, could not believe that even gods could not interfere with the system. The hero, his eyes widening, realized that the deity was ready to share his power, even at the risk of his life. The protagonist, looking at him, screamed that a hero like Tyrion definitely should not die, because it should not be that a great deity sacrifices himself for mortals. The Lord, gritting his teeth, screamed that this was his will, and then the hero understood that everything was as expected, because as soon as he said that this was not possible, the god immediately began to try even harder. The young man reached for the hilt of the blade when the god explained that since he was the first to mourn the death of his child, he deserved this power and asked him to accept this gift, and then the player said that if it was the will of the god, then this power would be accepted by him. Taking hold of the hilt, the boy said that he swears by the name of Gaia. His body began to glow golden after his words that they would never allow the prince's death to be in vain. The hero, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they would defeat the demon of prophecy Satan and his minion Balzac and save the world, and immediately a notification appeared about receiving the protection of the God of Heroes. The protagonist looked at the Lord when another message appeared about excessive interference in the system leading to the loss of Tyrion's divinity. The god, disappearing, understood that now, when he was connected to this man, he felt everything that was inside him, his righteous mind, hard work, unyielding will and a huge amount of dark energy. Tyrion, opening his eyes wider, could not understand what this dark energy was. The deity, having appeared in another world, could not believe what it found itself in the Devil's Sea. Immediately after, the creature looked up. Looking at the young man, the Lord asked if he was really the master of this sea. The hero noted that it took them both too long to understand, and then the interlocutor began to shout something. The protagonist, smirking, noted that he personally chose him. The deity reached out to him when the guy said that he should not be sad, because Satan would be killed by his own hands. Something grabbed his hand when he asked who the real Satan really was. The Lord, disappearing, said that he needed to tell Michael about everything. The young man asked him to quickly give him all the power. The deity opened his eyes, screaming again. The blade suddenly changed color to black. The young man, holding it in his hand, screamed. The guy, gritting his teeth, realized that it was too painful for him, because most likely the energy that he could not absorb rebelled and assumed that this was Tyrion's blow from the grave. Continuing to hold the blade, the young man realized that this energy was different from everything he had encountered before, and he could not control it. Black energy began to appear around his body. Hands appeared from it after deciding to simply absorb this power, and immediately a notification appeared about the use of the ability of a demon thirsty for magical power, and immediately another message appeared, which said that the absorbed energy was mixed with energy different from the dark and it cannot be converted into dark energy. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he looked at another system window asking if the user wanted to continue the transformation and thought about letting the system start doing it. Cracks appeared on the blade after the message that the energy of the hero god Tyrion began to transform into dark energy. The boy, with his mouth wide open, screamed when a notification appeared that energy was being released that could not be transformed. The girl, with her mouth wide open, called out to him, and his comrade asked her not to approach him. She turned around and asked about the reason, and Sion explained that his comrade was currently undergoing a metamorphosis. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth, and the swordsman explained that one of the signs of transformation is black blood, with which all the waste from the body comes out, and if his body is now subjected to even a small amount of damage, then something irreparable may happen. Kanu thought that his blood was originally like this, and he would now die because of such pain, and they should cast a healing spell on him. Gaia then asked that they really couldn't even just cast some kind of healing spell. The hero, his eyes wide open, understood that his comrade's words were not true at all when he said that wounds were caused by tissue restructuring and that he did not need healing magic in this process. Sion, frowning, explained that they could only support him morally now, while the guy mentally prayed for a small amount of healing magic. His eyes began to close and immediately notifications appeared about an increase in the dark energy indicator by 4 units and also that the maximum indicator possible at the moment had been reached and the characteristics would continue to increase after the first condition was met and the level restrictions were removed. A certain rift appeared in the area of the Great Canyon. Someone's paw appeared. 3 birds came out of this rift. One of them, looking forward, said that this was apparently the earth. Looking at the expanses, they noted that it was the place that Mr. Lucifer had told them about. The demon, leaving scratches on the ground, explained that he felt Tyrion's energy on this earth and apparently he really died. The second monster, opening his mouth, said that he did not care about the disappearance of such low-ranking gods, and the third agreed with him and asked how they could find the one who made this deity disappear. The creature, raising his paw, explained that he had heard that there were subordinates of Gaia in this place, and they could probably know something about him. The yellow bird, standing behind, asked if it was possible to kill this person. The first monster answered that he did not care, because he was the god of that side. The green one, standing behind, asked if Gaia was a higher being, and the leader asked whether the ward was really afraid of the minions of a half-dead god. Immediately after, the creature raised its wing. They immediately soared into the air. The yellow monster, turning his head, noted that although Tyrion was a low-level god, it was surprising that someone could destroy him, and the leader explained that if things were different, no one would be looking for him. Introducing Satan, the bird said that this creature would be a great support to Lucifer. A certain symbol of a tree was visible, and it was said that a week after Reynold died at the hands of Satan, the guards began to put aside their sorrows in order to fulfill tasks, and their main tasks were to investigate the demonic cult, kill the monsters that came from the gate, and save lives around the globe. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if they really wanted him to go to South America. Sitting in front of the leader, the young man asked if there were still people left in the place that was filled with monsters, and the leader answered in the affirmative. The girl, introducing the monster, explained that the natives who still lived there were repeatedly attacked by monsters some time ago, and despite the fact that they sent a request for help, due to the dispersion across the continent, they were never able to receive it. The protagonist, bowing his head, listened to her words about how that was why she wanted to entrust him with the swordsman and for them to take on the role of escorting the natives to the American authorities. The hero then realized that he did not really like it, but he essentially had no choice. The young man, gritting his teeth, thought that since the demonic cult was not doing anything, he simply had nothing to do, and since his growth was blocked, he needed to at least fulfill the conditions of the demonic spirit. But there were no demons nearby, and apparently it was necessary to leave alive the old man who had organized a feast for him in Manchuria and realized that there was still a chance that this sudden attack was the work of the cult. The guy, raising his hand, said that he would take on this task, and Gaia thanked him and explained that since this was an official visit, his flight would be paid for. The hero's mouth opened wider after she said that recently the protector of Sihong seemed to have less energy, and also her request that he question him to find out what happened to him. A certain door was visible. The man's mouth was wide open, and suddenly a notification about the start of the second-level training appeared. Something began to appear in front of him. Monsters began to appear out of nowhere after the message about the start of the third-level training. They rushed at the fighter. The swordsman suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, his lightning attacks cut through two enemies. His teeth were clenched tightly. The mother, hugging the child, apologized for giving birth to him, and then the warrior realized that he hated himself at that time, because he could not deny her words. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and Sihong thought that he no longer believed that his mother was thinking correctly, and perhaps she did not remember it at all. While attacking the monsters, the swordsman realized that this was not something he had achieved personally, as he had not been able to achieve these results with his own hands, as he had been saved by Kanu. Frowning, the fighter realized that he wanted to become like the savior, as he wanted to save suffering people, just like he once was, to finally find the strength to say no to his mother in response to those words. His blade lowered. After killing all the monsters, the warrior realized that he could not become like the protagonist. Remembering how the prince had died, the swordsman thought about his feelings at that moment. His eyes were wide open, and thoughts came to mind about how he had been relieved then. Remembering how the prince and Gaia had spoken, Sion realized that he had felt jealousy when he looked at them and envied them. The enemies began to disappear when the swordsman thought that this was still no reason to feel relief from someone else's death, because these are the addictions of selfish people, and a notification about successfully completing the third level immediately appeared. Standing in the arena, the warrior tried to understand how such a creature could become like a hero. Sion was looking up somewhere when someone suddenly called out to him. The comrade, looking ahead, asked what brought the young man here. The latter replied that he wanted to talk to him about something. The guy, smiling, asked if the interlocutor would mind moving to a more comfortable place. Some kind of fence was visible. The protagonist, standing at the edge of the roof, asked if the comrade was so strict with himself in order to overcome past traumas. The player, closing his eyes, also asked if he began to feel disgusted with himself for feeling relief from the death of his opponent. The latter answered in the affirmative. The comrade, looking down, explained that he wanted to become the same savior and overcome past pain, but with such a selfish mindset, he would never achieve this. The hero, imagining himself dancing on the prince's corpse, understood that his comrade was not at all selfish. The protagonist, turning around, thought that he was an idiot if he considered him a savior. Kanu, closing his eyes, realized that thoughts of becoming useful to others, of surpassing his past traumas, could only come from fools who did not understand how the world worked, and he would never understand such thinking. The young man, putting his hand on his comrade's head, thought that he had become too soft lately. The guy, without removing his hand, understood that even if it was only for a moment, he wanted to support his comrade. The hero immediately began to rub his head, while thinking that if you do not take into account understanding and calculations based on benefit, then these thoughts were very sincere. The player, turning around, asked the swordsman to follow him. There was a smile on his face when Sion asked where they were going. A small settlement in Venezuela appeared. The villagers were looking somewhere. The child, with his mouth wide open, was crying. Immediately, a glow began to emanate from someone's hand. The healer, sitting on the floor, explained that she had cured his wounds and they could take him. The mother smiled, holding the child, when the shield bearer said that her ability to heal was impressive every time, and she replied that she was glad that she could do at least this. They looked towards the entrance, and said that a swordsman had apparently come. Sion came to them. The fighter, standing in front of them, asked them not to embarrass him and reminded them that he had asked them not to do this, and the healer explained that her comrade had saved hundreds of lives over the past few days, and the hero title really suited him. The warrior, raising his hand, said that he had managed to do this only thanks to their help. Jangmu and his daughter were standing in the middle of the forest when the swordsman said that the heroes were those who killed the monsters in the area to ensure safety. He also remembered 3 more fighters who hunted monsters and said that Wayang and Hyeonmo from the Warang Guild and Yeonju from the Red Rose Guild could be considered heroes, and also added that the real hero could still be considered the man who gathered all these people and was also now looking for traces of the demonic cult nearby. Someone's jacket appeared. The girl was sitting on the guy's neck. Taisu, raising his fist, said that the swordsman was also among them. The same one asked him to stop and said that the American authorities would join them tomorrow, and also began to ask a certain question. Suddenly, the warrior turned around when he heard someone call out to him, and assumed that it was the village chief. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The man was running towards their tent. A purple sphere appeared behind him. It began to pull the village chief in as he asked for help. The swordsman looked at him, trying to say something. The warrior immediately planted his foot. The boy rushed forward, screaming. Suddenly, his gaze rose to 3 purple spheres. A bright explosion illuminated the entire village. The young man, covering his face with his hand, screamed a question about whether everything was okay. His gaze immediately turned to the side when he heard some words. The monster, being above him, said that it looked like the energy of the gods. Those 3 monsters hung over him. The fighter, looking at the red one, realized that they were demons. Smoke filled the entire area. The man, covered in blood, screamed that he could not see anything. Looking at the birds in the sky, the warrior thought that the energy he felt from them was the same as then. Remembering the smiling man in the mask, the young man thought that it was the ominous energy he felt from Sonata. The bird, watching the character, said that it seemed that he was connected to Gaia after all. Holding a magic ball with its paw, the animal said that they would be able to find the location of Gaia's incarnation if they grabbed only it. Throwing the ball away, the bird said that they did not need the rest. The girl looked at the magic ball in surprise. The hero took a step forward. The guys tried to protect themselves from the blow. The guy, frowning, asked the guys to take people from the village and leave here. Arching his eyebrows, the fighter said that they were demons, adding that he would buy time, so the rest should unite with the American forces. Solve, taking her friend by the hand, asked how they could leave him alone, also saying that they would evacuate the villagers and return with the rest. Running, the woman shouted that everyone was evacuating together, and asked them to follow her, adding that those who were not injured should take care of the wounded and move together. The demon, descending, asked if they really thought that they would be allowed to escape. The feathered one rushed further and further, when suddenly he heard a question about where he was going. The opponent landed on the ground. In an instant, the young man swung his weapon, saying that the enemy was a cyan bird. The enemy directed magic balls at the man. While the man was fighting back, he heard a phrase that he should try harder. Magic power touched the body. Blood poured out of the wound. Stopping in the sky, the demon asked if this was all he could do. Holding the handle of the weapon, the dark-haired one heard a question about where his fighting spirit had gone. One of the demons, crossing his paws, asked what they would do with those who had escaped, to which his friend replied that it did not matter, because they did not need anyone except the children of Gaia. Remembering the smiling old man who said that if it weren't for him, they would all have met a sad fate, Sihong thought about how he had no plans or desire to become a hero. The defender remembered the man clenching his fist, who said that he was their hero and if they needed help, they should just say so. The hero remembered his mother who apologized for giving birth to him, after which he himself thought about how he was a coward suffering from an injury, a loser who could not live up to his age, and could not take a step away from his unhappy past. Holding another magic ball in his claws, the opponent laughed and said that this was interesting. Holding a huge magic ball above himself, the opponent wondered if he would survive after such a force. Throwing the magic ball, the bird told him to fight with all his might until the end. Frowning, the beast asked what he would do if the child died. Watching the huge ball, the enemy said that they would have no choice but to find the other children of Gaia, while the boy thought that he only had one chance. Putting his sword forward, the youth was not sure if his plan would work. Smiling, the dark-haired man realized that it did not matter. Raising his weapon up, the warrior thought about how he wanted to become like Kanu. Closing his eyes, the fighter thought that although he did not know what the Demon King was like in the past, he only knew one thing, that he had saved him from a life that seemed to be forever mired in a swamp. A second later, the boy opened his eye wide. Swinging his sword, Cyan decided that this time he would definitely not run away. There was a bright flash, at the same time as a system notification appeared that the hero had received the skill of a single flash of a heavenly dragon. A bright flash cut off the demon's arm. In an instant, the feathered one opened his eyes wide. Without moving, the enemy thought about how he did not even feel his arm being cut off. Grabbing his claws, the opponent thought about how he had embarrassed himself in front of his brothers. The man flew away from the blow. The bird got angry and asked him how he dared. The young man swung for another blow. The opponent dodged the weapon, thinking that the human sword was so slow that it could see him. The boy swung the blade again. Having parried another blow, the opponent thought that the human sword was so weak that it could easily parry it. Looking at the approaching tip of the sword, the demon wondered why he was losing. The feathered one watched the approaching blow, wondering if the human would really kill him. An image of the blade appeared in his eyes, after which the antagonist called the guy a name. The magic ball hit the dark-haired man. Phoenix, angry, asked what kind of behavior was this towards a common man. Halpaw grimaced, hearing the order to go to Malpas to get treatment. The warrior was sitting on the ground. Grabbing the man's leg, the demon said that even if he was a child of a half-dead god, she would still be a god of the highest level. The next second, the hero frowned and screamed. Putting one claw forward, Phoenix said, "How dare the man?" Several balls hit the man's shoulder. Several more hit other parts of the body. Having completely fallen to the ground, Cyan screamed something unintelligible. Turning around, the enemy told Halpaw that when the man died, he would take on the search for the incarnation of Gaia. Many magic balls levitated above the opponents. Opening his eyes slightly, the boy thought that he did not want to die. Opening his mouth, the youth called the name of the demon king, hoping to be saved. The warrior silently watched the approaching magic balls, thinking that although he swore not to run away, in the end it led to this outcome. Several blows hit the body of the wounded man. He remembered a familiar person. Then the man remembered holding his friend in his arms. Another blow landed on his arm, while the opponent was thinking that ultimately, he could not do anything. The protagonist quickly rushed forward. The demons crossed their arms over their chests. One of the opponents turned back. Crying, the dark-haired one heard his name. Stopping, Kanu asked who allowed him to fight alone. With wide eyes, the demon king called his friend a name. Looking at the huge wound, the demon king thought that the wounds were so serious that he remained alive only thanks to some miracle. Seeing them, he does not get angry or feel sad, does not feel anything. Looking at the half-dead Cyan, the young man thought that this is all that he means to him. Taking a step forward, the hero thought that he highly appreciated his potential. Taking another step, the man asked why he told the others to leave and fought the enemies himself, and thought about how even if he disappeared, the plans would not change. Stopping, the dark-haired man asked if he wanted to act tough in such a state, thinking about how he made him his familiar to use him comfortably. In other words, he was just a pawn on a huge chessboard. Standing in front of the body, the lord asked if he had lost his mind because everyone around him called him a hero, thinking about how there was no value in him, because he had only almost lost a pawn. Grabbing the pawn by the collar, the savior thought about how he was not so soft as to fall into a rage. Angered, his friend shouted that if he was not sure of his victory, he should have just run away, even in the middle of a fight. Frowning, the acquaintance asked if he wanted to save people and whether he wanted to get rid of his childhood trauma. The bird, hearing the new phrase, slapped his face with his palm, saying that it was enough. The enemy raised his eyebrows, hearing the phrase that he did not want to die, then he had to leave. The young man cut off the bird's head. The others were very surprised. While covered in the enemy's blood, the boy said that he was talking. The demon king held the blade above himself, telling the others to shut up and stand still. The hero's wound was visible. The protagonist used the power of resurrection on his ward. The opponent, without moving, said that he was very sorry, to which Kanu replied that they would talk later. The boy closed his eyes, hearing that he needed rest now. The protagonist rubbed his forehead with his hand. The dark-haired man grinned, saying that it pissed him off. The overlord stepped on the phoenix with his foot. The bird, watching from the side, wondered if he was really so strong that he killed the phoenix in one blow, and wondered if it was even a human. A certain building appeared. The demon, kneeling, said that he had finished preparing the gate connected to the earth. The hero raised his head, turning to the master. Without moving, the newcomer asked if Satan on earth could be a fake, just a pretender, adding that it would be difficult for him, who had never met him, to determine whether he was real. Grinning, Lucifer heard the request to tell about Satan's features, to which he replied that he doubted that anyone would want to imitate him. Remembering the image of Satan, the Prince of Hell said that he always wears a red mask and a black cloak that hides his entire body, and is also simply crazy, always does whatever he wants, so you need to pay special attention to his actions. Pointing his finger at his eye, the man advised looking at its eye color. While the protagonist stood on the bird, the hero continued that in some unique cases, which is Satan, the Skara is white most of the time, but turns black in moments of rage or excitement. Remembering the black eye, the bird wondered if Kanu really is Satan. Malpas, with his arms outstretched, thought that a real Satan would not befriend a human. Looking at the approaching one, the enemy thought that he was probably just a special demon with such eyes. As the king approached faster and faster, the servant thought that he would first deal with him and find out his true identity. Suddenly, the monster's paw left the ground. Falling to the ground, the enemy wondered what kind of speed this was. Holding a magic ball to attack, the opponent asked how dare he. The young man stopped the magic ball with his hand. Looking at the black eyes in front of him, Malpas thought that this sphere was the power that Lord Lucifer had given him. It had a very appropriate name of destruction, since it sucks in and destroys everything nearby. The sphere appeared nearby, while the bird wondered how he could hold on to the sphere with his bare hands. The protagonist continued to hold on to the sphere with his hand. The man threw the sphere up. The sphere was in front of Kanu. The magic sphere pierced the body of one of the enemies. Turning around, the dark-haired one said it was not his turn yet. Capturing Malpas, Kanu asked if he had not told him to sit still. The opponent, trying to get out, asked for forgiveness. Using his strength, the boy asked what 1000-7 was. Closing his eyes, the feathered one asked again. Having struck, the warrior said that he would not repeat it too many times. Crying, the captive said that it would be 993. Continuing to hold the enemy, the lord continued. Writhing in pain, the servant answered 986. Feathers and blood fell to the ground, while the youth ordered to count further. The feather fell to the ground again, while the monster said 832, 419, 272. Having lost his wings, Malpas said that 6 was the last. Patting his head, Kanu asked if there was enough practice, adding that now they could move on to real questions. Smiling, the protagonist asked some difficult algebra problem. The feathered one continued to cry. The man raised his hands up. After stretching, the fighter said that he hadn't had so much fun in a long time. Putting his hand in his pocket, the dark-haired one thought about how the irritation that filled his head almost got him into trouble. For a demon whose emotions and desires constantly conflict, irritation is a serious problem. Looking at his reflection, the king thought about how when he met Mammon, the side effects were quite serious. But since his scara had turned white again, everything was fine. Remembering the smiling Satan, the guy thought about how similar he was to him, how sad that he resembled the demon from the prophecy. The protagonist headed towards the bird. Stepping on the half-dead body, the warrior said that one cannot sleep here. Holding his foot on the spawn's chest, the dark-haired one asked who he was and whether he was from Lucifer's family, after which he thought about the demon, whom he had never seen before, using Lucifer's power. Remembering Lucifer flying, Kanu thought that he had probably regained his strength from the old days and wondered if, since he had sent them to Earth, he had given up fighting the angels and chosen another target. Pointing his finger at the dead man, the Lord asked if Halpa wanted to repeat his fate. Crying, Malpas heard his brother's name. Frightened, the wounded man said that he would tell everything. The dark-haired man was surprised to hear the answer that they had come to find Satan and wondered if he was really on Earth. The hero pressed harder on the monster's body. The youth, standing above him, asked if they had come for Satan, and he answered affirmatively and explained that Satan had recently killed the god of heroes, Thrion, in this world. The player, with his eyes closed, listened to Halpas's screams that Mr. Lucifer had ordered them to find Satan and offer cooperation. The fighter realized that they were talking about him and also realized that he was even scared, since it seemed to him that Satan had really fallen to the ground. Remembering his comrade at the wall, Kanu knew that this demon was the one who killed Alec's protector. He also remembered how he killed Reynold and realized that Satan had also killed this apostle. The young man, removing his leg, asked how much they knew about him. The demon replied that he did not know the details, but said that Satan creates a family in this world to become stronger and fights with the Gaia family. The protagonist, grinning, asked if they really knew so little and decided to use this. Opening his mouth wide, the young man laughed loudly and shouted that they knew nothing at all. The bird opened its beak, listening to his cries that they said that they came to look for him, right in front of Satan, and it was really funny. The demon, looking at the man, thought that this was Satan, but then realized that this could not be. Because why would he protect the Gaia family and attack them, and this is definitely a person. The young man, holding out his hand, said that he would probably take his useless eyes. The monster, bowing his head, screamed loudly. Covering his eye with his paw, Halpa realized that it was a terrifying demonic energy that penetrated right under the skin, crazy actions and a red mask, and realized that this was definitely Satan. The bird, looking forward, called the guy Satan. The same one answered. Did the demon finally understand and asked in what sense Lucifer wants to unite with him? The young man's mouth opened after the victim's words that the master said that Satan will understand everything when they mention the power over the demonic sea. A grin suddenly appeared on his face. The guy, looking at the bird, realized that he apparently hadn't taught Lucifer enough lessons. Imagining many corpses in hell, the hero remembered that after declaring war on the 7 princes, he had to suffer dozens of losses, and even despite this, he still managed to win, but not just because he had enough power to defeat the princes. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the monster, shouting that Lucifer does not understand anything at all. The young man, holding him by the neck, asked why, in their master's opinion, Satan created a demonic cult. The guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the demonic sea was already in his hands and absorbing their master's power was only a matter of time, and then asked if he was in Eleanor. Halpa, opening his mouth, answered affirmatively. The hero, continuing to hold him, noted that this was great, because he was just starting to get bored with this world. Immediately after, the young man threw the demon's body to the side. The creature did not raise its head. It suddenly looked at the demon, listening to his words about how he needed to convey to Lucifer the words that Satan, along with his family and the demonic cult, would go there personally. A purple sphere began to appear in the hero's hands after his request that his henchmen convey his words very clearly. Waves of energy began to emanate from him after he said that he was Satan. The guy, opening his mouth, said that he was declaring war on Lucifer. A green rift appeared. The monster, standing next to him, said that the hero would regret this. The same one asked how much longer he was going to talk, because did he really want to lose another hand to leave more willingly? Hal Pa, going inside, shouted that Satan and the demonic cult would soon understand what a huge mistake they had made. The rift began to close. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, realized that he would soon tell Lucifer about all of this. A black substance began to appear from his hand after thinking that he was sorry that he had to let one go, and also that he managed to send a letter from Satan, and therefore the results should please him in the future. Many mouths began to appear in this darkness after using the power of gluttony. They began to absorb one of the demons, and a notification about the successful activation of the Soul Reaper appeared. The second demon was also absorbed by this darkness. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, tried to figure out how much more he needed to absorb to activate the demonic spirit condition. His body was covered in a purple glow after receiving many notifications that his demonic energy stat had increased to a value of 130, and also that due to fulfilling the demonic spirit condition, the systemic restrictions in strength were relaxed, and the growth potential was increased to level 79, due to which they achieved the awakening of the 8th level. The boy, smiling widely, realized that due to absorbing high-class demonic souls, he managed to fulfill the condition. Looking at the system window, the hero tried to understand what he managed to get as a reward for the new awakening, and then a message appeared that he did not know the name and rank of the new skill, since the awakening of the 8th level will be opened when his demonic energy characteristic reaches 130 units, and then the fighter remembered that this had already happened with the 6th level. The system window began to disappear when the hero said that at least his level limitation was removed. Remembering how he killed the defenders, the young man realized that he thought that he could get rid of this limitation only by killing those people. But in the end he managed thanks to fulfilling the conditions of the demonic spirit, and this is a huge success, since now he can focus on increasing the demonic energy characteristic to the desired level. Having imagined Lucifer and Satan, the hero decided to do this until the demon takes the bait, because he will definitely not be able to sit still when he learns that the demonic sea he so desired is in the hands of his enemy, and if Lucifer starts to act, then the cult will start to act too, and the protagonist will only have to reap the fruits of his creations on behalf of the guards. Having imagined the face of this demon, the guy realized that the only problem appears when Lucifer learns the truth. Looking at the sky, the young man thought that he does not really care about this now. Remembering Tyrion, the player realized that Lucifer still believes that it was Satan who killed this deity. Standing in the middle of the village, the fighter thought that he was ready for death, giving his power in the name of revenge for his apostle Reynold and the hero, who spread the news about the demon from the prophecy, Satan, even at death, and immediately realized that it is impossible to call a creature sacrificing itself to the very end somehow else. Crying, the warrior understood that he would never forget the sacrifices of that hero. Someone's eyes began to open. The comrade began to turn his head around, and then the hero asked him to sit quietly, because his body was not yet completely healed, because he remembered that the power of revival is able to heal wounds, but not internal ones and not fatigue. The protagonist, looking at him, asked him why he continued to fight like an idiot, because he needed to be able to buy time, and then wait for the moment and escape. He remembered the meeting with Solia and said that it was unlikely that something good would have happened if they had not met. The comrade, looking at him, tried to say something. The guy explained that he was just trying to impress everyone and then asked him to stop blaming himself, because someone might consider him a real weakling because of this. Then Cyan noted that the leader currently did not look like he usually did. The young man, smiling, asked if this was true. The comrades ran up to them, shouting a question about whether they were okay. Gaia, with her mouth open, said that she heard that the swordsman was attacked and asked if he was okay. The hero, approaching them, explained that his wounds had already healed and the demons were already finished, and asked how they ended up here. The old man said that he contacted her because he felt traces of a demonic cult even before they attacked the sword dragon. The guy asked again. The leader, looking at his daughter, said that they found something. The girl was holding something in her hands when Kanma said that this something was sticking out of the ground in the middle of a place that looked like an altar. The fighter assumed that it was a rift seed. The hero, examining it, realized that there was not a speck of dust on it, and that it had apparently appeared quite recently, since Sueyon would hardly have cleaned it herself, and realized that there must be cultists nearby who had planted the seed. The woman, crossing her arms over her chest, noted that the monsters that were near the altar were much more aggressive than usual, while the leader suggested that they had gone mad and attacked them because of the seed. The swordsman, sitting by the tree, said that in that case the attack on the village was also the work of the cult. Gaia agreed with him, and the hero remembered that those demons had nothing to do with the cult. Looking at how Yanju was taking this thing away, the protagonist thought that this was the seed of the rift. The altar and the monsters were definitely the work of the cultists, but Lucifer's henchmen were not involved in this, which meant that the demonic cult had already begun to act. A tear formed in his eye as the girl spoke about how it seemed like there was more than one altar, and that a large-scale summoning could happen like before. Crying, The boy tried to figure out where the demonic cult had been all this time, as he was already overcome with anxiety over the fact that he might not be able to raise energy for a new skill, but they had thoughtfully prepared a real 3-course meal for him. The boy folded his hands in front of him and realized that he shouldn't have wasted time praising the trash that the apostle had thrown at him, because what could be the problem with giving himself up forever like the demonic cult did? Imagining Satan, the hero thought about how he should only serve them. The leader looked at him. She, with her mouth open, realized that her subordinate had taken up his act again. Gaia closed her eyes and mentioned the demonic cult. Grace held her in her arms, asking if they should head to the summoning place they had found. The guardian looked worriedly at the head of the organization, who said that it was too dangerous. They were standing by the tree, and she suggested that they first assess the enemy's strength and then pacify it with the support of other countries. And the protagonists replied that if they gave them time, the enemies would become an even greater threat, so they needed to act quickly. He approached the girls and said that he understood that Gaia was afraid that they, like Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Alec, could fall at the hands of demons. Kanu frowned and added that if they were afraid of death, they would not be able to protect anyone. The girl closed her eyes, pressing her hand to her chest. The guy created a flame around himself and said that they should not act rashly just to save face and not succumb to blind justice, which would lead them into a deadly trap. He took the sword and said that demons were strong enemies, but they were not invincible, and their comrades left them their power, and together they learned something important. The sky behind the boy was red as he spoke about how the more time they lost, the more consequences there would be, and there were still people living here, even if it was only a few, but even so, they had to protect them. Kanu opened his mouth wide and shouted that numbers didn't matter when lives were at stake. The others looked at him intently as he thought about how this was a pompous speech that his comrades could actually fall for. Gaia slightly opened her mouth, and the protagonist thought that he would die on the spot from shame if they laughed, or even giggled. The girl smiled and said that she was just a coward. The boy looked at her intently as she said that he was right because it was their duty to protect this world, and if they were afraid of death, they wouldn't be able to save anyone. The boy went ahead and asked Jangmu to lead them to the summoning site. Yanju walked up to the protagonist and called him. She covered her mouth with her hand and said that she was going to throw up. Then she turned away, saying that the protagonist could tone down the pathos, and his eyes widened in shock. A green forest was visible. Monsters were standing between the trees, shouting that they would finally taste blood after so long. Ajaraxes created blue energy in his hand and shouted for people to come out and fight him. Kanu jumped forward and swung his sword. His gaze was determined. The monsters stood around him, not understanding what was happening, while the boy thought that there were not many of them, but their summoning level was completely different, and at least some of them came from 7, maybe even 8,000 hells. The protagonist smiled and thought that they had succeeded. A crowd of people in black cloaks was visible. The boy stood motionless, while the demons approached him. Ciola opened her mouth in fear, and Jungmu crossed his arms and asked with a smirk if this guy was even human. The player swung his sword, and the girl assumed that it was a divine power. Someone extended his hand to the side and said that it would be better to discuss this later. Yanja frowned and added that it was time for them to work too. Someone's hand covered the mouth of a crying child. The villain was hiding behind a tree, panicking that players had found this place. The girl stood in the middle of the forest, while the guy thought that this was not just a player, but the master of the Red Rose Guild. Suddenly, she turned around and told the enemy to come out right now if he did not want to die. The villain threw the child away and jumped to the side, cursing loudly. His silhouette disappeared into the depths of the forest. The young man turned around and opened his mouth in fear, seeing a weapon behind him. The chains tied him up, and he screamed loudly in pain. Yanja looked to the side and saw the protagonist, asking why he was running away. She furrowed her brows when he said there was someone else there. Kanu hugged the boy and told his friend that they should wait for a while. The enemy was holding a pink orb in his hand, and the protagonist said that the guy would call for backup anyway, so there was no point in going out now. The boy looked straight ahead when he heard someone's loud voice. In front of Gaia, the cloaked men were kneeling as she asked why they were following orders from someone as evil as Satan. She opened her mouth wide and screamed that they had killed Reynolds, Alec, and countless others. Grace hugged her shoulder as she began to tremble. They tensed up when one of the villains asked what orders from Satan she was talking about. The prisoners were tied up, and one of them said that the demonic order had long since left Alec behind, because they had lost sight of him, and that he had never heard of Reynolds. A drop of sweat appeared on the girl's cheek, and she did not believe it. The demon looked at her and said that he understood that it was hard to believe, but the demonic order had nothing to do with it. However, he did not have time to finish speaking, because Kanu cut off his head from his shoulders, loudly asking how he dared to deceive them. He pointed his sword at the rest of the demons, who looked at him with fear, and he asked if they really thought that he did not know that they had killed Reynolds. The protagonist raised his weapon and screamed that he did not want to listen to them anymore. A beam of light appeared from his blow. Grace raised her hand, and Gaia asked if Tyrion was speaking on behalf of the young man. The guy was standing with his back to them, cursing under his breath. Then he turned around abruptly. Looking at the girls, he spoke in Tyrion's voice, telling them not to believe their vile lies and not to seek answers from these evil demons. The protagonist pointed his sword at the villains and said that they do not listen to the demons, because they will fool everyone with their sweet words. Cyan stood next to them while Gaia said that she thought Tyrion was dead that time, but the god replied that now he is a worthless shell that has lost his power. Kanu's hand tightened, and Tyrion said that he did not have much power in this boy's body, but he wanted to tell them about it before the situation worsened even more. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, and the spirit in his body concluded that the players should not fall for the demons, because as soon as they began to listen to them, their evil would envelop the minds of the heroes. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. He looked around, asking what just happened, and his companion explained that the god had awakened in his body. Kanu looked at the guy and asked if Tyrion had died, and Cyan replied that he was still inside the player. The protagonist looked down and thought that he was on the verge of death, but it was good that they did not have time to interrogate the demonic order. There was a corpse of one of the villains on the ground, and the guy thought that he himself almost believed that they had nothing to do with it. Grace looked to the side, and Gaia said that Tyrion was constantly watching them. Many pairs of red eyes were looking at them, and Kanu said that now was not the time to give in to emotions. Cyan immediately raised his sword, and the protagonist thought with a smile that this was perfect. Then he quickly disappeared from the scene. The monsters looked at the heroes and shouted with laughter that Azuraxas was not able to cope with ordinary people alone. Suddenly, the bodies of the enemies were cut by many blows. The protagonist playfully licked his lips, happy about this wonderful establishment he had decided to become a regular at. The young man in black clothes turned pale, not understanding what was going on. The protagonist was fighting demons. The one-eyed monster was immobilized by a bright chain. Yanju stood in the middle of the enemies, who were tied up with her weapon. Grace pierced the demons' bodies with an attack. Sehun and Youngmu were also fighting. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and thought that this was bad, because at this rate the summoning ritual would be interrupted. The demons turned around when he screamed for them to hold on a little longer. Kanu smiled madly and asked what he was talking about. He aimed his fist at the guy's face, asking how he was going to stop him. The protagonist knocked the young man down with one punch. He flew into the forest, crashing into a tree. The protagonist walked up to him with a smile and said that now that there was no one around, he could tell her everything. The enemy's nose was bleeding and he asked who the player thought he was. He frowned when Kanu asked if he had joined a demonic cult to become immortal. The horse-headed creature looked at the boy while the protagonist said that it would be a shame to die here and now. The monster towered over the villain. He was shaking in fear as he looked up, and the protagonist asked if there was any point in being devoted to demons if his own life was at stake. Suddenly, the boy's eyes turned black and he screamed. Kanu snapped his fingers. Standing in front of the boy, he said that if he told the whole truth, then he would live. He swore by the name of Tyrion. The boy's eyes widened and he thought that he had heard this name before, and this god was worshipped by the guards who always stood in the way of the demons. He then smiled and thought that he was lucky that these righteous heroes were so soft, and if he fulfilled the protagonist's condition, he would be released. He fell to his knees and shouted that he would tell everything. The player smiled as the boy began to explain the ritual. A yellow light was visible in the forest. Solia closed her eyes, the light coming from her weapon. The other heroes were standing next to her. Jammu looked down and said that this was an amazing power, because the girl not only healed his battle wounds, but also relieved him of the fatigue and stress caused by the battle. Sehun raised his hand and asked how long the healer had mastered this spell, and she replied that it was because she had reached the 8th stage of awakening. Solia smiled and said that she wanted to watch the protagonist again, and he thanked her. He smiled and thought that he felt fine, and Yanjur asked him with a displeased face what was so special about the healer. The boy remembered how the cultist was lying in blood in front of him, and thought that even the guilt of breaking the oath was healed and nullified. He closed his eyes and thought that he decided that no one would know that he had broken anything if he killed the villain right now. Yanjur looked away and said that she no longer sensed the enemy's energy, and it seemed like they took care of everything. Sehun remembered how the demon's corpse was engulfed in black smoke. The protagonist raised his hand and thought that it would absorb all the demons present, but the indicator still did not reach 130. While Grace looked at Gaia, the boy thought that any other time, he would have waited for Lucifer to summon high-ranking demons, but the situation forced him to change his plans. He remembered the cult guy looking at him and telling him about the ritual. The girl raised her hand and loudly asked if they were going to summon the demon from Guchen Hell. Sehun turned to her, asking what he was talking about, and Grace said that she would send everyone the quest now. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when the system announced the start of a special S-rank quest, the essence of which was to prevent the summoning of a demon from hell. The protector held the girl in her arms, and Kanu concluded that the ritual was not yet complete. Yanju pointed at Kanu and said that maybe they didn't have to do anything here. Gaia turned around and said that even if the protagonist had the power of Tyrion himself, there was no guarantee that he could handle the demon from Guchen Hell, and it would be much safer and easier to prevent the summoning itself. She looked at the guy and said that they first needed to find out about the location, and he replied that he had an idea. Kanu looked straight ahead and said that thanks to the power of a god, he had been feeling an ominous presence from one place for a long time, and he thought that he could stall for time. 30 minutes later, the players were walking through the forest. They were moving quickly, and the protagonist's comrades were starting to lose patience. He gritted his teeth and thought that if they didn't wait, they would realize that he was leading them in circles, and his reputation was already on the edge. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. The youth rushed forward, shouting that he would go there first. Then he furrowed his brows and looked down. A dark energy was emanating from the large pillar, which belonged to at least an archdemon. A white flash was visible in the air, and Kanu was surprised that these fools could actually summon him. The protagonist descended and ordered them to stop. He was wearing a mask, shouting that he would put an end to his evil deeds here and now. His eyes widened as his companions appeared behind him. The demon stamped his hoof, shouting with a loud laugh that it was too late. His horns were visible, and he shouted that now the players could only tremble in fear and await their inevitable death. The monster spread its wings, and his minions stood before it. Palak looked to the side and asked if this was the earth. He then looked down, asking who it was, and the masked man shouted that they were his loyal servants. The demon crossed his arms and smiled when he saw Kanu. Suddenly, his gaze became serious. The boy's face began to sweat. Suddenly, the monster fell to his knees. The servants turned around abruptly when Palak shouted that after so long, he met the demon king again. The girls looked at the enemy in shock, who shouted that he really missed his master after what this guard told him. Everyone turned around, looking at the monster kneeling, shouting that he came back to swear eternal loyalty to the protagonist. Kanu turned around abruptly. His comrades were standing behind him, and he said that it was just a misunderstanding, and he had no idea who it was. Palak burst into tears, calling for his king. The protagonist looked at his friends, who were silent in shock. The boy smiled awkwardly, sweating, and thought that this was bad. He remembered the huge monster looking at him and thought that if it was like last time, when he was alone, there would be no problem. He stood in front of his allies, thinking that all the trust he had built up bit by bit with his dramatic shows, the title of a hero, he could lose it all now. The player pursed his lips and thought that it was his mistake, and he should have guessed when he found out that they were summoning a demon from the 8th circle of hell. Kanu remembered the demons and thought that there were too many of them in the 8th circle of hell, and even after the fall of the dukes, there were definitely more than 100,000 left. Palak was still crying and the protagonist did not understand why he came out of all the inhabitants of hell. A bead of sweat ran down the boy's cheek as he thought about how he could explain everything to the demon, because he was stupid and would not understand anything. The player raised his hand and thought about writing in the air with his finger, but there was no time for that. He then turned to his friends and said that this was nothing more than the demon's evil plan, as he supposedly recognized him with the mask, but that was impossible, and the heroes agreed with him. Sihun frowned and said that it was strange that the enemy would suddenly call Kana the demon king and worship him, so this really was his dirty trick. The protagonist smiled and said that he did not know what Palak was planning, but he was innocent. He then turned around and added that they would first just find out why the demon was putting on this whole show. The servants approached the demon, shouting that this guy could not possibly be the demon king, as he was the main obstacle in all their plans. The monster knelt down while his servants begged him to get up, and the protagonist thought that this demon was always very stubborn, but now was the worst time for it. The enemy took out his weapon and asked how they dared to mock the demon king like that. He then destroyed them with one blow. The monster turned around as the servants asked why it attacked them. Pollock turned to the cultists and asked if Kanu was really a servant of the gods, and they confirmed it. He slammed his whip onto the ground, yelling that they were continuing to make a mistake right there. The protagonist turned blue in shock. The monster raised his hand up. He then charged at the crowd of people, yelling that they were fools. Fire appeared in front of him, and he yelled for them to listen to him. The demon pointed its hand at the protagonist, and yelled that it was the true king of hell and all the demons. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, mentally asking for it to stop. His mouth opened wide in horror when Pollock called his name. Youngmu and Soyeon looked at him in shock and asked what was going on. Seola sweated and looked at her friend. Yeonju and Sihun walked up to him, asking what was going on. Suddenly, the servant slammed his hands on the floor. Black smoke was coming from them, and he screamed for the evil forces to grant him the ability to control the demons. The other servants did the same. They were sitting around Palak. Kanu opened his mouth in shock when the demon loudly asked what they were doing. A black seal appeared on his back and he screamed loudly. The boy remembered the monster with the same seal and realized that it was the same magic circle with which they controlled Chrysalids. Black stripes came from the circle. Palak bared his teeth, asking how dare they control him. He swung his whip and screamed that they would not be able to do this. The demon bent over, growling in pain, and Kanu thought that he should have held his ground. Then the monster raised his head up, screaming loudly, and the protagonist thought that the more resistance, the more pain. The boy jumped towards the demon and decided that he needed to knock it out. The monster looked to the side. He swung his weapon and the player opened his mouth in surprise. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He thought he had blocked the blow, but he still took so much damage. Palak's eyes widened as he realized what he had done to his master. His hand shook, and he said that he had injured his master. The monster's hand was burning and the player thought that the demon had definitely gone crazy because instead of attacking him, it wanted to explode its own hand and die. He looked at his comrades and thought that he had to stop his servant immediately. The players watched tensely and Kanu thought that if he made this move now, he would never be able to recover from this mess, and it would be an open admission that he had something in common with Palak. The demon raised its burning hand and the hero thought that the situation was getting worse and there was only one chance to fix it. He gritted his teeth and came to the conclusion that he had to abandon his servant. The boy remembered many demons. Then he remembered throwing something at his subordinate. Kanu remembered his silhouette from behind. The protagonist quickly jumped up and cursed in his mind. The monster's arm was covered in flames. The player rushed forward and called out loudly for his servant. He bent his knee using the divine heavenly power. He then struck the demon and shouted that he was very stupid. The monster's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at his master, who said that this spell would dissipate in a few minutes, so he should calm down. The boy furrowed his brows and asked since when did Palak resist his orders. The demon lashed out with his whip, apologizing to the demon king, and Kanu thought that in his current state, he wouldn't be able to restrain him for a few minutes. The protagonist swung his sword and thought that if he used deeper mana and some technique, he might be able to defeat the subordinate, but there was no need for that now. The demon looked up while the protagonist thought that his opponent was not giving it his all because he was resisting the magic circle and giving in to his king. They were fighting and the protagonist thought that for this reason, he should win now. The servant raised his hands, protecting himself from the black smoke and fire. Suddenly, other cultists were attacked, screaming loudly. There was gray smoke in the air. The circle on Palak's back began to disappear gradually. Dead cultists were lying on the floor. The demon fell to his knees. Then he bowed, screaming for his master to execute him for injuring him. Kanu turned around and thought that there was no escape for him anymore. Someone approached him. It was Gaia, who asked what this conversation was about, and the protagonist thought that he could somehow turn this situation around after all. He looked at his comrades and thought that this decision was not flawless, not thought out or planned, and it could be called something like a bet, a crazy way, relying only on the trust he had earned so far. There was a ring shining on the boy's finger, and he said that he could no longer hide it. Everyone perked up when Kanu admitted that he was the king of the demons and all of hell. He smiled and clarified that he once was. His comrades looked at him in shock, not understanding what he was talking about, and the protagonist said that he wanted to tell them everything, but things did not turn out quite as he planned. He raised his hand, which emitted black energy, and said that he was once the one who ruled the underworld. Grace hugged Gaia, who was frightened by this aura. Sehun and Yanju took out their weapons, asking if the boy had been lying to them all this time. The protagonist had a powerful aura about him, and he thought that this was about the reaction he expected. Siola gritted her teeth and began to sweat, and the boy thought that they were actually too calm. Yanju lifted the chains. Sehun held a sword in his hand, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this reaction was only to his hand. There was dark energy around Kanu. He smirked and thought that in this case, he could use that method. The head of the Guardians put her hand on her chest and asked if an ordinary person could rule the underworld. The boy with a serious face said that 5 years ago, on the day of upheaval, he was sucked into the gate and fell into hell. Everyone looked at the young man in surprise, who said that he himself did not know why this happened, and he did not know if it was a coincidence or someone's plan. The player remembered a lot of monsters and said that he ended up in hell that day, and he was a pitiful, weak person, and he desperately fought for survival in this cursed place. Kanu remembered holding black flesh in his hands and said that while he was there, his body absorbed demonic energy. The girl's sweat dropped and said that he then became a demon. The protagonist raised his hand and confirmed this, and then said that he continued to fight for his life for a very long time after that, and Yanju reminded him that only 5 years had passed since the upheaval. The sky above the player was dark, and he explained that it was 5 years on Earth, and much longer in Hell. Sehun and Yanju looked at the boy in amazement, who said that he had been there for 10,000 years. The girl furrowed her brows and sweat dropped. Behind the protagonist was Palak. He was lying on the floor, saying that the Demon King had spent 10,000 years in Hell, going from the 1st to the 9th Hell, and the boy ordered him to shut up. The monster immediately hit his head on the floor. The heroes looked at their comrade in shock. Yanju's sweat dropped and asked if it was true that Kanwu had spent so much time in Hell and eventually became the Overlord. The boy smiled when she asked if all of that was in the past. He lowered his head and said that after that day of upheaval 5 years ago, he became the Demon King. He furrowed his brows and said that one of the key figures here was Satan. The boy introduced the demon and added that it was like that before the rebellion. The monster smiled and the protagonist thought that it was a true lie. He imagined people in masks and thought that they say that a true lie is 99% true and only 1% false. The player stood at a distance from his friends, saying that in the underworld there are powerful demons called Grand Dukes, and he fought them in hell and held them back for a long time. Yanju frowned at him, and he explained that the Dukes had plans for Earth. Kanu remembered the monster and said that one of them, the most ambitious, was the demon of prophecy, Satan. He shook his head when Gaia asked if he became the demon king back then to stop the Dukes from invading Earth. He replied that he was only fighting for his life, and before he knew it, he was in that chair. Drooling, Kanu said that despite that, he couldn't just sit there idly while they threatened the world he was born and raised in, and even after all these years, he still treasured the memories of Earth. The boy then raised his hand and said that his friends had guessed correctly. He clenched his fist and decided to add drama to his story. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that Satan had defeated him. He imagined hell and added that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat the one who had awakened the demon sea and achieved so much power. The player imagined a demon on the throne and said that Satan had stolen his power and taken over the throne of the demon king. While imagining the dark silhouette of the monster, he added that the enemy had united the forces of hell and created a huge rift, and through it, he led the great dukes to Earth. Looking at his allies, Kanu said that he went after Satan to stop him. Grace looked at her friend with concern, while the boy thought that they were probably completely confused, because before, they could not even imagine that he and Satan were the same person, because he had a very reliable alibi. Standing in front of the players, the boy thought that even if he and Satan were different beings, it was still very difficult to believe the words of a demon like himself. He frowned and decided to create the right mood. His eyes began to emit a bright light. Sihong suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the system reported the activation of the subjugation power. Grace turned around when the boy suddenly said that he believed Kanu. The guardian turned to the girls and said that if the protagonist was really on the demon's side, he wouldn't have fought so hard for them. Suddenly, Sola said with a worried expression that she believed the protagonist too, and that she thought he was weird when he was too obsessed with kimchi stew. The girl remembered the boy eating the dish. Tears were streaming from his eyes, and she said that she understood him now. Hiller put her hand on her chest and said that it was very difficult to endure an eternity in hell alone. The boy raised his hand, saying that it was okay, and that he had forgotten about loneliness since he met his friends. He walked forward and thought that thanks to Sola, the mood was now just right, and it was time for another plot twist. A light appeared in his hand, and Kana said that none of this mattered and did not excuse him in any way, because he had deceived each of them. The boy grabbed the girl's wrist. He placed the mask in her hand and said that today he was leaving the ranks of the Guardians. Then he bowed and added that he would never be seen again. The girl's sweat dropped, not understanding if she could trust him, because they had only known each other for a few months. But in that time they had learned a lot about the man named Kanu. She remembered how they sat at the round table and thought that this guy was angry like no one else when Satan, who killed Alec, attempted to kill Cyan. She remembered how the protagonist raised his hand in the air and thought that he brought the Guardians to their senses while they watched Satan plunder their vault, and he always supported them and gave them advice when they were on the verge of despair. Then Gaia remembered how the player held the body of a comrade in his hands and thought that he was the first to notice the danger that threatened Reynold and mourned his death with all his heart, and even now he does everything to stop the evil intentions of the demonic cult. Suddenly, she pressed the mask to the boy's chest. He looked at her in surprise, and she thought that it was impossible to doubt him. Kanu took the mask, and the girl said that she did not care if he was a demon or a demon king, because he was the one chosen by none other than the great hero Tyrion. She remembered how the player's mouth opened wide, and she thought that the god must have known about his identity when he gave him his power, but he still remained inside the boy, which meant that no darkness could outshine the light he carried. Gaia smiled and asked that the protagonist stay with the Guardians, who saw the true light in him. The boy put the mask back on and thanked her for believing in him. Suddenly, a golden light appeared around him. The wind blew the girl's hair. Kanu smiled and said that he would save this world together with the Guardians, no matter what. Pollock smiled. He sat on the couch, saying that he didn't know that the protagonist was going to claim the title of the Hero of Light, nor that he was planning to stab humanity in the back, and the guy told him not to talk nonsense. He crossed his arms and thought that from the appearance of Lucifer's followers to the demon cult and the Pollock case, several days had passed since the swirl of events in South America ended. He remembered how the villain ran away, and thought that as soon as the demon cult saw that Pollock was defeated, they immediately ran away, and the monsters rampaging under the cult's control returned to normal. Grace spoke on the radio, while the protagonist thought about how the American military and this girl relocated the locals and began to build a recovery base in Venezuela, the most stable region nearby. The players exited the portal. On the way back, Kanu almost didn't talk to anyone, even though they said they trusted him. Their relationship would not be the same. Everyone stared at the protagonist, who thought that some wounds could only be healed by time, and now they needed to believe in him. A luxurious house was visible. The guy bought Pollock a building next to his apartment, and brought him up to date with the matter and his goal. They sat next to each other, and the player asked if anything strange had happened in hell during his absence. The guy looked away when the servant said that Amon was up to something. He frowned and thought that this demon even helped them open a portal to Earth using infernal artifacts. He asked what Palak meant. The monster looked at the master and said that since he went to Earth, Aman had been immersed in research. He remembered standing at the door and said that since then, this demon had never shown himself to them. They tried to open the door by force, but they encountered a powerful barrier. The player's mouth fell open in surprise when the servant informed him that after Aman had gone into seclusion, strange movements had begun among the ancient beasts, including movements from the behemoth. Kanu introduced the monster known to be the strongest of all the ancient creatures, and the father of one of the great dukes, Leviathan. The boy reached for his glass and asked what about the others, and the demon replied that the Doomguard and Arakil were trying to figure it out, but the cause had not yet been found. The player closed his eyes and thought that he should have killed him before he left, but he had no desire or ability to return to hell, and for now he could only become stronger. He brought the glass to his mouth and thought that things could not get any more complicated. Palak looked at the king and asked where Lilith was. His mouth fell open in surprise when Kanu asked if she was in hell. The boy spat out the water when the servant said that Lilith had come to Earth before him. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock as Palak added that the girl had bragged so much, saying that the demon king had finally summoned her. His sweat dropped in horror, not understanding what kind of nonsense his servant had just said. An empty glass sat on the table. The player placed his hands on his head, telling the demon to be quiet. His eyes widened. He remembered lying in bed. He had opened one eye, thinking about the trauma, and the mark burned into his mind. The boy lifted the blanket and saw Lilith smiling there. He couldn't forget those memories and feelings. The demoness extended her tentacles forward. She tied Kanu's hands. He opened his mouth wide and began to sob. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, remembering those touches. His sweat dropped, asking if Lilith was really on Earth. He imagined the player emitting dark energy, and thought that now Kurosaki's actions finally made sense. Kanu remembered the girl's face and thought that when he was accused of being a cultist, she had chosen his side instead of Fujimoto Ryamu, and then suspiciously easily agreed to any favors. He remembered the gift of an octopus. All this was because Lilith was in that girl's body. The guy's mouth fell open in shock, realizing that the demoness was inside Kurosaki's body, which meant there were no more disgusting tentacles. He imagined the girl's smirk and thought that if you ignore how she pounced on him in her creepy form, then she was quite an obedient and useful subordinate. The player found Kurosaki in the contact list. He put the phone to his ear and thought that this was great news. Then he stood up. The girl did not answer. The boy walked away and told Palak to wait for him here. Then he tossed the demon an earphone and told him to put it in his ear in case the king called him. Pink wings appeared and the boy thought that Kurosaki lived in the emperor's palace in Tokyo. He flew into the air using the power of the heavens. He rose up. Japan, Tokyo. The player was approaching the emperor's residence. The guards perked up when they saw him. Kanu frowned and introduced himself, saying that he had saved Kurosaki from a demonic cult and he had come to talk to her. Ito placed his hand on the guard's shoulder and told him to step aside. They bowed to him when he said that he would vouch for the man. He placed his hand on his chest and said that he was one of the guards and had heard a lot about him. The captain then bowed and the protagonist asked if Kurosaki was in the palace now. Ito picked up the envelope and said that the girl asked him to give this to the boy if he was looking for her. The player's mouth dropped in shock when the guard said that Kurosaki had not appeared in the palace for a month. He opened the envelope and Ito said that they had searched the entire country but had not found a single clue. He pulled out a piece of paper and the man said that the shaman had said that if they opened the letter themselves or contacted Kanu first, it would simply burn. The protagonist frowned, not understanding what the girl had been thinking when she left the letter and went on the run. The player looked at the paper, where it was written that if he was reading this, he probably already guessed everything. He gritted his teeth, reading that she was asking for forgiveness for hiding her true identity. The young man imagined Kurosaki, reading that Lilith did not have the courage to appear before the king with such a dirty, ugly human appearance. The shaman was sitting at the table. The demoness wrote that she wanted to find a way to leave this disgusting body and return to the appearance that the Lord once loved. The protagonist's eyes widened as he read that his servant then met people from a demonic cult who promised to return her to her original form. The boy trembled as he read that the mere thought of reuniting with the king made Lilith's heart tremble. He tightly clutched the letter in which the demoness wrote that she would join the magical cult and spread the news of the true demon king. At the end of the letter, there was a kiss mark. Kanu tore the paper and screamed loudly. Ito raised his hand and asked what happened to him. The protagonist grabbed the guard by the clothes. He sobbed, asking why all this was happening to him. Standing in the middle of the residence, the protagonist screamed loudly, asking what he had sinned. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He did not understand how he deserved all this. The player then let go of the guard. He leaned down, and the man asked what happened to him. He sweated and asked what was in the letter. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and asked Ito to show me the footage from all the cameras in the area since the day Kurosaki went missing. He frowned and demanded it again. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees. He leaned his hand on the floor, feeling some kind of strength. His hand trembled. The guard raised his head and thought that it was incredibly difficult for him to breathe. The player's body emitted a dark aura, and Ito thought that this was the power of a hero blessed by the god Tyrion. He sweated and thought that Gaia had said this, but the protagonist was a real monster. He said that he would lead him. There was a blue sky above the buildings. The guard led the player up the stairs. They came to a huge screen, and Ito said that this was the office where they monitored the palace of the Emperor of Japan. The video showed Kurosaki putting on a hood. That day she went missing. The boy looked to the side and thought that Lilith was still in human form. The shaman was standing on the roof, and Kanu thought that it was not that easy to return her to her original form, so there was still hope. Then she jumped down and the player thought that he needed to find any clues about her whereabouts, even if it meant threatening his life. Suddenly, his eyes widened and asked the man to stop the video. Kurosaki was standing in front of a man in black clothes, and Ito said that they were trying to determine his identity. However, the stranger's face was completely hidden. The protagonist looked at the guard, asking if it looked like this in the other videos. Black smoke was visible, and Ito replied that the boy should watch until the end. The man in the video was disappearing. The guard looked to the side and said that after that, they did not find any trace of Kurosaki or this guy either. The protagonist touched his face when the man said that this stranger had the ability to distort images and teleport. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that these were not abilities, but illusions of Lilith, and their sudden disappearance was not teleportation but a simple disguise from prying eyes. He closed his eyes and thought that he needed to find her as soon as possible, and it was not only about her plans to return to her previous form. He remembered the demoness letter and thought that the main problem was her determination to tell the demonic order about it, and she aimed to make them serve him, not Satan. The protagonist imagined a crowd of people and thought that he did not know who was currently leading the demonic order, but most likely, it would be impossible to achieve this, and one word from Lilith about the dubious existence of some demon king would not be enough for them to abandon everything they had worked for so long. The guy imagined a demon on a throne and thought that the girl's abilities were truly outstanding. It was she who gathered powerful troops under his command. Kuna turned to the man and asked if there was any information about Kurosaki. Then he touched the screen and rewound time. There was a scar on the body, and Ito said that they began to search for anyone who had one. The protagonist looked up and thought that it was one of the members of the demonic order. He turned to the guard and called him. He then frowned and ordered them to find out the location of this person. The girl was wearing black shoes. She walked past the servants. Heading towards the man at the end of the room, she said that everything was finally ready. Akiyama smiled when Lilith praised him. He shouted that he was ready to do anything to return the demoness to her former appearance. She smiled and asked what the method was, and the guy answered that they would create a large rift between them and the ninth underworld. He imagined the girl in the middle of a purple aura and said that they would then take all the demonic energy from there, and create a body according to what was engraved on her soul. There was a torch on the wall, and Akiyama said that this was possible thanks to the great knowledge bestowed upon them by their predecessors. Lilith narrowed her eyes and asked if Satan was one of them. The fat man sweated and said he did not know, and the girl sighed in disappointment. She smiled, saying that she really wanted to meet these predecessors, whoever they were. The boy pointed his hand back, saying that what she asked for was in full swing. Lilith sat up, saying that they would soon learn everything about the Demon King. The girl crossed her legs and said that it was time to begin. Suddenly, she touched Akiyama's chin with her foot. With a sly smile, she told him to wait for his reward. The fat man blushed and drool flowed out of his mouth. Lilith smiled and he thought that she was still very beautiful. He imagined her with horns and wings, thinking that this was how she looked like before. He opened his mouth wide and called out to everyone. Then he turned around and shouted that today their long-time dream would finally come true. Akiyama raised his fist, shouting that they should go for the dream. There were white clouds in the yellow sky. Suddenly, a pink beam of light appeared. The protagonist flew through the air, hoping that he was not late. Ito was walking down the stairs, saying that they found this guy. His name is Akiyama and he disappeared a few years ago. They found a witness who sold this guy a ship. The fat man stood in front of a crowd of people, and the guard said that he bought a large cruiser worth billions and sailed with dozens of people. The man presented a map and guessed that the cultist was heading to Sapporo. Kanu frowned, thinking about Akiyama. He imagined Lilith with horns and thought that this pervert had said that summoning a demoness was his dream as a man, and he should have finished him off then. Imagining the long tentacles, the boy thought that he couldn't go through that again. He remembered how loudly he screamed when he saw Lilith. He wasn't ready to suffer again. The girl smiled, hiding under his blanket. The boy rushed towards the old building, deciding that he would do anything to prevent the demoness from returning. A bright light was visible. The cultists raised their hands up, chanting a spell. Akiyama was kneeling, thinking that it took advanced skills to control demonic energy, but it was easier than he thought. He imagined monsters and thought that these great beings were leading a demonic temple. The man opened his mouth and thought that their knowledge was truly incredible. He frowned and thought that the demon king Lilith spoke of might be stronger than them. He imagined the book and thought that the girl personally asked him to secretly tell about the book of hell inside the demon temple, and he hasn't read it yet, but he heard that it said about the Demon King. Akiyama raised his hands and thought that it didn't matter now. Lilith's eyes were closed, and the pervert was thinking about what she would reward him with. His cheeks were red with pleasure. Suddenly, some cultists began to fall down, screaming that the rift was consuming too much energy. There was a blinding light above them, and they screamed that it was out of control. The fat man frowned, not understanding what had suddenly happened to the rift. The cultists fell down, while Akiyama thought that if the rift got out of control, a lot of demonic energy would burst out at once, and anything could happen. People were kneeling, screaming that this place could be destroyed. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that normally he would have stopped everything and run away. He imagined Lilith again in her demon form and thought that this was the reward he could only dream of from the succubus. He raised his hands and shouted for the others to run away. He intended to perform the ritual alone. The cultists looked at him, and he shouted that they had waited too long for this. One of them even started to cry. The fat man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had nothing to regret if he gave his life to fulfill their dream. One of the cultists' masks flew off. The others were kneeling with their hands raised. The cultist lowered his hands and said that they entrusted their shared dream to Akiyama. They fell down and stopped moving. The cardinal started to cry and told them not to worry. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked. The protagonist jumped down and shouted for them to stop right now. He sank to the floor and thought that it was not too late. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock. Akiyama turned around and asked who he was. Tentacles were visible and the protagonist realized with horror that the ritual was almost complete. His body began to emit black energy. Fanged creatures appeared around as Kanu used the power of absorption. First he decided to block the rift. Akiyama opened his mouth wide, screaming that this guy was trying to stop them again. He clenched his hand into a fist and screamed that he would complete the ritual. The boy began to sweat and screamed that if the fat man died, then his precious succubus queen would die too. The man gritted his teeth and screamed that the protagonist had never even held a girl's hand in his entire life. The player turned pale, answering that he had not gone that far. Akiyama then raised his hands. Looking at the rift, he screamed that even if this was all self-deception, even if this was all an empty dream. Flashes of light were seen and the fat man shouted that he would never give up on his dream. Kanu frowned, realizing that the villain had caused the rift to get out of control. He ordered him to stop. Tentacles came out of the rift, and Akiyama said that his desire would unite the two dimensions. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and used the power of absorption. A huge monster appeared behind him. He thought that Lilith had always enveloped him in love, but he treated her coldly because of her unpleasant appearance. The player gritted his teeth and raised his hand, using the power of heavenly might. The tentacles grew more and more. The boy thought that because of this feeling of guilt, he offered to share the bed with the girl. While the huge creature was behind him, he thought that even then he never took the initiative first, and becoming a demon did not change his human instincts. Liquid was dripping from the tentacles. They did not bring any positive emotions to the boy. Kanu gritted his teeth, thinking about how they found him and on Earth, he absorbed the demonic energy of the rift. His eyes turned black, and the system warned that the quality of the demonic energy was too low. The rift was widening. He intended to close it. Akiyama watched him in confusion. There was a large monster behind the protagonist, while the fat man thought that he was suppressing the uncontrolled rift with pure force, and even the great archduke from the ninth circle of hell could not do such a thing. A purple aura spread throughout the room. The protagonist raised his hands up. Then he lowered them, breathing heavily, and Akiyama said that no matter how hard he tried, it was too late. A white crack appeared. Then the huge ball exploded, and the man screamed that the ritual was successful. He smirked and screamed for Lilith to show her true form. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in shock. The girl came down and thanked him for turning her back to her original form. The fat man fell to the floor in shock. The player's sweat dropped, saying that he warned him. Akiyama's sweat dropped, asking if this was the true form of the succubus queen. Lilith looked at him with a smile, saying that he did a great job. Her tentacles were dripping liquid, and she said that she wanted to reward him. She then punched him in the forehead, adding that she couldn't do that because her king was watching. The man rolled his eyes, not understanding what that was all for. The demoness then walked forward. Kanu raised his hand, ordering her to stay back. He winced as she extended a tentacle towards him, asking what he was talking about. His sweat dropped, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The demoness playfully licked her lips, while the boy mentally prayed for salvation. They stood in front of each other, and the girl apologized for not coming sooner. She then ran forward, telling him that he could rest easy now. She hugged him, screaming that she had left that terrifying appearance and had returned to her true form. Kanu's eyes widened in horror and asked if Lilith could return to her human form. She looked down and replied that she was simply too ashamed to appear in that form in front of her king. The youth smiled and said that living here as a demon would be troublesome. The demoness touched her face and said that humans simply could not bear her true beauty. The player opened his mouth and replied that she was absolutely right. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said that he did not want her to be surrounded by those pathetic midges. He then placed his hand on her waist. Kanu smiled and said that he did not want anyone else to see her true form. Looking at her, he asked that she always remain in her human form. The girl blushed when the protagonist said that appearance was not important to him at all. He smiled and added that he cared about who she was, not what she looked like. He closed his eyes as the demoness agreed to keep her human form. The tentacles wrapped around the boy's arm, and he thought that there would be no more of those slimy things. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock, and Lilith said that people called her human form beautiful, and so she wondered if their understanding of beauty could be different. She smiled and added that this meant that her king had been talking about her true form all along. The player's mouth dropped open when she said that she would only show it to him alone, and right now they were alone. He took a step back and screamed that she was more beautiful in her human form, and he hated the tentacles, and now she looked like a nasty monster. The tentacles rushed forward. The guy's mouth dropped open in horror when the girl said that they would be together forever. Suddenly he threw the demoness away from him. The system reported the 8th awakening. His sweat dropped and thought that last time he gave up because of Pallock. His magic was restored, and he survived only because of that. Lilith was kneeling, looking at her master in shock, and he ordered her to take her human form. She opened her mouth in surprise, and he told her not to make him repeat it twice. The boy covered his mouth with his hand when the tentacles began to move vigorously. Dark energy was visible. The system reported the Archduke Slayer skill, and Kanu thought that this power was located in the abyss of the Sea of 10,000 Demons. But even ruling hell, he could not reach that area. He looked at the screen, thinking that the Soul Reaper skill can also be used on the Archdukes, and there is a high chance that absorbing the soul of the Archduke has something to do with the second limitation condition. The boy furrowed his brows when Lilith announced that she had finished her transformation. The demoness had taken on Kurosaki's form again. He thought he was glad about that. The body's real owner was asleep, and the girl said that she could wake her up if the Demon King ordered it. Looking at her hand, Lilith said that she couldn't use the powers of this body right now. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he thought that this was Kurosaki's personal ability, and he was planning to use her skill to obtain the Archduke's soul, but he would put that idea aside for now. He then asked what happened after the demoness joined the cult. There was a torch hanging on the wall. Kanu crossed his arms and asked if Lilith had decided to spread his name among them, and the girl replied that she had done a foolish thing by giving information to the enemy. The boy looked down and told her to return to Japan. He imagined the cultists and thought that last time they tried to summon and control Pallock, and now they mixed Kurosaki and Lilith's bodies. The protagonist remembered the ritual and thought that he was stunned that this was possible with human knowledge. The demoness looked at the Demon King and said that no one in the cult knew about his identity, but they had already started distributing the Book of Hell. He presented the book, and she explained that it was a brief history of the battles in all the circles of hell for the last 1,000 years, and the cultists still believed that hell was ruled by the 7 archdukes. He touched her face and guessed that the girl could not distribute the book openly, and she confirmed this. Her eyes widened when the protagonist asked where exactly they were distributing this book. The player was standing in the middle of a ruined city. There was a red aura under his feet, and he said that it was no wonder they were hard to find in such a place. Standing on a cliff, the protagonist used the power of omniscience. He closed his eyes and thought that his goal was to secretly infiltrate this faction of the cult. He needed to verify how far the book had penetrated, and also try to get new information. The cultists were talking to the demons as if they were in a meeting. Kanu frowned and decided that he needed to figure out this. He crawled inside the vent, thinking that he was in an old-fashioned spy movie. He approached the grid and heard someone say that he never thought that there would be creatures in this world that could handle demonic energy. The monster raised his hand and said that the level of this handling was much higher than that of the dark magicians from the Eleanor continent. Most demons from hell would not be able to resist them. The cultist sat in front of him, saying that compared to the subordinates of Archduke Lucifer, they were just small fry. Kanu was right above them, thinking that these demons were Lucifer's subordinates from the Eleanor continent, but he did not understand what they were doing in a demonic cult on Earth. The cultist in the red mask asked what brought the subordinates of the god of evil from another world to them, and the monster replied that they came to talk about the crimes their leader had committed. The demon glared at him and said that they had already learned everything from Mr. Galpa, and the cultist replied that they really didn't know anything. The monster clenched his fist. He broke the table, loudly asking how they dared to deny it. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that Satan had killed Phoenix and Malpus. The cultist began to sweat at the sound of Satan's name. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that this guy wanted to avoid a war with Satan. As he lay in the vent, he thought about how all the dialogues between demons were always based on blood and violence, and yet Lucifer, who was struck first by Satan, wanted to resolve everything through negotiations. He imagined the two demons and thought that Lucifer might have decided that he couldn't defeat the enemy. The guy touched his face and thought that there might be a second option. The demon's situation was so desperate that he couldn't afford to focus on Satan. Then Kanu imagined the archangels and thought that it could be them that he fought in the past, or even the god himself. But the important thing is that even after receiving an attack, he is looking for a conversation. The player's ring shone brightly. He grinned. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the ventilation. The demon gritted his teeth and asked what was going on. His eyes widened in shock when Kanu asked what the Lucifer puppies were doing here. He walked forward. The protagonist was wearing a mask, smiling as he said that he was the leader of a demonic cult, and his name was Satan.